Chapter 82, Boggart. This year's classes are more captivating than ever before. Not only has Hagrid taken on the role of professor for the care of magical creatures, but they have also introduced a divination course. Furthermore, this year's defense against the dark arts professor appears to be considerably more reliable than in previous years, or at least that is the impression held by Harry and his companions. Harry examined Draco's arm and carefully placed it back. "You are far too reckless, Draco." "Shut up, you filthy Gryffindor," Draco nearly shouted. "They should confine it to a cage. It was clearly your own carelessness that provoked it." Ron chimed in with the truth from the sidelines. Draco glared at him fiercely. "Do you believe I wouldn't confine you as well?" Harry thought to himself. Draco and Ron always seem to find a way to quarrel after just a couple of exchanges. After 3 years, he has grown accustomed to it. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, Ron was compelled by Professor Snape to assist Draco with potion ingredients, only to be subjected to Draco's relentless torment. Tonight, your bed will be infested with a multitude of giant spiders. Tonight, a fugitive from Azkaban will materialize in your bed. Their voices rose increasingly in volume, prompting Harry to intervene. "All right, listen to me." Harry separated the two to prevent Ron from inadvertently jostling Draco's injured arm. "If we do not hurry to the classroom, nothing will appear in your beds tonight, as you will be confined by Filch." "Umph." Both boys snorted in unison. After a considerable effort, they finally arrived at the classroom, where they spotted Hermione, who was clutching a book. She had been exceedingly busy with her recent classes and was rarely seen. Before long, Professor Lupin entered, carrying his tattered briefcase. "Good afternoon," he said. "Today we shall engage in a practical lesson, so ready your wands." With that, he led the young wizards outside, proceeding directly to the staff room. Inside, Snape, upon seeing Lupin enter with his students, expertly donned a sardonic smile. Lupin appeared oblivious, waiting until all the young wizards had entered before he prepared to close the door. At that moment, Snape remarked, "Don't close it. I prefer to keep an eye on things," as he approached the doorway, casting a warning glance at Harry. Harry accepted this completely and felt as though he had gained the professor's approval. What the other said was correct. He simply had more faith in himself. After all, why would Snape only glare at him and not at anyone else? Snape observed Harry's peculiar expression, his lips curling in irritation as he forcefully shut the door. Lupin welcomed the students, introduced the day's lesson, spoke of the characteristics of Boggarts, instructed them on the incantation, and finally progressed to the practical steps. The first subject of practice was Neville, who discerned the name of Snape in a voice even lower than that of a mosquito. "Professor Snape, is it?" Lupin mused briefly. "Neville, if I recall correctly, you live with your grandmother, do you not?" Neville nodded, perplexed. "Perhaps you can envision your grandmother's appearance. Imagine the garments she wears." Lupin continued to guide him. "It is possible that the Boggart transforming into Professor Snape may yield an unexpected surprise for you." The young wizards in the class appeared to have an epiphany, erupting into low laughter. Neville remained silent. Harry and Draco's expressions darkened, while Hermione displayed a face of disapproval. Ron, however, seemed indifferent. "Well then, we must step back. Neville, trust in yourself," Lupin instructed as he led everyone a few paces back. Neville felt a pang of conflict, recalling the boy from Slytherin and the South Tower. Both had aided him in the past. Among them, Wen Zhiyu held a deep respect for Professor Snape. He knew that if the professor were to be ridiculed in front of others, he would undoubtedly sever ties with him. Although he had already. "No, I must not," Neville whispered to himself. During his internal struggle, the Boggart, now assuming the form of Snape, emerged from the wardrobe, and Neville's complexion paled. As Snape approached menacingly, the boy resolved to raise his wand and shouted, "Ridiculous!" The Boggart was struck by the spell and almost instantly reverted to its original form, dissipating into black mist as it retreated back into the wardrobe. Neville exhaled in relief, yet his trembling grip on the wand betrayed his anxiety. Though not witnessing what he had hoped for, Lupin expressed a hint of disappointment, yet praised Neville. "Oh, very well. It seems your magical prowess is quite formidable." With his head bowed, Neville returned to the crowd, and Lupin, not lingering, continued to call others forth for practice. One by one, the young wizards cast spells at the Boggart, some succeeding while others faltered. Ron's Boggart took the form of a gigantic spider, while others transformed into mummies. Harry was eager to participate, Yet Lupin had not yet called his name. Goyle. Lupin summoned another to step forward. Oh, hurry up, it's your turn. Crabbe pushed the reluctant Goyle forward. Goyle's face was etched with distress as he was unwillingly thrust to the forefront by the crowd. As he stepped forward, the boggart began to whirl quickly, disregarding Goyle's retreat, the dark mist solidifying into a boy of similar height to them. The crowd fell into a momentary silence. Harry paused as well, observing the boy who bore a familiar smile, advancing step by step toward Goyle, who hastily retreated, nearly losing his grip on his wand. This was Wen Zhiyu, newly admitted to the school. Lupin did not recognize Wen Zhiyu. He noticed Goyle continuously backing away and reached out to encourage him. Do not fear, cast the spell I taught you. Goyle, on the verge of tears, felt the heat rise in his cheeks from the grip he had endured on the train, muttering the incantation haltingly. Ridiculous. Bang! Under the spell's influence, the boy transformed by the boggart dissipated like fireworks, dissolving in a black mist as it fled into the wardrobe. Harry tightened his grip on his black robe, watching Lupin continue to call the young wizards up for practice. The expressions of the other three were similarly grim. Even though they understood it was merely an illusion of the boggart, witnessing the disintegration of a person right before their eyes was undeniably unsettling. By the end of the class, Lupin had called upon all the young wizards, except for Harry, which left him perplexed. However, he had no choice but to depart with a sense of dissatisfaction. Sigh. The sensations coursing through his body were supremely pleasant, enveloped in a warm embrace, as if all fatigue and pressure had been instantaneously alleviated. Wen Zhiyu closed his eyes, hearing a call in his ear. Wen Luo, rise and shine, or you will miss your early class. Early class? Wen Zhiyu abruptly opened his eyes, the almost unfamiliar ceiling coming into view, and he felt as if his wrist was being held by something. His first instinct was to shake it off, yet his body seemed to act independently, springing up in an instant. Hurry, we can't wait for you, the voice urged. I'm coming. I'll go wash up. He heard his own voice, yet he had clearly spoken not a word. Chapter 83, The Shrieking Shack. Attending classes, deducting points, revising essays, brewing potions, and occasional night patrols. These tasks, performed for over a decade, allowed the potions master to swiftly acclimatize to the new academic year. Potter continued to be an incessant source of trouble, prompting Dumbledore to consult him repeatedly, insisting that he must ensure Harry's safety. Snape scoffed, asserting that as long as the insufferable Potter stayed away from foolish endeavors outside Hogwarts, he would encounter no issues. However, he spoke too soon. Upon hearing the words of the fat lady and witnessing that ominous scratch, Dumbledore's vigilance surged. Snape found himself busily occupied once more. First, he concocted Wolfsbane for Lupin, then substituted for a class, and ultimately caught Harry in the corridor, clutching a peculiar piece of parchment. Show me, Snape commanded, his expression impassive. Harry bit his lip, attempting to evade the situation. Snape, with disdain, brandished his wand, threatening, unless you wish for me to seize it by force. Reluctantly, Harry complied. Slowly handing over the contents of his bag, Snape retrieved a small pouch, to which Harry explained it was a gift from Ron, allowing them to visit Hogsmeade. Is that so? Snape inquired, picking up another object, a blank piece of parchment. Do you truly require this? Snape prepared to discard it, but Harry quickly interjected, No, please. Predictably, Snape resumed his grasp on the parchment. Harry lowered his gaze, anxiously clenching his fists, fervently hoping that Professor Snape would not discern the secrets concealed upon its surface. The secret revealed itself. Snape waved his wand, but the parchment remained inert, inciting his irritation as he cast the spell again. This time, the parchment erupted into written words. Harry's heart raced. Just as the script was about to solidify, he noticed a glimmer from Snape, which vanished in an instant. Oh, Potter, where did you acquire this? Snape glared at the map in his hand, wishing to press it directly against Harry's face. 50 points from Gryffindor for spying. Harry was taken aback, staring up at Snape. How did you unlock it? He had not heard Snape utter the incantation. Snape furrowed his brow at Harry, his eyes brimming with contempt. I assumed you witnessed my earlier spell. Now return to your dormitory. Lupin, take him back. Snape bellowed at the shadowy figure nearby, before storming off. Upon returning to the dungeons, Snape hurled the parchment into a corner with frustration, muttering about his recent inability to catch Potter. Deducing all the points he ought to have deducted recently, Snape relished a moment of satisfaction. However, his respite was short-lived. One night, after grading papers, Snape suddenly recalled the map and casually glanced at it. Several familiar names began to converge. Oh, Potter is causing me trouble once more. Sighing, Snape calculated the time and positioned himself to intercept Sirius and Lupin under the full moon. "Pick up your invisibility cloak," he admonished Harry, his disapproval evident. Pointing his wand at Lupin and Black, he threatened, "Tonight, 2 individuals may find themselves in Azkaban." "Wait, Professor Snape," Harry protested, but before he could say more, Snape had already bound Lupin and Black with a spell. "We ought to listen to their past," Harry argued. Snape, uninterested, unleashed venom upon the bound pair and the 3 bystanders. The shrieking shack erupted in a cacophony of sounds. Ron felt a sharp bite on his hand, only to see the rat he held dart away. "Scabbers!" Ron's exclamation startled Hermione, who instinctively cast a quick binding spell at the rat. What transpired next was utterly absurd. Upon spotting the rat, Black ceased all argument and began vociferously accusing it. "You mean to say he is Peter?" Ron gazed incredulously at his pet. "No, he is Scabbers." "Step aside, Mr. Weasley." Snape, having heard this, was not idle. He too had encountered Peter's animagus form, and it bore a striking resemblance. Harry, pulling Ron aside, avoided further debate while Snape's wand glimmered with a bluish-white light. Just as the rat transformed back into human form, Snape cast a binding charm upon him. "How peculiar," Snape mused, feeling that the night was progressing too smoothly. However, there was no time for reminiscing. "Now leave," Snape commanded, pressing his wand against the 3 students. With Harry trailing behind, Harry weighed the necessity of saving his friends, aware that Snape would not be accommodating. Thus, he contemplated attacking Snape, though he could not bring himself to harm his professor. Hesitating, the 6 of them ventured outside, where Black abruptly halted. "What now?" Snape inquired. Shifting his wand to get a better view, he noticed Lupin stiffen, fur sprouting from his body. Glancing at the sky, Snape cursed under his breath. "Release me, quickly," Black urged, approaching Snape. "Not a chance," Snape replied, shielding the 3 students as Lupin's transformation accelerated. It was nearly complete as they retreated 5 paces. Seizing the opportunity, Harry cast a spell to free Black from his bindings. Almost instantaneously, Black transformed into his animagus form and charged at Lupin, inadvertently knocking Snape's wand away. Snape's frustration surged, longing to deduct all of Harry's points, but at that moment, he could only protect them as they continued to retreat. None of them had learned animagus. If a werewolf caught them, they would become one of their kind. However, it was evident that there was a stark difference between a dog and a wolf, and Black was soon sent sprawling, rendered unconscious. With Black incapacitated, the werewolf's focus immediately shifted to the 4 retreating figures, charging towards them with a roar. Snape, devoid of his wand, swiftly seized Harry's wand, conjuring a protective shield just in time. Unfortunately, as it was not his wand, the spell's effectiveness was significantly diminished, and the barrier shattered, the werewolf's claws poised to strike. Snape shielded the 3 students behind him, unable to suppress his fear as he closed his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, the werewolf's claws did not meet him. Instead, he heard a howl of pain from the creature, distantly. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a familiar figure before him. Harry and the others had not blinked. They had witnessed the entire sequence. Just as the werewolf's claws were about to reach Snape, a blue light erupted from his pocket, blocking the attack and sending the werewolf flying. The blue light rapidly coalesced into a human form, raising its right hand. A blue vine ensnaring the werewolf, rendering it immobile. After executing this, the figure turned to glance at them, offering a smile. "You." Chapter 84, The Scent Bag. Harry's voice jolted Snape from his reverie, his gaze fixated on the youth before him. He had not seen this boy in over 6 months. Since that day, the youth had vanished from his world, and he had believed he had sufficiently forgotten that memory with the passage of time. However, when this individual reappeared before him, the usually composed double agent was immediately thrown into disarray. He extended his hand, yearning to touch the youth, yet the sudden resurgence of memories halted his movement. This was not entirely him, or rather, it was not wholly him. The boy's form was semi-transparent, having turned around after subduing the werewolf. His gaze locked with Snape's, and a familiar smile graced his lips. "Professor, do be cautious." The youth stood merely a step away, yet his voice seemed to emanate from a great distance. Snape's expression stiffened, the facade of feigned surprise shattering into countless fragments. In a moment of warmth, Harry dashed forward as he turned, arms outstretched, only to pass through the boy's ethereal form and crash to the ground. Snape's countenance darkened further. Harry attempted to grasp at him again, but upon touching, the boy's figure abruptly dissipated into the night wind, transforming into a myriad of stars. His outstretched hand slowly retreated, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Snape placed his hand into his pocket, where the contents radiated warmth, as if providing an answer to the unfolding events. It was a jade pendant. He was uncertain how the situation progressed, but by the time he halted his steps, he had led a group into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was inquiring about the situation, while Harry apathetically recounted the events beside him. Black had regained consciousness, and Lupin had returned to his senses, causing the office to erupt into a cacophony. One truth after another was unveiled, gruesomely recounting the harsh reality. Snape's hand remained in his pocket, clutching the jade pendant, which fluctuated from scalding to frigid, only to be warmed once more by his touch. Severus, are you listening? Dumbledore finally noticed Snape's peculiar demeanor. Do you believe his fabrications? Snape shot a cold glance at Dumbledore, but his attention had waned regarding the chaos at hand, having heard enough in the shrieking shack. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, but offered a relatively objective response. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Black and Lupin, suppressing the urge to bestow upon each a vial of poison, knowing Dumbledore would not remain idle. You would do well to understand your actions. With those parting words, Snape turned on his heel and departed. Dumbledore was somewhat surprised. After all, it pertained to Lily, and Snape's demeanor was unusually calm, although still imbued with anger. Had this been in the past, he would not have let the matter rest. Dumbledore's thoughts eluded Snape. He strode out of the headmaster's office, heading straight for the dungeons. As long as Black and Lupin remained alive, the truth would always linger, and he did not lack for time. Upon returning to the dungeons, Snape sank into the sofa, slowly retrieving the jade pendant that he had warmed in his pocket, caressing it with his fingertips. He had contemplated storing the pendant away, yet the boy's voice continuously resonated in his ears, compelling him to keep it close. The pendant was exquisitely crafted, pleasantly smooth to the touch. Its carved dragon motif not sharp, the edges rounded and polished to a soft finish that would not prick the skin. Within it resided a fragment of the youth. Suddenly struck by an idea, Snape rose from the sofa and made his way to the bedroom. He retrieved a sachet from beneath his pillow, and in the dim light, the inscription at the bottom of the sachet came into view. Perhaps he needed someone who could translate the Chinese language. As Hogwarts approached its holiday, many events transpired, as if every term with Potter was fraught with turbulence. After bidding farewell to all the young witches and wizards, Snape departed Hogwarts, making his inaugural visit to a Muggle translation bureau. With a stoic expression, he presented his appointment slip, and the attendant ushered him into an office. There sat a man of approximately 40 to 50 years, impeccably attired in a suit. Upon seeing Snape, the man's first thought was that someone had come to challenge him. Given the particularly grim look on Snape's face, it was only when Snape presented the sachet that the man's expression softened, and upon receiving it, he playfully remarked that the gentleman's beloved must be of Chinese descent, having been forced to deal with the departure of young witches and wizards since early morning. Snape was in a foul mood and unceremoniously denied the man's almost nonsensical conjecture. No. The man scrutinized him for a moment, then, as if enlightened, nodded in understanding, and amended his statement, suggesting that he was still pursuing the matter. Snape took a seat opposite him, his expression serious. What nonsense are you speaking? The man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a strong reaction. He glanced at the sachet in his hand, his gaze falling upon the inscription at the very bottom. Suddenly, the man chuckled, placing the sachet on the table and sharing his insights. Sir, being British, you may not be aware that in our culture, sachets are often used as tokens of affection. This left Snape momentarily speechless, before he swiftly rebutted. It is merely an ordinary gift. The man appeared to have anticipated Snape's refutation, and silently mourned for the individual who had gifted the sachet, realizing that this gentleman was not easily won over. However, he did not mind offering some assistance to his compatriot. Very well, the man chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the inscription beneath the sachet. Shall I translate this passage for you? Snape deemed the translator somewhat unreliable. Yet since he was already there and wished to avoid wasting time seeking another, he nodded. The man took a piece of paper, writing while he spoke. I see all living beings as grass and trees, but I see you as a green mountain. In the end, he handed the paper to Snape. What? Snape took the paper, which bore an English translation alongside the Chinese text. The man capped his pen, carefully elaborating, as you can see. This phrase is sufficient to prove that the sachet you received is not merely an ordinary gift. Snape remained silent, merely staring at the translation on the paper with a look of disbelief, as if he had encountered an outrageous joke. The man decided to provide his compatriot with further support. To me, others are like the grass and trees by the roadside, but you alone, in my eyes, resemble a towering green mountain. This is a blatant declaration of affection, sir. Snape opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to argue, yet at a loss for words. He is my student. He is still a child. He cannot possibly understand. Hesitating, Snape retrieved the jade pendant from his pocket and placed it on the table. The man's eyes brightened at the sight, yet he refrained from reaching out to touch it, merely leaning in slightly to observe the pendant closely. Superb mutton fat jade. The man marveled, intertwining his hands with a knowing smile, his gaze fixated on Snape across the table. Is the gentleman truly unaware? Or is he merely pretending not to know? Chapter 85, The Youth. Snape furrowed his brow. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. What do you mean by that? The man's words provoked a sympathetic response for the girl who had presented the gift. These two items were gifted by the same person, were they not? Indeed. The man regarded Snape as somewhat dense. Let me explain it this way. If one only presents the sachet, it signifies a declaration of affection, albeit in a subtle manner. He then gestured toward the jade pendant, adopting a solemn expression. However, this is different. The jade pendant carries many connotations in our culture, far too broad to define. Yet, if one gifts both the sachet and the jade pendant, there is but one possibility. The unfinished words elicited a probing gaze from Severus Snape, and the man suddenly bestowed upon him an inexplicable smile. This jade pendant. It was a token of devotion bestowed upon you by the other party. A thunderous realization erupted in Snape's mind, as if struck by an explosion. He found himself unable to process this information, frantically seeking justifications for the meanings he might not comprehend. The man suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder this gentleman had been reluctant to believe. It was all due to this. Feeling a twinge of sorrow for his fellow countrymen, the man could only state the facts. No person from Huaxiao would be ignorant of this. It was knowledge ingrained in their very bones. As he spoke, he provided an example. Just as an Englishman proposes with a ring, no one is oblivious to the significance of a ring, not even an 8-year-old child. Each word from the man's lips struck Snape like a hammer, effortlessly shattering the flimsy excuses he had managed to conjure, further complicating his already tumultuous thoughts. He pressed his lips together, instinctively wishing to shield his mind from the onslaught. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the two items on the table, and the magic within him stilled abruptly. The man wished to bolster his compatriot, for this gentleman before him truly did not appear to be a man easily pursued. Yet, Snape did not grant him the opportunity to speak. He snatched the items from the table and stormed out. The man shrugged. He had done his best. Upon leaving the translation office, Snape did not return to Hogwarts, nor did he venture back to Spinner's End. He needed a place to gather his thoughts, he mused. The love that arrived late, revealed a year after the boy's passing, seemed to provide answers to everything that had transpired. The boy had penned an innocent love letter for him with his smile. There were no demands, no tests, not even excessive physical contact. The most audacious act had been on a stormy Christmas night, where they quietly shifted closer to stand side by the Black Lake. It mirrored his past self lying on the grass with Lily, gazing at the sky, which had felt precious beyond measure. Snape paused at a park, weary from walking, and settled onto a long bench, clutching the two items in his hand. Just 2 years, he reminded himself. Merely a student with whom he had shared a fleeting 2 years. He could afford to be naive and let love blossom, but he could not. Setting aside their respective positions, he was his professor, a man nearly 20 years his senior. Perhaps he should not trouble himself over the boy's affections. After all, no matter how much that person cared for him, he could no longer appear at his side. He ought to discard these two items or bury them forever. As long as they vanished, no one would ever know. A rather sinister thought flickered through Snape's mind, yet he tightened his grip on the jade pendant, slowly bringing it to rest against his chest. But what could he do? He could not bring himself to abandon the boy's relics. Much like his countless attempts to persuade himself to disregard that troublesome matter, only to find himself easily forsaking his resolve upon glimpsing the boy. In over 30 years of less than favorable times, it was the first instance someone had loved him. Forgive him, after having lingered in a moonlit night. He could no longer stride unwaveringly into darkness. Let him be forever despicable. Wen Zhiyu floated in a dreamlike state, feeling as though he were enveloped in something. Disoriented and unable to touch the ground. Unseen fragments and memories unfolded before him. He witnessed the death of his previous incarnation, not from a sudden heart attack while reading, but rather in a cinema, where he was accidentally pushed and fatally injured by a quarreling couple. Wen Zhiyu cursed. This was hardly preferable to a sudden demise. Yet, as the scene shifted, he saw his younger self. He was indeed tiny, curled up in golden liquid, placed by the master in the volcanic mountains. What was this about? Without time to ponder, he saw a soul resembling his own drifting from his infant body, and he appeared quite astonished as well. It was at this moment that Wen Zhiyu felt himself being drawn into that soul, continuing to observe the memory from a first-person perspective. He saw himself wandering through Huaxiao for a full 7 years, then resolutely crossing the ocean to the west. It was only when the surrounding architecture began to look familiar that Wen Zhiyu recognized his location. Spinner's End was a common area, where the houses and layout had hardly changed in decades. He recognized it almost immediately upon entering. Why had he come here? At that time, he likely had no knowledge of the magical world in England, did he? Then he saw himself aimlessly meandering through Spinner's End, ultimately stopping before a 2-story house. The professor's residence? No. Wen Zhiyu recalled the date he had seen while walking, 1965. What on earth was happening? Had he been here so early? Why did he have no recollection of this period? It was evident that his past self had a clear objective. He passed through walls, wandering within the house until he finally stopped beside a seemingly frail little boy. The boy, with black hair and eyes, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, was instantly recognizable to him. The professor? Goodness, he did not speak. Or rather, the self within this memory had approached the little boy, calling out to him. He was in a ghostly state, as was the self from the memory. So the boy naturally would not know that someone was calling him by a strange name in his own home. He seemed to settle down. The memory of himself no longer drifted about aimlessly, learning peculiar things. He had become attached to the little boy. Was this a bit odd? Wen Zhiyu dismissed the thought as inappropriate and continued to watch. Chapter 86. The Beginning of Nirvana. Initially, everything was splendid. He had thought he would be unable to see the professor for a long time after death, and he had mourned secretly for a while. But fortunately, he followed this unknown memory to the childhood of the professor, spending every day with him, conversing, playing, and witnessing him enveloped in love. The turning point came when young Severus turned 6. One night, his magic surged uncontrollably, and his mother, Eileen, promptly administered a calming potion, averting disaster. Wen Zhiyu let out a sigh of relief, but from that day on, Severus's father, Tobias, began returning home late every night, even displaying contempt upon seeing his son. His heart sank until one day, Tobias returned home inebriated and violently assaulted Eileen and young Severus. Wen Zhiyu desperately tried to shield the professor, but it was futile. He was merely a ghost, a memory, powerless to intervene. Young Severus was terrified by his father's actions. He cried all night in Eileen's embrace, while Wen Zhiyu murmured words of comfort beside them. In the days that followed, Tobias returned home drunk daily, frequently resorting to violence against his wife and child, and Eileen, caught in the cycle of abuse, could no longer care for Severus. She chose the former over her son. Wen Zhiyu trembled with anger, witnessing himself repeatedly attacking the two, shouting curses. Yet it was all in vain. Everything he did was futile, and as a soul, he could not even offer Severus a comforting embrace. He gazed intently, observing the professor's tumultuous childhood, witnessing Severus transition from tears to numbness, from buoyancy to gloom. He would valiantly shield Severus during Tobias's beatings, his fists passing through his translucent form to strike Severus. In the stillness of night, he would envelop the slumbering Severus in an unperceived embrace, attempting to impart the warmth he himself could not provide. Beyond these gestures, he was powerless, unable even to wipe away a single tear. At the tender age of 9, Severus encountered a girl with fiery red hair, a girl whose name was melodious, Lily Evans. She was also the mother of the savior, Harry Potter. As he beheld her emerald green eyes, so reminiscent of Harry's, a flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon him. In the days that followed, Severus would occasionally study, converse, and even play with Lily beneath the grand tree where they first met. He drifted quietly beside him, watching as Severus gradually fell in love with another. His heart ached, yet a greater sense of relief washed over him. Grateful that someone could pull Severus from the abyss of his childhood, he watched as Severus grew from 5 to 17, witnessing his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Observing his exhilaration as he and Lily ventured into the wizarding world, he remained steadfast, returning once more to the familiar halls of Hogwarts, unnoticed by the ghosts who inhabited them, as if he were a being existing beyond the realm, watching Severus flourish. Yet, he sensed that this version of himself within the memories seemed to be orchestrating something with purpose. Over the course of many years in his ghostly state, the memory of himself gradually acquired an inexplicable power, beginning to influence reality. He observed himself diverting an individual who initially intended to trouble Severus, guiding certain people with intentionality. Upon gaining this ability, he refrained from revealing himself to Severus immediately, concealing certain truths. In Severus's 6th year, he and Lily severed their bond, plunging headlong into darkness. Growing ever more somber, he followed closely, as he had for the past years, accompanying him in study, in sleepless nights, and as he unleashed venom upon his adversaries. This companionship persisted until Severus's 7th year, when he witnessed himself, under the cover of night, embrace Severus in a fleeting moment as he closed his eyes, only to withdraw the instant Severus opened them, gazing into his eyes and uttering the final words of farewell. "Severus, we shall meet again soon." In the shadowed night, dark eyes pierced into his heart, and the departing soul never looked back. Then, the world succumbed to darkness, and two souls commenced their true amalgamation. Wen Zhiyu, or rather, Wen Luo, beheld the entirety of memory's tapestry, perceiving the narrative from the past, glimpsing Severus's future, and witnessing the professor's demise. He finally comprehended the purpose of his memories. He was altering the narrative, wielding all his power to reshape Severus's fate. Yet, the outcome was evident. No matter how he disrupted the plot, all deviations would inevitably revert to their origin, just as he could not prevent the beginning or all of Severus's suffering. Compromise? Such a term held no place in his lexicon. If avoidance was impossible, then he would confront the challenges head-on. If the world demanded a sacrifice, why should it not be someone else? In the final moments of memory, when Luo concealed all knowledge of Severus and the magical realm, intending to orchestrate a grand strategy in this world, he would alter Severus's destiny, reshape his future, and transform the tragedy of his death, even at the cost of his own existence. After all, he had come for you. The dormant volcano, silenced for over a year, began to awaken. Its smooth lava surging forth, expelling a torrent of searing sparks. Deep within the volcano, a youth ensconced in a golden-hued liquid gradually unfurled from his previously coiled state, his garments having been consumed by flames upon entry. As the magma surrounding him began to reveal thin, golden veins, like serpentine dragons, they danced within the molten flow. In an instant, all the gold surged toward the youth, entering his being from all directions, and with but a few breaths, his form began to transform. Golden light enveloped him. The volcano roared to life, erupting with molten rock, and dense ash billowed toward the sky. The formation had been triggered. The resounding crash from the rear mountain could not escape the notice of the members of the Divine Spirit sect. Even those from remote cultivation sects sensed a disturbance. Glancing towards that direction, there, a blood moon was on the verge of reappearing. Chapter 87, The World Cup. During the holiday, Snape ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Instead of inspecting his potion garden, he followed the memories of that fateful night to a secluded spot. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Moss clung to the tree trunks, and the gentle breeze stirred the leaves into a soft rustle. He paused before a small pile of stones, crouching down. The leaves that had once covered them had been washed away, whether by wind or rain. Among the crevices of the stones, he discovered a crystal vial. The moment he lifted it, a tiny piece of paper, the size of a fingernail, fell out. Snape picked it up, bringing it closer to discern the 4 letters inscribed upon it. Lost. Lost. The letters were crooked, indicating they had not been translated with a spell. Snape glanced at the liquid within the vial, which was a murky black, an unsuccessful potion, for there had been no full moon that night. Sighing, he replaced the vial and paper in their original positions, pondering whether to cover them with the nearby ancient leaves. He then departed. Recently, Harry had been plagued by nightmares, which he confided in his 2 friends. Hermione advised him not to be overly anxious. They, along with the Weasley family, attended the Quidditch World Cup. Upon entering, 100,000 wizards gradually filled the stadium, their box situated at the very top, led by Mr. Weasley as they ascended. At the pinnacle of the arena, they arrived at a small private box. As they entered, Harry's gaze darted around, landing on 2 black-clad bodyguards standing at the entrance of the adjacent box. Notably, both bore Asian features. Before he could contemplate whether they were from China, Ron pulled him into their box. Inside, there were numerous seats, and they settled in the front row. In the adjacent box, however, things were distinctly different. All the chairs had been cleared, and the decor had undergone significant alteration, with anything slightly worn discarded, replaced by many embellishments that were not typically Western. At the forefront of the box sat a sleek black leather armchair, flanked by 2 figures in black robes, one tall and one short. Seated upon the chair, one rested his chin on his hand while the other draped his arm casually over his leg, his gaze occasionally flickering toward the playing field. His long black hair cascaded over the chair, nearly blending with it, while a white shirt paired with a red, wide-sleeved robe, complemented by black trousers and a red cord serving as a belt, adorned with several coins of the mountain spirit, completed his appearance. At the forefront of the private booth lay an enchantment, one of modest efficacy, allowing those within to behold the outside world while remaining invisible to it. The soundproofing charm was equally impressive, effectively muting the surrounding cacophony from penetrating the sanctity of the booth. Shortly thereafter, a commotion arose at the entrance. A waiter ushered in a middle-aged man with platinum blonde hair. Lucius, clad in a tailored black suit and draped with an overcoat, grasped his cane tightly upon entering. It was only upon reaching the front that he noticed there was but a solitary armchair in the entire booth, and the other individual appeared disinclined to turn back after his arrival. Slowing his pace, Lucius halted 5 meters behind the chair, typically the epitome of social ease. He found himself at a loss for words in this moment. He did not recognize the figure lounging on the chair. He had merely accepted an invitation from the enigmatic organization, weighing its burgeoning reputation in Britain over recent years, and thus did not refuse. His gaze shifted to the tall figure standing to the left of the chair, someone he recognized, an executive from the organization, frequently seen at various aristocratic soirees. Not only in the wizarding world, but he had also encountered him at high-profile Muggle gatherings, having collaborated on several occasions. His resolute demeanor and decisive approach were well regarded in the British wizarding community. Such a person was, today, relegated to merely standing beside the chair, underscoring the elevated status of the individual seated upon it. "Lucius Malfoy, I have heard of you," came a voice, deep and placid, with an air of naturalness. "Indeed. I was unaware that you had summoned me," Lucius replied, seizing upon the opening to engage in conversation. As time slipped away, when Lucius finally departed the room, his forehead glistened with cold sweat. Producing a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped his brow and returned to his own booth. Narcissa and Draco were already present. Upon entering, Lucius greeted his wife and son before mingling with the other guests. Draco and Harry maintained a respectful distance, mindful of the rift between their fathers, who had clashed during their last encounter at the bookstore. Their exchanges were brief, as the Quidditch World Cup was set to commence shortly. Lucius settled back into his seat, and Narcissa leaned closer, her eyes imbued with a questioning glimmer. Lucius shook his head, signaling her to postpone the matter. Narcissa acquiesced, diverting her attention to the match alongside Draco. The event commenced with a variety of performances, leading up to the appearance of the competing teams. Amidst the fervent cheers, the match unfolded with great intensity, as supporters fervently rallied for their respective teams. Ultimately, the Irish team triumphed by a margin of 10 points. After the trophy presentation, the Wizards in the stadium began to make their way toward the exits, and Harry and his companions returned to their original tent. The group animatedly discussed the match, gradually succumbing to slumber amidst their spirited chatter. Suddenly, Harry was jolted awake as Mr. Weasley bellowed, rousing everyone, unable to wait for them to dress properly. Hastily donning a denim jacket over his pajamas before rushing outside, Harry and Ron followed closely behind, swept along by the chaotic throng as they ventured into the woods. It was then that a green skull symbol materialized in the sky. Chapter 88, the fourth term. The skull was enormous, and a massive serpent slithered from its jaws, exuding an air of foreboding. "Harry, what are you doing? We must leave now." Ron nudged Harry, while Hermione grasped him firmly and pulled him along. "This is not the time for stargazing. We need to get out of here." Harry was propelled deeper into the woods by their insistence. Mere moments after the trio vanished from sight, a colossal serpent emerged from the side, demolishing a row of tents and snapping up a slow-moving individual in its maw. "Spit it out. Don't consume filthy prey," a gentle voice emerged from behind the serpent. Reluctantly, the creature released its victim, flinging him aside. Without pausing, the serpent continued its path toward the other tents, seemingly finding amusement in the chaos as it regarded the scattered tents as its targets. In the tumultuous meadow, countless wizards fled in disarray, while a group of hooded and masked wizards brandished torches, igniting tents in a bid to amplify the disorder. "Childish antics," remarked the steward, observing the pandemonium. Just 2 steps ahead of him stood a man with long black hair, his back turned, his crimson robe appearing particularly vivid against the backdrop of flames. The Death Eaters commenced capturing Muggles amidst the panic, tormenting those they ensnared. The steward shook his head, somewhat disdainful of their actions. The skeletal emblem in the night sky signified that the assault was far from over, yet it appeared solitary. The man raised a hand, and as it descended, an abundance of green skull symbols erupted in the sky, densely populating the expanse above. "Still too petty," he mused, dissatisfied with his creation. "Shall we lend them a hand?" The steward bowed in acquiescence and advanced into the darkness. Moments later, a throng of figures clad in black robes, akin to the Death Eaters, surged into the meadow. Their actions even more egregious. They indiscriminately attacked anyone in sight, their wands flailing wildly. The Death Eaters, unaccustomed to such a scene, attempted to awaken the conscience of their counterparts, hoping to convey that they were allies. However, one was swiftly felled by a killing curse. Amidst the screams, shrieks, and curses, the entire meadow descended into chaos. By the time the Ministry of Magic and Horrors arrived, the tents had been largely reduced to rubble. After extinguishing the flames, they methodically dragged over 30 Death Eater corpses from various locations. "I believe I just saw a serpent," exclaimed someone. He received a thump on the forehead from a nearby individual. "What do you mean believe? It's clearly there." A crowd gathered, animatedly recounting their experiences after the turmoil subsided, including the Weasley family. Harry quietly told Ron it was the basilisk. Ron, not quite catching what he said, asked what? Harry had to repeat, "It's not just a big snake. It's the basilisk I encountered in the Chamber of Secrets." His voice was not particularly loud, yet the surrounding noise drowned out his words, leaving only Ron to hear him. Ron's eyes widened in alarm at Harry's assertion, and upon seeing Harry solemnly nod, he exclaimed, "But didn't you say it was dead? Is there another one out there?" The matter concerning the basilisk related to Hogwarts, and after a brief discussion, they resolved to inform Professor Dumbledore, just as the Ministry of Magic and Horrors began to tidy the scene. Once everything was in order, they accompanied the Weasley family, departing once again through the portkey. More than a week later, a carriage passed through a grand entrance adorned with sculptures of winged boars, traversing a wide driveway as the vehicle swayed in the fierce wind. As the trio touched down, Hermione was nearly caught off balance by a puddle beneath her feet. But fortunately, Professor McGonagall managed to steady her. Rubbing her throat, Hermione expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." The professor smiled warmly before resuming her pursuit of Peeves. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding poltergeist was engaged in a dispute with McGonagall, the three hurried into the Great Hall. Upon finding their seats in Gryffindor, they speculated that the new first-year witches and wizards were still traversing the lake and began to converse. "Where is the new defense against the dark arts teacher?" One of them noted the empty chair at the staff table. Despite the annual turnover of their defense against the dark arts professor, the headmaster always managed to find a replacement each year. They pondered why anyone would willingly take on such a transient position. Harry followed their gaze, only to be startled back by a fierce glare from Snape. "Perhaps this year they simply couldn't find anyone," Harry remarked dryly. Their conversation meandered until the first-year students, dripping wet, entered the hall, appearing as though they had just swum across the lake. Draco was jesting with his companions at the Slytherin table. Upon hearing Draco's voice, Harry glanced over, a smile creeping onto his lips. Once again, the Sorting Hat did not sing. Instead, the melody was provided by Professor Flitwick. After the first years were sorted, Dumbledore rose as usual to announce the term's important matters, casually disclosing a significant piece of news. "No Quidditch this year." Harry gasped in disbelief. Observing that many in the hall echoed his sentiments, Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. He then announced the upcoming Triwizard Tournament for the semester. The excitement among the first years was short-lived, as Dumbledore swiftly added that those under 17 would not be eligible to compete, prompting an uproar among the younger students. With that, Dumbledore took his seat, ushering the hall into its final segment. After ensuring all the new students were settled, Snape made his way to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he found Dumbledore savoring a lemon sherbet, who warmly invited him to join. Snape shot him a sidelong glance, leading Dumbledore to put his cup down in resignation. "Severus, I may need your assistance in teaching a few defense against the dark arts classes," Dumbledore stated. Snape, exasperated, reminded him of his own numerous responsibilities. "Even if I had a fondness for that subject, I thought you were aware of how busy I am." Dumbledore, with a sigh, explained that it was only for a few days, as he had been unable to reach Professor Moody and might need to find a new instructor. Snape regarded Dumbledore with undisguised derision. "It appears our illustrious headmaster has been stood up." Dumbledore patiently endured Snape's mockery, acknowledging that he was indeed in need of assistance. Once Snape had finished venting his venom, Dumbledore quietly inquired, "So, will you?" After a moment of silence in the office, Snape, with a scowl, turned to exit. But Dumbledore knew he had acquiesced. Once the potion's master departed, Dumbledore retrieved a sheet of parchment from his drawer. As he gazed at the words upon it, a look of difficulty crossed his features, and after much deliberation, he reluctantly put quill to paper. Chapter 89, Blood Moon. As the new term commenced, the young witches and wizards once again encountered their potions professor in the defense against the dark arts class. In the entrance hall, a group of students clustered around a large announcement, chattering excitedly. "This is brilliant," Harry exclaimed. "Our last class on Friday is potions. We can retain our points." In just 10 days, Gryffindor's standing had plummeted. Upon entering the Great Hall, the students were greeted by a transformed space, adorned with the banners of the four houses and the Hogwarts crest. Professor McGonagall directed them to form a line, descending the steps to stand before the castle. The cold wind whipped through, raising the hems of the students' robes and imparting a chill that seeped into their bones. Yet, their curiosity remained undeterred. As they began to speculate in hushed tones about how the other two schools would make their entrance, sharing an array of fanciful ideas. Just as they were conjecturing, a keen-eyed first-year spotted a colossal object hovering above the forbidden forest. "Look, what is that?" a young witch screamed. "It's a dragon," another countered, only to be dismissed with "Don't be foolish. It's a house." "Is it flying?" As the enormous entity glided over the treetops, illuminated by the castle's window lights, they soon discerned it to be a grand, powder-blue carriage. At the front, 12 winged horses soared lower and lower, descending with remarkable speed until they came to rest in an open area. Just as Harry was about to approach the carriage to inspect its emblem, a boy clad in a light blue robe leapt down. Following his movements, they beheld a woman descending from the carriage, towering even above Hagrid. Draped in a long black gown, her hair was styled in an elegant bun, adorned with lavish accessories that exuded opulence. "Dear Madame Maxime," Dumbledore greeted, welcoming her to Hogwarts. During their exchange, over a dozen young witches and wizards disembarked from the carriage, appearing to be around 17 or 18, clad in lavish silks. The arrival of Durmstrang was even more astonishing. A ship emerged from the depths of the Black Lake. Those disembarking were primarily cloaked in fur, though the man leading them donned a striking silver fur cloak. "Oh, Dumbledore, my good fellow, how do you fare?" He jovially approached Dumbledore. "I am splendid, thank you, Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied. With both schools now present, the three headmasters began conversing in the clearing. The Hogwarts students buzzed with excitement as they discussed the other two schools, while the students from the other institutions reciprocated the chatter about Hogwarts. In the night breeze, Hogwarts professors stood a short distance behind Dumbledore, with Professor Flitwick inching closer to Professor Sprout. "Pomona, why don't we go inside to talk?" Flitwick suggested, feeling the chill as he stood there in insufficient attire. "I support you in encouraging them to move inside," Professor Sprout replied, her face unchanging as she nudged her colleague forward. Flitwick stamped his feet. "Why don't you go?" "Because I am sufficiently warm today," Sprout indicated her layered clothing. Flitwick McGonagall, unable to bear the sight, tugged at Sprout's robes, casting a glance at the stern-faced Snape, who was similarly underdressed. "I shall inquire," McGonagall said, resignedly making her way over. Dumbledore continued his conversation with the other two headmasters, sharing laughter until McGonagall approached. "Is something amiss, Minerva?" Dumbledore asked. McGonagall nodded to the other two headmasters, suggesting, "It is quite cold outside. Shall we not retreat indoors to converse?" Dumbledore comprehended her implication. Patting her shoulder with a solemn air, "Do not rush, Minerva. We still await the arrival of one more friend." Now it was McGonagall's turn to be taken aback. Accompanied by a friend, Dumbledore nodded and handed a letter to McGonagall, urging her to take a look. McGonagall, bewildered, accepted the letter and opened it, scrutinizing the writing under the light. "A school from China is coming as spectators?" Her voice was not particularly soft, and the surrounding crowd quickly caught wind of the news, creating a ripple effect until everyone was aware. Dumbledore had hoped to retain an element of surprise. Not only were the young wizards of Hogwarts astonished, but even the students from the other two schools were equally taken aback. The three academies were well acquainted with each other, yet they were entirely oblivious to the happenings at the academy in China. Soon, all the young wizards, disregarding the chill of the night air, engaged in fervent discussions. Snape, upon hearing the news, was momentarily taken aback, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Flitwick, on the other hand, was quite animated, neglecting the cold as he began to discuss with several professors nearby, even attempting to include Snape in the conversation. As time passed, the young wizards engrossed in discussion suddenly noticed something amiss with the surrounding light. Harry glanced up, then, astonished, tugged on Ron's sleeve, exclaiming, Look at that." Ron and Hermione followed his pointing finger. A blood-red moon hung in the night sky, resembling a massive ruby. The moonlight cascaded over the earth, tinting half the sky crimson. They were not the only ones who noticed the anomaly. Many young wizards in conversation had also become aware of the situation, and everyone, including the conversing professors, instinctively looked up. Suddenly, from among the clouds adjacent to the moon, a large ship emerged. Unlike Durmstrang's vessel, this one was adorned with elongated tail fins on either side. Dumbledore composed himself, urging those around him to quiet down, for it seemed the visitors from China had arrived. The crowd watched as the ship flew forth from the clouds, gliding steadily towards them. Before they could marvel at the ship's appearance, a dozen figures clad in black robes suddenly surged forth from the surrounding clouds. Merlin's beard. "What is that? Is it a person? Someone is flying down from above." As they spoke, flying swords rushed downward, and almost as soon as the ship touched the ground, all the swiftly approaching figures formed a perfect line. A group of young wizards watched in awe as the objects beneath their feet leapt into the air upon landing and slid into the sheaths in their hands. Following this, 2 rows of figures knelt in unison, their long swords striking the ground with a dull thud. Not only the young wizards but also the heads of the schools and the professors were taken aback, momentarily frozen in place as they gazed at the descending ship. The celestial vessel had not fully landed, hovering half a meter above the ground. Subsequently, a flicker of golden light emanated from the front of the ship, and 7 or 8 figures appeared instantaneously in the open space before it. Like the previously landed figures in black robes, these individuals were also clad in dark garments, their hoods drawn tightly around their faces. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, wielding a staff topped with a wolf's head intricately carved in silver. Upon revealing himself, the old man raised his staff and struck the ground lightly, unleashing a vast surge of magical energy that enveloped him, restoring the blood moon to its original state. Chapter 90, The Return. The crimson hue gradually faded, and the moonlight blanketed the earth, plunging the surroundings into silence. No one dared to speak at that moment. As the unusual phenomenon subsided, the elder began to lead his companions slowly towards Dumbledore. Apart from the elder, nearly every individual among them brandished a sword or knife, seemingly a tradition among the wizards of China, much to the fascination of the young wizards observing. Harry noticed one individual's knife appeared somewhat familiar, yet the cloaked figure obscured his features, causing Harry to shift his gaze to the others. Finally, the group halted a short distance from Dumbledore. The elder first surveyed the surroundings, then fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, his expression stern yet respectful. Long have I anticipated this meeting, Headmaster Dumbledore. As the host, Dumbledore stepped forward, greeting him warmly. Good day, sir. Welcome to Hogwarts. The elder's demeanor remained calm, and he had no intention of shaking hands. Duhong, my name. Why does it feel like the visitors harbor ill intentions? McGonagall furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the group before her. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Very well, may I address you as Mr. Du? True to form, Dumbledore managed to maintain a cordial dialogue, even in the face of the other's evident reluctance to engage further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elder suddenly turned his attention to the young wizards nearby, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. It so happens that someone from my school has previously attended your esteemed institution. Oh, Dumbledore responded, somewhat surprised, casting a glance over the crowd. Hogwarts had indeed admitted numerous students from China, yet he was curious which cohort Mr. Du referred to. Duhong stroked his staff thoughtfully, considering the timeline. It must have been 3 years ago. Dumbledore paused, tilting his head slightly towards Professor McGonagall, who frowned in contemplation and then silently shook her head. Returning his gaze to Duhong, Dumbledore offered a faint smile. Could it be that you are mistaken, sir? Was it truly 3 years ago? In fact, not only 3 years prior, but over the past decade, Hogwarts had not enrolled any students with such a background. Duhong remained non-committal, yet his smile deepened. It seems I did not leave a lasting impression on the headmaster. Does this imply that I approached my studies with a lack of seriousness? Dumbledore frowned, wishing to articulate further, but Duhong did not grant him that opportunity. Instead, he slightly turned his head, addressing the black-robed figures behind him in a lowered voice. Isn't that right, Nanyu? At the mention of the name, several nearby young wizards' eyes widened in astonishment. Even Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, a majority of gazes shifted towards Duhong's direction. There stood an individual clad like the rest, gripping a Tang's sword, his features obscured by a hood. Upon being called, Nanyu's expression soured. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward, lifting his hood to reveal himself respectfully. It is I. The youth had silver hair, with the longer strands braided neatly to one side, his face showing little change, yet he appeared more mature, and his height had noticeably increased. Dumbledore and the professors were taken aback to learn that the individual Duhong had mentioned was Nanyu. Harry and his friends were equally astonished. Having taken a year off, Nanyu's sudden appearance in such a guise elicited a chorus of gasps. Nanyu, Ron, Hermione, did you see that? It's Nanyu, Harry exclaimed, joyfully shaking his two friends. What is he doing here? Professor McGonagall said the spectators were from a school in China. Has he transferred? Ron raised his hand to halt Harry's exuberance. My goodness. Hermione shook her head. This school seems rather dubious, doesn't it? Not only they, but the older Hufflepuffs also recognized their former classmate. Had their head of house not been present, they might have dashed over in excitement. Duhong remained silent as Nanyu gripped his sword, turning to face Dumbledore and the professors, offering them a respectful bow. As Nanyu bowed, Dumbledore took another moment to appraise Duhong, then addressed Nanyu. Ah, my child. I did not expect to encounter you here. Nanyu pressed his lips together, uncertain of what to say, his gaze drifting to Snape, who stood a short distance away. Severus Snape's expression was far from pleasant, his brows knitted in a frown. Retracting his gaze, Nanyu swallowed nervously. During his time at Hogwarts, Nanyu's reputation for being taciturn was well known. Regardless of how affable one might be, he was always disinclined to engage in conversation. As the headmaster, Dumbledore was naturally aware of this, and thus, he merely smiled at Nanyu's silence without giving it much thought. Observing the reactions around him, Duhong raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with the rapport he had established. Nanyu cast his eyes downward, remaining mute, absorbed in his tasks, yet lacking concentration. Duhong's gaze swept coldly over Nanyu, laden with implication, indicating a lack of accomplishments. Understanding the implications of his words, Nanyu's complexion paled. Dumbledore also grasped the situation, since Nanyu was present. That individual must be as well, and he had previously mentioned that Nanyu served as his protector. A visage flashed in Dumbledore's mind, and he pressed his lips together, recognizing that it was not his place to interfere in matters that did not concern him. Snape, too, caught on, clenching his fist, his eyes glaring fiercely at Duhong. Who was this man? The atmosphere grew tense as Nanyu bowed his head, refraining from countering Duhong's remarks, while the others hesitated to intervene. simply watching in silence. Du Hong, still somewhat dissatisfied, directed a menacing gaze at Nanyu, poised to speak further, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Elder Qi, the voice, gentle yet laced with a chill, emanated from a short distance away. Following the sound, a flicker of red light revealed a man clad in a black suit, accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals in dark robes, suddenly materializing in a nearby clearing. His long black hair cascaded loosely down his back, his features strikingly handsome. And beneath his black suit, he donned a burgundy shirt, his golden eyes glinting ominously in the night. The moment the figure appeared, the previously quiet dark-clad individual swiftly turned, one hand gripping a long sword against the ground while the other was clenched in a fist at their chest as they bowed in respect. Du Heng's expression shifted slightly, but those behind him reacted first, dropping to one knee in a nearly identical gesture, including Nanyu. This display of deference rendered the already tense atmosphere even more peculiar. The man approached amidst the formal greetings, his tone cold as he remarked, "I believe my people do not require instruction from others." Upon drawing near, Wen Zhiyu added, his voice tinged with displeasure, "Would you not agree?" Du Heng opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately lowered his head, respectfully replying, "As you say, young master." This address sparked a thought in Dumbledore's mind, yet he quickly dismissed it, forcing himself not to succumb to paranoia. And who might this be? Upon hearing his question, Wen Zhiyu turned slightly, smiling as he inclined his head towards Dumbledore, extending his hand. "It has been a while, Headmaster Dumbledore. I am the representative for this region of Huaxia." Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping over Du Hong, noticing he remained bowed, and piecing together the situation. He smiled as he took Wen Zhiyu's hand. "Greetings, sir." Releasing his hand, Wen Zhiyu offered an apologetic smile, explaining, "I sincerely apologize. I encountered some issues on the way, which delayed my arrival." Without mentioning his identity, this individual's demeanor was far more amiable than Du Heng's, making Dumbledore more inclined to engage in conversation with him. Chapter 91, Reunion. As night deepened, at some undetermined moment, the cold stars strained against the leaden sky, revealing a few points of icy light. Earlier, Dumbledore had been unable to discern the man's features due to the distance and darkness, but now, as he drew closer, he could finally see his appearance. With black hair and golden eyes, his long, dark locks cascading behind him, his skin was fair, and his features were so exquisitely crafted they seemed sculpted from jade. The man wore a gentle smile, his peach blossom eyes radiating warmth while suppressing the cold glimmer beneath. Not only he, but after their handshake, many curious gazes fell upon him, and faint whispers of awe rippled through the crowd of young wizards. "Are all Huaxia people this beautiful?" One little wizard inquired softly to a nearby friend. "Who could argue? Senior Zhangqiu is just as stunning," replied the friend, unable to tear his gaze away from the man. "He has such a charming smile." Among all present, perhaps only Snape remained unaffected by the man's allure, instead feeling a surge of anger. This visage, he had seen it before. The man from the water mirror in the cellar bore a striking resemblance to this individual, to the extent that, compared to Wen Zhiyu, this person seemed more like the son of that man. So in Snape's eyes, what was the boy? A mere pawn to draw fire away from his son. The more Snape pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. The memory of a bloody boy lying in his arms resurfaced, and he tightened his grip around the wand that had rolled into his hand from his sleeve. Yet, fortunately, his training as a double agent prevented him from succumbing to rage. The more he thought, the angrier he grew, ultimately gritting his teeth and employing mental occlusion to suppress the fury boiling within. Not far away, the two continued their discourse. As a token of apology, "Please accept this gift for the headmaster." With that, one of the individuals who had accompanied Wen Zhiyu stepped forward, producing a small bag. Shaking it, a figure tumbled out. Rolling towards the two, Nanyu halted the rolling figure with his foot, exerting a bit of force. The figure flipped over, lying on its back before the crowd. "Moody?" Dumbledore exclaimed upon recognizing the figure, immediately crouching down to inspect him. Snape also froze momentarily, his fierce gaze shifting from Wen Zhiyu to Moody. Dumbledore looked up at Wen Zhiyu. Wen Zhiyu nodded sadly, his tone resigned. "I found him by the roadside. I brought his body to Hogwarts. I prefer to help others. And it was on my way." A silence lingered. Finally, Dumbledore's gaze moved away from Wen Zhiyu, employing a spell to retrieve Moody's body before standing. "I had not been able to contact him for quite some time. I never expected." Dumbledore closed his eyes momentarily before thanking Wen Zhiyu. "Thank you for bringing him back, sir." "There is no need for thanks." Wen Zhiyu lifted his eyes, his smile radiant. "It is getting late. I believe it is time for everyone to enter the Great Hall. The winds outside are brisk. How should I address you, sir?" As he spoke, Dumbledore suddenly realized he did not know the man's name. "Oh, it suddenly comes to mind." Wen Zhiyu's gaze swept from Dumbledore to Snape and back again. "Now I understand why no one reacted upon seeing me. I nearly forgot that my appearance changed after the resurrection. Wen Zhiyu's smile remained. Yet his tone carried a hint of grievance as he remarked, "It seems Headmaster Dumbledore does not remember me." Dumbledore. Wen Zhiyu's gaze shifted from Dumbledore to Professor McGonagall, who looked bewildered under his scrutiny. After pondering for a considerable time, she could not recall knowing such an individual and could only stiffly apologize. "I'm afraid my memory isn't what it used to be." She was specifically referring to Dumbledore. Dumbledore. With a gentle withdrawal of his gaze, Wen Zhiyu extended his hand once more towards Professor Dumbledore, contemplating whether a fresh introduction was in order. "I am one," he declared. "Wen Zhiyu." "What?" Dumbledore's mind momentarily stalled, mirroring the astonishment of his fellow professors. Only Snape remained steadfast, glaring at him with an intensity that suggested his wand might soon emit a lethal green light. After a prolonged silence without a handshake, Wen Zhiyu's gaze met Dumbledore's, tinged with inquiry. Dumbledore, regaining his composure, clasped Wen's hand, though he posed the question that lingered in everyone's thoughts. "You are not." Their hands parted swiftly, and Wen Zhiyu smiled as he responded, "Perhaps by fortune, I survived and was brought back." Dumbledore scrutinized the transformed visage and stature of the young man before him, his skepticism evident, yet he found no immediate counterargument. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore stepped forward and embraced him. "Ah, welcome back." Wen Zhiyu accepted the embrace, followed by a tearful Professor McGonagall. "Oh, my dear. It is such a relief to see you safe." Witnessing Dumbledore's gesture, McGonagall joined in the embrace, with both the headmaster and deputy headmistress having welcomed him. The other professors naturally followed suit. As the junior member, Wen Zhiyu felt compelled to reciprocate, moving from one professor to the next in warm embraces. Finally, it was Snape's turn. After embracing Professor Sprout, Wen's heart raced. He had avoided meeting Snape's gaze throughout the evening, fearing he might succumb to the urge to rush over. Taking a moment to steady his tumultuous emotions, Wen Zhiyu looked towards Snape, only to be startled by the professor's grave countenance. Why did he appear so pallid? Under Snape's penetrating stare, Wen felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he could not suppress the impulse to approach. As he drew nearer, Snape's expression darkened further, his wand subtly glowing beneath his robe as he observed this self-proclaimed Wen Zhiyu advancing towards him. Just as Snape was about to command him to halt, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the young man's neck, where a grotesque scar marred his skin. Snape's mind went blank, and before he knew it, he was enveloped in an unexpected embrace. The warmth of Wen's presence steadied his racing heart. At last, they were in each other's arms. The embrace was brief, yet Wen seized the moment to whisper the words he had longed to express. "I have returned, Professor." Chapter 92. The Scar in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Dumbledore marveled at the surreal events of the evening. First, 2 schools had arrived at Hogwarts, followed by a group of students from China. Then, the elderly leader of the Chinese delegation had summoned a student named Nanyu, who had been absent for a year, only for another individual to appear and present a lifeless body. Yet, this was not the most absurd turn of events. What truly defied comprehension was the claim of this newcomer, who insisted he was the student who had perished over a year ago. Had the world truly gone mad? On the professor's dais, Dumbledore sat between the heads of the other 2 schools. The elderly man who had brought the Chinese students had inexplicably departed with a cadre of cloaked figures, leaving behind only the man who called himself Wen Zhiyu and a dozen or so Chinese students, with Nanyu among them. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Wen Zhiyu. Upon entering the hall, the bright lights illuminated the man's striking features, as murmurs of admiration rippled through the long tables below. Had it not been for Snape's ominous demeanor beside Wen, Dumbledore would have wagered that some audacious students might have dared to approach him for conversation. Dumbledore diverted his attention from Wen Zhiyu to Snape, exchanging a knowing glance. He had discreetly entrusted Snape with a task, to ascertain the identity of this man. As he recalled their close association, Snape, catching the headmaster's intent, wore an even more unfriendly expression, turning his gaze slightly away. Wen Zhiyu donned a black suit, complemented by a burgundy shirt, a glass of fruit juice in his left hand as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Professor Flitwick. His long black hair cascaded gracefully over his shoulders and arms, and under the hall's illumination, the contours of his face appeared softer than those reflected in a mirror. This very gesture allowed Snape to notice the scar at the man's collar. On his pale neck lay a scar measuring 4 to 5 inches in length, its hue darker than the surrounding skin, signifying an old wound. The sight of this scar triggered an uncontrollable recollection of that fateful afternoon a year prior, when he had felt utterly powerless. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not staunch the flow of blood from the wound, watching helplessly as the boy's life ebbed away, eventually lying silent in his arms. Closing his eyes to quell the surging emotions, Snape reopened them only to find himself unexpectedly confronted by a pair of golden eyes. "What troubles you, Professor?" Wen Zhiyu had just concluded his conversation with Flitwick and, upon turning to steal a glance at Snape, found the professor deep in thought. Eyes closed in contemplation. Gazing into those eyes, which mirrored the past so perfectly, Snape faltered, instinctively averting his gaze, his expression returning to its customary sternness. When did you awaken? Upon hearing the professor's voice again, Wen Zhiyu brightened, replying gently, approximately 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? Snape mused, taking a sip of the juice beside him as he calculated the travel time from China to Britain, realizing that one must have rushed here immediately after settling matters at home. After posing a question, Snape fell silent. Wen Zhiyu, clearly dissatisfied with this meager exchange, had spent over a year in slumber, yet in his memories, time had not accelerated. He had been a ghost for 12 years. For 12 years. He had watched Severus grow, always present in spirit, yet unable to touch or communicate. The weight of 14 years of unspoken affection surged within him. And despite his earlier resolve to avoid Snape's gaze, he found his emotions overwhelming him once more, unable to resist the urge to draw closer to the potion's master. Wen's fingertips traced the rim of his glass as he observed Snape's hand that held it. The potion's master's fingers were long and knobby, yet the skin was rough and dulled from the rigors of potion making, marred by small scars. Wen Zhiyu recalled the younger Snape, who had fared slightly better, yet still bore the marks of his neglect for his own well-being, suppressing the desire to reach out and grasp Snape's hand. Wen's voice took on a note of gentle pleading. Does the professor not wish to converse with me? Snape cast a sidelong glance at Wen Zhiyu, setting down his glass. What shall we discuss? Anything at all, Wen replied eagerly. At that moment, he yearned solely to hear Snape's voice, and he was open to any topic of conversation. Regrettably, the potion's master did not engage in a discourse amidst the throng, nor did he converse with one who had captured the majority of attention. Thus, when Zhiyu received the first wave of venom following his rebirth, I surmise that Mr. Wen's recently awakened mind may not yet be equipped to respond to his potion's professor's inquiries. Shall I visit the professor tomorrow? Wen Zhiyu inquired, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Severus Snape's eyes, more fervent than in years past. Snape, momentarily scorched by the intensity in those eyes, involuntarily recalled recent events, causing him to hastily avert his gaze once more. Fearing a refusal, Wen Zhiyu persisted, May I come to see the professor tomorrow? After a moment of silence, as Wen Zhiyu prepared to repeat his question for the third time, Snape softly acquiesced with a mere The festivities proceeded swiftly, with the 3 schools showcasing a variety of performances. As spectators, the students from Huaxia did not participate in any presentations, yet the atmosphere was once again invigorated. An array of delectable delicacies adorned the long table, catering to the guests' varied palates, with the spread almost resembling a feast of exquisite delights. In addition to French cuisine and seafood, one could even spot dishes from Huaxia's culinary repertoire. The young wizards engaged in animated conversations while savoring their meals, forming friendships in the brief interlude of the banquet. They attempted to strike up dialogues with the Huaxia students, but regrettably, the latter were engrossed in their dining and paid them no heed, leaving them to seek alternate conversational partners. As the banquet drew to a close, Albus Dumbledore rose to announce the selection criteria for the Triwizard Tournament, unveiling the Goblet of Fire. For the first time, Wen Zhiyu's gaze reluctantly drifted from Snape to the goblet, where the flickering flames reflected a glimmer within his golden eyes. The morning following the banquet, Wen Zhiyu, after freshening up and donning an appealing outfit, made his way to the dungeon. At the entrance, he meticulously adjusted his attire, striving to present a more polished appearance. Upon awakening, Miss Medusa found a remarkably handsome human before her, adjusting his clothing, and regarded him with appreciation, choosing not to interrupt. After smoothing the hem of his garment, Wen Zhiyu looked up and met Medusa's admiring gaze. Clearing her throat, Medusa awkwardly coughed. The password? Oh. Wen Zhiyu suddenly recalled the password, realizing he typically entered without one. Mustering his resolve, he attempted several potion ingredients, only to find them all unsuitable. Ultimately, he could only lean dejectedly against the corridor wall, awaiting an opportunity. You might wonder why he did not simply petrify himself. It was because he sought to meet the professor, not to encounter the Grim Reaper. Forcing the door open would only tarnish the professor's impression of him, a counterproductive venture he would not undertake. After a considerable wait, just as Wen Zhiyu believed he might have to wait until noon, the dungeon door swung open. The dim light within revealed a shadowy figure clad in black robes. The potion's master backlit, his gaze falling upon the man leaning against the wall. Snape entered with an expression of displeasure. Wen Zhiyu, eager for the opportunity, promptly followed him inside. The dungeon remained unchanged, and he nostalgically inhaled its familiar essence. Snape seated himself on the sofa, his cold gaze appraising Wen Zhiyu from head to toe. What? Do you require me to invite Mr. Wen to sit? Daring not to respond, Wen Zhiyu quickly gathered his thoughts and sat properly on the sofa opposite Snape. Before Snape could pose a question, Wen Zhiyu hurriedly recited the carefully prepared script he had rehearsed over the past few days. He likened his predicament to a curse, explaining how he had been returned through extraordinary means after the curse had manifested. As for his appearance, he insisted that it was his true visage, previously suppressed by the curse that had sealed his body, thus presenting a different form. Snape sat in silence, awaiting the conclusion of his narrative, then seized upon the essential point. What is your age? Upon rebirth, my body transitioned directly into maturity. My skeletal age is approximately 25 years, Wen Zhiyu elucidated. Having inexplicably shed over a decade of growth, Snape found this explanation hard to accept. He perceived Wen Zhiyu as more akin to a 21 or 22-year-old. Had he not seen the scar on the young man's neck, he might have doubted the authenticity of his identity. Yet, even with this evidence, skepticism lingered. Prepare a potion for scabies. If the quality is perfect, I shall believe you, Snape stated flatly. Wen Zhiyu's eyes widened in disbelief at the professor's demand. Professor. This, Snape scoffed. If you cannot produce it, then depart. The task felt insurmountable, akin to scaling a mountain. Wen Zhiyu was reluctant to leave. He reasoned that perhaps, after the fusion of souls, he might indeed be capable of concocting the potion. After all, in novels, alchemy often required the strength of one's soul. Previously lacking in this regard, perhaps he could succeed now. With this thought, Wen Zhiyu steeled himself. Together, Snape and Wen Zhiyu proceeded to the potions classroom, where, under Snape's watchful gaze, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a cauldron. He intended to fetch the ingredients, but was abruptly halted. Snape took fresh, unprocessed materials from a nearby cabinet and handed them over, insisting, do not falter. Wen Zhiyu accepted the materials and resigned himself to the task, processing these ordinary ingredients with the ease of familiarity, having done so countless times before. With his eyes closed, he deftly completed the preparation. Once the potion materials were ready, he placed the cauldron appropriately, inhaled deeply, ignited the flame, added the ingredients, and stirred with precision. Each step was executed flawlessly. With quiet fervor, he prayed silently, his hands moving with unwavering resolve, while Snape observed intently, his wand at the ready. Almost there, Wen Zhiyu gulped nervously, his excitement mounting as he beheld the potion simmering in the cauldron. Then, suddenly, boom, the heavens remained unkind. Snape, at the last moment, had conjured a protective barrier, effectively shielding himself from the splattering potion. Enough, Snape declared, casting a cleansing charm over the mess and ushering Wen Zhiyu out of the potions room. Wen Zhiyu felt as though he might weep, yearning to plead for another chance. But Snape had already thrust him out of the dungeon, the door firmly shut behind him, leaving him to exchange glances with Medusa in mutual bewilderment. Once the door was closed, Snape returned to the potions room, discarding the shattered remnants of the cauldron, a slight, involuntary smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, it is he. No one but that youth could obliterate a cauldron amidst an almost flawless process. Recalling the expression on the boy's face as he was expelled, Snape felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly utilized the Flu network in the dungeon to reach Dumbledore's office. Are you certain? Dumbledore inquired, his brow furrowing at Snape's response, seemingly displeased by the answer. Snape countered with a sardonic smile, his tone condescending. If our esteemed headmaster wishes to hear falsehoods, I could certainly fabricate one for you. After all, I am merely a humble potions master. Dumbledore, rendered speechless by the venomous retort, refrained from continuing the exchange for the sake of the healing potion. Shrugging, he retrieved a letter from his drawer. Regret etched on his face as he penned a response. It appears I have no grounds for refusal. Ignored. Snape contemplated returning to procure a potion to eliminate the bearded old man before him. As he turned to leave, intent on selecting a potion from the dungeon, he was promptly called to halt by Dumbledore. Wait, Severus Snape turned around, his gaze icy as it fell upon Dumbledore. The elder paused, momentarily hesitating with the letter in hand before ultimately extending it. Could you kindly deliver this response to Mr. Wen Zhiyu? I believe your phoenix would be more than willing to serve as your messenger. Snape's pointed look shifted towards the anxious phoenix nearby, who was practically bouncing with impatience. Fawkes was stomping his feet on the perch, vexed at the notion that there was any letter he could not deliver himself. Calm down, old friend, Dumbledore reassured. It's not that I don't wish for you to deliver the letter. It is merely more appropriate for Severus to take it. With these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Snape. The enigmatic look from Dumbledore left Snape feeling irritable and curious as to why he was the chosen one for the task. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly took the letter. Birthday extra, farewell to the twilight, fireworks year after year. Today marked an exceptionally unique occasion. Having recently assumed the role of leader, Wen Zhiyu found himself perpetually inundated with responsibilities, even as he discarded numerous trivial tasks. The towering pile of documents continued to multiply daily. However, today, Wen Zhiyu had no intention of remaining in this place any longer. He abruptly offloaded all his work onto Nanyu, presenting what he deemed a flawless excuse. Today is a day of abstinence. No harm shall befall any creature. The steward, observing the leader dissipate into a flurry of red mist, cautiously inquired of Nanyu. So, those from this morning, do they not count as living beings? Nanyu ignored him, as the burden in his arms was becoming increasingly unwieldy. Wen Zhiyu did not teleport directly back to the cellar. Instead, he first visited the manor to prepare, ensuring everything was in its rightful place before proceeding to Hogwarts. At that moment, Hogwarts headmaster and potions professor, Severus Snape, was engaged in instructing a group of new young witches and wizards. Upon reaching the door, Wen Zhiyu chose not to interrupt, but rather opted to remain hidden, patiently awaiting his turn. He had been occupied with teaching matters in Huaxia and had not had a proper interaction with the professor for an entire week. As he watched the potions master eloquently address the class, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Wen Zhiyu's eyes. His professor was always so gentle. Though the young witches and wizards below, scolded mercilessly, might not share this sentiment, it was hard to fathom that anyone could utter such words without a trace of conscience. For reasons unknown, as the lesson progressed, Snape felt an inexplicable gaze upon him. He turned to scan the room full of young students, but could not pinpoint the source. The sensation of being observed was unsettling, prompting Snape to patrol the classroom, during which he seized a few points from Gryffindor for their inadequate potion preparation. Yet, by the end of the class, he had still not identified the culprit. As he announced the end of the lesson, the young witches and wizards showed no inclination to linger, hastily gathering their belongings and departing. Within mere moments, the classroom was left in solitude, with only the potions master remaining to tidy his belongings. It was at this juncture that he finally discovered the source of his distraction. Feeling a firm grip on his hand, Snape paused in his packing and called out the name of the culprit, Wen Luo. Wen Zhiyu narrowed his eyes, dispelling his invisibility and gently taking Snape's hand, lowering his lips to kiss the back of it. How did the professor know it was me? Snape withdrew his hand, noncommittal. Who else has the audacity to do so? He then ceased his tidying and strode purposefully towards the exit. Wen Zhiyu, perceptive as ever, delicately stowed away all the items into his ring and followed alongside the professor. Returning to the manor, Wen Zhiyu inquired discreetly. Snape, initially intending to head back to the cellar, paused for a moment before conceding with a simple mm. The two ultimately returned to the cellar first, placing their belongings in order, correcting the papers strewn across the desk, and finally, under the gaze of Wen Zhiyu's profoundly distressed expression, they utilized the Flu network to return to the manor. After their meal, Snape proceeded as usual to inspect the recently planted herbs in the potion garden before returning to the backyard. Upon surveying the area and finding it empty, his expression soured. Has he gone back? He was acutely aware of how busy Wen Zhiyu had been recently. Their time together had been severely curtailed. The thought of Wen possibly having returned to Huaxia caused a flicker of regret in Snape. Had he known he would not need to revise those papers, he could have postponed inspecting the herbs. Yet, having already committed to the task, he resigned himself to feeling slightly disheartened as he contemplated retreating to his chamber for a wash and rest. Passing by the hot spring in the backyard, Snape hesitated, recalling that it had been specially constructed by Wen Zhiyu to alleviate his fatigue. He promptly decided to indulge in a soak before sleep. After changing into a comfortable undershirt, Snape traversed the small bamboo grove towards the hot spring. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound. Emerging from behind a screen, Snape intended to step into the water, but halted upon noticing another presence within the spring. The hot spring, nestled against the bamboo grove, was enchanted to maintain a pleasant temperature year-round, the surface obscured by a gentle mist. One figure was half submerged in the water, their white undershirts soaked and clinging transparently to their chest, long black hair dampened and cascading across their collarbone and arms. The undershirt, chosen for comfort, was so thin that it barely concealed anything once wet. In this scenario, the translucent fabric revealed the well-defined contours of a solid chest. As steam rose, droplets clung to the man's temples, trickling down his softly contoured visage, tracing a path to his collarbone and eventually disappearing into the depths of the spring, provoking an array of enticing thoughts. Wen Zhiyu, reclining with one hand propping his head, leisurely observed the halted movements of the potions master. Snape, taken aback by the unexpected sight, felt a rush of warmth flood his cheeks, his ears burning crimson. He found himself suspended in indecision, unable to move forward or retreat. Wen Zhiyu, well-versed in the art of temptation, noticed Snape's inertia and, with a playful wink, rose gracefully to approach him through the water's surface. The water was not deep, reaching just to the man's waist, yet this very fact revealed more of him that had previously been submerged. Broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist. Droplets cascaded from his chest, gliding over his abdominal muscles before vanishing into the enticing line of his physique. Extending a hand towards the potion's master, Wen Zhiyu playfully cast a flirtatious glance. Shall we share a soak? Absolutely not. Snape's face flushed even deeper at the flirtation, prompting him to decide against lingering any longer. Unfortunately for him, his attempt to evade was thwarted as Wen Zhiyu swiftly turned him around, pulling him into an embrace. The sudden motion caused Snape to lose his balance, and he instinctively grasped the figure before him tightly. As Wen Zhiyu lowered him gently, his hand remained firmly on Snape's waist, drawing closer, their foreheads touching. This is too close. The Serpent King, who had intended to spit venom, found himself halted by the intimacy of their gesture, their foreheads pressed together, eyes locked, reflecting nothing but each other's essence. Eventually succumbing to temptation, Snape raised his hand to encircle Wen Zhiyu's neck, tilting his head to capture his lips in a kiss. The warmth of affection blossomed in Wen Zhiyu's gaze as he closed his eyes in response to the kiss of his beloved. The long-held yearning unfurled in that moment. Akin to a dam bursting, the two of them exchanging delicate kisses that gradually transformed into an intricate dance of lips and tongues, the world around them fading into oblivion. Lost amidst the rising tide of passion, Severus Snape did not close his eyes. His gaze remained fixed upon the figure before him, whose eyes were shut in response. Tenderly tracing the contours of his visage, as if attempting to reclaim the time he had been unable to fully behold. In the realm of kisses, Wen Zhiyu was always lacking in the finesse of the Master of Potions, and it was only when their lips met to the point of breathlessness that Snape slightly withdrew. At this moment, the crimson hue that had adorned the Potion Master's ears shifted to Wen Zhiyu's face. Having spent such a considerable amount of time together, Snape had come to understand the essence of this individual thoroughly. Though it was always this fellow who lured him closer, he was, in truth, quite innocent. Recalling their very first kiss, Snape let out a soft chuckle and led Wen Zhiyu to a nearby stone bank to indulge in the hot springs. As they settled, Wen Zhiyu instinctively positioned himself behind Snape, enveloping him in an embrace, resting his chin lazily upon Snape's shoulder, while the ring on his finger emitted a faint glow. He held a jade pendant in his hand. "What is this?" Snape inquired, eyeing the white jade strung on a red cord. Wen Zhiyu licked his lips, unhurriedly placing the pendant around Snape's neck and tying the knot, before guiding Snape's hand to touch the jade. "Happy birthday, Professor," Wen Zhiyu whispered, planting a gentle kiss on the ear that was so near. "Your gift, a peace pendant I crafted myself." "A peace pendant?" Snape echoed, his fingers brushing over the smooth, rounded jade at his chest. The jade felt warm to the touch. Unlike any other ornament, this one was green, plump yet flat, with a hole carved through its center, threaded onto a red cord. It was rather simplistic, not something one would expect from Wen Zhiyu. As the name suggests, I refrain from excessive embellishments. Nor do I seek anything more, if you do not desire it. Wen Zhiyu's voice trailed off, his arms instinctively tightening around Snape, drawing him closer still. Snape, with one hand held captive, turned his head to meet Wen Zhiyu's gaze. The man's golden eyes, oval pupils shifting with emotion, gradually elongated into slits. Snape raised his left hand to tap lightly on Wen Zhiyu's forehead, producing a soft sound, frowning slightly. "Do not entertain such thoughts." Swiftly, his left hand was seized and placed upon Wen Zhiyu's waist, who ensnared him tightly in an embrace. "Would you wish to depart?" Snape knew this individual was beginning again. Before Wen Zhiyu could voice any strange notions, he leaned in to brush his lips against Wen Zhiyu's. "I have said nothing." At these words, Wen Zhiyu's gaze darkened, his grip loosening slightly, love and obsession wrestling within him. He wished to express that he did not demand Snape to remain by his side eternally, that he respected everything about him, as long as he remained safe. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate such sentiments, his selfishness constraining his words. He yearned to say that if the professor wished to leave, then he should confine him, bind him eternally at his side. No, that cannot be. Reason and obsession clashed violently within him, the primal desire threatening to overwhelm, a hint of crimson blooming in his eyes. Snape knew he could no longer wait. Seizing the moment when Wen Zhiyu loosened his hold, he broke free, shifting from leaning against the stone to straddling Wen Zhiyu, raising his hand to caress his eyes. "I will not leave, never." Wen Zhiyu, having fought against the urge to reach out during Snape's movement, finally allowed his hand to rest lightly on Snape's lean waist. Gazing into those ink-like eyes, Wen Zhiyu closed his own, burying his head in the warmth of Snape's neck, transforming his birthday wishes into a brief poem. "As the dusk settles, may your days be filled with fireworks year after year. Each day and year, morning and evening, be it day or night. I wish you peace and joy, prosperity and abundance." Chapter 94, Professor of Defensive Dark Arts. It seemed that the moment when Zhiyu intended to venture into the dungeons, he was ambushed by the saviors lurking around the corner, who promptly whisked him away. Considering his plans, Wen Zhiyu suppressed the urge to reduce them to mere mist, allowing himself to be shepherded into the Great Hall. Upon his entrance, a throng of young wizards encircled him, with a flicker of his magical energy. He pushed back those who had drawn too close, establishing a distance of at least 3 steps between himself and the crowd. After a while, the multitude dispersed, leaving only Harry and his 3 companions, who continued to engage him in conversation about the events of the last semester. In truth, Wen Zhiyu, having read the entire Harry Potter series a dozen times, was well aware of what had transpired. Nonetheless, he refrained from interrupting their discourse, uncertain if his presence might alter the narrative in any subtle way. However, nothing changed. The story continued its stable progression, his interventions causing no deviation from the intended arc, as if an unseen hand guided the course of events, forever aimed at the conclusion. "Will you return to classes?" Harry queried, his throat dry after finally relaying all that had happened, taking a swig of pumpkin juice. Draco's outstretched hand froze, and upon witnessing Harry gulp down the last of his drink, he silently lowered his arm, his ears inexplicably tinged with red. Upon hearing Harry's question, Wen Zhiyu twirled a strand of hair around his fingers and replied earnestly, "Of course." The group erupted in joy, though they soon exchanged glances at their markedly transformed friend, voicing their concern. "But can you still continue your 4th year?" Wen Zhiyu had grown considerably, nearly reaching 6 feet tall, and his appearance had changed significantly. While he had always been handsome, he was now, in truth, quite different. Previously, Wen Zhiyu had exuded a more innocent demeanor, but now, he possessed a certain allure. By Merlin's beard, it's not that we exaggerate, but the face Wen Zhiyu now bears is almost excessively beautiful, particularly when he smiles, his enchanting eyes captivating the hearts of those around him. As they conversed, a figure clad in black robes entered the Great Hall, and the once lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with only a few slow to react, continuing their chatter. Harry, observing the approaching figure, silently mourned for Gryffindor's gem for 3 seconds, only to see Snape's gaze land upon Wen Zhiyu. "You, step forward." Having spoken, Snape did not linger. Turning to exit the hall, Wen Zhiyu quickly abandoned the surrounding hangers-on, eagerly following after him. He still held a fondness for Professor Snape. Ron, watching their retreating figures, felt a twinge of nostalgia. Harry was taken aback by Ron's words, shivering as he attempted to correct him, insisting that he merely had a particular admiration. But he struggled to find the right words. Hermione filled in the gap. "He just loves learning. After all, he is our head of house and my favorite potions professor." Draco still found the analogy somewhat off. "Don't you think this comparison is a bit odd?" "What is odd about it?" "I really like Professor McGonagall," Hermione replied, puzzled. Draco frowned, conceding, "Fine, is it just me and Harry who feel something's off?" "In the dungeons. Your letter." Snape extended a letter toward Wen Zhiyu, averting his gaze, yet not making any move to leave. Understanding, Wen Zhiyu accepted the letter and read its contents aloud. "Headmaster Dumbledore has approved my application for the position." It seemed he had confirmed his identity without error, yet it remained unclear how this confirmation had been achieved. Dumbledore had informed Snape of this when he sent him with the message. So, the professor had instructed him to brew potions for this reason? Upon hearing Mr. Wen's words, Snape's expression softened ever so slightly, though he refrained from posing any inquiries. The information was volunteered by the other party. What employment application? Since he had made such a declaration, it would be remiss of him to feign ignorance. "I cannot recall Hogwarts having such a position." His gaze fell once more upon the letter, and the previously softened countenance of Snape darkened once again. "Mr. Wen is not suggesting that you applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, is he?" His Severus has always been exceptionally astute. Mr. Wen offered no reply, merely maintaining a smile as he regarded him, the answer self-evident. Snape felt an urge to pry open this individual's mind and ascertain what could possibly lead him to such a decision. Has the passage of 2 years not been sufficient for Mr. Wen to recognize the pitfalls associated with this position, or is he intentionally delving into an abyss? Eager to court disaster? He anticipated Mr. Wen's reaction. He was unperturbed by the prospect of reprimand, especially since he could discern the underlying concern in Snape's words. "Hear me out, Professor," Wen Zhiyu said, tucking the letter back into his pocket to prevent the irate potion's master from snatching it and tearing it to shreds. "This curse holds no power over me." "So, you are aware of the curse?" Snape's fury morphed into a sardonic smile, venom seeping further into his words. "No power, Mr. Wen seems to have conveniently forgotten the reason for his absence from classes for an entire year." Wen Zhiyu continued, "Of course I am aware, Professor. It is precisely for that reason that upon awakening, no curse can affect me. I have thoroughly investigated this curse, and only after ensuring it poses no threat to me did I compose this letter." Upon hearing his explanation, Snape's ire subsided somewhat, yet he remained dissatisfied. The optimal course of action would be to steer clear of that position. But I wish to remain, and not merely as a student, Wen Zhiyu interjected suddenly. Why do you wish to stay? Snape's inquiry was halted abruptly when he caught a glimpse of the emotions flickering in Wen Zhiyu's eyes, bringing to the surface thoughts he had deliberately set aside. Good heavens, could it be as he feared? In that moment, Snape felt the jade pendant in his pocket grow warm, as if it were endeavoring to remind him not to forget the answer from that fateful day. Snape's body stiffened, and the words he wished to utter eluded him, along with any subsequent thoughts. Wen Zhiyu, perplexed by Snape's silence, opted not to prolong the topic, fearing that the professor might forcibly expel him, leaving him with nowhere to lament his plight. He resolved to shift the conversation. By the way, Professor, are you truly not going to give me a welcoming embrace? Unlike the one from last night, I desire a genuine hug from Severus. It was a hug he had awaited for 14 long years. Chapter 95, The True Embrace. Wen Zhiyu stood in place, arms slightly outstretched towards the man before him, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Snape extricated himself from his reverie, gazing at the man who was reaching out to him, his fingers trembling ever so slightly. He hesitated. Since coming to understand the boy's affections, he had convinced himself to harbor the boy's love, believing that this individual would vanish from his life. Thus, retaining those feelings would not adversely affect him. Yet yesterday, the boy had returned, and he told himself that perhaps this individual truly did not comprehend the significance of these two entities, or perhaps he was merely a youth experiencing nascent feelings. Mistaking dependency for love, he could choose to remain oblivious, to bury this matter indefinitely, and they could continue as they had before, merely as student and teacher. However, from the moment they reunited, in every exchange of glances with the man, he could distinctly perceive the suppressed affection shimmering within those eyes. The love was palpable. He had averted his gaze on numerous occasions. Yet now, he was compelled to admit that upon beholding the other stand before him once more, the first emotion that surged within him was relief. Relief that this person was still alive. Relief that he had not truly lost everything. Severus, will you not embrace me? The gentle voice reached Snape's ears, and he could discern a hint of pleading within it, a tremor lacing the final words. The man stood mere steps away. He needed only to take a single step forward. Snape remained motionless, and Wen Zhiyu, filled with a tinge of regret, lowered his gaze, attempting to mask his disappointment. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him, and then the familiar scent of potions enveloped him as he found himself ensconced in a warm embrace. Unlike the gentle breeze of that year, this time, Wen Zhiyu genuinely embraced his professor. Snape had intended to pull away after a brief moment, but as he contemplated releasing his hold, Wen Zhiyu's arm wrapped around his waist, while the other descended from his shoulder to his back, firmly drawing him closer. This position rendered him momentarily immobile. The warmth of the other's breath brushed against his neck, and Snape felt the grip tighten further, as if the intention was to meld him into the very fabric of the other's being. The more this occurred, the more he could distinctly sense the heartbeat resonating from the other's chest, along with the pulsing vein resting against his neck. These were sensations he had once watched fade from his embrace. He had truly returned. This realization crystallized within Snape's mind on the second day following their reunion. The embrace lingered, surpassing the boundaries of a mere social greeting. Given the need to avoid overwhelming the other and his own hesitation in revealing his feelings, Snape feared that prolonging the embrace might provoke the professor's ire. Reluctantly, Wen Zhiyu eased his grip from Snape's waist. This action jolted Snape from his reverie, prompting him to hastily withdraw, stepping back to create distance. Each was lost in their own thoughts, and for a moment, silence enveloped the cellar, creating an awkward atmosphere. Glancing around, Wen Zhiyu seized the opportunity before the potion's master could dismiss him. Professor, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Snape's intended response faltered. Sensing what the other was about to suggest, he hesitated before uttering, if your eyes are still functional. Good, then you haven't eaten. Wen Zhiyu pressed on. Let me prepare a meal. Professor, would you do me the honor of joining me for lunch? Snape did not refuse, proceeding to his desk, and as he picked up a parchment, he murmured, Daisy Root. A smile tugged at Wen Zhiyu's lips. He recognized the professor's password and promptly made his way to the Hogwarts kitchen. Upon returning, Wen Zhiyu arranged the meal he had kept warm in his ring on the dining table. The two enjoyed a quiet lunch, after which Wen Zhiyu was once again shown the door. Well, at least I now know the password. Observing that the professor had no intention of reopening the door, Wen Zhiyu decided to attend to his own matters. As an invited guest, the faculty and students from Huaxiao were free to roam within Hogwarts Castle, including access to the library. After checking on the correspondence from the manor, as the evening approached, Wen Zhiyu donned a black robe and made his way to the library. In his time at Hogwarts, he had frequented that place, but at the time, his mind was elsewhere, indifferent to the main narrative. Thus he did not pay it much heed. Now, however, He was headed towards the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. He recollected that there should be a tome regarding soul vessels and spirits. Opting for the cover of night would adeptly circumvent any potential troubles. Without resorting to an invisibility charm, Wen Zhiyu, with his current level of mastery, could now inscribe in midair unaided. Cloaked in invisibility, he quickened his pace, swiftly traversing a corner of the library until he reached the forbidden section. He did not recklessly plunge into it. After all, being a restricted area, it surely wouldn't be so brazenly displayed. Even the archives of the shinnying sect were laden with intricate traps and mechanisms. He doubted that Dumbledore, the old coot, would leave it unguarded. Compared to the bustling library outside, the forbidden section was evidently lacking in foot traffic, shrouded in shadows where even the moonlight seemed reluctant to venture. Wen Zhiyu circled the entrance several times, even deploying a divination disc to explore the vicinity, yet he found neither mechanisms nor traps, not even the most rudimentary illusions. The entire forbidden area was merely veiled by a thin, barely perceptible barrier, as if silently mocking him. What exactly was he on guard against? Confounded. He wished to slap his former self, hesitating as he used his spiritual power to create a small opening in the barrier, careful not to shatter the already fragile shield. He stepped inside. The dimness of the forbidden section was palpable. It was not pitch black, but certainly not far from it. Upon entering, Wen Zhiyu's pupils instantly morphed into slits, rendering the darkness as bright as day. In fact, when light fell upon him, his golden eyes reflected a dangerous glint. After perusing several bookshelves with no success, he furrowed his brow, suddenly narrowing his eyes dangerously with a hint of amusement. He knew it could not be this simple. Once more retrieving the divination disc, he infused it with a modicum of spiritual energy, following the needle as it pointed deeper within. Eventually, the needle halted at a shelf he had previously inspected. He glanced at the books atop it, inscribing a manifestation spell and affixing it, only to find, after a prolonged wait, that nothing had changed. Momentarily taken aback, he hesitated before lifting a book from the shelf, flipping through its pages in silence. The good news was that he had found what he sought. The bad news was a bit insulting. Who would place such an important volume back on the shelf simply with a new cover? No wonder Voldemort, even as a mere student, could discover the methods of crafting soul vessels. This mode of theft prevention was rather demeaning to one's intelligence, wasn't it? Chapter 96. A Tainted Reputation. Once again cursing his overly cautious self, Wen Zhiyu dejectedly stowed the book into his ring, even taking the liberty to grab 2 more volumes. As he exited the forbidden section, he suppressed his irritation and, after some deliberation, added 2 layers of barriers to the entrance, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. With the desired items in hand, Wen Zhiyu was in no rush to return. Instead, he ambled towards the location of the Goblet of Fire. Little Barty had inadvertently met his demise at his hands, and without this pivotal character to propel the plot, he wondered if Harry's name would even find its way in. Having resolved to expedite the narrative, he needed to ensure Voldemort could resurrect without hindrance. Thus, this narrative-driving NPC might need to be replaced by him. However, as he passed a stairwell corner, a wand was suddenly pressed against his neck. Upon seeing the wand's owner, Wen Zhiyu pressed his lips together, refraining from uttering a word and instinctively wishing to vanish. Why were they here? Wen Zhiyu's expression betrayed his surprise as he looked down at himself, then glanced behind him, finally bewilderedly meeting Snape's gaze. Wasn't he invisible? Snape observed his comical antics, pressing the wand forward, causing discomfort in Wen Zhiyu's throat and evoking a slight urge to retch. Tonight was his assigned patrol, and after concluding his rounds in the corridor, he had vaguely perceived a figure loitering near the library, prompting him to seek a concealed spot. One had to admit, the double-agent stealth work was commendable. The usually vigilant Wen Zhiyu had completely failed to notice he had been discovered. Snape had followed Wen Zhiyu as he exited the library, leisurely strolling down the corridor. He harbored a certain regard for this individual, even a modicum of fondness, but Dumbledore was right. He too was quite suspect. What was he doing out here at such an hour, wandering the library? Cough, cough. Wen Zhiyu found himself cornered against the wall, the wand pressing against his throat as he struggled to speak, only to succumb to another fit of coughs. Snape slightly withdrew the wand, but still aimed it at the nocturnal wanderer. Tell me, why are you here? Faced with Snape's skeptical gaze, Wen Zhiyu dared not fabricate a story, opting instead to reveal his purpose. I came to borrow a book. Borrow a book? Snape smirked derisively. Does your mind truly believe that is a convincing excuse? Wen Zhiyu blinked innocently, insisting, I genuinely went to borrow a book. Hand to heaven, he spoke no falsehood. He even tilted his head to indicate to Snape to look at his hand. Snape remained impassive, glancing down to see that Wen Zhiyu was indeed clutching a book. However, upon closer inspection, his expression morphed into one of incredulity. Seeing Snape's reaction, Wen Zhiyu could not help but glance at the title of the book. The Dominant Headmaster's Forced Affection. Wen Zhiyu gasped in horror, yet endeavored to maintain his composure. What on earth are you reading? Snape's expression was one of utter disbelief. Wen Zhiyu fell silent, equally puzzled as to why Hogwarts Library would stock such material. He had merely intended to remind Dumbledore to safeguard his precious tomes by taking a couple extra volumes. Had he known he would inadvertently select this particular volume, he would have preferred it remained on the shelf to rot. Nonetheless, this book had undeniably piqued the interest of the potions master, who now seemed convinced that Wen Zhiyu had ventured out under the cover of darkness solely to clandestinely borrow peculiar books. After all, such items were hardly suitable for daytime display. After a moment's thought, Snape lowered his wand, snatching the book from Wen Zhiyu's grasp and inspecting the title of the other volume. After scoring all O's, I became the professor's favorite. Snape. Wen Zhiyu also noticed the title, and he was no longer at a loss for words. He simply wished to find a block of tofu to dash his head against. An eerie silence enveloped the two. Wen Zhiyu even considered producing the original book he had taken to prove his innocence. But his gesture only led Snape to misinterpret it as an attempt to reclaim the book. Snape's expression darkened as he held the book at a distance, forbidding any thoughts of retrieval. Wen Zhiyu attempted to argue. The book has been confiscated, Snape interjected first. Now, immediately, return to your dormitory. Professor, please listen to me. Snape shot him a glare, cutting him off with a fierce command. Do not make me repeat myself. Very well, there will be another opportunity. Wen Zhiyu's attempt to salvage his image had failed, and he trudged back to his designated area with a dejected demeanor. As Wen Zhiyu closed the door behind him, Snape continued his patrol with a scowl, only returning to the dungeon once he had completed his rounds. Initially intending to place the book on the table, Snape paused to glance at the title once more, his expression darkening, before ultimately discarding it into the storage room. However, tonight's events could not possibly be as simple as merely borrowing a book. Dumbledore sought him out, stating that the body of Moody, discovered last night, had undergone a complete transformation by this afternoon. Little Barty Crouch. Snape had examined his corpse and detected the lingering scent of potions, specifically that of Polyjuice potion. What could possibly have compelled a Death Eater to escape from Azkaban, imbibe Polyjuice potion, and make his way to Hogwarts? Could it be related to that Potter? Furthermore, why was little Barty's body found in the possession of Tempus? As the head of Slytherin House, Snape recognized that Tempus, while obedient and well-behaved in his eyes, did not inherently possess such a disposition. He understood that Tempus was not the type to willingly assist others. In fact, he might share Snape's aversion to complications. What then could provoke one who detests trouble to take action against it? Snape's thoughts gradually drifted to the letter he had submitted today. Could it be connected to this? If so, the circumstances surrounding little Barty's death would indeed be suspicious. Snape, having once been a Death Eater himself, had heard of little Barty. Though not among Voldemort's most trusted, his overall prowess was commendable. What manner of individual could have slain little Barty? The cause of death was identified as the killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Who could have wielded such power? Snape's hand reached into his pocket, grasping the white jade in his palm, his gaze darkening. Could it be you, Tempus? Chapter 97. Thunder rumbled ominously. The weather turned chilly, and the rain outside intensified, as a group of young wizards congregated in the corridor, glumly observing the falling raindrops. Today's flying lesson had been suspended. Madame Hooch would never allow them to navigate the skies on broomsticks in such downpour. The young wizards, deprived of what was arguably the most exhilarating class at Hogwarts, wore expressions of dismay, their eyes fixated on the sodden ground. While Hogwarts students were engaged in lessons, the students from the other 3 schools found themselves rather at a loss. In the corridor, a group of young wizards engaged in conversation, pondering whether it was possible for the rain to cease, thus allowing for the resumption of flying lessons. It was then that a few students clad in distinctive black robes from China entered the corridor, just as someone contemplated greeting them. They overheard the group joking about the rain. It's raining, should we give it a try? One nearby young wizard was bewildered. Try what? Another Chinese student interjected. The adults want us to behave. What are you afraid of? The first student chuckled, his gaze settling on a smaller companion. This is England. Tang He, why not go out and give it a shot? What if? The student addressed. Tang He frowned. Why don't you go? The first student raised an eyebrow with a grin, revealing a glint of the blade he held, his words laced with a hint of menace. Perhaps because I could easily sever your head from your body. At this, the group of young wizards instinctively retreated, their looks tinged with fear. Are all Chinese students so fierce? Is this merely a jest? The trio observed the retreating young wizards, and Tang He suddenly remarked, that's illegal in England. The young wizards nodded in unison. They never joked in such a threatening manner. The student wielding the knife chuckled at this observation, patting Tang He on the shoulder. Don't be foolish, we're not English. Tang He's face fell, but we are now. Onlookers watched in silence as the two faced off, until Tang He, gritting his teeth, cast a resentful glare at the knife-wielding student. Resolutely, he stepped into the rain, pacing back and forth. What? The young wizards were astonished. Was this merely a dare to get wet? Indeed, they had been too quick to judge those in black. Not every cloaked figure was a dark wizard. There were innocent souls among them. The young wizards sighed in relief. After all, it was just rain. Something they had endured during Quidditch matches. It was no great matter. Unfortunately, before they could fully relax, the previously tranquil and somber sky erupted with a clap of thunder. Tang He's expression turned to panic as he made to dash back to the corridor, but the lightning was swifter. Amidst the terrified screams of the young wizards, Tang He lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. The two black-clad individuals exchanged glances, a hint of regret in their demeanor. It seemed that geography could not define character. As they conversed calmly, chaos erupted among the young wizards, with some suggesting they drag him inside, while others insisted on fetching a professor. Yet, no one stepped forward to assist. The black-clad individual with the knife scoffed, unsheathing a whip and deftly ensnaring Tang He's leg, dragging him into the corridor. The young wizards fell silent. The knife-wielding individual approached Tang He, kicking him lightly, and upon noticing the rise and fall of his chest, turned to the others and reassured them. He's fine. He can still live. Saying this, he lifted one of Tang He's legs and prepared to leave, but paused, as if recalling something important. Excuse me, where's the infirmary? The young wizards fell silent, exchanging glances until one timid badger hesitantly pointed in a direction. The knife-wielding individual nodded in understanding, politely thanking the young wizard, and then, dragging Tang He, ambled toward the hospital wing. As the trio's figures vanished from the corridor, the group of young wizards instinctively swallowed hard before dispersing in haste. Following this incident, nearly all the young wizards avoided the Chinese students, fearful of receiving a knife in return. At the moment this news reached him, Tempest was diligently preparing for his second nocturnal excursion. After returning last night and pondering the issue throughout the night, he had finally discerned the reason for his invisibility being compromised. It must have been the jade pendant he had gifted last time. He recalled having set up an illusion-breaking array upon it, along with a fragment of his own essence, which combined to render him visible. Fortunately, he had not lied yesterday, and he remained unaware of when the professor had spotted him. However, the professor indeed carried the jade pendant with him. Tempest allowed a smile to grace his lips. As for the Chinese student mentioned in the news, he had personally selected the candidates for this trip. He recalled that individual named Tang He. According to the records, this person was a rogue practitioner who, during a bout of reckless cultivation, had inadvertently taken a life, only to be witnessed by the villagers of that hamlet. In a bid to evade capture, he had exterminated the entire village. Regrettably, it seemed he had failed to thoroughly inspect the scene, inadvertently sparing a few children, who then reported him to the Wanjian sect. Ultimately, he had fled to the Xinyun sect after being relentlessly pursued. Setting down his quill, Tempest tucked the note into his storage ring and donned a coat before stepping outside. Prior to his departure, Tempest took a moment to consult the schedule and sensed the location of the jade pendant, confirming that the professor would remain in the cellar tonight, allowing him to proceed with confidence. For added security, Tempest layered his invisibility, ensuring that even Dumbledore would not detect him. With measured steps, Wen Zhiyu arrived at the grand hall where the items were stored. The night had deepened, and the lights within the hall had dimmed, leaving the goblet of fire resplendently displayed at the forefront upon its pedestal. The azure flames danced and roared with fervor, and through the gaps of light, a man with black hair and golden eyes approached slowly, ultimately coming to a leisurely halt a few paces away. This goblet of fire bore a slightly antiquated appearance compared to its cinematic portrayal. Producing a slip of paper, Wen Zhiyu cast it into the goblet, only to have it promptly expelled as anticipated. In light of this, Wen Zhiyu raised his hand, channeling his magical energy into it, lifting the discarded paper from the ground, sending it soaring back towards the goblet. Once again, it was engulfed by the flames, yet in the next moment, the fire surged, and it seemed poised to be expelled once more. With a firm incantation, Wen Zhiyu halted the action decisively. To ensure the paper pertaining to Harry Potter was successfully selected, he resolved to eliminate all but a few individuals designated in the narrative. The remaining slips of paper were entirely incinerated, and he left a hidden safeguard at the base of the goblet to prevent any further ejections. Having completed these tasks, Wen Zhiyu shook his hand and departed from the hall. Chapter 98. The professor's name. In recent days, Wen Zhiyu had been as busy as a whirlwind. Even with Nanyu assisting him, ever since the rebirth, their esteemed leader had gradually begun to delegate various affairs of the Divine Shadow sect. Now, with matters piling up on both the Chinese and British fronts, Wen Zhiyu found himself with little time to cultivate good relations in the cellar. Finally, The day had arrived for the Goblet of Fire to select its champions, and at last, Wen Zhiyu could anticipate meeting someone as planned. At Hogwarts Grand Hall, the man with black hair and golden eyes sat quietly at the faculty table, awaiting the arrival of guests. He had not arrived particularly early, but the potions master was known for his punctuality. Thus, even as the hall filled, Wen Zhiyu leaned his chin on his hand, his gaze frequently surveying the entrance. "Excuse me, Professor, do you have a girlfriend?" His thoughts were interrupted by a bashful voice, and he shifted his attention to the young lady before him. The news of Wen Zhiyu's appointment as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had been shared with the students just days prior by Dumbledore, making it fitting for her to address him as professor. The girl, with a blush adorning her cheeks, appeared to be a 6th or 7th year student, her attire indicating her Gryffindor affiliation. Not only her, but since Wen Zhiyu's arrival in the hall, his striking appearance had swiftly captivated the attention of many, with numerous young wizards casting fervent glances in his direction. Word had spread that this new professor was none other than the most courteous and gentle boy from Slytherin. In an instant, those who once held fondness for him but lamented their youth felt a sudden surge of longing. As this Gryffindor approached, she drew even more gazes, and the previously bustling hall quieted, all awaiting a response. Wen Zhiyu lowered his eyes and offered a polite smile in return. The girl was further flustered by his gentle demeanor, particularly upon hearing his reply, as she tightly gripped her robes, mustering courage to continue her sentence. Professor, what do you think of me?" she stammered, lowering her head, struggling to articulate the remainder of her thoughts, her face crimson as if it might bleed. Just as she was about to breach her psychological barrier, a cold voice interrupted her from the front. "Miss Nikora, are you intending to put on a dazzling performance for everyone by crowding the professor's table?" The familiar voice caused the girl to look up abruptly, and upon seeing Snape's frigid expression, the flush on her cheeks diminished significantly, replaced by a hint of trepidation. "Professor Snape." Her stuttering only deepened Snape's scowl. "It's Professor Snape, not Professor Snape," he corrected, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor for her error. Observing the dazed girl, Snape remarked, "So, Miss Nikora truly wishes to entertain us? And no, that's not it." Under Snape's withering gaze, her confession thwarted, and she returned to the Gryffindor table, her steps unsteady. The hall began to buzz once more. The positions of the potions master and the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor were adjacent, and as Snape shifted slightly away upon sitting, Wen Zhiyu did not mind, inching closer to him instead. Finally, having awaited the professor, though he had not seen from where Snape had entered, Wen Zhiyu felt a surge of joy at finally encountering him. The scent of potions was not overly strong about Snape, and his hair was clean and fluffy, albeit slightly damp at the ends, indicating he had likely just bathed. Wen Zhiyu, delighted, shifted even closer. "Mr. Wen, do you think I just interrupted your romantic endeavor, so you're now attempting to suffocate your colleague?" Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. Wen Zhiyu halted, casting Snape an even brighter smile than before. "I merely wish to be closer to the professor for easier conversation. Do not expect familiarity, Mr. Wen. You are no longer a student at Hogwarts, so there is no need to address me as professor." Regrettably, the old adage from China bore no effect on the potions master. Rubbing his nose, Wen Zhiyu quickly grasped another point, leaning on the table to bridge the gap further. Asking, "Not a student, but we are colleagues." If that is the case, propping his chin with one hand, Wen Zhiyu's gaze held steady against Snape's dark eyes. "May I call you by your first name?" With a scowl, Snape vehemently rejected. "No. Why not?" Wen Zhiyu pressed, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. "They all address you in such a manner." Snape's expression remained devoid of emotion, offering no reason. Fully aware that the professor would not cast a curse upon him in public, Wen Zhiyu pursed his lips, leisurely continuing to test the boundaries. "Then what should I call you, Severus, sir?" The unfamiliar title fell from Wen Zhiyu's lips, causing both men to feel a sense of discomfort. For a moment, Snape fell silent, not responding to this phrase, and Wen Zhiyu sensed the dawn of victory. Straightening his posture, Wen Zhiyu conveyed his understanding. But Snape's calm gaze held a surprise as he countered. "Perhaps just call me Severus. It makes us seem closer." Snape gritted his teeth. "Who is close to you?" Wen Zhiyu feigned deafness, savoring the moment, and suggested, "Or perhaps just Sev. That would sound quite appealing as well. Are you incapable of comprehending human speech?" "When did I?" Snape was poised to cast a spell upon the man, feigning ignorance of his words, when Dumbledore's voice rang out first. "Silence. Everyone quiet down." The hall brightened, and Dumbledore's commanding voice soon enveloped the eager young wizards, who gradually fell silent. All eyes focused intently on Dumbledore as he smiled and approached the Goblet of Fire. The goblet was about to select its final champion, compelling Snape to momentarily set aside his confrontation with Wen Zhiyu, redirecting his gaze. As Dumbledore neared the goblet, he reiterated the rules of the Triwizard Tournament, informing all present that once selected, participation was mandatory, before finally coming to a standstill. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, the blue flames of the goblet flickered, and soon enough, it expelled a piece of black parchment. Dumbledore took the parchment, opened it, and displayed it for all to see. The first contender representing Durmstrang, Victor Krum. At the moment the name was uttered, the hall erupted in a fervent applause. Krum, seated at the Durmstrang table, stood up amidst the clamor, bowed, and proceeded towards the compartment that Dumbledore had just mentioned. Chapter 99, The Latecomer. As Dumbledore continued his announcements, the names of the second and third champions were gradually revealed, culminating in the goblet of fire emitting a fourth name. A profound silence enveloped the room. Harry, filled with dread, was summoned by Dumbledore to the compartment, followed closely by the other two headmasters. Wen Zhiyu, remaining vigilant, discreetly inscribed a rune onto Karkaroff's robes as he passed by. He overheard their heated argument with clarity. Yet, in the end, the outcome unfolded as scripted. Harry was compelled to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Before departing the hall, Snape grasped Wen Zhiyu's robe, his expression dark as though he were about to plunge into the depths of the dungeons. After speaking, Snape was summoned to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. Wen Zhiyu, not daring to defy the professor's authority, executed his tasks with utmost diligence, harboring no belief that anyone could uncover traces of his actions, especially within the confines of Britain. The anticipation of seeing the professor again filled him with joy, leading him to the dungeons, where he adeptly entered the potions classroom and began to sort through the unprocessed ingredients. The potions room remained as it always had, dimly lit to accommodate certain special ingredients. When Zhiyu placed the materials on the board, meticulously dissecting and chopping them with a small knife, then transferring them into nearby vials, each step executed with fluid grace. When Snape entered, this was the scene that greeted him. In that instant, long-buried memories resurfaced, merging the image of a youthful figure with the person before him, causing the master of potions to momentarily pause. Severus, you've arrived? When Zhiyu had just completed filling a vial and gently placed it on the shelf. Turning around, he was met by Snape at the door. Hearing his name, Snape regained his composure. Yes, he acknowledged, moving toward his desk and summoning someone over. When Zhiyu obediently approached, taking a moment to use his wand to cast a cleansing charm on his hands before drying them with magical energy. As he walked over to Snape's side, his eyes were immediately drawn to him. Avoiding direct eye contact, Snape's gaze fell upon the obsidian wand. Reflecting on Dumbledore's words from earlier that evening, Snape's eyes darkened with hesitation. A wand could reveal much, including recent spells cast. If he wished to ascertain whether Wen Zhiyu had slain Cedric Diggory, perhaps a mere examination of his wand would yield some information. However, a wand held profound significance for a wizard, something not to be trifled with. Are you interested in inspecting my wand, Professor? Wen Zhiyu's inquiry snapped Snape's attention back to him. Long before Wen Zhiyu had produced his wand, Snape had noticed his gaze lingering on it, and earlier, he had been keenly aware of Wen Zhiyu's eyes watching him intently, noting the fleeting hesitation that crossed Snape's features. Snape was at a loss for words. To say he was uninterested would be disingenuous. Wen Zhiyu's previous actions had clearly indicated otherwise. To claim he wished to see it? Absurd. What right did he have to ask for such a thing? With a heavy sigh, Snape attempted to dismiss the thought of probing the wand. But before he could articulate his denial, he felt something being pressed into his hand. The sensation was cool, and the wand's intricate patterns compelled Snape to involuntarily caress its surface, staring in disbelief at the wand he now held. If you wish to examine it, feel free to take your time, Wen Zhiyu said, leaning against the table's edge, propping himself up with one hand, a smile illuminating his face as he observed Snape's reaction. You simply hand it over like this? Snape's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He should have been elated to acquire what he desired, yet inexplicable anger bubbled within him. Do you understand the significance of a wand to a wizard? Did I not teach you this before? He suddenly looked up, only to be met by the enchanting gaze of Wen Zhiyu, who tilted his head slightly, gazing at him with warmth that shimmered in the dim light of the dungeon. At that moment, Snape found himself unable to utter the harsh reprimands he had intended. He felt his heart flutter unexpectedly. I certainly understand, but... The intensity of Wen Zhiyu's gaze, coupled with his mellifluous tone, felt intoxicating, as though he were ensnaring Snape in a web of desire. If it were the professor asking, he would willingly oblige. Snape's heartbeat quickened, and he hastily averted his gaze, overwhelmed by the emotions he had previously dismissed. Each time he locked eyes with Wen Zhiyu, he now sensed an overwhelming affection that threatened to drown him, a sensation he had not experienced before. Struggling to suppress his racing heart, Snape clutched the wand, seeking distraction. Ebony wood, quite an excellent choice. Snape scrutinized the wand thoroughly, his fingers tracing the decorative motifs. Recognizing the design, a swirling dragon, reminiscent of one he kept in his pocket. Ebony wood, 14 3/4 inches, infused with the blood of a rare creature. When Zhiyu observed Snape's averted gaze, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Upon receiving the explanation, Snape continued to avoid eye contact. His attention fixated on the ebony wand, a hint of magical energy seeping from his fingertips. There are no traces of dark magic. Upon receiving this feedback, Snape hastily relinquished the wand, shuffling to his desk to feign concentration on a paper he picked up. Not bad, he remarked, though it was unclear whether he was referring to the wand or the paper, as his gaze remained glued to the parchment. Wen Zhiyu, perplexed by Snape's behavior, took a seat on the opposite side. This had been his designated spot previously. Even though Snape had revoked it last year, he had recently persisted until he reclaimed it. Did the professor summon me to the dungeons for a specific purpose? Wen Zhiyu inquired, studying Snape's profile. Snape hesitated again, crumpling a corner of the parchment in his grip, desperately searching for an excuse. Finally, he found one. The defense against the dark arts class begins tomorrow. Are you prepared? Wen Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the professor had called him merely to inquire about this matter. Rest assured, Professor, I am fully prepared and will not bring you shame. His proficiency in defense against the dark arts had been cultivated under Snape's guidance, far more reliable than those two yearlings. With the topic successfully diverted, Snape inclined his head slightly, maintaining an air of composure. Very well, you may leave now. Where's the door? Wen Zhiyu? He appeared incredulous that the professor's inquiry was so mundane. Wen Zhiyu scrutinized Snape closely, attempting to discern his true intentions. Yet, Snape remained fixated on the parchment before him, occasionally jotting down notes with a quill, marking AP here and there, as Snape continued to revise several sheets. Just as Wen Zhiyu was on the verge of seeking another excuse to leave, he capitulated first. He stood, repositioned his chair, and reluctantly made his way to the dungeon door, pausing to push it open. Glancing back at Snape, who still had his head buried in the papers, he bid farewell with a wistful, "Good night, Professor." Familiar words drifted softly into Snape's ears, the regrets of that evening once again stalling his quill. Ink pooled at the tip of the pen, falling onto an unknown piece of parchment, quickly blurring into a dark spot. Just before the door was completely shut, Snape tightened his grip slightly and murmured, "Good night, Winlow." Chapter 100. The First Class, Part 1. Thursday afternoon's lesson was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Following their selection as competitors, Harry and Ron had a quarrel the previous day. However, they managed to resolve their misunderstanding in time, though still somewhat displeased. They knew they could not miss today's class. Emerging from Gryffindor Tower, Harry and Ron met up with Hermione and hurried through the corridor towards the classroom. Eager to secure a good position, the three of them walked briskly. As they rounded a corner, they faintly heard voices conversing in a language that was both familiar yet incomprehensible to them. Drawing upon their experiences from previous years, they slowed their pace, exchanged glances, and stealthily moved forward. The moment they revealed themselves, Harry was confronted by a black serpent flying directly towards him. The speed was too swift for any defense, and as the serpent seemed poised to bite Harry's nose, a glinting blade swiftly struck the serpent's head aside. The dagger traced an elegant arc in its master's hand, sending the black serpent, now impaled on the tip, towards the newcomer. Master. The blade was pointed at a student clad in black from the east, whose expression was not favorable. He appeared somewhat pale, and his eyes reflected fear upon seeing the wielder of the dagger. Nanyu cast a glance at the serpent still flicking its tongue at the tip of the blade, then with a twist of his wrist, he flicked the serpent towards the boy. The lad fumbled to catch the serpent, which immediately burrowed into the folds of his clothing. Nanyu said nothing, casting a cold glance at the boy, who promptly understood and hastily apologized to Harry and the others before swiftly exiting the corridor with the serpent. As Nanyu prepared to leave, he was suddenly seized by his wrist. Nanyu, what are you doing here? Harry finally regained his composure from the fright and looked excitedly at his long-lost friend. Remembering his own task, Nanyu endured and did not pull away. You've taken up the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Will you be staying at Hogwarts? Harry pressed eagerly. Hermione and Ron gazed at him with hopeful expressions. Nanyu paused before replying with a terse, That was sufficient. Harry and his friends had long since acclimated to Nanyu's manner of interaction, and they dragged him along toward the classroom. You're going to the defense against the dark arts class too, right? So are we. Let us go together. The trio insistently pulled Nanyu along, and as their destinations aligned, he made no objections, accompanying them all the way to the classroom. Draco had arrived before them, seated in a forward position. He looked somewhat surprised at the entrance of the four, yet he remained silent. His interactions with Nanyu were limited, primarily due to his tendency to look down upon houses outside of Slytherin. Harry sat down next to Draco, as usual, while Ron was separated from Hermione, sitting on the outermost edge, which was their optimal arrangement to prevent Harry from being sandwiched. Nanyu stood to one side of the podium, seemingly not intending to sit, likely waiting for someone. As for whom he awaited, it was obvious. As time drew near, students from both houses gradually assembled. Although they held little expectation for the defense against the dark arts lesson, upon learning that it would be taught by Wen Zhiyu, the allure of the professor's appearance alone compelled them to attend. Missing even a minute would mean less time to admire. Just before the bell rang, Wen Zhiyu entered the classroom precisely on time. Standing at the podium, he drew out his wand and lightly tapped it against his palm. "Good afternoon, students," Wen Zhiyu greeted, offering a warm smile that elicited a wave of astonishment from the young wizards. "I am Wen Zhiyu, as you can see. I will be your new defense against the dark arts professor this semester." In accordance with customary practice, Wen Zhiyu began with a self-introduction, then gestured towards Nanyu. "This is Nanyu, my assistant." This class consisted of fourth-year students, who were contemporaries of Nanyu, having already been acquainted for over 2 years. There was no need for further introductions. Observing the group of young wizards who had not attended any proper classes for the past 3 years, Wen Zhiyu shook his head slightly before addressing them. "As fellow students of Hogwarts, I believe you are all aware that compared to the other 2 schools, our curriculum has fallen significantly behind. Whether it be Beauxbatons or Durmstrang, Hogwarts students have had ample interaction with them in recent times. During these exchanges, the inadequacy of our defense against the dark arts instruction has become glaringly evident." Many students nodded in agreement, resonating with Wen Zhiyu's observations. He was pleased with their self-awareness. It seemed they were not attempting to delude themselves. "Therefore, I will take several lessons to bridge this gap." All eyes in the classroom were focused on the podium as Wen Zhiyu clapped his hands with his wand, announcing the semester's arrangements. "Everyone, our target is the Quidditch pitch. From today onwards, all defense against the dark arts classes will be held outdoors." With that, Wen Zhiyu promptly walked towards the door, leaving Harry and the others bewildered as they exchanged glances before swiftly vacating their seats to follow him. As the front row moved, the other students began to follow suit towards the pitch, with Nanyu bringing up the rear. The Quidditch pitch. This was the location Wen Zhiyu deemed most suitable for practical combat, spacious enough for spellcasting, with a grassy surface that wouldn't lead to immediate injury upon falling. Nanyu nodded as he approached, signaling to the assembled students. Wen Zhiyu smiled as he stood at the front, cutting straight to the chase. "Since everyone is here, you have 5 minutes to quickly form groups of 3 or 4, regardless of house." This was a first in previous classes, and a group of young wizards looked at one another in confusion, but upon hearing the instruction, they began to navigate through the crowd to find their teammates. Draco initially intended to seek out a Slytherin group, but was halted by Harry grasping his arm. With a huff, he crossed his arms, caught in the pleading gaze of his friends. Quickly, within the 5-minute time frame, everyone had formed their teams, with groups of 3 being rare and 4 being the norm. Once the teams were established, under Wen Zhiyu's guidance, the group positioned themselves in a horizontal line, their bewildered and expectant gazes fixed on him. This time, Wen Zhiyu did not stand in the center, but rather shifted slightly to the left, giving Nanyu a knowing glance. Nanyu nodded and retrieved a small, square iron block from his robes, tossing it into the open space. A brilliant blue light emanated, capturing the attention of all the students. In the next instant, the light dissipated, revealing 3 enormous wolves, each nearly 12 feet long, standing before them. The wolves were pure white, their fur impeccably smooth, with ink-black eyes, and their mouths revealed 2 rows of sharp fangs, with 2 pointed bone spikes protruding from their backs. Chapter 101. The First Class, Part 2. As the students caught their first glimpse, they all screamed and recoiled, creating a scene of utter chaos. "Help! What is that?" "Wolves. There are wolves at Hogwarts. Such large wolves. Run." Witnessing the chaotic scene, Wen Zhiyu refrained from intervening, while Nanyu, standing nearby, meticulously stowed away the iron piece. With a flick of his wrist and a series of incantations, he ensnared everyone in place. Upon realizing their immobility, a wave of despair washed over the crowd. Seizing the moment, Wen Zhiyu offered reassurance, urging them not to fear, for the wolf could not move. Upon hearing this explanation, and noting the absence of any other sounds, the terrified students found the courage to direct their attention back to the 3 massive wolves that had just appeared. As Wen Zhiyu had stated, the triple-headed wolf remained stationary after landing, its forepaws seemingly as trapped as theirs, save for the occasional menacing expression. Gradually calming down, Harry gently released someone's hand and cautiously inquired, "Professor, what does this mean?" It was good to have someone speak up, alleviating his solitude in dialogue. Alas, it was a Gryffindor who had asked. Had it been a Slytherin, he would have gladly awarded points, perhaps even bringing a smile to the professor's face. With a serious demeanor, Wen Zhiyu approached the giant wolf, and instantly, the snarling creature transformed into a docile companion, sitting upright. "This is a magic shadow wolf. A low-tier magical beast from China, he explained, directing his wand towards the wolf's belly. Observe its waist, that is its weak point. As he elaborated on which spells could inflict harm on the magic shadow wolf, the students listened intently. However, one could not contain their curiosity and queried, "But Professor, why must we know this? Understanding animals seems more suited for care of magical creatures." "Excellent question," Wen Zhiyu responded, recognizing the merit in the inquiry. 10 points to Slytherin. Glancing at the tie of the student who had spoken, he happily awarded the points. The purpose of imparting this knowledge is to enhance your understanding of your adversary. This way, when you face them in battle, you shan't suffer undue embarrassment. A profound silence enveloped the group of students. Battle? Is it as I fear? Draco thought. Attempting to retreat, yet his feet remained firmly anchored. The other students shared his sentiment, believing they had misheard, and murmurs of confusion erupted. Why must we battle it? Aren't we studying defense against the dark arts? A Gryffindor exclaimed, agitated. Wen Zhiyu maintained his smile, asserting, in my view, the best defense is a good offense. If you incapacitate your opponent first, their dark magic shall never befall you. While there was some logic to this, the immense pressure of confronting 3 colossal snow wolves weighed heavily on the minds of the 14-year-old wizards, who wished to argue. Yet there are no buts, Wen Zhiyu interrupted, his smile unwavering. The task has been assigned, and our lesson today revolves around them. Releasing the students from their bindings, he thoughtfully established a transparent barrier at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, preventing their escape. The young wizards, scarcely freed, dashed away, eager to seek out the headmaster to lodge a complaint, but their flight was abruptly halted. They collided with the invisible barrier, unable to breach it with any spell, and their gazes fell back upon Wen Zhiyu. A friendly reminder, the magic shadow wolf will remain bound for 3 more minutes. After that, they will break free. He continued to smile, though this time, his expression appeared somewhat sinister to the young wizards, and his tone lacked its usual warmth. In my class, there is no room for ineptitude. I wish you all good luck. This afternoon, Snape had no classes. After finishing his lunch and departing the Great Hall, he remained in the dungeons concocting potions. Just as he completed a fresh batch and was about to start another, his gaze fell upon a newly processed ingredient, prompting him to recall something. Today marked the first lesson for that individual. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course had seen countless professors come and go, and although that person claimed curses were ineffective against them, one could never predict unexpected occurrences during a first lesson. After all, it was a course he had always valued. A brief visit would be reasonable. Having persuaded himself, Snape secured the potion and departed the dungeons with his wand in hand. The potion's master's black robes billowed as he swiftly made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, only to find it eerily empty, which took him by surprise. Where is everyone? He was acutely aware that there was still time before class ended, but he had no intention of scouring the entire school for them. He casually stopped a passing badger to inquire about the whereabouts of the class. The badger, initially intent on observing the commotion at the Quidditch pitch, was startled when caught by Snape. Professor Snape, it stammered, visibly shaken. The Quidditch pitch, hearing the location, Snape frowned, dismissing the fact that the creature had misnamed him and releasing the badger from his grip as he made his way toward the Quidditch pitch. The freed badger hesitated, clutching its book, but ultimately decided against following, reasoning that the excitement could wait. After all, one's life was paramount. Typically, the path to the Quidditch pitch was sparsely populated outside of weekends, yet today, it felt inexplicably crowded, with an overabundance of witches. Speculating on the possibility of trouble, Snape's expression darkened further, quickening his pace toward the pitch. However, before he could arrive, the throng of students gathered in the stands startled him. A multitude of students leaned over the railing, eagerly peering down, their voices filled with astonishment. Good heavens! Look at that! He dodged it. Merlin's socks. That wizard was sent flying. Look, Professor Wen is truly captivating. Oh, that Gryffindor's spell was impressive. The students, united in their excitement, remained oblivious to the arrival of their formidable professor. Disliking crowds, Snape maneuvered towards a less populated area, directing his gaze downward in the same direction as the students. From his vantage point, he could see the entirety of the Quidditch pitch. Just one glance ignited a surge of fury within him. The students, initially unaware of his presence, soon sensed a chilling aura and turned to find none other than Snape. As his countenance grew increasingly stormy, the atmosphere thickened with tension, prompting the students to withdraw hastily. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape strode toward the pitch entrance, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. Observing the pandemonium unfolding on the field, he stifled the urge to break through the barrier, his gaze settling on Wen Zhiyu in the distance. So this is what he meant by putting my mind at ease. Chapter 102, An Unexpected Turn of Events. On the Quidditch pitch, 3 colossal white wolves weave through the throng of over 20 students, spells soaring through the air, bursts of white and red light flashing chaotically. Nanyu, unusually unarmed, repeatedly darted under the claws of the white wolves, rescuing students from peril, only to rush off to save the next. Harry had just performed a roll to evade a wolf's attack when he spat out a mouthful of grass. "Ron, watch your back." Hearing this, Draco cast a protective spell around him, retorting, "Worry about yourself." The giant wolf's claws struck the barrier, causing it to bounce back and roll near Ron. Damn it! Ron seized the opportunity to scoop up dirt and hurl it at the white wolf, shouting, "Help!" Except for a few individuals, the remaining wizards were engulfed in chaos, haphazardly casting spells as they recalled them, some even resorting to healing charms against the mighty wolf. Observing the wounds she had painstakingly inflicted begin to mend, Hermione was nearly driven to exclaim in frustration, "Get out of the way if you can't fight." At that moment, her exasperation reached its zenith. Just as Ron dashed to Harry's side, he unleashed a stunning spell that inadvertently struck a nearby Slytherin instead of the wolf. The creature turned, preparing to retaliate, but was saved at the last moment by Nanyu. With no target in sight, the wolf lunged toward the direction from which the spell had originated. Ron was pulled away by Harry, and Draco swiftly came to their aid. Hermione seized the opportunity, as the three had just vacated the area. She brandished her wand and aimed a spell at the wolf's flank. Shatter! The incantation sped forth, but the airborne wolf suddenly countered, twisting in midair to pounce towards a distant Gryffindor. The spell sailed wide, continuing its trajectory. In the open space ahead sat Wen Zhiyu, reclining on a sofa, eyes closed in repose. Initially intrigued, he quickly lost interest and decided to delegate the troublesome task to Nanyu, treating it as practice. He transformed a patch of grass into a sofa and settled down, propping himself up one-handed for a nap. The spell continued to approach Wen Zhiyu, and Snape, who had been vigilantly observing the scene, noticed the encroaching red spell. His rising ire was swiftly extinguished, replaced by a chilling dread that coursed through him. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape shattered the barrier before him and hurled a spell in response. Not enough. Even with his speed, he realized Hermione's spell had been cast far earlier and would inevitably reach its target first. A profound sense of fear and panic enveloped him in an instant. Wen Zhiyu remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger, eyes still closed. As the red spell drew nearer, Snape felt his heartbeat falter, the tip of his wand trembling slightly. Closer. Closer. The spell reached Wen Zhiyu in the blink of an eye, striking him and erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. In the next moment, a suit of armor materialized in his stead. The onlookers bore witness to the spell colliding with Wen Zhiyu, followed by the explosive red mist, rendering them speechless. Hermione stood frozen, her wand slipping from her trembling grasp as disbelief filled her eyes. At that very moment, the wolf, having regained its target after another rescue by Nanyu, seized upon her vulnerability, lunging toward her. Hermione could no longer discern the sounds around her, her mind consumed by the devastating thought that she had just harmed a friend. The wolf approached with alarming speed, and the urgency to react seemed to fade away. "Hermione, get away," Harry shouted, watching as the wolf charged toward her while Nanyu was occupied saving another. The claws drew near, and just as they were mere inches from her face, she felt a sudden tug at her collar. In an instant, Wen Zhiyu's voice pierced through her daze. Too slow, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Wen Zhiyu had yanked her aside, glanced at the time, and raised his hand to cast a spell. Instantly, red vines erupted from beneath the wolf's feet, ensnaring it and rendering it immobile. After securing the creature, Wen Zhiyu surveyed the scene, noting the numerous students sprawled out, and disdainfully shook his head. "Today's lesson ends here, class dismissed." Clapping his hands, Wen Zhiyu turned to instruct Nanyu to contain the wolf, but was abruptly yanked back by someone gripping his collar. "Who gave you the audacity?" A pair of dark, piercing eyes met his, and upon recognizing the fury etched on Snape's face, Wen Zhiyu's heart sank, his words caught in his throat. On the Quidditch pitch, over 20 students and countless spectators observed as Wen Zhiyu was struck by the spell and then reappeared. Before anyone could react with astonishment, Snape strode into the center of the field, seizing Wen Zhiyu by the collar and opening his mouth in anger. For a moment, all the young wizards who had been on the verge of gasping fell silent. Merlin, the professor's face looks dreadful. Wen Zhiyu shared that sentiment, especially as Snape's grip tightened, his fury seemingly escalating. After a moment's reflection, Wen Zhiyu mustered a strained smile and managed to utter, "Good afternoon, Professor." The surrounding students exchanged glances, sensing that Wen Zhiyu was courting disaster, and Snape felt similarly. "Good afternoon. Do you believe I am in a good mood right now?" The sarcasm in his tone echoed around them, prompting the students to step back in unison. Snape then realized he was in the Quidditch pitch, with so many eyes upon him. With this realization, Snape gradually released his hold on Wen Zhiyu's collar, yet his gaze remained intimidating. Certainly not. As soon as he uttered the words, Wen Zhiyu regretted them, as they sounded equally inappropriate. As Snape's anger flared, Wen Zhiyu's mind raced. But ultimately, he could only lower his head and murmur, "Please don't be angry, Professor." The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of those around him shifted to one of incredulity, as they had not anticipated such a response and did not believe Snape would truly relent. Yet they were mistaken. Upon hearing Wen Zhiyu's plea, Snape's fury diminished significantly. With his head bowed, just as he had done during previous transgressions in the dungeons. Wen Zhiyu's first words were not a defense or an explanation, but a request for Snape to temper his anger. In truth, Snape was not particularly enraged, after all. How the defense against the dark arts class was conducted had little bearing on him as a potions master. He merely found Wen Zhiyu's approach rather reckless. What truly incensed him was Hermione's spell. At the moment the incantation struck Wen Zhiyu, exploding into a cloud of red mist. He was transported back to a day filled with bloodshed, witnessing a boy collapsing in his arms, forever closing his eyes. In that instant, he felt as though his very blood had frozen, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Thus, when he saw Wen Zhiyu reappear, he rushed forward, seizing him. His rage only flared at that moment. Chapter 103, 34 Strategies. A peculiar tension pervaded the Quidditch pitch, and Harry contemplated intervening, but upon lifting his foot, he was met with a fierce glare from Snape. Biting his lip, he retreated, his gaze darting around until he spotted a blue phoenix soaring toward them. The phoenix drew nearer, eventually landing beside Snape and Wen Zhiyu, its voice echoing the familiar tones of Dumbledore. "Apologies for the interruption, but perhaps it would be prudent for you both to consult in the headmaster's office." Neither Snape nor Wen Zhiyu moved. The blue phoenix flapped its wings, glancing between the two, preparing to repeat itself. "Apologies for the interruption." Its beak was abruptly seized by Snape, and the phoenix began to struggle violently before being forcefully dissipated into a shower of blue sparks. The onlookers gasped collectively, their eyes wide with shock. "Merlin, are we about to witness the appointment of yet another defense against the dark arts professor?" The guardian, who had been irritatingly noisy, was dismissed with a cold glance from Snape, who turned away without a word from the still bowed head of Wen Zhiyu, snorting softly as he departed. Once he sensed the shadow before him dissipate, Wen Zhiyu hastily raised his head, quickly signaling Nan Yu with his eyes and hurried after Snape, calling out, "Professor, wait for me." Snape strode swiftly, but fortunately, Wen Zhiyu's current height allowed him to keep pace, and soon the two figures vanished through the entrance of the Quidditch pitch. The young wizards dared not linger, rapidly increasing the distance between themselves and the magical wolf on the field after the two had disappeared. Nan Yu weighed the sign in his hand, reining in the giant wolf and cradling his wand as he made his way towards the Huaxia dormitory. He felt no concern that the young master would face expulsion, for no one could maintain their composure under the young master's subtle manipulation. As expected, Snape emerged from the headmaster's office, storming directly towards the dungeon, visibly displeased with Dumbledore's arrangements. At the last moment before the door to the dungeon closed, Wen Zhiyu quickly thrust his leg to wedge it in the gap. A sharp crack echoed as his bone fractured, and Wen Zhiyu let out a muffled groan of pain, swiftly raising his hand to steady himself against the doorframe. The commotion stirred the irate Serpent King, who had slammed the door with considerable force, never anticipating that Wen Zhiyu would be foolish enough to block it with his leg. Upon turning back and witnessing Wen Zhiyu's predicament, along with the half-open door, he was taken aback, his anger flaring. "Have you lost your mind?" Wen Zhiyu offered no reply, burying his head in the crook of his arm, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The sound of the door slamming had been quite pronounced, and despite his fury, Snape approached the person at the door. As his anger began to dissipate upon seeing the cold sweat on the man's forehead, he confirmed the feedback of the spell. Right leg fractured. He moved closer, lifting a hand to support him, causing Wen Zhiyu to instinctively flinch, but then promptly submit to the potion's master's grip. Snape helped him to a sofa, suppressing the urge to kick him again, his expression dark as he retreated to the potions room for supplies. The moment he left, Wen Zhiyu's demeanor relaxed significantly. He shifted his right leg, dispersing the quickly gathering magical energy, and without its nurturing, the healing process halted abruptly, the pain beginning to spread. Wen Zhiyu was unconcerned by such a minor injury. As long as he wished, even if his leg were severed, it could grow back in no time. However, he now needed a way to remain in the dungeon. Although the professor had acknowledged his earlier explanation, it was clear that his anger had yet to fully abate. For the sake of their upcoming interactions, Wen Zhiyu did not mind trading this slight injury to quell the professor's wrath. If possible, he would have preferred the professor to simply beat him instead. Yet, such a notion was unlikely. So he resorted to a little strategy to vent the professor's anger while simultaneously garnering some favor. The strategy of self-inflicted pain was particularly apartment. As the door to the potions room swung open once more, Wen Zhiyu quickly donned a different persona, gazing up at the potions master with a look of feigned grievance. His ploy was indeed effective, After his leg had collided with the door and fractured, Snape's anger had nearly dissipated by the time he was preparing the potion. Initially, his ire had lessened somewhat on the Quidditch pitch, further diminished in the headmaster's office after hearing the explanation, and finally, when Zhiyu had inadvertently thrown himself into the fray. With his anger quelled, Snape even paused while concocting the potion, adjusting its flavor to make it less unpalatable. Seated on the sofa, with his right leg slightly elevated and barely touching the ground, Wen Zhiyu gazed at Snape with eyes glistening with unshed tears, displaying an expression of vulnerability as he cautiously stole glances at him. Snape cast a diagnostic spell once more, frowning as he presented the potion to Wen Zhiyu. Drink. Without hesitation, Wen Zhiyu raised his hand to avoid contact, taking the potion bottle and downing its contents in one go, eyes closed. It wasn't as intolerable as he had imagined. This unexpected delight brightened Wen Zhiyu's spirits. The potion's mildness indicated that the professor's anger had nearly subsided. Perhaps he could exert a little more effort. With this thought, Wen Zhiyu turned his gaze back to Snape. The latter avoided his eyes, crouching down to examine his right leg, successfully eliciting a muffled groan from Wen Zhiyu. Snape glanced at him again, then lowered his head to pull up the hem of his trousers, revealing his pale calf. The lower portion of his leg bore significant swelling and small protrusions, appearing uninjured on the surface, likely a result of the bone being directly broken. The healing potion typically took a day to activate. If the leg was forced to move in this state, it could easily incur further injury. Assessing the damage, Snape abandoned the idea of sending Wen Zhiyu to his office to rest, resigning himself to keep him in the dungeon for the time being. Professor, it hurts. Wen Zhiyu's feigned weakness earned him a cold snort from the potion's master. It hurts? Knowing it hurts, yet you dared to wedge your leg in the door? Snape stood up, crossing his arms with a sardonic smile. I thought Mr. Wen Zhiyu considered himself invincible, believing nothing in this world could harm you. Wen Zhiyu recognized that Snape was alluding to the incident at the Quidditch pitch. He had been catching up on sleep then, and with Nanyu watching closely, he hadn't expanded his awareness too far, failing to notice the professor's arrival. Had he been aware, he would not have dared to stand there and absorb that spell. From the Quidditch pitch to the dungeon, he had realized that the professor was not solely angry about the 3 giant wolves. Perhaps there was a hint of that, but the primary concern was indeed the spell. The professor was worried about him. Understanding this, Wen Zhiyu's gaze towards the potion's master filled with affection. What could possibly bring such joy as knowing that someone he cherished was worried about him? Even if the professor did not mean it in that way, Wen Zhiyu found it difficult not to feel elated. I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Chapter 104, Mandrake Leaves. Wen Zhiyu's forehead glistened with sweat from pain, his voice soft and melodious, trailing off in a tone that bore a hint of petulance. Petulance. Snape was startled by his own choice of words, his gaze flickering as if he had been burned, and he turned towards his desk. Wen Zhiyu wished to follow, but as an injured party, he had to maintain a semblance of vulnerability, and thus could only angle his body, resting on the sofa, watching the potion's master, who was engrossed in grading papers. A twinkle of mirth began to dance in Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Under the heat of someone's gaze, Snape found himself somewhat uncomfortable, yet he dared not look up. If he did, he would inevitably meet that impossible-to-ignore stare. He struggled to concentrate on the papers in his hands, and even in the chill of the dungeon, he felt a warmth spreading where that gaze brushed over him. How much longer must he endure this? After what felt like an eternity, Snape finally lifted his gaze to shoot a glare at Wen Zhiyu, who had not averted his eyes. It seemed this individual had grown increasingly audacious. If you don't want to use your eyes, I could begrudgingly assist you in closing them. Reaching his breaking point, the potion's master raised his head to shoot a sharp look at him. If the professor wishes, I have no objections. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Zhiyu engaged him in conversation, locking his gaze onto Snape's eyes, earnestly conveying his emotions with a gentle sincerity. Are you certain that only your leg was caught in the door, and not your brain as well? The master of potions exuded a profound irony, his threatening gaze suggesting that should he utter another unpleasant remark, he would undoubtedly find himself unceremoniously expelled from the cellar. Having painstakingly secured this opportunity with a single leg, he could not afford to jeopardize it with thoughtless words. He composed himself, sitting upright, his eyes naturally gravitating towards the potion bottles on the table opposite him. Professor, have you had the chance to examine the animagus potion we buried last time? Suddenly recalling this matter, Wen Zhiyu redirected his gaze towards Snape, who was engrossed in grading papers. After returning to England, he had taken the time to inspect it, but perhaps due to the considerable passage of time, the potion had failed, manifesting as a dark liquid. However, the direction in which the bottle was facing seemed somewhat inconsistent with his memories. Snape, hearing the question, paused momentarily. Oh, perhaps it was some animal, or I simply misremembered. Shaking his head, Wen Zhiyu chose not to dwell on it. He had long aspired to master animagus transformation, But regrettably, the timing had never aligned. Now that he had returned, and as an adult, he was determined to finally bring closure to his unfinished endeavors. He retrieved a leaf of mandrake from his ring, selecting the most intact one, and placed it beneath his tongue. As he opened his mouth, the foreign sensation was quite strong, yet it did not significantly hinder his speech. He extended his tongue to ensure it wouldn't fall, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. In the act of opening his mouth, to fully appreciate the changes occurring within, Wen Zhiyu slightly tilted his head back, mimicking the action of swallowing food. The subtle movement of his Adam's apple, combined with the extension of his tongue, momentarily rendered him reminiscent of a lover seeking a kiss. Snape, noticing his actions, felt his ears flush with warmth, quickly averting his gaze and returning to his papers. Wen Zhiyu's appearance was undeniably deceptive from a distance. His long black hair cascading behind him and his soft facial contours could easily mislead one into perceiving him as feminine. However, the proximity between the sofa and the desk was not significant, and Snape's vision was keen. It seemed unfathomable to him that he would entertain such thoughts about a man, particularly one of his own students. Inwardly, he chastised himself harshly. Yet, as he contemplated, his thoughts inevitably drifted to the jade pendant nestled in his pocket, leading to a tumultuous clash of emotions within his mind. Over the past month, the closer Wen Zhiyu drew to him, the more he found himself unable to meet his gaze, and the more he attempted to maintain distance, the more he struggled to remain composed. Wen Zhiyu's every glance, word, and gesture seemed a calculated seduction aimed at him. When Wen Zhiyu had still been a youth, Snape had been able to rationalize his feelings, but now, confronted by the man in front of him, he felt an undeniable stir of unconventional desires. Human hearts are forever greedy, and he was no exception. The fissures of desire widened within their interactions, yet a looming mountain of guilt stood resolutely in their path, obstructing the release of his pent-up emotions. That person might still be alive. Just this singular reason was sufficient to deter him from pursuing Wen Zhiyu. Wen Zhiyu had spent 3 days in the cellar, and whether due to his physical constitution or some other reason, the bone regrowth potion had proven ineffective this time. Despite consuming 3 vials, he felt little improvement. Reluctantly, Snape had to clear out the adjoining storage room once more, allowing him to reside there, and personally applied a plaster cast to stabilize Wen Zhiyu's leg. Once the 3-day observation period concluded, Wen Zhiyu was once again expelled, assisted by Nanyu as he limped back to his office. During this time, Nanyu had been teaching the defense against the dark arts class. Although the curriculum remained unchanged, the intensity had been slightly reduced, avoiding undue stress. Nanyu supported him all the way to the office, refraining from asking why he didn't utilize his magical powers for recovery, as he suspected that his young master would merely shake his head and respond with, "You wouldn't understand." He had not engaged in self-deprecating behavior since turning 11. The office was decorated in a style reminiscent of traditional Chinese aesthetics, simple yet elegant, exuding a sense of dignity. Numerous calligraphies adorned the walls, and while there were few antiques, none essential were missing. As they returned from the cellar to the office, sharp-eyed young wizards had already begun to propagate rumors. Professor Snape broke Professor Wen Zhiyu's leg. This news spread throughout Hogwarts in mere hours, reaching all professors and even the headmaster's office. In the ensuing chaos, it became difficult to ascertain who had suffered more: the unfortunate student from the defense against the dark arts class, or Wen Zhiyu, who had emerged limping after 3 days of confinement in the cellar. Logically, it was most likely that Professor Snape had intervened for the sake of student safety, resorting to such measures against his most promising pupil. However, rather than diminishing, the student's fear of Professor Snape had escalated to new heights. If even the most favored student faced such severe consequences for a transgression, what fate awaited them in the event of their own mistakes? In the following week, even the notoriously rebellious Gryffindors, who typically roamed freely at night, remained quietly ensconced in the tower, abandoning their reckless pursuits. The professors responsible for nighttime patrols enjoyed an unusually peaceful period. Chapter 105. The first match after the torrential downpour, the sky transformed dramatically. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, its glistening beams resembling a multitude of swords piercing the firmament, hastening to grace the earth below. The long-anticipated first match of the Triwizard Tournament was about to commence. As the crowd surged in, the competition area buzzed with excitement. Students from the 4 schools entering from various directions in search of optimal viewing spots. Harry, pushed along by several companions, made his way to the chamber for the pre-match draw alongside the other 3 champions. Unlike the students from the other 2 schools, Cedric did not seem to harbor any resentment towards the younger student. In fact, upon Harry's arrival, he even made a point to offer him a spot beside him. The first task was to involve dragons, a fact Harry had learned some time ago, prompting him to research extensively alongside his friends in the library. Yet, it was evident that he lacked confidence. especially after drawing the very dragon he had most dreaded. He felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. In stark contrast to the despair of the boy who lived, Wen Zhiyu was being aided by Nanyu as he made his way towards the professor's seating. Since dispersing his magical energy last time, Wen Zhiyu had refrained from allowing it to recover, relying instead on the bone regrowth potion to heal his leg. Unfortunately, the potion proved somewhat inadequate for his condition. After over 20 days, it merely managed to realign his bones, making normal walking still quite difficult. Moreover, during this time, he had taken to residing in the cellar due to his leg injury, with Nanyu escorting him there in the mornings and returning for him in the evenings. Snape could hardly cast him out directly, so he merely observed as Wen Zhiyu sat in the cellar, engrossed in his studies. Given that this leg injury was somewhat connected to himself, Snape had allowed him a degree of leniency. Over time, their relationship had softened considerably. After attending to his paperwork and needing to maintain an appearance of normalcy, Wen Zhiyu arrived a bit late. Snape occupied the third row of the professor's seating, flanked on either side by colleagues, with no empty space in front or behind him. With a wave, he signaled Nanyu to depart, and Wen Zhiyu, leaning on his cane, hobbled slowly towards the third row. Snape had noticed him approaching and regarded him with a hint of amusement as he maneuvered with his cane. Professor Sprout, seated beside Snape, also took note of Wen Zhiyu's approach. "Good afternoon, Professor Sprout." Wen Zhiyu leaned on his cane and nodded in greeting to Professor Sprout. The professor, fond of this former student, responded promptly and inquired with warmth about his injuries. After a brief conversation with the witch, Wen Zhiyu, sensing Professor Snape's growing impatience, decided to address the matter directly. "I have a small request, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it." Professor Sprout, enjoying their chat, encouraged him to speak freely. With her encouragement, Wen Zhiyu revealed a portion of the cane hidden beneath his robes and feigned a look of distress as he articulated his request. "I wish to discuss a few matters with Professor Snape. If Professor Sprout does not mind, could we perhaps switch places?" Without waiting for a response, he forced a strained smile and continued, "Of course, if it poses an inconvenience, I can remain here and speak. The leg injury is but a minor hindrance, and a few days of rest will suffice." Upon hearing this, even if Professor Sprout hesitated, she could hardly insist that a wounded individual remain standing. Of course, the kind-hearted witch immediately rose, even offering to assist him in sitting down. As the seat was vacated, Wen Zhiyu graciously declined her offer of assistance, and after bidding farewell to Professor Sprout, he settled himself down with his cane. However, the lack of a backrest made it precarious, and he soon found himself tipping backward. Just as he was about to make intimate acquaintance with the ground, a pair of bony hands swiftly pulled him upright, adjusting the creases of his robes. Wen Zhiyu expressed his gratitude while inching closer to the potion's master. "Professor, I owe you my thanks." Snape remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to his words, retracting his hand and directing his gaze solely upon the arena. Recently, Wen Zhiyu had been chewing on mandrake leaves, which rendered his speech somewhat slurred. While communication with others was manageable, his voice softened considerably in the presence of the potion's master. A simple thank you. Yet Snape managed to discern an undercurrent of tenderness within it. They conversed for a while preparations continued in the arena below. Despite receiving no response from Snape, Wen Zhiyu maintained his composure, straightening his posture and directing his eyes towards the competition. The first contestant was Cedric, facing a silver-blue Swedish short-snout dragon, approximately 20 feet in length, which unleashed blue flames towards him. Cedric adopted a steady approach, benefiting from Wen Zhiyu's recent practical lessons in defense against the dark arts. His evasion and spellcasting were no longer clumsy. Like a kite, he executed a series of attacks, ultimately managing to secure the dragon egg and escape. Cedric, Hogwarts, our brave warrior." After successfully breaking free, the arena erupted in cheers, with Hogwarts and Hufflepuff banners soaring high. Even the professor's table resonated with vigorous applause. Cedric's spell work was commendable, and Snape, for once, raised a hand to offer a smattering of applause. Upon witnessing Snape's gesture, a concealed hand beneath a black robe tightened slightly, fixated on the potion's master's bony fingers. Only when Snape sensed his gaze and turned to look did Wen Zhiyu hastily don a beaming smile. The cheers were short-lived, as the second and third champions soon entered the fray. Even those who were not students of Hogwarts could not help but be captivated by this rare spectacle. The clamor of applause grew ever louder. It was not until Harry, representing Hogwarts, took the stage that the cheers slightly diminished. Many were skeptical of this unexpected champion, but out of respect for his status as a Hogwarts student, they refrained from voicing their disapproval. Harry, too, was nervous. His grip on his wand was tight as he repeatedly reminded himself not to fear. The Hungarian Horntail, this was the dragon he had drawn, the most perilous of all the competitors. Having been ambushed by wolves on several occasions, Harry was cautious this time, adopting a strategy of stillness. Man and dragon faced each other in a tense standoff. Ultimately, it was the Hungarian horntail that struck first, lunging forward with a tail swipe aimed at the seemingly feeble human. Harry swiftly dodged, rolling on the ground to evade the attack, then raised his wand to cast a series of spells before quickly changing positions to engage in guerrilla tactics. After several evasions, Harry found his stamina waning. He summoned his broom and mounted it, dodging while counterattacking. Chapter 106, The First Match 2. Circling the arena on his broom, Harry gripped his wand tightly, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the Hungarian horntail. After several failed attempts, the dragon emitted a deafening roar, its massive wings stirring up a tempest. Seizing the moment, Harry cast a levitation spell, propelling a boulder towards the dragon. The horntail nimbly dodged, retaliating with a fiery breath, which Harry countered with a shield charm. However, the flames were too fierce, threatening to breach his protective barrier. Sweat beaded on Harry's forehead as he gritted his teeth, channeling more magic into the spell. At that moment, the horntail flapped its wings again, charging towards Harry at breakneck speed. He hastily sidestepped while casting a transfiguration spell on the ground behind the dragon, transforming it into a swamp. The dragon, caught off guard, plunged into the mire, thrashing in fury as flames erupted wildly, with one stream of fire hurtling towards the professor's table. Ignoring the struggling horntail, Harry desperately attempted to quell the flames, but his magical reserves were nearly depleted, and his spells failed to fully engulf the fire. He could only watch helplessly as it continued to spread. The flames raced toward the area where Snape and Wen Zhiyu sat, and faced with the encroaching inferno. Wen Zhiyu remained unmoved, wearing a bemused smile as he observed the flustered savior in midair. In the very next instant, a blue barrier materialized just in time to shield the professor's table. As he retracted his wand, Snape cast a sharp glance at Wen Zhiyu, irked by his apparent inaction. Especially considering the last spell, Snape's tone grew increasingly severe. It seems, Mr. Wen, you truly do not comprehend the meaning of danger. But there is a professor here. Wen Zhiyu replied, unfazed by the sarcasm in his tone, his smile brightening further. Surely, the professor would not allow me to be harmed, would he? The response was a cold huff from the potion's master. Meanwhile, the horntail seized the opportunity to extricate itself from the swamp and soared back into the air, its eyes ablaze with rage. Harry inhaled deeply, reaching into his pocket, ultimately retrieving an item. Before the competition began, Nanyu had handed it to him. He extracted a piece of parchment, crumpling it as instructed and tossing it directly at the dragon. With a resounding boom, the paper exploded, enveloping the area in smoke, scales flying from the horntail as blood splattered. The sudden turn of events stunned the arena into silence, the dragon howling in pain. Yet its massive form continued its relentless charge towards Harry. Once again, 2 paper balls were hurled forth. The dragon managed to evade one, but was still significantly struck by the other, crashing down onto the ground. The dragon let out a thunderous roar directed at Harry. Amidst the cacophony, Harry steadied himself on his broom, and as the dragon prepared to launch another attack, he silently produced a stack of talisman papers, brandishing them towards the creature. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Snape's gaze, laden with complexity, fell once more upon Wen Zhiyu. If memory served him correctly, the talisman papers in Potter's possession should have originated from this very individual beside him. Not just Snape, but also the professors who had had even the slightest interaction with Wen Zhiyu were struck by this realization, their eyes converging upon him. Surely, it wouldn't be against the rules to offer the champion a bit of assistance? Wen Zhiyu grasped his wand and, with a smile, elucidated the matter. It was indeed not against the rules. The regulations of the Triwizard Tournament made no mention of prohibiting the use of such items. Yet the sheer lethality of this stack was alarming. Could it not simply slay a dragon outright? In the arena, Harry successfully intimidated the tree-like figure into relinquishing the dragon egg, thus concluding the bout. The final match of the Triwizard Tournament came to a triumphant close, and Dumbledore along with the other 2 headmasters began to wrap up the event, announcing the time for the next competition. Snape had no intention of lingering, wishing to depart early. However, the group of individuals seated to his right showed no signs of budging. He was left with no choice but to address Wen Zhiyu, who occupied the seat to his left. Would you kindly make way? Snape requested. Wen Zhiyu, who had been observant of Snape's movements, responded with a gentle smile, his eyes crinkling slightly as he replied, of course. With that, he held his wand in one hand while using the other to support himself, trembling slightly as he rose to allow passage. Snape, unable to bear the sight, begrudgingly reached out to steady Wen Zhiyu's arm, assisting him in standing. After clearing the space, Snape intended to swiftly withdraw, but in the next moment, he felt his arm grasped once more, a voice tinged with apology whispering near his ear. Then I must trouble you for an escort, Professor. Who said I would escort you? Snape thought to fling both the person and the hand away. Yet, feeling the weight of Wen Zhiyu leaning heavily upon him, he realized that a mere flick of his arm could very well send the other tumbling to the ground. In the midst of a crowd, he wished to avoid such a spectacle. Suppressing his frustration, Snape scowled as he slowly guided Wen Zhiyu away towards the defense against the dark arts office. Most of the young wizards had gone to watch the match, rendering Hogwarts unusually tranquil during the day. Sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting warmth upon the two figures as they moved forward. Once they had exited the competition area, Wen Zhiyu shifted the majority of his weight back onto his wand, sparing Snape from bearing too much. "Professor," Wen Zhiyu suddenly spoke. Snape responded with a low acknowledgement, waiting for him to continue. "In just a few days, it will be the full moon." He said this with a smile, yet Snape did not reply, his gaze momentarily flickering away. Wen Zhiyu pressed on. "This time, my animagus transformation went remarkably well. Might you accompany me once more to the Forbidden Forest? I thought your eyes had healed." Snape unhesitatingly rejected the proposal, recalling that his previous accompaniment had solely been due to Wen Zhiyu's blindness, and his own schedule did not allow for such indulgences. Upon hearing the response, Wen Zhiyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well. It was rare to see this person so readily concede. Snape couldn't help but glance at him, noticing the crestfallen expression. His gaze flickered briefly before he swallowed back the words that had nearly escaped his lips. The two continued to support each other, ambling towards the office. The distance was short, and soon they reached their destination. As Snape arrived at the door, he released his grip, and Wen Zhiyu stood on one foot, showing no intention of entering. "Do you require my assistance to open the door?" Snape stated, his face devoid of expression. Wen Zhiyu instinctively shook his head but promptly changed his mind, nodding vigorously instead. "Humph," Snape mused, increasingly aware of Wen Zhiyu's audacity. He had grown weary of the phrase "give an inch and take a mile." "Then you may wait here." Snape turned to leave. "But do not dare open the door yourself." Watching Snape's black cloak gradually fade from view, Wen Zhiyu consoled himself. At least he hadn't slammed the door in his face, had he? Chapter 107. The Matters of Learning to Dance. Although he ultimately could not accompany the professor to the Forbidden Forest, Wen Zhiyu nonetheless buried the potion in the same place as before, ensuring it was well protected. After consuming several doses of the master potion maker's specially formulated healing potion, his fractured leg finally recovered. The new Christmas season approached rapidly, and in an effort to prevent her students from embarrassing themselves at the ball, Professor McGonagall rounded up the majority of the young Gryffindors to teach them dance. While Wen Zhiyu held little interest in Western social dancing, he was keenly interested in dancing with Snape. Seizing this rare opportunity, he decided to join in the festivities. Professor McGonagall was somewhat surprised by his presence, but had no intention of turning him away, for Wen Zhiyu's words often struck a chord with her. "I have always regretted that you are not a Gryffindor student," Professor McGonagall had expressed to him more than once. To such a leading question, Wen Zhiyu typically remained silent. She assigned him a relatively quiet position, and then McGonagall moved to the center of the open space, beginning to explain the key points of the dance to the lions. As for Western dance, Wen Zhiyu had some knowledge. During his 12-year existence as a ghost, he had followed closely behind Snape, who, as a Slytherin student, had naturally been required to learn the art of dance. Severus often practiced his dance steps alone in the dormitory, and with each passing time, Wen Zhiyu would watch closely and eventually join in, mimicking the movements. It is somewhat amusing to recall that when Severus practiced the invitation to dance, Wen Zhiyu had placed his hand on Severus's more than once, as if to briefly satisfy a yearning. Severus's practice steps were those of a male dancer, and even if Wen Zhiyu wished to dance with him, he could not, as he was unfamiliar with the female steps. Instead, he could only follow the rhythm. Stepping towards Severus, as they moved in sync, lifting hands, spinning, their breaths intertwined with the knight's embrace. After Professor McGonagall concluded her key points, she began a live demonstration. Wen Zhiyu promptly focused intently on her movements. McGonagall danced the female steps, her movements precise and graceful, all the while elucidating the posture and how to coordinate with one's partner. In stark contrast to Wen Zhiyu's dedication, the Gryffindor lions clearly had other intentions, as their attention waned after only a brief moment of concentration, leading to whispered exchanges. "Have you found a dance partner?" a young lion whispered to a companion. The others shook their head, eyes scanning the room before settling on one direction. "Not yet, but I plan to try shortly." The young lion followed her gaze, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "You're not thinking of inviting Professor Wen, are you? Is that not permissible? We were in the same year once. Your competition might be rather fierce." Another witch leaned in, a determined smile on her face. "He will definitely accept my invitation." The young lion remained puzzled. "But his class is universally regarded as the most terrifying. And so what? It's not as if he was the one striking us. If we get injured, Professor Wen will kindly escort us to the hospital wing." "Exactly," It's those creatures that are frightening. What fault lies with Professor Wen? Have you all lost your minds? How can you even suggest such a thing? Then just say he is good looking, if that is how you feel. If you continue down this path, the young lion found himself at a loss for words, yet a flicker of concern for his friend lingered in his gaze. You mentioned that if I were to take him down, would I then be afforded personal protection during class? His imagination began to run wild, and he joined forces with several nearby young witches to weave a narrative together. Ahem. Professor McGonagall completed her dance, only to find the noise from the crowd escalating, prompting her to interject. Have you all seen clearly? Professor McGonagall remarked with a hint of exasperation, or is there anyone willing to join me for a dance? As her words settled, a collective silence enveloped the young lions, their heads bowed in unison. Having anticipated this outcome, Professor McGonagall felt no anger. Instead, she shifted her approach. Then let us pair off and dance in time with my rhythm. The young lions, despite their lack of dancing prowess, were eager to partake. For once they were in motion, the difference between those who could dance and those who could not became inconsequential. In an instant, the common room buzzed with life. As students scurried about, finding their partners, Ron was summoned by Professor McGonagall to serve as a demonstration, leaving Harry to partner with Hermione. Though both found their gazes drawn to a certain individual, encircled by a throng of witches, Wen Zhiyu maintained his characteristic smile, even as he stood amidst the group of witches, preserving a social distance of about 3 steps. Since his enrollment, this ever-smiling, gentle Slytherin had garnered much affection from his peers. Now, having transformed unexpectedly, his newfound allure, though a mystery, rendered him even more captivating than before. Most notably, he remained unattached. This was the crux of the matter. His single status meant that everyone had a chance. Why shouldn't it be him? Professor, may I have the pleasure of a dance? The request echoed in unison from 3 young witches, who exchanged glances filled with determination before turning their fervent gazes towards Wen Zhiyu. The commotion drew the attention of many, who whispered among themselves, curious to see which witch he would choose. Dance with me? Me? Wen Zhiyu gazed at the 3 outstretched hands, offering an apologetic smile. Regrettably, my leg injury has yet to fully heal. Otherwise, I would have personally invited each of you. Upon hearing this, the 3 witches, along with those who had intended to invite him, relinquished their hopes. Disheartened, the trio withdrew their hands but held on to a glimmer of hope. However, Professor McGonagall was already urging them to return to the crowd. Once the crowd dispersed, Wen Zhiyu lingered for a moment before noticing another group of witches approaching. He quickly bid farewell to Professor McGonagall and made his way to the dungeon without looking back. Upon reaching the dungeon, Medusa had grown accustomed to his familiarity and, without waiting for the password, opened the door a crack. Good afternoon, Professor, Wen Zhiyu greeted vaguely as he settled into a chair beside the desk. Snape, sensing the emotion in his tone, continued grading papers, a hint of a smirk playing at his lips as he teased. Mr. Wen Zhiyu, our fearless one, has finally encountered something beyond his control. A sound reminiscent of a whimper escaped Wen Zhiyu's throat, prompting Snape to glance at him with newfound interest. Do tell. Almost immediately, Snape felt his robe being tugged, and Wen Zhiyu's forlorn gaze remained fixed on him. I wish to learn how to dance. Dance. What has prompted this sudden desire? Uncertain whether this was a genuine wish or a fleeting whim, Snape pondered before offering a vague suggestion. Perhaps you could seek your luck with Gryffindor. Wen Zhiyu, having just faced rejection, deflated at the thought. Have you already been? Snape noted his expression, his face remaining impassive. It seemed Mr. Wen Zhiyu was not satisfied with Gryffindor's instruction. Wen Zhiyu, reluctant to reflect, mused, perhaps Slytherin is better suited for me. Slytherin did not require its head of house to provide explicit instruction, but I need it. The wolf in rabbit's clothing finally steered the conversation towards its core. Recognizing this, Snape tossed a stack of papers at him, rising from his desk with a stoic refusal. Essays can be assigned to others, but potions cannot. After standing, Snape headed directly to the potions room. With Christmas approaching, the trolls in the school would swiftly deplete the medical wing's potion stock, and to avoid being overwhelmed, Snape had been preparing supplies whenever he found a moment. Unsurprisingly, he was met with a refusal. Such an outcome was anticipated. After multiple refusals, Wen Zhiyu had meticulously laid a trap for Snape's inevitable path. Then, Professor, might you accompany me to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow? Snape's hand brushed against the door frame, and without turning, he replied, I had thought Mr. Wen Zhiyu's memory extended beyond a mere 7 days. It's not about the last incident, Wen Zhiyu quickly clarified, but rather the final stage of the animagus transformation. Having you nearby would bolster my confidence. Propping the door, Snape turned to face him, clearly reluctant to acquiesce. However, having denied him too many times, he sensed that Wen Zhiyu's mood was less than cheerful today. Though a smile graced his lips, it did not reach his eyes. Moreover, compared to teaching him to dance, Merely accompanying him to the Forbidden Forest seemed far less burdensome. He could even take the opportunity to inspect his herb garden. Weighing the options, Snape temporarily forgot his right to outright rejection, hesitating as he chose the path that favored him more. Then I wish you, Mr. Wen Zhiyu, success in your endeavors tomorrow. Wen Zhiyu, of course, would achieve his desires. The divination he received was remarkably accurate. The following afternoon, he awaited the rare stormy weather. Snape remained cloaked in his customary dark robe, his expression as grim as ever. It seemed Mr. Wen Zhiyu's fortune was indeed favorable. After all, he had the professor's blessing. Wen Zhiyu kept pace with the Serpent King, swiftly making his way deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Snape suspected Wen Zhiyu was jesting at his expense, but lacking evidence, he quickened his stride, his dark cloak swirling as he attempted to leave the boy far behind. Yet, he had forgotten that Wen Zhiyu was no longer the youth who needed to jog to keep up with him. The man's long legs easily matched his pace. The clouds thickened overhead, the wind weaving through the trees, brushing against their faces with a chill that sent shivers down their spines. Lightning cleaved the darkness, fragmenting the night sky, and as they approached the designated spot for the potion vials, they arrived at the same location as before. The Master of Potions silently observed Wen Zhiyu as he approached the shadowy stone, memories of their previous encounters replaying in his mind. Snape was puzzled as to why Wen Zhiyu would choose the same place to store the potions, just as he was perplexed by why Wen Zhiyu had continued to choose him in adulthood. In his youth, he could interpret Wen Zhiyu's proximity as reliance, curiosity, or the stirrings of first love. However, the situation has changed. He can distinctly perceive the seriousness and admiration in Wen Zhiyu's gaze each time their eyes meet. After their reunion, the man's profound affection was unabashedly evident in his eyes, akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea, submerging him in a constant ebb and flow. Amidst the rumbling thunder, Wen Zhiyu hastened towards the crevice where the potion lay, cautiously parting the covering to retrieve the crystal vial, observing it with a sense of trepidation. The crimson liquid bore a resemblance to blood, and the vial's contents appeared to be just sufficient for him to consume in one gulp. Before drinking, Wen Zhiyu resolved to take some precautions. Approaching Severus Snape, he removed the storage ring from his hand, feeling it insufficiently secure, and added 2 seals to the banner within the ring before presenting it to him. Snape, just emerging from his reverie, was met with the sight of Wen Zhiyu's solemn and grave expression as he offered the ring. In that instant, it felt as though something within his mind had exploded. Bewildered, with his heart pounding like a drum, Snape stood frozen, blinking as a layer of cold sweat formed in his palm around his wand, momentarily at a loss. The figure before him was backlit. In the night, Wen Zhiyu's features were obscured, yet he sensed the professor's body stiffen slightly as he moved closer. Assuming that Snape was uncomfortable with the proximity, Wen Zhiyu quickly stepped back, thrusting the ring into the hands of the Serpent King. Snape's mind remained in a chaotic state, rigidly watching as Wen Zhiyu placed the ring in his grasp, caught in a moment where he could neither accept nor discard it. Severus, is it coming? The potion's master involuntarily tightened his grip on his wand, sweat oozing from his palms as he bit his lip, attempting to mask his unease. Severus, no. Wen Zhiyu's attempt at an explanation was abruptly interrupted by Snape's sharp reprimand. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Struggling to steady his emotions, Snape lifted his gaze to capture the astonishment etched on Wen Zhiyu's face, as if a part of his heart had been suddenly wrenched away. I am not. Snape instinctively sought to clarify, yet the resurgence of rational thought compelled him to swallow the words, his expression darkening further. Wen Zhiyu was puzzled by Snape's intense reaction. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly concluded that the professor could not accept being addressed by his title. Taking a deep breath to mask his disappointment, Wen Zhiyu apologized and acknowledged the professor. Snape remained silent, his face pale, and Wen Zhiyu's revised address felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him entirely, the chill permeating his limbs. The professor's silence prompted Wen Zhiyu to seize the opportunity to express everything he had intended to say. Professor, due to my bloodline, I cannot guarantee that the process of learning Animagus will proceed as expected. This ring contains something of great importance, and I would be grateful if you could safeguard it to prevent any unforeseen incidents during my transformation. Having swiftly articulated his plea, he observed Snape's lack of response and bit his lip. What do you think, Professor? Chapter 109, Animagus. After asking twice, Wen Zhiyu hesitated to press further, and through the flickering white light, he noticed Snape's expression was decidedly unfavorable. Wen Zhiyu attempted to find a way out. Proceed with your task. Good news, Snape spoke. And another piece of good news was that it seemed he had acquiesced. Though his tone was peculiar, Wen Zhiyu had no time to delve into it. The window for transformation was fleeting, and missing it would necessitate starting over. Furthermore, the professor did not appear to be in a state conducive to further explanations. Like Snape, Wen Zhiyu opted for the more advantageous choice between potentially facing an Avada Kedavra and continuing his animagus studies. Stepping back a distance, Wen Zhiyu positioned himself in an open area, casting a glance at Snape before taking a deep breath and drawing his wand. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. As a tremor coursed through his body, Wen Zhiyu unscrewed the cap of the crystal vial and downed the crimson liquid in one go. A taste reminiscent of a foul blend of sewers and decay assaulted his palate, nearly causing him to retch, with tears involuntarily welling in his eyes. In the next moment, his heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, instinctively crouching to clutch his chest as beads of sweat erupted from his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. As Wen Zhiyu crouched, Snape finally directed his attention toward him. He was familiar with the transformation process of an animagus, recognizing it as a normal phenomenon. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wen Zhiyu felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his limbs, the agony rendering him breathless. His senses dulled gradually, and the surrounding magical energy converged upon him wildly, as his form began to shrink rapidly, white fur spreading across his body in an instant. Snape, witnessing the small, furry figure on the ground, appeared momentarily astonished. A rabbit? In a daze, he recalled the youth's pale pink eyes, which indeed evoked thoughts of a rabbit when gazed upon with longing. After a brief hesitation, Snape approached Wen Zhiyu, wishing to examine the snow-white rabbit more closely. Yet, before he could draw near, the creature suddenly convulsed violently, prompting Snape to frown and hasten forward. A moment later, his expression shifted dramatically. The once pristine white fur was swiftly tainted by crimson, and the rabbit's long ears drooped lifelessly, as if severed by an unseen blade, collapsing onto the ground. When Luo, Snape rushed forward, intent on lifting the pitiable rabbit for inspection, but before he could touch it, a violent surge of magical energy repelled him. The potion's master was flung away, yet upon landing, he was enveloped and unharmed. A tremendous wave of magical energy enveloped him. As it swept past, it transformed into a gentler force, yet still forbidding any proximity. Gritting his teeth, Snape grasped his wand, preparing to breach the barrier to assess the creature's condition. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the rabbit, which had been lying on the ground, was suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force, leaving Snape astonished by the bizarre sight before him. From the blood-stained rabbit, black scales emerged from its fur, and Wen Zhiyu felt as though a wild beast were tearing him apart from within. Warm liquid burst forth in an instant, and the uncontainable pain engulfed all his thoughts. The rabbit's petite form began to stretch and expand until it reached a size of 5 to 6 meters before finally pausing. The surrounding magical fluctuations gradually dissipated. The rabbit, no. The current form bore no resemblance to a rabbit. As Snape gazed upon the creature before him, it took on the shape of a serpent, yet with 2 pairs of eagle-like talons. Its skin was a deep, obsidian hue, with tightly arranged, smooth scales, faintly etched with golden patterns. Upon its head were antler-like protrusions, and its golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, exuding an aura of danger and oppression. This creature bore a striking resemblance, up to 80%, to the dragon motif on his jade pendant, differing primarily in size and more intricate details. The dragon coiled its massive form, the comfort of its newly awakened state compelling it to roar, yet upon opening its eyes, the first creature it beheld appeared rather unwell. It hesitated, fearing that its voice might frighten the being away. Observing the transformation of Wen Zhiyu from human to rabbit and then to dragon, Severus Snape was taken aback, his emotions a complex tapestry of astonishment and unease. The two stood in opposition, the night breeze sweeping away the withered leaves on the ground, while the chirping of insects and the songs of birds vanished into silence with the dragon's emergence. "Revert back," Snape commanded, noting that the black dragon's size was somewhat excessive. Even within the Forbidden Forest, such a colossal creature was rare and would easily attract unwanted attention. In response, the black dragon remained motionless, its golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Snape, suspecting a miscommunication, raised his voice and repeated his request, yet the dragon still did not budge. Facing the night wind, Snape met the dragon's innocent gaze, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Snape hesitated, tightening his grip on his wand. The immobile black dragon seemed to sense the tension radiating from the bipedal creature before it, shifting its bulk, causing the trunks and stones on the ground to rattle violently. It cautiously began to approach Snape. With each inch it drew near, Snape's complexion paled further, especially as he noted the complete absence of any human-like demeanor in the dragon's eyes, causing his wand to tremble slightly in his grasp. Even a successful animagus transformation carried the risk of losing consciousness, with the probability increasing in proportion to the ferocity of the creature. To lose consciousness meant to succumb entirely to primal instincts. Wild beasts inherently harbor animosity towards humans, and Snape could not guarantee that Wen Zhiyu would not attack him upon losing awareness. After all, dragons were classified as creatures of extreme danger. He might perish here. At such a close range, even a killing curse would likely provoke a fatal backlash, resulting in severe injury, if not death. Moreover, as the dragon continued to encroach upon him, Snape found his wand slipping from his grasp, his throat constricting as he resignedly closed his eyes. The anticipated assault and pain never materialized. With his eyes shut, Snape felt an unexpected sensation, as if something had coiled around his left hand several times. The constricting pressure on his arm compelled him to open his eyes. The black dragon had vanished from view, and as Snape raised his left hand, he discovered it ensnared by a black serpent, 2 fingers thick, wrapping around his arm in an affectionate manner. Chapter 110, Kindness. Lightning cracked across the sky, thunder roaring as if to herald the ferocity of the impending storm. Snape glanced at the serpent on his arm, which had begun to numb him with its grip, its head nuzzling his shoulder, adorned with 2 small protrusions resembling horns. So, this is indeed the black dragon? As the black dragon approached Snape, it caught a whiff of a familiar medicinal aroma. Originally intending to carry this human to a new lair, the dragon noticed that the human had closed his eyes, appearing somewhat frightened. After a moment's contemplation, the dragon retracted its claws, swiftly coiling around the man's arm in a gesture of reassurance. Sensing Snape's rigidity, the dragon relaxed slightly, gradually retreating to his wrist, gently nibbling on his fingertips. See, I don't bite hard. Snape stared, taken aback as the dragon retreated to his wrist and playfully nipped at his finger, caught off guard by the unexpected interaction. The scent of herbs intensified on Snape's hands, prompting the black dragon to shrink its form further, rubbing its body slowly along Snape's wrist and palm. There was neither aggression nor departure. The dragon's behavior left Snape in contemplative silence until he perceived that the creature genuinely bore no malice, allowing him to release a subtle sigh of relief. Observing the dragon's continued gentle nibbles on his fingers, Snape hesitantly extended his hand toward the dragon's head. There was no resistance. The dragon allowed Snape to stroke it, leaning into his touch, and once again lowered itself against Snape's hand, emitting a series of amicable gestures towards his fingers. The texture was cool, the smooth scales inviting to the touch. Snape pressed his lips together, tentatively reaching towards the dragon's vulnerable spot. Given its serpentine form, the dragon's vital areas surely warranted careful attention. He slid his fingers down until they brushed against the area near the heart, yet the dragon offered no sign of objection. Snape gritted his teeth, applying a slight pressure, and the dragon immediately ceased its nibbling, its golden eyes wide with confusion as it regarded him. The weight of anxiety lifted from Snape's chest at that moment, allowing him to exhale softly. "Wen Zhiyu?" he tentatively called out. Upon his fingers leaving the sensitive area, the dragon resumed its previous actions, showing no reaction when its name was uttered. Snape frowned, a raindrop landing upon his forehead. He glanced upward at the dim, overcast sky, wrapping his left hand within his black robe as he strode away from the forbidden forest. Despite the potion master's swift pace, the distance to their potion stash was considerable, and he could not avoid becoming dampened by the rain. Back in the cellar, Snape hung his soaked robe on a rack, instinctively making his way toward the bathroom. However, just as he took a couple of steps, the movement on his hand caused him to halt. His left hand had remained wrapped in the robe, shielding the dragon from the rain. Once the robe was shed, the black dragon, having coiled around his hand, became dissatisfied and scrambled up onto Snape's shoulder. As it attempted to snuggle closer to his neck, Snape swiftly yanked it down. Severus pulled the dragon from his arm, crumpling it into a bundle and tossing it onto the sofa. "Stay put." After the command, he turned and made his way to the bathroom, pushing the door open to take a shower. The discarded black dragon bounced slightly on the sofa, watching as the fragrant, soft human prepared to leave. It took flight, immediately looping back around Snape's hand. "Why can you still fly?" The sofa and bathroom were not far apart. The dragon could not have leaped from the sofa, and even crawling would not have been so silent. Snape looked down at the dragon, which clung to his arm with unyielding determination, attempting to reason with it. "I'm going to take a shower, and I'll be out shortly." The dragon either did not comprehend or simply chose not to listen, tightening its grip to prevent being shaken off again. Snape scrutinized it for a moment, venom brewing in his throat, but ultimately, upon realizing the dragon truly did not understand, he resigned and swallowed his irritation. With much of his attire dampened by the rain, his clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. Scowling, Snape pushed open the bathroom door. Were this an ordinary creature, he might not have hesitated, but this black dragon was no ordinary animal. It was a person. That person. Severus hesitated at the prospect of undressing. Uncertain whether Wen Zhiyu would retain memories of this time upon awakening, he contemplated and ultimately decided to merely remove his outer garment. The inner lining was white, and the dragon obediently loosened its grip, allowing Snape to divest himself of his outer robe, then coiling around his right arm. This was undoubtedly the most undesirable bath Snape had ever experienced. He held the dragon's head gently, shielding its view as he hastily washed his hair and body, then donned a nightgown with one hand. Securing the buttons, Snape returned to the bedroom with the dragon, leaning against the headboard, finally afforded the opportunity to reflect upon the events of the evening. Initially, Severus Snape acquiesced to accompany Wen Zhiyu into the Forbidden Forest, only to subsequently misunderstand the gesture of the offered ring. Ultimately, he witnessed as Wen Zhiyu transformed from a person into a rabbit and then into a dragon. Upon realizing that Wen Zhiyu was unconscious, he feared that the dragon might attack him. However, reality diverged significantly from his expectations. The black dragon not only refrained from aggression, but showed an unexpected affection towards him, proving impossible to dislodge. The good news was that this black dragon shared the gentle disposition of Wen Zhiyu. The bad news was that he remained uncertain whether Wen Zhiyu would regain consciousness. Snape, who had never held much interest in animagi and possessed limited knowledge in this area, would have sought McGonagall immediately if it had not been so late. The black dragon roamed playfully on Severus's hands and shoulders for a while, and upon noticing his lack of reaction, it began to coil around his thigh. Snape promptly seized the dragon just as it grazed his leg, warning, "You had best remain still, otherwise." A cold smile curled upon his lips. "I shall toss you into the cauldron." Holding the black dragon by its midsection, it squirmed slightly, its tail curling around Snape's forearm. He raised his wand and cast a binding spell, but the white light that enveloped the dragon proved utterly ineffective. Undeterred, Snape unleashed a series of spells, including a stunning spell, all to no avail. The dragon lifted its tail, rubbed its belly, seemingly baffled by the human's actions as the peculiar light tickled its skin. Snape's expression darkened further. He had no desire to sleep beside a black serpent, or rather, a black dragon. Moreover, this was no ordinary black dragon. The dragon, oblivious to Snape's thoughts, coiled itself around his right arm with the grace of a supple rope, realizing that it merely hung loosely from his grasp. Snape fell silent for a moment before extinguishing the lamp and lying on his side. Chapter 111, Vigilance. Snape lay sideways, the black dragon entwined around his arm, a portion gently pressed down and causing him some discomfort. After a moment's contemplation, the dragon withdrew from his arm and settled in front of Snape's chest, curling into a circle and resting its head on his shoulder. Observing the dragon's movement, Snape did not object, allowing himself to close his eyes in this position. The emotional turmoil of the day had left him utterly exhausted, and he fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed. The air in the dungeon bedroom was tranquil, and the soft sound of the potion master's breathing gradually melded with the surrounding environment, creating a serene atmosphere. The black dragon yawned, emitting a low, rumbling sound. Amidst the herbal-scented bedding, it slowly closed its eyes, succumbing to deep slumber. The next morning, when the Serpent King awoke, he found the black dragon absent from his arm. A wave of panic surged through Snape as his gaze darted anxiously across the bed. Ultimately, he discovered the dragon lightly draped around his ankle. Snape thought to himself, how on earth had it ended up at his feet? Time was of the essence. He swiftly grasped the black dragon once more, hurriedly donned his clothing, and rushed to intercept the Gryffindor head at her office door, without even pausing for breakfast. The dragon stirred awake as he fumbled with it, immediately coiling tightly around his arm. Snape had no choice but to conceal it with his black robe to prevent it from being seen. McGonagall, adhering to her regimented routine, had just completed her morning wash and was preparing to head to the Great Hall for breakfast when she opened her door to find the Slytherin headmaster scowling at her office entrance. Upon seeing Snape, her mind raced back through recent events, and realizing they had not left any unresolved conflicts, she breathed a sigh of relief. In the early hours, she was not particularly eager to engage in an argument. "Is there something you require, Severus?" The witch, focused on the Great Hall, did not invite him in right away, until Snape's dissatisfied expression prompted her to usher him into her office. As she closed the door behind them, McGonagall's demeanor shifted to seriousness, indicating the matter at hand was likely significant. "Is there a possibility for an unconscious animagus to regain awareness?" Snape cut straight to the point. "Why the sudden inquiry?" McGonagall's concern heightened. "Have you encountered an unconscious animagus?" Snape regarded her in silence, his lack of response serving as an answer in itself. Faced with her colleague's silence, McGonagall was unperturbed and earnestly replied, "To my knowledge, an animagus losing consciousness generally occurs during the final stages of their transformation, often resulting in a permanent regression into a beast. External forces typically cannot revert them." After speaking, she cautioned Snape earnestly, "If you are certain that you are dealing with an unconscious animagus, do not approach until you ascertain whether it poses a threat. Do not approach." Snape instinctively tightened his grip on the hand the dragon was coiling around. His expression grew colder as he reiterated his inquiry. So, is there a chance for recovery? Logically, McGonagall hesitated, sensing the deepening pallor of Snape's countenance as she probed. So, you truly have encountered one? Furrowing his brow, Snape pondered that perhaps a visual confirmation might allow McGonagall to assess the situation more accurately. He hesitated, then withdrew his left hand from his robe. The black dragon, previously gnawing on the fabric of Snape's black attire, was suddenly pulled from the cloak, eagerly raising its head. However, as soon as it was exposed, the familiar scent of potions faded, replaced by an unfamiliar aroma that invaded its territory, sending the dragon into a state of alertness, brimming with hostility. It arched its back, and upon spotting Professor McGonagall, it launched itself toward her with a roar. Just as the dragon was about to expand its form, Snape quickly yanked it back, gripping its midsection firmly to restrain it. Surprised by the dragon's fierce animosity toward McGonagall, Snape reconsidered his earlier assumptions, wrapping both arms around the dragon and stepping back a couple of paces. Silence, Snape commanded, gently patting the dragon's head. McGonagall, stunned at Snape's revelation, had not even reacted to the dragon's charge. Severus has a serpent. A black serpent, no less? How astonishing. Yet, that was not the end of it. Only when Snape had calmed the dragon and allowed it to resume its perch on his arm did McGonagall finally gather her wits. She raised a finger toward the black dragon on Snape's arm, incredulously questioning. This cannot possibly be the unconscious animagus you mentioned, can it? Standing 5 meters away, Snape nodded slightly in affirmation, gripping the dragon's body. This was indeed an extraordinary revelation. The unconscious animagus displayed no inclination toward aggression against Snape, and the typically aloof potion master was willing to keep an animagus close. Wait, McGonagall began, her expression shifting suddenly as an incredible thought took root in her mind. The answer soon followed, as Snape gently stroked the smooth scales, explaining, there was an unexpected incident during last night's animagus process. It was him. It was him. In an instant, McGonagall comprehended the identity of the person Severus had referred to. Over the years, aside from Wen Zhiyu, no one had ever received an ounce of kindness from this colleague. Except, of course, for that one individual who eagerly approached just to be reprimanded. Yet, at this moment, the crux of the matter was not Severus's attitude towards Wen Zhiyu, but rather his assertion that the serpent before them was indeed Wen Zhiyu. He proclaimed that this unconscious animagus was her most promising student. The world seemed to crumble. McGonagall, her concern heightened, instinctively moved to assess Wen Zhiyu's condition. But as she drew near, the black dragon immediately assumed a defensive posture, the golden patterns upon its scales flickering ominously. Sensing the dragon's hostility, Severus raised his hand and gently stroked the creature's head along the line of its scales. Do not be alarmed. She is not an enemy. Even so, the black dragon, unable to comprehend human speech, remained poised in its defensive stance, targeting McGonagall as though any further advance would provoke an immediate attack. Reluctantly, McGonagall halted, and upon witnessing the dragon's guarded demeanor and its wild, lethal golden eyes, she hastily retrieved several tomes from the shelves. As an expert in animagi, McGonagall was acutely aware that an unconscious animagus was akin to a death sentence, with no external force capable of restoring consciousness. Yet it was evident she had no intention of surrendering. She began to rummage through a plethora of books, desperately seeking a solution to the prevailing predicament. Chapter 112, The First Day of Raising a Hatchling. As McGonagall busied herself with the tomes, Severus could already surmise the answer. However, he found himself grappling with the implications of this revelation and contemplated retreating to the cellar with the black dragon, perhaps seeking some breakthrough in appearance. I will take him back. I hope you can keep his identity confidential for the time being. Rarely did Severus soften his tone due to Professor McGonagall's assistance. Upon receiving her acknowledgement, he concealed his left hand within his robes and returned to the Slytherin dungeon with the black dragon. The potions master possessed an extensive collection of books, and upon arrival, he retrieved tomes on transformation potions and spread them across his desk, swiftly scanning their contents. The black dragon inadvertently punctured a piece of fabric on its arm, nervously pausing to gauge Severus's reaction. Noting that Severus remained engrossed in his reading and had not noticed its mischief, it sighed in relief, though simultaneously, the lack of attention left it feeling inexplicably discontent. It twisted its body, beginning to crawl towards the books. A flash of black entered Severus's field of vision, halting his page-turning motion. He brushed aside the meddlesome dragon and resumed his reading. The displaced black dragon's eyes brimmed with disbelief. I am a dragon, a harbinger of good fortune. You would rather attend to him than me. Severus had no time to afford the dragon even a fraction of his attention, thus missing the tempestuous expressions that flitted across the creature's face. Jealousy distorted its features. The newly hatched black dragon had not fully inherited Wen Zhiyu's cunning. Its simple, unrefined intellect had not engaged in much contemplation. Consequently, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the potion's book. The blue flames spread rapidly, consuming the thick tome in mere moments. Severus, taken aback, withdrew his hand but was still caught in the fierce blaze. "What have you done?" Severus exclaimed, finally directing his gaze towards the black dragon. Hearing the reprimand, the dragon recoiled, fixating its gaze on his singed fingertips. The flames were ferocious, yet after incinerating the book, they showed no inclination to spread further. Severus regarded the ashes scattered on the floor, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, and prepared to administer a lesson to the dragon. However, before he could act, the black dragon had already entwined itself around his palm and had taken his injured fingertip into its mouth. "Is this your way of concealing your misdeeds?" Severus chuckled with exasperation, intending to mock the dragon's misguided behavior. Yet, in the next moment, a slight sting coursed through his fingertip, accompanied by a moist sensation. Moist. The potion's master instinctively curled his fingers, and the dragon, sensing the shift, tenderly enveloped his fingertip with its mouth, delicately licking the wound. The injury, previously red and blistered, visibly healed at an astonishing rate, thanks to the dragon's diligent ministrations. After tending to one finger, the black dragon withdrew and proceeded to take another into its mouth. Severus stared in astonishment as the dragon meticulously licked each of his 5 fingers, transforming them from charred and inflamed to pristine and even more youthful. Time seemed to stand still as the black dragon, having completed its task, reared up, gazing proudly at its handiwork. Flicking its tail, it tilted its head, awaiting praise. However, in the next instant, Severus seized the dragon by its chin. With a slight pressure, he forced its mouth open, scrutinizing its oral cavity and teeth, ultimately drawing a conclusion based on its saliva. Releasing the bewildered dragon, Severus dismissed the potion's book from his mind and pushed open the door to the potion's room. Retrieving an empty vial from the cabinet, Severus positioned the crystal container near the dragon's mouth and commanded, "Spit into this." Whether it was the action or the words, the dragon seemed to grasp his intent, resisting by burrowing into the folds of his ample robes, attempting to evade. Severus denied it the opportunity, swiftly recapturing the dragon and shattering its hopes. "This is your compensation for ruining my potions book." The dragon squirmed in defiance, prompting Severus to take matters into his own hands, once more gripping its jaw and guiding the vial to its tongue to collect a few droplets of saliva. Due to the dragon's reluctance, only a few drops were captured, but that would suffice for experimentation. With the forcibly obtained material secured, Severus departed the potions room with the black dragon in tow. Observing the creature burying its head in his arm, dejected and disheartened, Severus felt a flicker of empathy. He pressed his lips together and summoned a house elf from Hogwarts. He had no habit of keeping house elves, nor did he particularly care for their incessant chatter. However, under the present circumstances, it was utterly impossible to bring the black dragon to the Great Hall for a meal. Not only would it draw undue attention, but even if he wished to, Wen Zhiyu would likely object upon her recovery. The potion's master rationalized his decision and instructed the house elf to deliver 2 lunch portions to the dungeon. From the previous night until now, neither he nor the black dragon had consumed a single drop of water. Even the most resilient of individuals would find that unbearable. Uncertain of what to feed the dragon, Severus asked for a medium-rare steak, sliding it to his left side. "Eat," he commanded, pulling the dragon from his arm and placing it on the table. The black dragon twisted its body into a coil, gazing reproachfully at Severus as he attended to his own meal, emitting a low growl of dissatisfaction. The Serpent King glanced at him, reflecting on the recent events, and patiently explained, "Wen Luo, you are human, not a dragon. You must feed yourself." Unable to comprehend, the black dragon nuzzled its head against the back of the potion's master's hand, emitting a few low growls of discontent. Severus remained unmoved, physically pushing the dragon's head away and directing it towards the plate. "Eat on your own." The moment his hand withdrew, the black dragon leaned in once more. The two engaged in this back and forth several times until, at last, the potion's master could endure no longer. He seized the plate, forcefully slicing off a piece of meat and thrusting his fork before the dragon's snout. "You would do well to consume it all." The chunks of meat were rather large, and the black dragon struggled somewhat to swallow them, taking several clumsy bites before finally managing to ingest the morsels. Just after finishing, the black dragon opened its mouth again, this time directed at Snape. Snape felt inexplicably as though he were feeding a dog. Suppressing this peculiar sentiment, he cut another piece of meat and offered it forth. This portion was smaller than the last, and the black dragon devoured it with ease, eagerly waiting for the next offering. The more this transpired, the more Snape felt akin to a pet owner. In a short while, Both he and the dragon had cleared the plate of meat. Chapter 113, Class. After lunch, Snape found himself confronted with a more pressing dilemma. Fate had decreed that he had a potions class in the afternoon, and, to make matters worse, it was with the fourth years. Following the meal, the black dragon coiled around his arm once more. Snape contemplated confining the creature. But as long as the black dragon was unwilling, it could effortlessly break free from even a magically reinforced cage. Such a wondrous yet troublesome creature. Given another chance, Snape would unhesitatingly douse Wen Zhiyu with that vial of red potion, thereby sparing himself the irritation of a single class. As time slipped away, Snape exhausted every conceivable strategy, ultimately resorting to magically shrinking the black dragon, allowing it to wrap lightly around his wrist as he made his way to the potions classroom. The dungeon was quite close to the classroom, and after firmly reiterating that the dragon must not move, he forcefully pushed open the classroom door. With a resounding bang. And just as the clock struck the hour, Snape stepped into the classroom. The atmosphere was much the same as any other lesson. The young wizards sat in silence, too intimidated by the potion's master to dare breathe, their heads buried in their books. With no additional scrutiny upon him, Snape felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction at their quail-like demeanor. Collecting his thoughts, he began the lesson. Turn to page 273. Eschewing the textbook, Snape regarded the teaching of potions via a manual as an affront to his expertise. Harry and Ron kept their heads down, their eyes averted from the imposing figure of the potions master, yet the conversation continued unabated. Do you have a dance partner in mind? Ron whispered. Just yesterday, Professor McGonagall had informed them that the champions would need to lead the dance at the Christmas ball, and a lead dancer could not do so without a partner. Harry frowned, his expression darkening. He had intended to ask Professor McGonagall once more about the ball, but upon entering her office, he found her buried beneath a mountain of books. After a considerable effort to extricate her from her literary prison, he was dismissed with the excuse that she had no time for such trivial matters. Just before the door closed, he witnessed her once again diving into the sea of texts. Next, he had attempted to seek out Wen Zhiyu in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, hoping to inquire how one might persuade a beloved individual to disregard their house as prejudices and agree to be their dance partner. Unfortunately, he met yet another dead end. This time, he did not even see the person he sought. Instead, he encountered Nanyu at the desk, who, without looking up, informed him that the master was not present. After numerous setbacks, Harry's gaze shifted towards a certain Slytherin before he wearily returned his attention to Ron's inquiry. I don't know. Ron, unable to comprehend Harry's inner turmoil, blandly offered his suggestion. Why don't you just agree to go with that upperclassman from this morning? She's quite attractive. And why don't you invite Hermione? Harry redirected his focus onto Ron. Ron faltered. Was it that he did not wish to extend an invitation? She mentioned she already has a partner. At this, Harry's gaze fell mercilessly upon the witch seated in the front row, his words akin to a dagger aimed at his friend. Ron. The murmurs of their discussion were not loud, yet the potion's master possessed keen hearing, and every word was crystal clear to him. Faced with the insufferable Potter, Snape refrained from addressing the matter immediately, for he was preoccupied with a more pressing concern. Not long after entering the classroom, the black dragon sensed several unfamiliar presences, immediately adopting a defensive posture, its fierce demeanor on full display. Aware of the dragon's actions, Snape swiftly grasped the creature's head, concealing his arm within his robes as he attempted to soothe and restrain it from rising. Gradually, under Snape's persistent ministrations, the black dragon began to relax, its hostility waning as the scent of potions emanating from Snape's palm dulled its aggression. Fearful of gripping too tightly and causing suffocation, Snape loosened his hold slightly. In the next instant, the black dragon deftly slipped through his grasp, coiling around his waist. Snape stiffened, his lecture interrupted. The diligent note-takers and those who were idly drifting in the classroom all raised their heads in unison, their expressions a mixture of fear and confusion as they looked towards the potions master at the front. Even Harry and Ron, who had been quietly conversing, were not exempt. The potions master absorbed the emotions reflected in their gazes, and the sensation of the dragon's tail against his waist prompted him to be grateful that the lectern shielded his lower half. Otherwise, in the span of a mere half-second, Snape had already devised a myriad of retaliatory measures for when Wen Zhiyu regained consciousness. The dragon's tail tightened around his waist, hinting at its intention to burrow beneath his clothing. Unable to wait any longer, Snape promptly declared that everyone should brew their potions independently. Once the instructions were given, he seated himself on a chair, effectively obscuring much of his figure. With one hand grasping the dragon, which had already poked half its head into his robes, Snape used both hands to re-wrap the creature's tail around his arm, casting a fierce glare at the black dragon. Receiving the warning look, the black dragon recoiled slightly. nuzzling its head against Snape's hand in a display of subservience. Snape no longer trusted that they would behave, and once more seized the dragon's head, leaving a small gap for it to breathe, while he gathered his robes and began to survey the progress of the young wizards. The dragon, once again firmly restrained, found its head immobile, and the discomfort prompted it to start wriggling its body, its tail gently tapping against Snape's arm as it attempted to elicit sympathy. The object of its affections remained indifferent, and Snape channeled his pent-up frustration towards an unfortunate Gryffindor, deducting over 10 points until he felt somewhat appeased. Ignored. The black dragon ceased its struggles, redirecting its focus onto the potion's master's hand. Naturally, it began to nibble and lick at the soft flesh of Snape's palm, occasionally bestowing attention upon his curled fingers, eagerly swallowing the residual aroma of potions. Snape realized he had gravely underestimated the dragon's audacity. The sensations of tickling and dampness on his hand rendered him incapable of concentrating on the student's work. His ears, obscured by his hair, were gradually turning crimson. He had not forgotten who had transformed this foolish dragon. The black dragon, indulging in its feast, began to shed its golden edges, the shimmering light flickering within the folds of Snape's black robes. Unbeknownst to him, he had just caught the savior in a mistake. He unleashed a torrent of venomous reprimands upon the hapless Gryffindor, drenching him in scorn. Harry, with his head bowed in submission, did not fear the potion's master's venomous words. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the dim glow emanating from Snape's partially concealed robes. "Professor Snape, it seems there is something glowing within your robe." Before Snape could finish his tirade, Harry, unable to contain his curiosity, interrupted him. The disruption only fueled Snape's ire. Yet upon hearing Harry's words, he froze, his left hand instinctively tightening, eliciting a low sound from the black dragon. The sound echoed clearly in the suddenly silent classroom. Chapter 114, The Immutable. For a moment, the classroom was enveloped in an eerie hush. The black dragon thrashed in his grasp, prompting Snape to hastily ease his grip. Yet his expression shifted from dark to crimson, then back to dark again, while his gaze remained fixed on Harry. A foreboding thought crossed Harry's mind. He might not survive to leave the classroom today, especially after hearing that distinct animal cry. Tensing, he swallowed nervously and resolved to act decisively. "Professor Snape, your robe." Gryffindor loses 20 points. Snape swiftly cut off Harry's inquiry, teeth clenched, for interrupting the professor. "And your mind ought to inform you that what lies within my robe has nothing to do with Mr. Potter." Yet Harry yearned to speak further. "No buts." Snape's right hand clutched his wand, his demeanor suggesting he was poised to cast a malevolent curse. Harry fell silent. Simultaneously, Snape scanned the room, and the young wizards quickly averted their gazes, though they could not entirely escape the repercussions of his ire. "It seems your potion-making skills are commendable. Therefore, by the end of today, each of you shall submit 2 essays to me in the dungeon." As he spoke, Snape approached the podium, using the desk to shield his form, casting a fierce glare around the room once more to ensure no eyes lingered upon him before he bent to inspect the condition of the black dragon. He had squeezed it rather harshly, which explained the sound it had emitted. Now, the black dragon lay quietly in his palm, its expression one of endearing dismay. Silently, he cast a diagnostic spell on the creature, receiving feedback of contusion damage. Snape furrowed his brow and gently ran his right hand along the dragon's head, soothing it. Slightly dazed from earlier, the black dragon gradually regained its senses under Snape's tender touch, nuzzling against his hand, indicating that it was unharmed. The golden patterns on its scales settled back into tranquility, and Snape gently caressed it, causing the black dragon to swiftly close its eyes and drift into slumber. With the potion class well underway, Snape remained uneasy about the small wizards, who were little more than juvenile trolls, and had no intention of dismissing class early. For the first time, he found his potion lesson exceedingly arduous. Carefully, he draped the black dragon over his arm and resumed his patrol of the classroom. After reprimanding a few young wizards for improper handling, erroneous brewing sequences, and misplaced ingredients, along with deducting points amidst his venomous remarks, the time for class dismissal finally arrived. To their astonishment, the young wizards noted that the potion's master, unusually, did not inspect their classwork, and after securing their potions, they eagerly departed, clutching their potion kits. As his dark robes receded into the distance, the young wizards dispersed with alacrity. Harry remained seated, his gaze fixated on the spot where the robes had vanished. Lost in contemplation. The dungeon. Snape placed the potion kit into the potion room and retrieved a vial of potion from another cabinet before settling onto the sofa. Extending his left hand from within his robe, the black dragon, eyes closed, obediently hung from his arm, its head cradled in Snape's palm. With one hand, Snape removed the potion's cap and poured a small amount onto his fingers, carefully applying it to the area that had been squeezed. The black dragon stirred briefly, but upon catching the familiar scent of the potion, it sleepily closed its eyes once more, slipping back into a deep slumber. After applying the potion, Snape resumed his examination of the texts he had not finished earlier, conjuring the potion books before him with a levitation charm, skimming through them at an impressive speed. The black dragon's behavior increasingly leaned towards its bestial instincts. Snape could scarcely detect any semblance of humanity left within it. If this continued, the likelihood of regaining consciousness would only diminish with the passage of time. Snape pressed his lips together, his gaze returning to the slumbering black dragon as he steeled himself, resolving to request a few days off from Dumbledore. With potion class nearly every day, it was decidedly inconvenient to bring the black dragon, and it posed a significant risk of exposure. Thus, it would be best to resolve this matter entirely before attending class again. After all, he did not expect those juvenile trolls to make remarkable progress in becoming potion masters in just a few sessions. With his mind made up, the Serpent King continued his research. As the afternoon wore on, Snape roused the black dragon, and the two once again enjoyed their dinner together. He sent a message to Dumbledore, opting not to visit the headmaster's office. 1. He had no desire to, and 2. He lacked the time. In the time it took to argue with Dumbledore, he could have perused several potion books. Although the potion applied to the black dragon had little effect, its innate healing abilities were impressive. After a nap, all discomfort had vanished. Seizing the opportunity while the potion master collected materials, the black dragon crawled into the cauldron, curling up inside, eager for Snape to discover this delightful surprise. Following the recipe from the book, Snape gathered several ingredients, intending to experiment with the potion's viability. As he turned towards the cauldron, Snape fell silent, staring at the mass of black within. The black dragon flicked its tail in greeting. Snape, however, pondered. Could this cauldron withstand such treatment? Memories of the cauldron's infamous destructive reputation loomed large in his mind. Even in his animagus form, he remained skeptical of his own constitution. Eventually, Snape extricated the black dragon from the cauldron. Undeterred, it scuttled towards the nearby ingredients, grasping a herb and returning to the potion master's side, seemingly intent on assisting. Do you recognize the ingredients? Snape inquired with a hint of amusement, observing the black dragon with the herb in its mouth. Fetch me a sprig of bad bloodgrass. The black dragon tilted its head, not comprehending his request. With a sigh, Snape took the herb from its mouth and tossed it into the cauldron, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. With the herb removed, the black dragon promptly retrieved another sprig and patiently awaited Snape's next command. Raising his wand, Snape prepared to ignite the cauldron and commence brewing. But before he could act, the black dragon preemptively exhaled flames towards the bottom of the cauldron. The blue flames ignited rapidly. After ensuring everything was in order, Snape allowed the dragon to continue, turning to fetch a new cauldron. This time, he did not permit the black dragon to breathe fire or approach. All the steps and ingredients were identical to those used in the previous cauldron. The pair busied themselves in the potion room until late evening, and when it came time to collect the pot, the cauldron touched by the black dragon predictably exploded into a million pieces. Snape, having anticipated this outcome, efficiently cleaned up the ensuing chaos, his heart as calm as a still pond, as he bottled the contents of the other cauldron and retrieved a live white mouse for testing the potion's properties. As the white mouse was brought forth, the black dragon's gaze fixated on it, seemingly intent on dismembering it. The potion master noticed its restless demeanor and, with a smirk that bordered on playful, pushed the mouse towards the black dragon, teasing, "How about a midnight snack?" The black dragon, grasping his meaning, emitted a disbelieving roar, swatting the mouse away with its tail. It was a dragon, not a serpent. It had no desire to consume mice. Chapter 115. The rebellious little black dragon runs away. The white mouse was sent sprawling by the force of the dragon's tail, and a smile crept onto Snape's lips as he used magic to retrieve the mouse back to his side, averting his gaze from the black dragon as if the previous incident had not occurred. Witnessing the seldom-seen warm-hearted Snape facing a setback brought him considerable joy, and his demeanor towards the experimental subjects softened markedly. He gently administered a small dose of potion to the white mouse, then began timing and intently observing its transformations. The probing gaze, misinterpreted as gentle, ignited the black dragon's jealousy, and it glared fiercely at the little white creature. However, the unexpected events of the morning served as a poignant reminder to him that impulsive actions could yield dire consequences. The black dragon attempted to glare fiercely at his adversary. The potion took effect swiftly, its results aligning perfectly with those documented in the texts. Having drawn his conclusions, Snape disregarded the black dragon's desperate struggles and forcefully administered an entire vial of the potion. The black dragon lay dejectedly on the table, devoid of hope. This human had the audacity to feed him something that had been consumed by a rat. He resolved to engage in a cold war with this human for a while. Thus, when Snape reached out to grasp him, the black dragon swiftly retreated into a corner, evading contact. Observing the black dragon vanish from sight in the blink of an eye, Snape wore an expression of resignation, yet he had no intention of coaxing the creature. After all, the cellar was inscribed with magical runes, allowing him to sense that the black dragon had not truly departed. He decided to leave him be, muttering, "If you prefer to hide, then hide forever," before retreating to his bedroom. After waiting for some time in the corner, the black dragon realized that the human had not come to seek him out. The myriad events from yesterday and today flooded his mind, leading him to conclude that this human indeed harbored no affection for him. He would even treat a rat with gentleness, yet bestow upon him nothing but disdain. The stark contrast left the black dragon in a state of despondency. He hung his head and continued to wait. However, as the night deepened, the potion room remained eerily silent. The black dragon twisted his stiff body, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and disappointment enveloping him, as if the world had lost all its vibrancy, leaving only shades of gray and gloom. Carefully, he ascended into the air and flew out of the potion room. The closed bedroom door struck another blow to his already bruised spirit. As if resolute in his decision, the black dragon evaded the magical runes and soared away from the cellar. Dawn broke, with the air infused with the scent of earth, as if the light rain from the previous night had washed everything clean, heralding a new day. The Serpent King on the bed stirred, accustomed to waking at this hour, his eyes still heavy with sleep, reflecting a hint of confusion and languor. Once he had adjusted to being awake, fragments of the previous night flickered through his mind, prompting Snape to instinctively sense the black dragon's location through the magical runes. It was no concern until he sensed something amiss. Upon receiving feedback, Snape swiftly leaped from his bed, barely taking the time to fasten his nightgown, and rushed towards the potion room. The door to the potion room was firmly shut. Appearing untouched, Snape pushed open the door and carefully assessed the magical runes once more. Nothing, still nothing. Just like the last time the boy had fled through the window. Snape turned the entire cellar upside down, even consulting with Medusa, yet he still could not locate the black dragon. Damn it! How on earth did he evade the magical runes? There was no time to curse the black dragon. Snape quickly donned his black robe and dashed toward the forbidden forest. To him, if the black dragon had indeed left the cellar, the most likely destination would be the wilderness of the forbidden forest. Should the black dragon inadvertently encounter those magical creatures, he could hardly fathom the look of despair on Dumbledore's face. Unbeknownst to the potion master hurrying to the forbidden forest, chaos reigned in the headmaster's office, with Dumbledore on the verge of a breakdown. Early that morning, Dumbledore had been jolted awake from his slumber by Fawkes's sharp screech. Making his way down the staircase, Dumbledore rubbed his eyes and directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. Merlin's red socks. What was that? Fawkes was in a state that could hardly be described as good. His once smooth feathers were now a tangled mess, and his body was tightly coiled by a black snake, while a collection of various gold coins and gems lay scattered on the floor, shimmering in the sunlight. The black dragon had originally intended to head directly to the forbidden forest, but had a change of heart at the last moment. He reasoned to himself, since the human did not like him and would not allow him to rest on his territory, he would construct a nest in the forbidden forest instead. Then, he would capture that human and confine him in the nest, ensuring that he would have no choice but to accompany him, ultimately forcing him to see only him and no one else. Just the thought of it brought the black dragon immense joy. However, as he made his way to the forbidden forest, an important realization dawned upon him. In order to build a nest, he would need certain materials. Thus, the black dragon began to scour Hogwarts, collecting an array of glittering gems and ornaments to stow away in his ethereal form. Aside from the 4 student dormitories, which were too heavy for him to access, the black dragon swept through to the headmaster's office. Upon catching sight of Fawkes, he felt he had discovered the finest materials for his nest. The phoenix's fiery red feathers captivated him, and he intended to take them all to present to that human. Immediately, he sprang into action. Dumbledore was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Not only was he baffled by how the black dragon had entered his office, but he was also startled to witness the unfolding chaos. In the next moment, he instinctively cast a spell. The white light struck the black dragon, yet it yielded no effect, as the black dragon tightened its grip on its prey upon seeing an additional presence. As Dumbledore's old companion writhed in distress, he could no longer remain passive, quickly descending the stairs in an attempt to rescue Fawkes. However, as he approached, the black dragon unleashed a torrent of flame from its maw. The blue flames erupted, racing up Dumbledore's bushy beard, prompting him to swat at the flames. And upon realizing his efforts were futile, he resorted to casting a spell. In the end, He barely managed to preserve a third of his beard. The meticulously groomed facial hair had been singed, leaving Dumbledore gasping for breath. His wand tip shimmering with red light as a dark curse was on the verge of being unleashed. "Stop it, Albus!" McGonagall, who had pulled an all-nighter, suddenly recalled that Dumbledore must have some books in his possession. In her haste, she came directly to the headmaster's office without pausing for breakfast. As the acting deputy headmistress, McGonagall was certainly aware of the incantation, but the moment she pushed open the door, she was greeted by a sight that nearly caused her soul to leave her body. The black dragon, which should have been with Snape, inexplicably appeared in the headmaster's office, tightly coiled around the red phoenix. Meanwhile, the office's owner, sporting a singed beard, was poised to unleash a curse upon her most promising student. Merlin. If something happened to the black dragon here, Severus would turn Hogwarts upside down. Chapter 116. Are you all mad? Dumbledore's spell grazed the black dragon's body, leaving a white mark upon its scales. Provoked, the black dragon instantly expanded its form, quickly growing to the thickness of an arm, causing Fawkes to lose consciousness entirely. McGonagall hurried forward to halt Dumbledore's actions, urging him to send word to Severus while she devised a plan to ease the black dragon's wariness. Having seen this witch before, the black dragon relented slightly, allowing Fawkes a moment to breathe. Nevertheless, the black dragon had no intention of relinquishing this prized gift, baring its teeth and forbidding anyone from approaching. Meanwhile, Snape arrived at the Forbidden Forest with a dark expression. In such an expansive area, where could he possibly search for that foolish dragon? He first visited the spot where he had transformed last time. The blood on the ground had been washed away by the rain, and aside from a few trees and stones that had been knocked down by the black dragon, there were no new traces. Had he not returned here? Snape withdrew his gaze and stood in contemplation. The Forbidden Forest was vast, and even if he worked tirelessly, it would take him several months to search. Not to mention that the black dragon could not possibly remain stationary. As long as he wished to evade detection, he could even escape Hogwarts entirely. In that case, what difference does it make from the beginning? Thoughts swirling, Severus Snape began to contemplate the notion of enlisting Dumbledore's aid. As he pondered, a blue phoenix unsteadily flitted through the branches and approached him. The moment he beheld the phoenix, a jolt of apprehension coursed through him, casting doubt upon whether Dumbledore was surveilling him. After all, how could it always appear at the most opportune times? His suspicions crumbled in an instant as the phoenix spoke. "Severus, come to the headmaster's office. We have encountered a bit of trouble. Minerva mentioned that the black snake is yours." "A black snake?" The unexpected revelation stunned him, halting his words mid-sentence as he instinctively moved forward. In a flash, Snape traversed the distance from the Forbidden Forest to the headmaster's office with remarkable speed, unperturbed by the few misbehaving Gryffindors he encountered along the way. The stone gargoyle at the entrance to the office was astute enough not to impede the potions master's entry, for he was nearly indistinguishable from friend or foe. The headmaster could do little but endure. The scene that greeted him upon entering ignited a tempest of fury within the potions master. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape knocked the wand from Dumbledore's hand. In the next instant, a diminutive black dragon swooped in from the side and nestled in his embrace. Feeling the dragon's urgency and slight tremors, Snape's anger flared. "What have you done to it?" A thunderous accusation fell upon Dumbledore, who opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words in his fury. "Why not open your eyes and take a look around?" Aside from the unconscious Fawkes, the headmaster's office is in disarray, strewn with various coins and gems. The walls marred by scorch marks from flames. The blue flames were particularly malevolent. Had he not extinguished them in time, Snape would have returned to find their charred remains amidst the inferno. Moreover, he had merely intended to use the wand to nudge the unconscious Fawkes. He had accomplished nothing. Yet his wand was disarmed, and a cauldron had fallen upon him. The Serpent King could scarcely afford to ponder the elder's plight. As soon as the black dragon nestled into his arms, it buried its head and trembled, as though it had endured some unspeakable horror. Upon inhaling the familiar scent of potions, the dragon emitted a few low, plaintive whines. Snape, his gaze focused downward, hurriedly examined the dragon's condition, neglecting to take in the chaotic state of the headmaster's office. Ultimately, he discovered a faint white scratch along the dragon's flank. He knew the creature's constitution well. Ordinary spells had no effect on it. Thus, the only possible cause for such a scratch could be the most lethal of curses. Dumbledore had dared to cast a dark curse upon his student. Snape's fury surged uncontrollably as he glared at Dumbledore, who seemed poised to offer a defense. The remnants of his rationality compelled him to suppress any inclination to raise his wand against the elder. Faced with the most formidable white wizard of the century, he lacked absolute confidence in a guaranteed victory. This was the second time Dumbledore had witnessed Snape's wrath. The last time had been when Lily perished, when Snape had berated him for failing to honor his promises. Yet this time, it was over a snake? Dumbledore felt acutely his advancing age, unable to fathom why. In the eyes of the potions master, he ranked below a mere serpent. He had previously believed they shared a bond of understanding, the only one privy to the circumstances. Minerva took a step back with the bewildered Dumbledore and began to explain the recent events to Snape. As time ticked away, the Serpent King gradually quelled his ire under Minerva's explanations, yet the fact that Dumbledore had employed dark magic against the Black Dragon remained undeniable, making it difficult for Snape to refrain from his anger. Dumbledore, straightening his posture in response to Minerva's clarifications, turned to confront the Serpent King's glare and sought to justify his actions regarding Fawkes. It was it that intruded into the headmaster's office and attacked Fawkes. You didn't intervene, yet you let it out to bite indiscriminately. It didn't truly kill him, did it? Can it fend for itself? The double standards of the potions master could not tolerate Dumbledore's description of the Black Dragon as though it were an ordinary snake. His words served as a painful reminder of the dimming consciousness of warmth that could never return. This realization stoked his anger more than any dark curse. Dumbledore was left speechless, astonished by Snape's remarks. Do you even hear what you were saying? No, Severus, Dumbledore thought, believing Snape had lost his mind over his serpentine pet. Enough, Albus, Minerva interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Since it seems that no great harm has been done, let us all speak amicably. No great harm. Dumbledore exclaimed incredulously, casting a glance at the fallen Fawkes, convinced that Minerva had also lost her senses. Both Snape and Dumbledore were rendered speechless with anger, while Minerva, glancing between them, made the final decision. Very well then, Severus, take him back with you. I shall seek you out as soon as I have news. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Snape's black robes billowed as he stormed out of the headmaster's office, slamming the door behind him with such force that the entire room trembled. A portrait fell to the ground, and an unknown former headmaster let out a startled cry, jolting Dumbledore from his reverie. He stepped forward to rehang the portrait and then cradled Fawkes in his arms with palpable sorrow. Gently stroking the charred remnants of the Phoenix's beard, Dumbledore suddenly regretted having argued with Snape. Would he have the chance to request potions from him now? Chapter 117. It has returned. In the cellar, Snape, well acquainted with the surroundings, retrieved a vial of potion, carefully extracting the Black Dragon from his embrace. His gaze fixated on the scratch, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Yet his words were unyielding. This is the second time, Venom. I trust you understand the principle of 3 strikes. Removing the vial's cap, the bitter yet familiar scent of the potion wafted towards him, evoking a nostalgic reaction in the Black Dragon, which whimpered softly, wishing to burrow back into Snape's embrace. Snape gently halted its movements, his voice low and soothing, albeit somewhat inexperienced. There, don't be afraid. It's all right. His deep, cello-like voice, though slightly awkward, managed to convey his intent. Somehow, those words gradually calmed the Black Dragon, its body ceasing to tremble. Snape exhaled in relief as he applied the healing ointment to the dragoness injury. Under normal circumstances, he was scheduled for 2 potions classes that day. Having sent a message to Dumbledore the previous night, he had yet to receive a response and was uncertain whether it would be approved. However, at that moment, the potions master had entirely abandoned any thoughts of attending class. Setting aside the question of time, Snape had already resolved not to concern himself with Dumbledore's affairs until the Black Dragon had fully recovered, especially following Dumbledore's actions that morning. Thus, when Dumbledore finally managed to procure potions from the hospital wing to heal Fawkes, news of the potions master's strike also reached him. The young witches and wizards waited in vain for their usually punctual potions professor, only to be met with Dumbledore's somber announcement that potions classes would be temporarily cancelled for the week. Emboldened, he then resolved to seek out the Serpent King for a private discussion. However, upon uttering the incantation, he discovered that the passage to the cellar had been blocked. It's over. He must truly be angry. Dumbledore once again stroked his disheveled beard, on the verge of tears. That night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the landscape. Under the nurturing embrace of the Serpent King's exquisite potion, the white scars inflicted by the malevolent curse had completely vanished, and the Black Dragon's scales regained their lustrous sheen. Snape reached out to touch the dragon, and the cool sensation brought him satisfaction as he carefully returned the remaining potion to the cabinet. The Black Dragon lifted its gaze to observe Snape's methodical preparation of potions, resting its head on its tail. Having learned from 2 previous escape attempts, Snape remained vigilant while brewing the potions, occasionally glancing at the dragon to ensure it was still behaving. A sense of relief washed over him when he confirmed that the creature was content to remain in its spot. Snape concocted 5 or 6 batches of potions, diligently trying every remedy he could find that might be even remotely effective, and even made a couple of extra batches that took longer to brew. He cast a wide net in hopes of finding a solution. The little white mouse that had been used for testing the potions had vanished, leaving only a pile of black ash in its cage, an unmistakable sign of its demise. Though not particularly clever, it was notably prone to jealousy. Snape pressed his lips together, a vague and inexplicable emotion stirring within him. After searching for a living test subject and confirming its safety, he coaxed and half-threatened the black dragon into consuming several potions. The effects would require time to manifest. After they both finished dinner, Snape captured the clingy black dragon in his palm, swiftly washed up, donned his nightclothes, and opened the door to his bedroom. The black dragon leaped onto the large bed, quickly burrowing under the covers. Snape rolled his eyes, but did not hinder its actions. Experience had taught him that it was best not to let anyone with the surname one out of his sight, for both humans and dragons could be troublesome. It was wiser to keep them under his watchful gaze. The soft mattress dipped slightly under the warmth of the dragon's presence as it climbed up Snape's arm. Sleep beckoned. Snape gently pushed the dragon aside, curling it into a compact shape next to him, while he lay on his side, pulling the blanket over both of them. The dragon, rarely experiencing such indulgence from this human, sought to nestle closer to his chest. 2 seconds later, it found itself once again curled up tightly and was met with the threat from the potions master: "Sleep, or I shall throw you out." The black dragon silently retracted its desires and rested its head on Snape's arm, signaling its compliance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Satisfied that the dragon would remain still, Snape finally exhaled, closing his eyes to drift into a deep slumber. As the night deepened, the bright moon hung majestically in the sky, casting a silvery light that enveloped the black lake, exuding an aura of mystery. In the dimly lit bedroom of the cellar, the Serpent King slept soundly, a faint golden glow flickering from the blankets. The dragon's scales began to shimmer and fade in the light, gradually revealing its human form. Morning arrived. Snape, still lingering between dreams, furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. It took several moments for him to fully comprehend the vivid scene beside him. On the bed, a man lay peacefully asleep, exuding a steady rhythm of breath, his black hair cascading over the pillow. In slumber, this individual had shed the usual softness of his demeanor, instead displaying a tranquil serenity that made his exquisite features all the more alluring. With their bodies sharing the same bed, upon awakening, Snape found himself mere fists away from this man, who had his head resting on Snape's arm, their breaths mingling. Most startling of all was the fact that this man was utterly unclothed. Snape nearly leaped from the bed, his face flushing crimson at an alarming rate. Confusion swirled in his mind as he debated between kicking the intruder out and hastily wrapping the blanket around him to conceal the situation. The sudden movement stirred the man awake, who blinked sleepily, poking his head out from the covers. Upon making eye contact with Snape, he groaned lazily. Unlike the usual tone of the black dragon, the transformed man's voice was gentle and soft, his whimper eliciting a rush of warmth within Snape's heart. With the realization that the man was now awake, Snape discarded his earlier intentions, adopting a stern demeanor as he pointed towards the door. "Get out." His voice was louder than intended, startling the man, whose expression shifted to one of confusion and grievance as he tried to draw closer. "What are you doing?" Snape shot up from the bed, his face now a deep shade of red, turning dark with anger. "If your eyes still function, you had better recognize who I am." The man, perplexed by Snape's sudden fury, instinctively attempted to flick his tail. Tail? Where was his tail? He peeked under the covers and was horrified to find it had split, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the next moment, tears glistened in his eyes as he looked up at Snape, scrambling towards him with all force. As he moved, the blanket that Snape had hastily wrapped around him began to slide down from his shoulders. Chapter 118. Too late to stop it. As the blanket slipped away, the man's robust chest was exposed to the air, revealing well-defined abs and a tantalizing V-line. His movements sent his long hair cascading down onto the bed, strands of it floating above his bare skin, barely concealing his exquisite form. Snape was caught off guard by this sudden display of beauty. He stumbled back 2 steps, feeling warmth rush to his face, instinctively raising a hand to cover his nose. The bedroom, already cramped, left Snape with nowhere to retreat as he collided with the wall. The man, oblivious, only sensed that this human seemed intent on fleeing. This was unacceptable. Snape's retreat only spurred the man on, who attempted to quicken his movements. Unfortunately, his newly formed legs hindered his agility, and despite several attempts to maneuver, he struggled to control his unfamiliar tail. The blanket, caught around his waist, continued to slide downward, exposing his V-line and inching perilously close to revealing more. Snape abruptly shut his eyes, hastily grabbing a book from the side and tossing it in the man's direction. "Stay away from me." The heavy tome struck the man squarely on the head, causing him to cry out in pain and instinctively cover his forehead. burying himself back under the covers. The sound snapped Snape back to his senses, and upon opening his eyes, he saw the man cradling his forehead and softly whimpering, causing Snape's heart to tighten. Shifting his stance, Snape seized his wand from the bedside and cast a spell on the blanket, which immediately wrapped the man up tightly once more. With the most pressing issue resolved, Snape finally allowed himself to contemplate the current situation. This individual was certainly not Wen Zhiyu. More accurately, it was the black dragon inhabiting Wen Zhiyu's body, indicating that Wen Zhiyu's consciousness had not yet fully returned. Trapped in the blanket, unable to move, Wen Zhiyu could feel the pain and itchiness of his forehead wound, prompting him to struggle uncontrollably. Snape, having checked his nose and found no blood, let out a sigh of relief. His gaze returned to the bed, where Wen Zhiyu was wrapped up like a bundle, leaving only his head visible, yet he still fought against his bindings. A prominent red swelling marred his forehead, dangerously close to his eyes. Just a glance was enough to furrow Snape's brow, as if something within him was battling for release, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "Wen Luo?" No one responded to his words. The figure on the bed writhed violently, struggling to break free from the confines of the curse. This reaction was anticipated by Snape, yet it left him feeling somewhat disheartened. As the man appeared ready to throw off the covers, Snape felt compelled to cast another spell. Stepping forward to grasp the other ensnared shoulders in an effort to stabilize his emotions. "Do not move." As someone approached, Wen Zhiyu lifted his gaze to meet Snape's eyes, tears of anguish welling in his eyes, refusing to fall. The profoundly aggrieved expression caught Snape off guard, causing him to avert his gaze, looking away in a fluster, his throat involuntarily bobbing, and his ears grew warm. His eyes caught sight of the crimson mark on Wen Zhiyu's forehead, and the potion's master hesitated, raising a hand to gently tousle Wen Zhiyu's hair before delicately brushing against the wound. "Does it hurt terribly?" The moment the question escaped his lips, Snape regretted it. However, the potion's master was not one to apologize. He stiffly redirected the conversation. "Ahem, you should put on some clothes." Regardless of whether Wen Zhiyu comprehended, Snape rose first, retrieving a fresh set of pajamas from the wardrobe and tossing them to him. The fabric lightly landed atop Wen Zhiyu's head, concealing both the bruise and his expression. Snape lifted the curse and exited the room. After waiting at the door for a considerable time, the room was filled with rustling sounds that felt distinctly amiss. Frowning, Snape once more pushed the door open with his wand in hand. This time, he was cautious, slightly narrowing his eyes, allowing only a sliver of his gaze to rest upon the bed. The good news was that Wen Zhiyu had not disrobed again. The bad news was hardly better. Wen Zhiyu was covered by the blankets from the waist down, but his upper body was bare, and he was attempting to examine a pajama top he had clutched in his mouth. Was he incapable of dressing himself? The potion's master's understanding of Wen Zhiyu's condition deepened once more. He could not allow this individual to wander about the cellar draped in blankets. Snape felt a wave of darkness wash over him, contemplating that if Wen Zhiyu did not regain awareness, he might prefer the company of the black dragon. At least when touching the dragon, he was spared from associating with any peculiar thoughts. With no other option, Snape haphazardly dressed Wen Zhiyu in the pajamas, taking advantage of the blanket's cover to pull on his trousers, his eyes resolutely shut. Even so, the unavoidable skin contact during the dressing process rendered the potion's master as crimson as a boiled shrimp. Observing the man before him, whose neck flushed a deep shade from his collar to his ears, Wen Zhiyu felt a sudden impulse. He leaned in and gently bit the soft, warm lobe of Snape's ear, flicking his tongue against it. The intimate gesture and the moist contact shattered the potion's master's composure, and he instinctively jumped back, glaring at Wen Zhiyu with indignation. "What are you doing?" Gripping his wand tightly, Snape found himself wishing to send this person to meet Merlin, rather than endure such bizarre behavior directed at him. The area where Wen Zhiyu had licked felt increasingly warm, turning his entire ear a vibrant red. The hasty retreat left him with unfinished buttons, the pajamas hanging loosely on Wen Zhiyu, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of his well-defined physique. One could not hold a grudge against a foolish dragon. Snape attempted to convince himself, suppressing the urge to kick the man away, hastily fastening the remaining buttons before rushing into the bathroom for a refreshing reprieve. The cold water cascaded over him, washing away the heat of discomfort, and Snape composed himself, striving to maintain a calm demeanor for the man awaiting outside. However, as soon as he opened the door, a figure lunged directly at him. Astute as he was, Snape had not anticipated that Wen Zhiyu, having begun to control his new tail, would stumble clumsily in his attempt to stand. In an instant, they collided. Feeling Wen Zhiyu's fall, Snape steadied him, but the flush returned with a vengeance as his mental fortitude crumbled in the presence of another. Snape resignedly closed his eyes, guiding the man to sit on the sofa. "Stay put. I need to step out for a moment." Draping his black cloak over his shoulders, Snape disregarded the expression on Wen Zhiyu's face, resolutely dismissing any thoughts of complicating matters. The black dragon could be managed, at least it could hide within his robes. But how could he conceal a man of such stature? Given Wen Zhiyu's current state, should he take him out for a stroll? Rumors would surely sweep through Hogwarts by morning. Chapter 119, A Precarious Worldview. Snape adjusted the magic runes in the cellar, reiterating strict boundaries, before hurriedly exiting and making his way to the Vice Principal's office. 3 days had passed, and Harry had been repeatedly denied entry by McGonagall and Snape. With Christmas fast approaching, Harry emerged from McGonagall's office, feeling dejected. Not far along, he saw Snape's dark cloak billowing as he pushed open the door Harry had just exited. Curiosity piqued, Harry waited around the corner. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Snape stepped out, heading back toward the cellar. Harry stealthily followed at a distance. Having just discussed Wen Zhiyu's situation with McGonagall, Snape's mind was swirling with thoughts, oblivious to the tail following behind him. Concerned that someone might escape, Snape quickened his pace, swinging his tail behind him as he opened the cellar door. Medusa observed Wen Zhiyu obediently and, upon Snape's return, closed her eyes to resume her slumber, forgetting to shut the door. When Snape re-entered, Wen Zhiyu was busy sorting through the spoils he had retrieved from his ethereal bones from the previous day. Neatly arranging his treasures, he began selecting his favorites. Gold coins, gems, and various sparkling trinkets adorned the table, with Foxfeather capturing his heart. He intended to gift them all to the professor. Professor? What is a professor? Wen Zhiyu paused, momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the term in his mind, but the voice from the entrance quickly drew his attention away from further contemplation. In a swift turn, Wen Zhiyu lunged towards the newcomer. Snape instinctively raised his hand to catch him, misjudging the weight and stumbling back several steps, inadvertently pushing himself out the door. With a feather clutched in his mouth, Wen Zhiyu's head collided with Snape's shoulder, his teeth striking his lip, blood oozing from the wound. Didn't I tell you to stay in the cellar? Snape steadied himself, pushing Wen Zhiyu away slightly, tilting his head to examine the injury in the light. Today was destined to be a day of extraordinary occurrences. Having followed from McGonagall's office, Harry nearly lost sight of Snape as he moved too quickly. Fortunately, he knew the likely destination, so despite being a bit delayed, he arrived at his goal. Just as he peeked around the corner, Snape appeared in his line of sight, accompanied by the long-absent Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. He saw Wen Zhiyu embrace Snape, who did not resist, merely pushing the man away gently before leaning in for a kiss. A kiss? Harry's worldview shattered, leaving him frozen in place, staring in astonishment at the two entwined figures at the cellar door. Gently touching his lips with his fingers, Snape took a step back, ensuring the wound was unscathed, before grasping Wen Zhiyu's arm and preparing to lead him into the cellar. However, Wen Zhiyu remained motionless, and Snape, pulling at him twice, quickly discovered that this individual possessed his usual formidable strength. With no alternative, the Master of Potions could only concede to the circumstances. We shall return to the cellar. It is unwise to linger outside. Return to the cellar? Why avoid the outside? What are they planning? Snape's withdrawal revealed Wen Zhiyu entirely. In the early morning light, the disheveled figure clad in pajamas and bearing chapped lips spoke volumes to Harry about the unique bond they shared. More significantly, it was the tone in which Snape spoke. After more than 4 years of acquaintance, Harry had never witnessed his potions professor converse with anyone in such a calm and composed manner. What had that tone been? Was he attempting to soothe someone? But they were seizing the opportunity while the Master of Potions was distracted. Harry hastily extricated himself from the scene. After much persuasion, Snape finally managed to coax Wen Zhiyu into the cellar. Upon closing the door, he noticed the table was laden with an array of items. Summoning the house elf to procure breakfast, Snape hastily discarded everything onto the sofa, save for the phoenix feather that Wen Zhiyu insisted on giving him. The breakfast was modest, and Snape leisurely finished his own plate, turning to find Wen Zhiyu still fiddling with his coins, untouched by the meal. Do you intend to starve yourself? Snape grumbled, pulling him from the sofa. Eat first, then you can play. Wen Zhiyu fixed him with a steady gaze before joyfully opening his mouth, awaiting nourishment. Snape, feed yourself. If he were dealing with a dragon, perhaps feeding would be acceptable. But now, before him was a living person, and the prospect of personally feeding him seemed utterly absurd. When no feeding came, Wen Zhiyu tilted his head in confusion. The Master of Potions remained unmoved, resolutely denying the act of feeding. You shall eat on your own. Wen Zhiyu's expression visibly fell as he leaned closer, rubbing his face against Snape's hand. The contact felt like a sudden burn, prompting Snape to retract his hand, effectively halting Wen Zhiyu's advances. Keep your distance. Each of the man's movements caught the usually standoffish Master of Potions off guard. While he did not find it unpleasant, it was undeniably disconcerting, leading to unwarranted thoughts. Understanding that he could not hold a grudge against a foolish dragon, He resolved to find a way to deal with Wen Zhiyu once he regained full awareness. After noting a few more points on Wen Zhiyu's condition, Snape took his breakfast plate and began slicing the food within. For reasons unknown, he felt that in Wen Zhiyu's current state, he might opt to swallow without chewing. After some consideration, Snape decided to cut the food into smaller pieces and, using a fork, offered it to Wen Zhiyu. As anticipated, Wen Zhiyu bit down on the food, his tongue curling to swallow it whole. Very well, it appears I shall have to slice it even finer. They took a considerable amount of time to empty their plates. Wen Zhiyu's condition had improved significantly compared to the previous days. He merely needed a bit of time to regain his awareness. Snape could finally set his mind at ease and attend to his own matters. Though classes had been suspended for the past 2 days, the assignments previously assigned had still been delivered to the cellar, now cluttering his desk and becoming somewhat irksome. Observing Wen Zhiyu tinkering with his belongings on the sofa, Snape commenced grading the papers. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Wen Zhiyu, who had been gnawing on a coin, froze, a flicker of clarity breaking through his confusion. Gradually halting his gnawing, he directed his gaze toward the assorted objects on the sofa, an array of coins and gems before him, haphazardly amassed. In that instant, the memories of recent days overwhelmed him, suffocating him with feelings of helplessness and despair, as if the entire world were collapsing around him. Was it too late for him to die? Chapter 120, I understand. In the depths of despair, Wen Zhiyu quietly lay on the sofa, searching for a way out. After completing a stack of papers, Snape found the unusual silence somewhat disconcerting. Glancing at Wen Zhiyu, he noticed the latter had nearly buried his head among the gems. Perplexed as to why dragons were so drawn to shiny objects, as long as he was not engaging in misdeeds, Snape relaxed his standards and picked up another stack to continue grading. Sensing Snape's activity, Wen Zhiyu let out a sigh of relief, fiddling with a gem between his fingers. His expression grave. He had yet to devise a strategy for dealing with the Master of Potions. The memories of the past 2 days had dealt him a severe blow. He had initially believed he could proceed gradually, waiting until the professor developed a fondness for him before contemplating a confession. Severus was fond of girls, as evidenced by his relationship with Lily. Moreover, from this morning until now, Snape had shown considerable aversion to his proximity. Keep your distance. Those 4 simple words felt like a dagger piercing his heart, a blatant rejection in its rawest form. Perhaps it was better to let it go. Why force it? Not everyone was entitled to bask in the brightest sunlight. The professor's unwavering dedication to caring for him during his unconsciousness was likely merely out of obligation to a colleague and student. Having shared some intimate moments together was sufficient. He should not expect too much, as it could easily lead to unnecessary burdens. Wen Luo? A smooth voice called from behind, causing the gem in Wen Zhiyu's hand to tumble onto the sofa, and the air around them chilled, time seeming to freeze. The reaction of the person before him was telling. Snape had finally confirmed that Wen Zhiyu had regained consciousness. He had sensed something was amiss earlier. How could that foolish dragon suddenly remain so obediently on the sofa? Ever since breakfast, Wen Zhiyu had persistently brought items to Snape, only to scavenge for new treasures once he accepted what was offered, displaying boundless enthusiasm. However, since just moments ago, Wen Zhiyu had abruptly ceased all movement. Snape had observed that the young man's body had grown rigid. No longer needing to hold objects in his mouth, his fingers deftly toyed with the gems. Contemplating this, Snape deliberately slowed his pace, silently approaching Wen Zhiyu from behind, unexpectedly calling out his name. The young man stiffened in response. What is it? Have you forgotten how to speak after so long without being human? Suppressing a flicker of joy, Snape continued. Or are you merely trying to feign ignorance to placate your professor? Wen Zhiyu, you stubborn fool. Think quickly. Whatever it is, hurry up and say something. For reasons unknown. After delivering his quip, Snape refrained from further teasing, instead crossing his arms and awaiting Wen Zhiyu's response. With no avenue for escape, Wen Zhiyu awkwardly turned to face Snape, locking eyes with him for a moment before quickly averting his gaze, lowering his head as he spoke in a dry tone. I'm sorry, Professor. I've caused you trouble. This marked the first instance where he had failed to meet Snape's gaze. Snape took note of this detail, though he remained dissatisfied with the young man's response. You are aware of the trouble, then? He scrutinized Wen Zhiyu from head to toe. I had thought Mr. Wen was no stranger to causing trouble for his colleagues. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging in unnecessary and perilous antics. Contrary to what Severus Snape presumed, Wen Zhiyu's complexion paled, interpreting the underlying message. Was the professor implying that the currency of human affection would eventually be depleted, and that they could only ever remain colleagues? Wen Zhiyu shut his eyes briefly, attempting to mask the tumult of emotions swirling beneath the surface, feeling a sense of regret. Once again, he found himself apologizing. Snape believed he was perpetually ensnared in a cycle of contrition, never prioritizing his own safety. What if this potion proved ineffective? The consequences would be akin to an eternal loss of consciousness, indistinguishable from death itself. Inhaling deeply, Snape refrained from suppressing his anger in Wen Zhiyu's presence, who seemed indifferent to the venomous words that might spew forth. This back and forth had only exacerbated Snape's temper. If all you wish to convey is this, then I must beg your pardon. My busy colleague cannot indulge further, Snape declared, stepping aside to afford a path for departure. This was not the first instance. Throughout their history, Snape had issued countless dismissals, yet Wen Zhiyu had never acquiesced. Snape harbored no belief that this time would be different. Thus the gesture of yielding was merely for show. In truth, he sought to convey that apologies were futile. It would be far more productive to offer tangible explanations. Yet, to Wen Zhiyu, the dismissal felt like a cruel executioner's tool, each word cutting into his heart, leaving it bloodied and raw. His hesitations were once again imprisoned, anchoring him in place, too fearful to advance further. Overwhelmed by emotion, Wen Zhiyu remained silent and motionless. Snape, assuming Wen Zhiyu would respond with the same silence as before, contemplated a scathing retort. However, before he could formulate his thoughts, Wen Zhiyu began to move. He took small, deliberate steps toward the door, each one laden with an unspoken weight. Snape watched in astonishment as Wen Zhiyu reached the threshold. Just before exiting, the man's voice quivered slightly as he replied, "I understand, Professor." The door to the cellar was gently closed behind him, his footsteps fading into the distance. He understood. What did he comprehend? A flicker of confusion clouded Snape's gaze, pondering the significance of that final utterance. Remarkably, he had truly departed. Could it be that he was unwilling to confront the foolishness that had consumed him in recent days? Or was it merely a desire to evade reprimand? Yet, none of this seemed paramount. The most pressing concern was that he was still clad in his nightclothes. How could he so brazenly venture outside? The astute Miss Medusa evidently recognized Snape's anxiety, dutifully informing the potion's master that Wen Zhiyu had employed the disillusionment charm upon his exit. Snape's heart, previously suspended in trepidation, eased slightly. Yet, it soon proved that his relief had been premature. For 2 consecutive weeks, not once did Wen Zhiyu grace the cellar with his presence, even during classes. He meticulously avoided Snape. This bizarre turn of events compelled Snape to reassess the initial query. Meanwhile, the heartbroken Wen Zhiyu had begun to pack his belongings, intent on making a hasty exit from Hogwarts. What troubles you? You seem rather downcast of late," Hermione remarked, accompanied by Harry as they sought to borrow books, her gaze lingering on Wen Zhiyu's despondent demeanor. "Heartbroken? Oh, it's nothing, merely a loss." Hermione's voice faltered, her expression stiffening. Loss? What kind of loss? Had she just heard what she thought she had? What had Wen Zhiyu confided to her? Surely, she must have misheard. Hermione cast a pleading glance toward Harry, desperate for him to dispel her confusion. To her astonishment, Harry appeared even more taken aback. Since the day he had inadvertently witnessed the peculiar relationship between Wen Zhiyu and Snape, he had been plagued by sleepless nights, the secret weighing heavily on his conscience. Too afraid to confide in anyone. Perhaps, even if he dared, no one would believe him. Yet now, Wen Zhiyu had dealt another blow to his worldview. Heartbroken? Wen Zhiyu is heartbroken. Then who was the one to end things? Wait, who exactly rejected whom? Postmarital epilogue, a bonus serving. Upon entering the cellar, the astute Wen Zhiyu discerned immediately that the professor was in unusually high spirits today. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to indulge in a little extra? With this thought in mind, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a book from a nearby shelf and settled onto the sofa beside the potion's master. The couch sank slightly under his weight, prompting Snape to cast a glance at the source of the disturbance, yet he offered no objection and returned his attention to his reading. Wen Zhiyu held the book for a moment, realizing Snape had refrained from scolding him, leading him to discard his prepared speech and start anew. He shifted closer, tentatively leaning against Snape's shoulder, lazily nuzzling against him. As he did, he inched even nearer, until he was almost at Snape's neck, where he was finally halted. "What are you doing?" Snape inquired, slightly turning his body and raising a hand to gently push the man who was nearly sprawled across him. Quick-witted, Wen Zhiyu seized Snape's hand and placed a gentle kiss upon it. Then, leveraging the moment, he drew Snape closer, encircling the potion's master's slender waist with one arm and burying his head in the crook of Snape's neck, the faint scent of herbs enveloping him. To Wen Zhiyu's actions, Snape did not object. Rather, he placed his book down on the table and softly caressed Wen Zhiyu's head. "Are you quite idle?" "Perhaps a little," Wen Zhiyu replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Then have you finished the book I assigned you?" "Not yet," came Wen Zhiyu's muffled response from Snape's shoulder, the warmth of his breath brushing against Snape's neck. If Snape were still uncertain about Wen Zhiyu's intentions at this moment, then the days they had spent together would be rendered meaningless. Receiving no reply, Wen Zhiyu continued to rub his face against Snape's neck, teasingly drawing closer with every pass, only to retreat just before their lips could meet, repeating this tantalizing dance. Snape felt a peculiar itch from Wen Zhiyu's actions, the warmth of his breath sending shivers along his skin, igniting a blush upon the potion's master's ears. Wen Zhiyu, who never initiated kisses, consistently employed various tactics to elicit them, compelling Snape to succumb to the allure of temptation. Amidst the flirtatious exchanges, Wen Zhiyu's hand, resting at Snape's lower back, grew restless, tracing patterns that stirred an air of seduction. Snape's breathing intensified, and relying on his waning rationality, he gently pushed Wen Zhiyu away. The golden depths of Wen Zhiyu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. As he was distanced, a look of hurt washed over him, causing Snape's resolve to falter. Without the impetus of Snape's push, Wen Zhiyu leaned in closer once more, this time pausing before Snape, their noses nearly touching, locking eyes with the potion's master's dark gaze. The proximity unveiled the affection shimmering within Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Lowering his gaze slightly, Wen Zhiyu tentatively leaned in for a kiss, but once more halted just before their lips could connect, continuing this teasing back and forth. Wen Zhiyu's eyes were captivating. Even the act of lowering them added an alluring quality. The tantalizing tension of being so close yet so far was far more excruciating than a direct kiss. The last remnants of Snape's rationality crumbled under the weight of Wen Zhiyu's persistent seduction. In a defeated gesture, Snape's hand that had once pushed him away now gently cradled Wen Zhiyu's neck, capturing those tantalizingly close lips within his own. Having succeeded in his scheme, Wen Zhiyu blinked, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. First came a series of delicate pecks, followed by a gentle nibble on the lower lip. Snape's other hand caressed the cheek before his fingertips tenderly traced the slightly flushed corners of the eyes. Subsequently, a torrent of kisses descended upon them, as Wen Zhiyu, warm and yielding, parted his lips, surrendering to the tempest that swept across the land, stirring up clouds of dust, intertwining wind and sand. The kisses roared like a tempest, enveloped in a subtle scent of potions, brushing against the flower bud as morning dew trickled down with the contact. Wen Zhiyu trembled, absorbing his affection, his eyelashes inadvertently dampened. As the kiss neared its conclusion, Snape drew him closer, drowning out the almost escaped gasps once more. Wen Zhiyu harbored no objections, even intentionally offering himself further into Snape's embrace. After their fervent kissing, Snape pulled back slightly, the sound of his swallowing unapologetically audible. Well, go on and attend to your business. Use it and discard it, a typical expertise of the Master of Potions. However, just as his hand slipped away, it was caught by Wen Zhiyu, who gently pushed him, sending the Snake King sprawling onto the soft, comfortable sofa. With that hand raised above his head, their fingers interlocked. Wen Zhiyu tightened his hold around Snape's waist, leaning in closer, firmly anchoring him within his territory. Are you igniting a fire you don't wish to tend to, Professor? Snape's voice was husky, his surprise at Wen Zhiyu's audacity palpable. If it weren't for the deliberate seduction, how could he have so willingly walked into this trap? It was always the same. Despite knowing it was a snare, he found himself leaping into it head first. Snape felt thoroughly ensnared by this individual. Wen Zhiyu felt similarly, his enticing visage rendering the Master of Potions utterly defenseless, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Licking his sharp teeth, Wen Zhiyu did not wait for a response, but instead justified his actions with a voice laced with mock innocence. It's all right, Professor, if you're tired. I can take care of it myself. The Master of Potions' attempt to retort was silenced once more by Wen Zhiyu's soft lips. Wen Zhiyu grasped Snape's lower lip, lightly biting and sucking, his kisses trailing from the lips down to the neck. One by one, he unbuttoned the top buttons of his Professor's shirt with his mouth, exposing the fair neck, eliciting a shiver of desire. Wen Zhiyu leaned down to kiss the Adam's apple, his tongue swirling around the protrusion, sending tingling sensations through Snape that caused him to involuntarily swallow, letting out a soft gasp. Stop that. Unfazed by the protest, Wen Zhiyu swiftly climbed up, unfastening button after button until he reached the exquisite collarbone, where he nibbled gently. After a moment of feasting, he suddenly bit down with a bit more pressure, leaving a faint mark on the pale shoulder. Have you turned into a dog? Finally, feeling a slight sting, Snape raised his other hand, pushing them apart slightly, only to retaliate by biting down on Wen Zhiyu's lips again. Their lips entwined on the sofa. Snape deftly untied Wen Zhiyu's tie with one hand, tossing it aside, yanking open buttons to peel back half of the shirt. Pulling away from the kiss, Snape trailed his lips along Wen Zhiyu's neck down to the shoulder, biting down heavily, creating a mark that mirrored the one on his own shoulder. Yet it was not enough. Snape's desire for retribution was insatiable. A single mark was insufficient to express his feelings, so he began to nip and kiss repeatedly along Wen Zhiyu's collarbone and chest. The intimate marks and kisses spread across their bodies, their breaths quickening, the movements no longer as gentle as they had begun. They pursued each other's breaths, their lips and teeth entwined, hands naturally roaming across their heated bodies. Wait. Snape was taken aback by the unexpectedly smooth sensation as Wen Zhiyu lifted one leg, showering kisses upon his thigh, while the other hand was captured, their fingers interlocking once more. Epilogue, a brief interlude. Regarding the scar one. After solidifying their relationship for quite some time, Wen Zhiyu noticed that Snape frequently stared blankly at the scar on his neck. They both understood what the scar implied, and they both knew that Snape was often easily swayed by it. However, that did not mean Wen Zhiyu was willing to allow him to dwell on painful memories. Thus, Wen Zhiyu attempted once again to eliminate the scar. From elixirs to potions, from cutting to tearing, no matter the method, the scar persisted even as new flesh grew. Frustrated and at a loss, Wen Zhiyu resorted to wrapping his neck tightly with a white scarf. The good news was that the scar was no longer visible. The bad news was that the scarf was even more conspicuous than the scar itself. During dinner, Snape could no longer hold back his sarcasm. If you're looking for a crooked tree to hang yourself from, I'm afraid my cellar lacks such conditions. Wen Zhiyu fell silent, his expression conveying his discontent at being unable to speak while eating. Snape, undeterred, continued his verbal barbs. If you turn left out of the cellar and walk for a while, the Forbidden Forest might better suit Mr. Wen's taste. Wen Zhiyu cautiously observed Snape, abandoning his boundaries just as a new wave of sarcasm was about to escape. I just think this scar is too much of an eyesore. Snape hesitated. Are you feeling jealous? A bit. Snape scrutinized the man before him, whose audacity rivaled that of Hogwarts walls, a smirk playing on his lips as he lowered his head to finish his dinner. As night fell, after revising his paper, Wen Zhiyu was once again expelled from the cellar. Though somewhat regretful, he had become adept at requesting the Master of Potions for a reward for his revisions. They exchanged a lingering kiss behind the door. Once the kiss ended, Wen Zhiyu, satisfied, stepped outside, waving a farewell to the Master of Potions. Good night, Severus. The cellar door was closed by Medusa, and Wen Zhiyu composed his gentle demeanor, heading towards his office. Just as he took a couple of steps, a sudden sound of the door opening from behind startled him. Before he could don a surprised expression, he felt a hand grasp his arm, turning him around. Another kiss landed upon his lips. With the aid of the disillusionment charm, Snape skillfully rendered him senseless, and as he pulled back, he took the opportunity to bite through the white scarf around Wen Zhiyu's neck, placing soft kisses on the slender scar. Wen Zhiyu's body stiffened. Severus. Don't worry. Snape held him close, offering an explanation that felt like a comfort. I just suddenly wanted to kiss you. It's all right now. Go back to sleep. Wen Zhiyu locked eyes with Snape for a moment before they finally released each other, parting once more at the cellar door. This time, however, Wen Zhiyu received a good night from his beloved, a meeting unknown to others. A few days after the Nirvana, in England, at the teleportation gate, the butler stood at attention, occasionally adjusting his attire to present himself more impeccably. As the gate illuminated, he bowed his head until the golden light dimmed, promptly addressing the young master with utmost respect. Emerging from the teleportation gate, when Luo first glanced at the weather, his golden vertical pupils had reverted to normal, and upon seeing the low-hanging clouds, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Having been away for so long, the weather in England remained bothersome. Retrieving his gaze, the butler promptly led the way to the back courtyard. Today, when Luo was dressed in an entirely black ensemble, with a matching silk ribbon cinching his waist. Over it, he wore a custom-made wide-sleeved robe, intricately embroidered with vivid swallows, its length reaching only to his midsection, a shade of vermilion. The steward dared not cast a glance in his direction, for he had heard the whispers, upon the young master's awakening from his rebirth. He had brutally slaughtered 2 sects, his madness only intensifying since then. After spending several hours managing affairs in Britain, when Luo could only express mild satisfaction with the work they had accomplished over the past year, he was not one to frequently unleash his ire upon his subordinates. Is there anything else? The steward, upon hearing his inquiry, pondered for a moment to ascertain if he had omitted any details, ultimately responding with a firm confirmation that there was nothing further to report. When Luo nodded, placing the weighty documents on the table, smoothing out the creases before rising to his feet, noticing his intention to depart, the steward reminded him of the invitation from the head of the Malfoy family for that evening. After uttering this, the steward lifted his gaze to observe Wen Luo's countenance, only then realizing that his appearance had transformed entirely since the previous year. The youth had matured, standing tall and strikingly handsome. Unlike the impetuousness of his younger self, he now exuded an aura of noble authority. The current young master bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed leader, with a touch of elegance inherited from the leader's wife, embodying the best traits of both. Receiving no response, the steward lowered his head, refraining from pressing further. Reminding was his duty, yet the decisions of his master were not for him to question. When Luo gazed at the overcast sky, grasping an umbrella as he departed the manor, before honoring the invitation, He wished to visit someone first. The chaos of Spinner's End remained unchanged, braving the rain. After dispatching a drunken man for the third time, Wen Luo cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. He proceeded slowly, tension coursing through him, with the merging of two souls. His memories now encompassed not merely 2 years spent with the professor, but extended from the professor's youth at 5 years old to 17, and from 31 to 32. He possessed 14 years of memories with Severus. A tumultuous wave of love surged within him, yearning to see him, yet not at this moment. As he walked, familiar buildings came into view, and when Luo halted beneath a street lamp, peering across the road with bated breath, he awaited the appearance of a certain individual. The rain fell softly, and when Luo stood, umbrella in hand, patiently waiting. Inside, Severus was brewing potions for the upcoming term, various ingredients meticulously arranged in several cauldrons. The gentle patter of rain outside enveloped him in a serene ambience. A cool breeze swept in, prompting Severus to check the progress of his potions. He took his wand and returned to the sitting room, draping a black robe over his shoulders. A faint sound interrupted Severus as he made his way back to the potion room, causing him to pause and listen intently. Another sound followed, as if the enchantments at the door had been triggered. Was it a wizard or a muggle? Gripping his wand tightly, Severus cautiously pulled the door open, peering out into the yard after a brief moment. No one was there. Nothing seemed amiss. He cast a protective barrier against the rain and inspected the magical runes at the door. Not far away, Wen Luo withdrew his hand, silently observing the figure in the black robe. The love within him threatened to overflow, yearning to rush forth and embrace the one he cherished. The familiar helplessness of unfulfilled embraces surged within him once more, clamoring to propel him towards Severus, to make up for all the missed embraces that haunted his memories. As Severus completed his inspection and returned indoors, he instinctively glanced across the road, sensing something. Yet, there was no one there, nothing at all. He closed the door behind him. When Luo lowered his gaze, calming his yearning, this time, it was he who rendered himself unseen to the professor. Chapter 121, A Flash of Lightning. By the time when Luo had gathered his belongings, Hermione and Harry still had not received any answers. Nanyu stored his items in a storage ring, clutching his knife as they made their way out. Unlike Wen Luo, he was now responsible for the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts, allowing him to save time by remaining on the premises. Do you really intend to leave? Harry pondered, feeling compelled to offer some advice for the upcoming potions class. When Luo walked ahead, his pace unbroken, with the three trailing closely behind. The thought of the particularly grueling potions lessons they had endured recently spurred Harry into action. Why don't you all just have a proper discussion? Harry stated earnestly. Communication is essential between couples. Hermione stared at Harry in shock, feeling as though she had been cast aside by the world, wondering why she was the only one left in the dark. What couple? When Luo paused, his footsteps faltering. What are you talking about? Receiving a dangerous glare from Wen Luo, Harry's mind sparked with clarity. Didn't you say you experienced a breakup? Wen Luo narrowed his eyes, choosing not to delve deeper, and continued walking. We are not a couple. Yikes. The implications were too large for Harry and Hermione to digest in one go, and they gasped in surprise. Could it be? No, they dared not voice it. Harry and Hermione resolved to not dwell further, as the notion of Wen Luo being in love was beyond their comprehension. Throughout the conversation, Nanyu had remained silent, quietly following along. Yet he was fortunate enough to be the only one aware of the unfolding prophecy. The four made their way outside, quickly arriving at the castle's open area. What is happening over there? Why is everyone congregating? It's quite lively, isn't it? Look, I think I've seen that person before. Isn't that the Ravenclaw who withdrew from school? The surrounding young wizards whispered among themselves, yet more and more continued to gravitate towards the gathering. As the crowd thickened, Severus, who was begrudgingly tasked with receiving guests after passing by the headmaster's office, wore a particularly grim expression. Not long ago, Dumbledore had written to a close friend, requesting assistance in investigating information about Wen Luo. As before, the final outcome remained a blank slate. With no alternatives, his friend suggested reaching out to the parents of the young wizard who had previously skipped school, and upon doing so, they promptly assured him they would send someone to investigate, promising to inform him of any findings. Upon receiving their response, Dumbledore once again marveled at the enthusiasm of the Chinese people. However, it was rather unfortunate that the Ministry of Magic had sent word that a certain Dark Lord had been particularly active recently, necessitating a trip to Numengard to stabilize the situation. As a result, the potions master, who happened to pass by the headmaster's office after class, found himself burdened with unexpected duties. Song Qingqing, accompanied by his junior disciple, arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts. The last time his junior had come to England to study, he had abruptly cried and insisted on returning home, claiming to have encountered a Dark Lord at school. The blame lay with those old wizards. who incessantly recounted tales of dark magic to their younger disciples, leading his junior to mistakenly associate anyone with the surname Wen as a Dark Lord. This was England. How could that possibly be true? As Severus was about to escort his guests to the headmaster's office after hearing their names, the next moment, one of them suddenly dashed forward. Senior brother. Song Chu's voice cut through the surrounding noise, causing Severus to instinctively tighten his grip on his wand. He followed the direction in which the other had bolted. In that direction, several familiar figures emerged: Potter, Granger, along with that Hufflepuff and Wen Zhiyu. As Song Qing sprinted forward, his longsword was drawn, its tip aimed directly at one of them. His target was indeed Wen Zhiyu. Snape's gaze sharpened, and a spell was dispatched swiftly, his expression as dark and turbulent as the depths of a churning sea. At the very moment the protective charm was cast, a long blade clashed against the sword's tip, forcefully deflecting it. The scintillating glint of the sword danced amidst the chaotic flashes of the blade, as the two combatants engaged in a fierce duel on the open ground. To prevent any collateral damage, Snape unleashed spell after spell, clearing away the junior wizards encroaching upon the battlefield, inadvertently drawing closer to Wen Zhiyu's position. Sparks flew as each maneuver from both combatants carried a palpable threat of death, a stark contrast to the pure spell duels typical of the British magical community. In the midst of their clashing steel, they unleashed a myriad of incantations. The interplay of blade and spell ignited with dazzling brilliance. Snape, with a fleeting glance, observed Wen Zhiyu's demeanor, noting that he seemed unfazed by the desperate struggle unfolding before him. Instead, he appeared somewhat pleased with Nan Yu's swordsmanship. Nan Yu's technique was rapid and aggressive, focused solely on offense. In a moment of carelessness, Song Qing found himself with a gash across his left arm. Blood immediately stained his white attire, and with a deft push from his toes, he leaped back several meters, weapons trailing behind him. Within mere moments, multiple swords levitated around him, hurtling towards Nan Yu with great speed. Forced into a defensive stance, Nan Yu deflected several flying swords, but was suddenly alerted by a voice nearby. Be careful. Upon refocusing, he realized Song Qing was now merely a few feet away, sword in hand. Without hesitation, he angled his blade to the left, shifted his right foot, and executed a swift turn, intending to exchange injury for injury. Both were prepared to sustain wounds. Yet at the pivotal moment when the sword tip was about to pierce flesh, Song Qing was unexpectedly struck in the chest by a powerful kick, sending him sprawling backward. With a remarkable reflex, he steadied himself on one knee, using his sword for support, and spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground. Nan Yu remained unscathed, calmly sheathing his blade, his gaze still fixed on his opponent. The surrounding junior wizards were utterly transfixed. While they were aware that the fighting style of the East differed from their own, witnessing it firsthand illuminated the vast chasm between their abilities. Had they been in Song Qing's position, they likely wouldn't have even begun to utter a spell before the opponent's blade was at their throat. It seemed Professor Wen had been correct. Only through combat could one truly test their mettle. They resolved to take their dark arts defense classes more seriously henceforth, abandoning any thoughts of skipping. Unperturbed by the myriad of fearful gazes around him, Song Qing kept his head lowered, clutching the hilt of his sword tightly, his heart racing with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Wen Zhiyu his junior spoke of was indeed affiliated with the dark cult, and moreover, that he was. What a coincidence! Who would have thought that upon their first meeting, he would display such enthusiasm? Wen Zhiyu broke the silence, clarifying his identity as Taoist Qingyuan from the Shantian sect. To greet me with such grandiosity after a long separation, and with the new year still upon us, he added, his tone dripping with sarcasm, prompting Snape to cast a sidelong glance. It seemed to be the first time he had heard one speak in such a tone, as he had always been composed and courteous, never exhibiting anger. Did these two know each other? Chapter 122, Departure. The sardonic undertone of Wen's voice pulled Song Qing from his reverie, and he quickly approached his senior, cautiously assisting him to his feet. The height disparity caused them to sway slightly as they steadied themselves on each other's shoulders. After a moment, Song Qing composed himself, offering his junior an assuring glance, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before nonchalantly retorting to the earlier mockery. I am deeply honored to have caught the attention of the esteemed young Master One. Clad in a light-colored brocade robe, he appeared somewhat disheveled from the earlier skirmish. After applying pressure to several acupoints to staunch the bleeding, Song Qing resolved not to linger any longer. The news of the dark cult's incursion into Britain needed to be conveyed back to his sect. Regardless of the adversary's intentions, early preparation was paramount. Bowing respectfully to Wen Zhiyu, Song Qing stated, since the esteemed young Master Wen is present, it would be impolite for us to intrude further. We shall take our leave now. Junior, let us go. Having spoken, he grasped his junior's hand and turned to exit. However, The dark cult had no custom of allowing individuals to enter and exit freely, without any prompting from Wen Zhiyu. The cultists who had rushed to the scene during the battle had already encircled the two of them. Song Qing pressed down with his fingertip, tightening his grip on the sword hilt, and turned to meet Wen Zhiyu's gaze. While he understood that, given the current state of the Eastern cultivation world, the other party was unlikely to act against the Shintian sect, knowledge alone did not quell his apprehension. After all, the reputation of the Wen family's lunatics had endured for centuries, and it was said that no generation of theirs was without its madness. Regardless of the outward calm displayed by Wen Zhiyu at that moment, Song Qing eyed the man before him, whose smile belied a hidden danger. Do not be so tense. Wen Zhiyu waved his hand, prompting the cultists to retract their weapons while remaining stationary. Why not share a cup of tea before you depart? Song Qing furrowed his brow. There is no need for such courtesy, young Master Wen. Tea is indispensable, Wen Zhiyu interjected, accepting the teacup handed to him by Nanyu. If word gets out that I did not extend proper hospitality, what would they say? As he spoke, the teacup slipped from his grasp, slicing through the air, only to be caught deftly in one hand. Infused with spiritual energy, Song Qing's hand trembled slightly upon catching the cup, the force causing a laceration on his skin. Blood trickling down the cup's edge and mingling with the tea. The once clear brew was now tainted with crimson, blooming like a flower of blood. Song Chu, worried, glanced at his senior, tugging at the hand he held, which only tightened its grip. He then watched as his senior lifted the cup and drank deeply. The empty vessel was cast to the ground, the crisp sound snapping Song Qing back to reality as he turned to lead his junior out once more. This time, no one obstructed their exit. Only after their figures vanished through the doorway did Snape, with a stern expression, dismiss the onlookers among the junior wizards. Upon turning back, his countenance darkened further as he approached the two, coldly inquiring, "Where is Wen Zhiyu?" Hermione fell silent, her gaze instinctively shifting to Harry, who, in matters concerning Snape, clearly had more experience. Harry raised his head slightly, biting his lip, hesitant to respond. He left? Back to his office? Not quite. Harry glanced at the increasingly impatient potions master, then turned to Hermione. Hermione, refusing to acknowledge his silent plea for help, averted her eyes to the sky, the ground, and the castle, anywhere but at him. The pressure mounted upon Harry. Gritting his teeth, he divulged Wen Zhiyu's whereabouts. Professor Wen said he would be moving out of Hogwarts for a while. He has gone with Nanyu to an outside residence. Moving out of Hogwarts? Why? Snape furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze from Harry as he prepared to head back to the dungeons. After walking a short distance, Harry finally resolved to catch up with Snape, darting in front of him. Hermione was taken aback by his audacious maneuver, gripping her wand tightly, bracing for the worst. Blocking Snape's path, and being Potter no less, only darkened the potions master's already grim expression, his face resembling a stormy sky ready to unleash its fury. Had it been any other time, Harry would have undoubtedly fled at the swiftest pace, rather than standing his ground under the piercing gaze of impending death. Professor Snape, I believe you cannot do this. Snape cast a disdainful glance in his direction, preparing to sidestep, perhaps considering that Mr. Potter lacked the right to dictate to his professor. He had no time for reprimands. Recent actions from Wen Zhiyu had been exceedingly peculiar, leading him to suspect they might be the consequences of a Nimigus transformation. There remained unused potions in the cellar. Perhaps he could attempt to refine them. Yet, after only a few steps, the troubled potions master was once again halted, a surge of fury igniting within him. What exactly do you wish to convey? Harry trembled at the intensity of Snape's wrath, meticulously weighing his words once more. Fixating on Snape's predatory glare, Harry endeavored to express himself with greater subtlety. I merely wish to state that Professor Wen is a wonderful person. We all hold him in high regard, and someone even asked me to deliver a love letter to him. The more he spoke, the more disjointed his thoughts became, and cold sweat trickled down his spine as his legs trembled uncontrollably. What I mean is, you cannot treat him this way. With a heart full of trepidation, he uttered the most critical sentence, closing his eyes in anticipation of judgment. Snape remained motionless, his brow furrowing even deeper. Was this Potter, who had stopped him, merely here to utter such words? What was the meaning behind this? Was he professing his feelings for Wen Zhiyu in front of him? Or perhaps warning him not to grow too close to one? Or could it be that Dumbledore had finally driven his golden boy to madness, to the extent that he could not even discern the object of his affection? Snape fell silent for a moment, bewildered by Potter's nonsensical ramblings, then bestowed upon him a look of incredulity. What utter nonsense are you spouting? With that, Snape shoved Harry aside and strode toward the cellar, fearful that if he lingered any longer, he might be unable to restrain himself from cursing Miss Potter. Harry had somehow survived the encounter unscathed. As he watched the potions master disappear around the corner, Hermione hurried over to check on Harry, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed. "I never realized you could be so brave," Hermione remarked, giving him a thumbs up. "What did you two discuss?" Harry, still shaken, swallowed hard, perspiration soaking his back. "You wouldn't want to know." For the sake of his brother's reputation, Harry resolved to swallow his discomfort. Hermione, perplexed but not probing further, deemed it more pressing to locate the girl who had broken Wen Zhiyu's heart, each harboring their own thoughts. The two busily searched through Hogwarts until the eve of Christmas. Chapter 123, Christmas Gifts. Since their last encounter at the castle's entrance, Snape had scarcely seen Wen Zhiyu within the walls of Hogwarts. He had attempted to confront him in defense against the dark arts class, only to find that only Hufflepuff was present, with no sign of one. He was perplexed as to Dumbledore's rationale for not dismissing one from his position. In the past few days, Snape had delved deeply into potion research, but the absence of one had begun to irk him. This state of affairs persisted until Christmas morning. As was his custom, Snape rose early and retreated into the potions room, allowing owls to deliver gifts one after another to their designated spots. The day felt no different from previous Christmases. The school was closed, and one had not come to the cellar to disturb him. He had ample time to indulge in his beloved potions. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this life had grown somewhat tedious. Apart from the fleeting joy he derived from potion making, once he paused, the cellar felt excessively empty. Empty? Snape puzzled over why that word had entered his mind. He had taught at Hogwarts for over a decade, spending countless hours in the cellar, and he had never experienced such a sensation in previous years. He must be losing his mind to describe it thus. Having remained in the potions room until noon, the potions master's stomach protested against the weight of his hunger. Unsure if there would be food in the Great Hall at this hour, and knowing there would be a feast that evening, Snape simply retrieved some biscuits from the cupboard to tide him over. As he passed the pile of gifts, he paused momentarily, using his wand to begin sorting them. Before long, a black gift box soared through the air, landing on his desk. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Snape's otherwise impassive face as he approached to open the box. It was small, and upon lifting the lid, he found a solitary red string inside, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the room, and two larger white jade boxes appeared on the desk. Snape hesitated for a moment, yet chose not to employ a revealing spell, instead simply opening them directly. As the boxes opened, a rush of icy air emanated from within, revealing a delicate blue herb. Its petals were as white as snow, resembling a lotus, exuding a faint chill. He then opened the other box, recognizing its contents as a particularly fine ginseng, appearing quite aged, with roots coiling like serpents, bound tightly by fine golden threads. Herbs? Even for a potions master accustomed to receiving numerous herbal gifts annually, this offering was indeed thoughtful and precious. Yet inexplicably, a sense of discomfort washed over him upon seeing these items. The black box had contained not just the red string, but also a letter pressed at the very bottom. After some deliberation, Snape decided to extract the letter. "To whom it may concern, I hope this letter finds you well." There were no superfluous words. The letter meticulously detailed the uses, age, and preservation methods for the two herbs. It was a perfectly normal gift letter, much like those he wrote when sending potions out, to prevent recipients from being unaware of their purposes. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Snape read faster and faster, his expression darkening until his gaze fell upon the concluding lines of the letter. "These two herbs are difficult to preserve, so I have included a dedicated storage device as a unified gift. The red string is an alchemical device containing 50 cubic units of special storage space, which will resolve any issues with herb preservation. Once activated, it can be worn on the wrist. I have inscribed some runes upon it. Unless removed by the user themselves, it cannot be dislodged through any means. Finally, I wish you a Merry Christmas, Mr. Snape, and hope you enjoy my gift. Wen Zhiyu." Upon finishing the letter, Snape's countenance darkened entirely. Mr. Snape? A polite address, a letter imbued with boundaries, yet somehow not what he desired. What on earth was wrong with this individual? This was not the first time in recent weeks that Snape pondered this question, having replayed their conversation in his mind countless times. Yet he still found no answers. Had the passage of time led one to realize that he was not quite as he had imagined, prompting him to cut his losses? Once this thought took root, it rapidly burgeoned into a towering tree. Only this conclusion could elucidate the recent peculiarities surrounding Wen Zhiyu. Averted gazes, sudden distances, and unfamiliar modes of address, all conspiring to convey the other's choices. Snape cast a frigid glance at the crimson cord and the potion ingredients on the table, stifling the urge to hurl them from the cellar. Silently, he bound the red string around his wrist and stowed the precious ingredients away. Though valuable, they ought not to languish in the cellar. Rather, they deserve to be thrust into the face of the other. Were his feelings so trivial? To be desired one moment and casually discarded the next? Anger surged within him. The countenance of the potion's master darkening, as if he were about to deduct decades' worth of house points from Gryffindor. The fury simmered for a considerable time. Suddenly struck by a thought, Snape returned to his bedroom, retrieving the sachet from beneath his pillow, changing his attire before departing the cellar via the Floo network. He emerged in Spinner's End. Each new school term left him little time to return here. Thus, he invariably found himself dusting off the accumulated grime upon his return. For otherwise, it would be uninhabitable. Yet this time, he had no intention of cleaning. He pushed the door open and strode directly toward the Muggle district. Snape had always been reticent regarding excessive interaction with the Muggle world, typically employing a disillusionment charm to conceal himself, save for a few occasions, which were exclusively for one individual. This time, however, the potion's master eschewed any spells, entering a Muggle translation agency with a sense of urgency tinged with ire. The familiar protocol unfolded, yet without a prior appointment. He found himself waiting in the reception area with a sullen expression. Time passed inexorably. As he polished the jade pendant in his hand to a glossy sheen, a staff member finally approached to inform him that he could begin. Clutching a glimmer of hope, the potion's master entered the room. Once again, it was the same Chinese man from his previous visit who received him. The man recalled the guest cloaked in a gloomy aura, especially since the suitor was one of his compatriots. Thus, he peered outside the door for any companions. Not spotting anyone, he sighed, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. If the other had accepted the confession, there would have been no need to seek out his translation services. Reflecting on this, the man adjusted his demeanor and greeted Snape courteously. "Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to see you again." "Indeed, it is," Snape replied, momentarily taken aback by the man's words, and at that moment, he suddenly realized the absurdity of his presence there. Why had he come? This time, the gift, its packaging, and even the letter were all inscribed in impeccable English. He had not encountered a single character of his native script. What, then, was his purpose in this place? Snape's complexion paled. He loathed to admit that he might have entered with a mindset of verification. The letter was unequivocal in its address and intent, with the ingredients merely serving as gifts. But what if? What if things were not as he presumed? What if these ingredients held some special significance, akin to the previous occasions? What if he was not meant to? Snape lingered at the threshold, hesitating to advance, as the man at the desk beckoned him to take a seat. The man's voice broke through the potion's master's tumultuous thoughts, prompting him to close his eyes momentarily and proceed to the desk. As he settled into the chair, the man inquired, "You are Mr. Snape, correct? Is there something you require translated today?" It was Christmas, after all. Perhaps his compatriot had sent another item adorned with Chinese characters for him to decipher. The man mused with excitement, wondering if it would be another poetic verse, or perhaps a more forthright declaration of affection. The anticipation ignited within him, his gaze almost piercing through Snape's pocket with fervor. Was this enthusiasm not excessive? Snape found himself increasingly unsettled under the man's eager scrutiny, his hands tightening in his pocket. After a moment of internal struggle, Snape coldly placed the 2 boxes of ingredients on the table. "No translation is necessary. Just take a look at these 2 items." "Well, of course," the man replied. Upon seeing the 2 white jade boxes, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his features, prompting him to raise a thumb in appreciation for the generosity of this compatriot. The exquisite gift boxes were fashioned from high-quality jade, a substantial piece indeed, suggesting that he must have some wealth at home. Gently, he opened the boxes, and as he beheld the ginseng and snow lotus, a wave of shock and confusion engulfed him. The rarity of the gift astonished him, while the implications of the gesture bewildered him. Good heavens, had his compatriot surrendered? Ginseng, wasn't that a gift typically reserved for elders? The expression on the man's face shattered Snape's faint glimmer of hope, his hands in his pocket tightening involuntarily, his pallor deepening, as if awaiting the final verdict. Snape silently awaited the man's explanation. The man found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of his compatriot's true intentions. Had he genuinely given up? Or was it merely a simple gift? What if he inadvertently spoke incorrectly, incurring the wrath of the matchmaker? After much deliberation, the man resolved to uphold his professional integrity and speak candidly. "I must confess, sir," he began, his voice tentative. Snape's grip on the table tightened further as he lowered his gaze to the 2 boxes of ingredients. "While I am unfamiliar with one of these items, I believe the meaning is consistent. This is customary in Chinese etiquette. The ginseng symbolizes wishes for health and longevity, prosperity throughout one's life." The more he listened, the more Snape's last flicker of hope was extinguished, his demeanor becoming as still as water. The man shivered at the palpable chill emanating from Snape, unable to articulate the phrase regarding elders, ultimately succumbing to a heavy silence. After a prolonged pause, the man bit his lip, cautiously suggesting, "May I have a moment to research the other item I am unfamiliar with?" Not necessary, Snape interjected, reclaiming the 2 boxes. This is sufficient. Having made his decision, he resolved to respect the other's choice. Ending things before they could even begin might well be the best resolution for them both. A self-deprecating smile flickered across the potion's master's lips. Yes, this was the choice a rational person would make. Why would such a commendable individual ever develop feelings for a student, a brooding old bat? What merit did he possess that would warrant such affection? Awakening to reality, he realized he had not sunk too far into despair. He had become accustomed to being cast aside in the choices of others, had he not? Snape closed his eyes, placing the boxes back into his pocket, intent on departing. Yet, before he could rise, the man across the desk called out to him. "Wait a moment, sir." The man's voice did little to lift Snape's somber mood. He raised his gaze to meet the other's, exuding a hint of impatience. "What is it?" His emotions failed to affect the other. The man's gaze remained fixated on his left hand as he retrieved his belongings, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He knew it. Just moments ago, when Snape reached out to reclaim the box, he had intended to say something further. But his eyes inadvertently caught a fleeting glimpse of red on the other's wrist. If he wasn't mistaken, "Sir, may I inquire about the item adorning your left wrist?" Snape listened with a calm demeanor as the other uttered this somewhat audacious request, raising an eyebrow in slight disapproval. "The item on my wrist." He paused, his gaze falling upon his own left hand, and upon catching sight of that hint of red, a flicker of hope resurfaced in his otherwise crumbling heart. Uncertain of what compelled him, Snape slowly withdrew his left hand from his pocket, adjusting his sleeve to reveal the item in full. It was a red string used for binding herbs. The man's heart leaped at the confirmation of his assumptions, the previous gloom dissipating in an instant as he turned back to Snape with a renewed smile. "May I ask when this red string was bestowed upon you?" he queried, seeking reassurance in his conjecture. Snape, noticing the man's beaming smile, felt his own hope rekindle and promptly responded to the other's probing question. "It was given alongside the box earlier." This answer pleased the man greatly, deepening his smile, yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of bittersweet sorrow for his compatriot. From sachets to jade pendants, he had originally thought the intentions were straightforward, only to find that this time, emotions were cautiously revealed through a convoluted path. Had he been rejected before? "Sir, since you have chosen to come here, you must harbor some affection for the one who gifted you," the man persuasively suggested. "So, why not grant him a chance? Consistently projecting rejection may lead to numerous regrets." Chapter 125. The night is longer than the day. Snape's gaze lingered on his wrist before lifting his eyes, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. "What do you mean by that?" The man's heart felt weary, yet he sensed his compatriot bore an even heavier burden. He observed Snape silently for a while, until the latter once again donned an impatient expression, prompting the man to finally exhale a sigh. Sometimes, he truly wondered how low one could stoop in pursuit of another. Snape furrowed his brow once more, sitting up straight. The man continued with his task, gesturing towards Snape's wrist. "Sir, could you gently part the strands a little to reveal what lies beneath? It's not appropriate for me to touch directly." Adjusting his sleeve, Snape raised his wrist before him, extending his right hand to delicately part the woven red string, revealing a glimpse of black within. The man's expression immediately reflected his expectations, a smile gracing his lips without utterance. Snape scrutinized the revelation and, uncertain, inquired, "Hair?" The man's eyes narrowed, an unmistakable smile illuminating his face as he began to explain. "A strand of black silk, a strand of soul, for a lifetime, a pair." He softly recited the verse in his native tongue, then translated into English, concluding with, "The red string in Chinese culture symbolizes blessings and good fortune." Before Snape could respond, the man quickly elaborated. "The red thread woven from one's hair signifies protection and promise. It conveys that for this lifetime and the next, his love for you shall remain unwavering." As the man finished speaking, an enveloping silence descended upon the office, the sound of their breathing distinctly audible. Understanding the importance of not interrupting Snape's thoughts, the man patiently awaited a response. Snape's hand, which had been tracing the red string, grew momentarily rigid, his lips forming a straight line as his gaze fell upon his wrist, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Is this truly what it signifies? The sudden surge of joy left him momentarily stunned, as the world that had been collapsing around him swiftly reassembled in a whirlwind. He had not been forsaken, rather, he was once again faced with a resolute choice, which caught Snape off guard. If he had not chosen to give up, then why had he been acting so unusually of late? And what did the word rejection mean in this context? Had he indeed turned down anything? The more he pondered, the more convoluted his thoughts became. After a considerable pause, he finally nodded towards the man, stepping out of the translation office amidst the latter's urging to try to embrace the situation. His footsteps crunched softly in the snow. Upon returning to the cellar from Spinner's End, Snape finally grasped the meaning behind the man's earlier mention of rejection. Memories from that day flooded his mind, ultimately crystallizing around the phrase uttered that morning and afternoon. "Stay away from me." Is that it? At the time, he had perceived nothing amiss, but upon reflection, it seemed that his actions that morning could indeed lead to misunderstandings. Not only had he ordered Wen Zhiyu to leave, but he had also scolded and struck him, insisting he keep his distance. A sharp intake of breath escaped Snape as he paled once more, his heart sinking. No wonder Wen Zhiyu had been avoiding him of late. Had their roles been reversed, he might have acted even more decisively. Who would have imagined that he would still send a gift? Should he, then, take some action? This Christmas, the snowfall was particularly heavy, and the Hogwarts Great Hall was illuminated by countless candles, with a few ghosts flitting about. Increasing numbers of students, clad in formal attire, entered the hall, Harry and his companions among them. Not far from the entrance, McGonagall scrutinized Ron's outfit critically, warning Harry to find a dance partner to ensure Hogwarts did not embarrass itself before the other three schools, particularly not Gryffindor. For the sake of these little lions. Professor McGonagall was genuinely concerned, her gaze sweeping the room in search of any young witches and wizards who might cause trouble. To her surprise, the students entering this time were all quite well behaved, their manners commendable, with very few raising their voices. Just like in Severus's potions class. McGonagall's gaze abruptly settled on a dark figure lingering at the entrance, her curiosity piqued. She quickly approached, greeting him. "Good evening, Severus. Why are you standing at the door?" The witch tilted her head, reminding him, "It's rather cold outside. Do come in and find a place to sit." Snape regarded the witch as she moved beside him, offering a token gesture of greeting. Yet, upon hearing her suggestion, he merely nodded without making any move to enter. Noting his reluctance, McGonagall did not press the issue, instead engaging him in light conversation. During their exchange, McGonagall observed Snape's gaze frequently drifting outside, prompting her to inquire, "Severus, are you waiting for someone?" "I am not." Snape's voice faltered, his attention fixated on the distant shadow, his heart racing uncontrollably. Through the heavy snowfall, Wen Zhiyu approached, his black coat dusted white with snowflakes. A gust of cold wind sweeping away the remnants from his hair. This winter's snow was profound. The night stretched longer than the day. The other moved closer, taking a step forward, then another. At that moment, his emotions, which he had strenuously suppressed, almost compelled him to dash out the door. The figure, draped in an expanse of white, approached him directly, exuding the same delightful and gentle smile as always. "What are you doing waiting here? Are you cold?" As he spoke, he cast a warming charm on Snape with his wand, their eyes meeting in a steadfast gaze that unveiled the love residing in his depths. For the first time, Snape did not avert his gaze. Rather, he scrutinized the man's emotions with earnest intensity. He could not articulate the sensation that enveloped him in that fleeting moment, but he felt as though something was pulling him downwards, into an inescapable descent. At the same instant, Professor McGonagall, her eyes profound, observed the somewhat peculiar interaction between the two, pursing her lips in silence, acutely aware that something felt amiss, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Before she could contemplate further, Snape, having regained his composure, turned his gaze toward McGonagall, his golden eyes momentarily flickering over to the pristine white of the figure beside him. His brow furrowed slightly as he raised his hand to cast a spell, clearing away the snowflakes adorning the other, responding in a voice reminiscent of a deep cello. "I presume you are aware that I am not specifically waiting for you." Chapter 126. I know. Yes, I know. With the snowflakes banished by the spell, Wen Zhiyu felt considerably lighter, his gaze towards Snape growing ever more tender. Indeed, he should have known this all along. Upon seeing the Christmas gifts that Snape had sent earlier that morning, his heart, which had previously been frozen in place, began to race once more. The gifts consisted of 2 vials of potions, the very items that the potion master most frequently distributed each year. However, these 2 vials were unlike any others, not only in their names and creation dates, but also in their singular purposes. They were potions specifically designed to counter curses. This was documented in his files. On the day he had perished, the potion master had procured these rare potions at a high price from Nocturne Alley. The creation of these potions was no simple task. Even upon completion, their efficacy in curing his curse was uncertain. Moreover, at that time, he had already died. Without foreknowledge of his impending resurrection, Snape had nonetheless devoted an extensive period to crafting the potions. The brewing process spanned 281 days. During this time, what thoughts occupied his mind? Was he weighing the value of the potion's creation? Or perhaps he was researching its active components? Or was he, in fact, contemplating him? Imagining that if he could have created the potion sooner, if he had not returned to Hogwarts that fateful day, the boy might have lived. Might not have lay bleeding in his arms, life ebbing away, bit by bit. Like Snape, Wen Zhiyu dared not ponder just how heartbroken the potion master must have felt at that time. The instant he laid eyes on the gifts, everything became clear. The memories of their time spent together as animagi replayed vividly in his mind. The more he reflected, the more astonished and affectionate he became. His professor, forever so tough in words yet tender in heart. He realized he had misjudged. The aftermath of his return as an animagus had muddled his judgment. How could he have thought the professor was resistant towards him? God knows what had been occupying his mind then. He had nearly ventured into irretrievable territory. Yet, it mattered not. Now that he was certain the professor had carved a place for him in his heart, he was resolved to gaze upon even the most distant sun and to scale the most daunting peaks. Even if the path ahead led to a vast ocean, he would willingly traverse it in search of islands. I shall overcome countless obstacles just to stand by your side, to walk with you into the sunset. The youthful infatuation was like an old rainstorm, cleansing the muddied ground, allowing his future self to step into the azure sky. Shall we perhaps head inside first? McGonagall suggested, observing the two. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression momentarily stiffened, reverting to the familiar demeanor of the potion master, his face darkening as he glanced at McGonagall. Wen Zhiyu noted the change and offered McGonagall a gentle, polite smile. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. You look lovely today. No one could resist a compliment, and McGonagall, lost in the flattery of Wen Zhiyu's praises, entirely cast aside her earlier suspicions. She engaged warmly with him as the trio walked toward the Great Hall. While conversing with McGonagall, Wen Zhiyu's attention was predominantly directed toward Snape. The professor was clad in formal attire, a sleek black suit, soft in texture and smooth in fabric, adorned with intricate pleats at the shoulders, emanating an air of understated elegance. More importantly, Wen Zhiyu noticed a hint of red at his left wrist. His smile deepened, a surge of joy rising within him as he adjusted his own attire, which he had deliberately chosen to complement the professor's. McGonagall, buoyed by Wen Zhiyu's kind words, remained oblivious to his distracted demeanor as she led the two into the hall. Upon entering, the gaze of the majority converged upon the trio. Many wizards and witches stirred at the sight of Wen Zhiyu, yet hesitated upon recognizing Snape. Among them was Harry, who felt a surge of unexpected joy and excitement upon seeing Snape and Wen Zhiyu enter side by side. The three found a space amidst the gathering, and McGonagall intended to converse further with Wen Zhiyu, but was soon interrupted by a throng of young Gryffindors, forcing her to retreat. With the disturbance gone, Wen Zhiyu extended his hand toward Snape. Snape stiffened slightly, his hand nervously clutching the hem of his robes, his gaze fixated on that outstretched hand. Just as their fingers were about to meet, that hand veered away, retrieving a glass of red wine from behind Snape and presenting it before him. Wen Zhiyu was pleased with Snape's reaction, but felt compelled to break the silence. I truly appreciate the professor's gift. The wine glass swayed gently in his hand as he sipped delicately, observing Snape's response. There were no extraneous movements or sudden touches. Snape imperceptibly exhaled, managing a wry smile. Is that so? Your gift is commendable as well. Of course, he referred to the 2 vials of potion ingredients. As long as the professor is pleased. Wen Zhiyu's gaze drifted back to Snape's wrist, feigning ignorance of his implied meaning, only seeking the response he longed to hear. The number of attendees gradually increased, and Dumbledore, alongside the 2 headmasters, began orchestrating the event. This ball was unlike any previous ones, as 4 chosen champions were required to lead the dance. Fleur's partner was a gentleman from Ravenclaw, Krum danced with Hermione, and Cedric's partner was Cho Chang. As for Harry held the hand of a girl from China, slowly making his way to the center of the dance floor, his expression somewhat peculiar. Yesterday, he had faced rejection for the 5th time from a particular Slytherin, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from the office of Southue. Under his relentless entreaties, Southue had granted him a friendly favor, selecting a dancer from the congregation to act as his partner. As the music began, the 4 champions gracefully twirled in the center of the ballroom, their movements synchronized with the rhythm, elevating the atmosphere of the ball to its zenith. As the dance concluded, Wen Zhiyu's gaze, brimming with an insatiable curiosity, lingered in the hall, seeking to glean some knowledge from the ambience. Snape watched him, hesitating to speak until the music resumed. Professor Wen, may I extend an invitation for a dance? The sound of his voice drew Wen Zhiyu's attention back, and in that familiar scenario, a flicker of surprise almost broke through her composed demeanor for the first time. It was not only she who felt this way. After the witch had mustered the courage to invite him, other witches began to stir, their eyes intensely fixed upon them. A gentleman cannot refuse a lady's request for a dance. Snape's gaze seemed to bore into the outstretched hand reaching for Wen Zhiyu, his expression darkening from the earlier calm. Damn Gryffindor, what is she doing? Chapter 127, Side by Side. Nicola felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Not only had she gathered the courage to extend her hand to Professor Wen, but she was also acutely aware of Professor Snape's predatory gaze beside her. Wen Zhiyu, undoubtedly Snape's most esteemed student, drew excessive scrutiny even in matters of romance, as if there were a fear of a pig trampling over their cherished cabbage. At that moment, Nicola was plainly the pig in Snape's eyes. Dumbledore, resting his chin on his hand, watched the unfolding drama with a twinkle in his eye, while McGonagall, flustered beside him, lamented how delightful youth could be. Amidst the chaos left by the young ones, McGonagall pondered, will he accept? This question echoed in the minds of all who observed. According to convention, a gentleman ought not to refuse a lady's invitation to dance. Thus, would he? Though Snape's gaze remained fixed on Nicola's hand, he was equally attuned to Wen Zhiyu's situation. Feeling the weight of scrutiny around him, he clenched his jaw, regretting not having intercepted the audacious Gryffindor sooner. I'm afraid I do not enjoy dancing. The unexpected reply took everyone by surprise, especially Snape. After Nicola retreated with a dejected expression, Snape remarked, "You don't like dancing?" If his eyes were functioning properly, he would clearly see that Wen Zhiyu was genuinely interested in the ball. Indeed, his interest was not in the ball itself, but rather in the company he wished to dance with. More precisely, he yearned to share a dance with the person beside him. Thus, in response to Snape's taunt, Wen Zhiyu maintained a gentle smile, leaning slightly towards him, lowering her voice. It's not that I dislike it. Rather, you know, I'm not particularly skilled. And I prefer not to dance with anyone other than you. Though her sentence trailed off, Snape instinctively grasped the unspoken conclusion, falling silent for a moment. Noticing that several witches were still eager to approach, Snape suggested, shall we take a stroll? With no reason to decline the professor's personal invitation. Wen Zhiyu quickly followed Snape as they retreated from the ballroom. The young witches, who had hesitated to make their move, watched the pair vanish through the hall's entrance, their hands withdrawn in disappointment. Snowflakes danced silently through the winter night, resembling silver butterflies gracefully alighting, adorning the tranquil earth in a glistening white wonderland. Wen Zhiyu held a black umbrella, its tip slightly tilted. The two, clad in similarly hued attire, walked side by side upon the snow-dusted cobblestones. The atmosphere was serene as they strolled towards the Black Lake. A faint scent of bitter potion wafted from Snape, barely perceptible, yet it captivated her senses. Drawing her closer to him, what are you up to? His smooth voice bore a hint of tension. Though he questioned her, he made no move to distance himself. Wen Zhiyu suddenly chuckled, halting her advance, taking a gentle step back to establish a more appropriate social distance. Her tone was unhurried, imbued with just the right softness. I merely wish to show you something. Without awaiting a response, she reached into her inner pocket and retrieved a thick stack of yellow talismans. Snape's expression darkened, his gaze flickering with interest. Unlike the previous occasion marked by frailty, Wen Zhiyu, now infused with spiritual energy, forcefully tossed hundreds of talismans into the air, reaching heights of 20 meters. As the energy dissipated, the talismans crackled and burst forth like fireworks, illuminating the night sky. Colors erupted like a kaleidoscope against the darkness, with golden stars shimmering, red sparks igniting passionately, and blue fireworks resembling a dreamlike ocean. These displays were not fleeting. The hundreds of talismans detonated repeatedly, radiating brilliance. A mesmerizing spectacle. The sudden cacophony drew the attention of the attendees, who gathered at the doorway to witness the vibrant display unfolding in the night. In an instant, countless young witches gasped and squealed, captivated by the enchanting fireworks. By the edge of the Black Lake, after casting the talismans, Wen Zhiyu instinctively returned to Snape's side. Standing shoulder to shoulder, snowflakes mingled with the remnants of fireworks in the night sky, the luminous bursts reflecting their silhouettes on the surface of the Black Lake. Wen Zhiyu squinted her eyes, gauging Snape's reaction compared to last time. As the fireworks burst forth, the figure before her seemed to merge with the youthful visage from her memories. Snape, feigning composure, directed his gaze skyward, responding nonchalantly, "It's acceptable. That is quite commendable." Wen Zhiyu translated silently for herself. Her spirits lifted as she lingered beside Snape by the Black Lake. As the ball drew to a close, neither returned to the hall. Instead, they wandered and conversed beneath the umbrella until they arrived at the cellar door. The portrait of Miss Medusa hanging there was taken aback upon seeing Wen Zhiyu. But due to the headmaster's usual authority, she could only greet her with her eyes. Wen Zhiyu returned a smile, instinctively preparing to say good night. However, Snape interjected. "I have something to give you." He pushed the door open and stepped into the cellar. Wen Zhiyu, tailing behind him, entered the cellar without having the chance to inquire. Instantly, something was thrust into her hand. Under the cellar's dim light, she glanced at it, her expression falling with reluctance as she donned the ring. Observing her demeanor, Snape let out a slight huff. "I thought Mr. Wen had forgotten his belongings and where he had left them. I would never forget anything I give to the professor." Wen Zhiyu replied instinctively, her survival instincts kicking in. Hearing her response, Snape studied her intently, and she met his gaze unwaveringly. After a moment's hesitation, Snape raised his hand and cast a spell to clear a space in the cellar. Then, to her surprise and confusion, he extended his left hand, performing a formal invitation for a dance. Wen Zhiyu froze, her body stiffening as she looked up at him, her dark eyes colliding with his astonished gaze. Then, he heard his professor say to him, "Do you not wish to learn to dance? Allow me to teach you." Chapter 128, A Touch of the Soul. Wen Zhiyu lowered his head, his gaze falling upon Severus Snape's outstretched left hand, adorned with the red string he had gifted. What should have been a moment of joyful anticipation suddenly rendered him hesitant. His right hand felt as though it were laden with mercury, utterly immobile. An inexplicable emotion surged through his limbs into his mind, and he understood. He was afraid. He had witnessed this scene more than once, in the Slytherin dormitory many years ago, where Severus had made this gesture time and again. Back then, he had unhesitatingly extended his hand, only to have his soul penetrate his flesh, leaving him with nothing but emptiness. Wen Zhiyu remained silent for as long as Severus waited. The potion master's minuscule patience was entirely bestowed upon this individual before him, his hand unwaveringly suspended, quietly awaiting a response. From their first encounter, Severus had been observant. He had noticed the fervent affection swirling in Wen Zhiyu's eyes, burning, searing, almost consuming him, melding into his very essence. Yet, even so, the returning youth refrained from making any audacious move towards him, aside from that time of lost consciousness. Wen Zhiyu had persistently evaded contact with him. Severus gazed into his eyes, where he discerned a flicker of emotion amidst the trembling lashes. Was he afraid? This realization caused Severus's fingertips to bend slightly. In his memory, this person had always exhibited excellence in every aspect, adeptly resolving challenges with the most fitting approach. Even when confronted with his own venom, even when collapsing in a pool of spilled blood, he had never perceived fear in the other's eyes. What could a soul unafraid of death fear? Severus could not articulate it, yet he was aware that Wen Zhiyu might need his companionship at this moment. Thus, he resolutely extended his hand towards him, mirroring the countless times Wen Zhiyu had boldly approached him, steadfastly maintaining his invitation. Reluctant to keep Severus waiting too long, Wen Zhiyu strained to lift his right hand, hovering just above the other's palm. The imminent contact lingered in suspension, enveloped by an overwhelming tide of fear and trepidation. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. What he instinctively shied away from was the boy he could never touch. After countless attempts, he could neither bear nor afford to face failure again. So, until the very end, he could only bid farewell to the night wind. It seemed that Severus's unwavering gesture was different from the memories, for when Zhiyu finally realized he was no longer the unseen specter, he stood before Severus, a living being. In those inky depths of his eyes, there was no longer emptiness, but rather a clear imprint of his own reflection. The fog within his heart was effortlessly dispelled by this act, and his ring-adorned fingertips finally brushed against the longed-for palm. I am not well versed in the gentleman's steps. When Zhiyu raised his gaze and softly voiced his concern, Severus grasped his right hand, then guided it to rest upon his waist, saying, "Then dance as you will." Their eyes met in midair, as if the gears of fate had finally interlocked. With a single glance, one could easily fall into the depths of that connection. As the music swelled, they began to dance hand in hand in the cellar, their garments swaying gently with the melody, each turn perfectly synchronized. Severus did not anticipate when Zhiyu would truly dance the gentleman's steps, nor did he foresee how effortlessly they could match each other's movements. This rhythm, devoid of any need for direction, felt as if they had danced together countless times before. Severus had hesitated numerous times regarding this invitation to dance. Given the current situation within the British magical community, the dark influence of the Dark Lord was deeply entrenched. Both he and Dumbledore were convinced that Voldemort had not perished. He would inevitably return, and not too long from now, the moment he decided to betray the Dark Lord and join the Order of the Phoenix. His life had already begun its countdown. The identity of a double agent could never face the sunlight. The glimmer in the potion master's eyes flickered as he watched Wen Zhiyu dance earnestly with him, his heart softening beyond measure. It was merely a dance, yet it was one of the few things he could offer. As the music intensified, their movements quickened, and their hearts raced in unison, almost bursting forth. Unbeknownst to them, the red string on their wrists peeked out from beneath their sleeves, vividly intertwining with the restrained affection until their fingers finally entwined. Love, unbeknownst to its origin, ran deep. The duration of a song is not long, and soon it reached its conclusion. As Wen Zhiyu turned to leave, Severus realized that his own breath had become rapid and disordered with his departure, a glimmer of unrecognized loss surfacing in his eyes. The lingering bittersweet scent of potions still clung to the air, and Wen Zhiyu could not resist inhaling deeply, a smile gracing his features. Kneeling on one knee, he took the weathered hand and gently kissed its back, a single tear falling upon it. His heart felt as though it were tugged at a delicate thread. The spot where his lips had touched seemed to burn, and Severus struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice. "You know I cannot," gazing into the man's radiant golden eyes, he hesitated, the words failing to escape his lips. Sensing his turmoil, Wen Zhiyu withdrew his lips from the hand, earnestly replying, "I understand." Severus paused, somewhat bewildered. "Then why do you still? That is enough." Subsequently, Wen Zhiyu solemnly grasped his hand, applying a gentle pressure that would not cause discomfort, lightly kneading his fingertips. After that statement, the cellar fell into a prolonged silence, the only sounds being their breaths and heartbeats. After a while, Wen Zhiyu released the hands warmed by their shared heat, offering Severus a smile, his voice soft as silk. "It is quite late. You should rest." Upon their return, the ball had already concluded. After this brief interlude, the heavy snowfall outside had ceased. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a hazy, mysterious, and serene ambience. Wen Zhiyu used magic to restore the cellar to its original state, tidying the papers on the desk, specifically reminding him, "It is too late. I will revise the paper tomorrow. Do not stay up late." Severus swallowed hard, doing his utmost to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, watching as Wen Zhiyu tidied everything before pushing open the cellar door to leave. "Good night, Severus." He did not address him as Sir or Professor, but rather uttered his name in a soft, almost tender whisper, just before the cellar door closed. The potion master's voice also drifted to his ears. "Good night, Wen Luo." Chapter 129, The Corpse. A gust of sea breeze, imbued with the distinct scent of the ocean, swept towards the few individuals standing upon the rocky outcrop. In the southern corner, one could catch the briny aroma, the familiar scent of seafood igniting an involuntary salivation. Waves crashed against the rocks, churning and creating countless frothy bubbles, while Wen Zhiyu's gaze fixated on the steep, towering cliffs in the distance. "Let us proceed," Wen Zhiyu remarked, taking a step forward and walking into the air. As they drew closer and entered the cave, perceptive followers immediately illuminated the path with magic, parting the splashing seawater as they continued onward. The narrow gap widened, allowing several individuals to ascend the steps until they reached the heart of the cavern. Pointing towards a door, Wen Zhiyu issued a cold command to break it down. The acolytes exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they advanced to unleash their spells upon the door. In an instant, radiant lights flickered as various runes surged toward the entrance. However, it merely quivered slightly, failing to yield as anticipated. Nanyu stepped forward to scrutinize the door closely, discovering it adorned with peculiar engravings that seemed to conceal some form of enchantment. Wen Zhiyu furrowed his brow, forming intricate hand seals, from which a formidable force erupted from his palms. This power collided with the door, producing a tremendous roar, and the stone barrier shattered. Yet, at the moment of its destruction, Nanyu's expression shifted, and he brandished his blade protectively in front of Wen Zhiyu, alert to an impending threat. Gently pushing aside the youth before him, Wen Zhiyu advanced, a smile curling on his lips, though his gaze remained steely as he surveyed the darkness ahead. Slowly, pairs of eerie green eyes emerged, accompanied by low, rumbling growls. "The Shadow Core," Wen Zhiyu murmured softly. "This creature is indeed a valuable find." A glint of interest crossed his eyes, and he cautioned, "Be careful. Do not harm my pet. Capture them all for me, and bring them back to the blood pool for nurturing." At his command, the acolytes tightened their grips on their magical implements, while Nanyu firmly clutched his sword, his body tense and ready for combat. Suddenly, a shadow core lunged forward with remarkable speed. Nanyu swiftly swung his blade, leaving only a shallow cut across the creature's form. In quick succession, he unleashed a black chain that ensnared the shadowy entity, which thrashed momentarily before becoming securely bound. More of the shadows surged forth, yet Nanyu continued to wield his long blade, each swing expertly parrying their assaults. In a short span, nearly all the shadows that crawled forth from the lake were successfully subdued, as the number of glimmering green eyes in the cavern diminished. A portion of the group remained to guard the bound shadows. Nanyu forged ahead, leading the remaining members through the narrow rocky passages until they reached an impasse. Glancing at the lake's surface, Nanyu posed a question regarding the need to drain it. Wen Zhiyu, reluctant to engage with his peculiar thought process, sighed and replied, "No need," as he advanced directly toward the water. With the shadows gone, the group arrived at their destination in tranquility. In the center of the lake lay a small island, its rocks smooth, and at its heart stood an object reminiscent of a meditation basin. Wen Zhiyu approached, his eyes taking in the basin filled with a vibrant green liquid. He recognized its nature and knew precisely how to procure its contents. He gestured, and two acolytes dragged a battered white-clad man to the basin's side. Without hesitation, they pried open his mouth and poured the liquid inside. Once the liquid was finally administered, the white-clad man collapsed, only to be unceremoniously kicked into the water by the acolytes. A servant stepped forward, retrieving the contents from the basin and, after wiping it clean with a handkerchief, respectfully presented it to Wen Zhiyu. The Slytherin locket box. Observing the green locket box in his hands, a cold smirk crept across Wen Zhiyu's lips. Alas, it is a counterfeit. Contemplating this, he produced another identical locket box from his ring and compared the two. Clearly, some sorcerer possessed remarkable forgery skills, for the two boxes bore no apparent discrepancies. Yet, a fake is forever a counterfeit, incapable of replacing the genuine article. Without hesitation, Wen Zhiyu placed the authentic locket box into the basin and stored the false one back in his ring. Finally, he gazed at the now empty basin, which contained only a solitary locket box, lost in thought. Is it not too easy? After a moment's reflection, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a gourd vial from his ring and tilted it over the basin. A purple liquid quickly enveloped the locket box entirely. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, he returned the remaining liquid to his ring. To verify its effects, he raised a hand and poked the liquid with his fingertip. The instant his skin made contact, it began to rot rapidly, exposing the bone beneath. It appeared the effect had not diminished. Having completed his task, Wen Zhiyu withdrew his hand. The crimson mist swirling around his fingertip, swiftly restoring it to its former state. Before departing, he intentionally left several shadows in the lake, ensuring that certain individuals would not grow bored upon their arrival. Upon resolving the matter of the soul artifact and entering the Slytherin dungeon, he found Severus Snape seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newly acquired potions tome. Medusa did not hinder Wen Zhiyu, allowing him to enter with ease. Good afternoon, Severus. Wen Zhiyu approached the potions master, as was his custom. Snape cast a dark glance in his direction. I was under the impression that Mr. Wen Luo's memory only lasted a mere 12 hours. After saying this, as if feeling his jibe insufficient, he gestured towards the desk, adding, or perhaps, you were merely placating your old professor last night. Following his gaze to the desk, Wen Zhiyu immediately understood the implication and continued toward the sofa. How could that be? Wen Zhiyu replied, settling beside Snape. I would not forget a single word you have spoken. With no ball to attend to, Snape was dressed in his customary attire today, having left his black robe hanging nearby and not draped over himself. The dark clothing accentuated the potions master's lean physique, and Wen Zhiyu's gaze lingered upon him. Inadvertently recalling the dance from the previous night, it felt as though the memory of that touch still resonated within him, causing his fingers to curl slightly. Noticing his stare, Snape narrowed his eyes in displeasure. If you have not forgotten, then you should attend to your affairs. Wen Zhiyu remained silent, and the dungeon fell into a thick silence. In the dim light, the distance between the two was negligible, allowing their gazes to meet with clarity. A hint of amusement danced in Wen Zhiyu's eyes, the air thick with an ambiguous tension that surged uncontrollably, weaving its way outward. Perhaps under some enchantment, in a fleeting moment, Snape was compelled to raise his hand to brush against Wen Zhiyu's eyes. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wen Zhiyu suddenly leaned in, supporting himself on the sofa, his warm breath grazing Snape's neck, drawing forth a faint blush. Epilogue, a brief interlude. Doubts after the chamber. One morning, Snape was summoned to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. From the moment he entered, Dumbledore's expression was notably complex, hesitating several times to find the right words. I have no time to waste on you. Snape was left standing in silence for several minutes, subjected to Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, which did little to improve his mood. Ah, yes, Severus. Dumbledore finally regained his composure, his hands instinctively crossing. He adopted a more diplomatic tone as he addressed the potions master. Have you noticed that you seem to be getting rather close to that boy? Of course, I am not suggesting you cannot. Upon observing Snape's expression darken, Dumbledore quickly sought to soften his words. This boy may not be as straightforward as our records suggest. Do you understand, Severus? Snape's obsidian pupils reflected Dumbledore's figure until he had finished speaking. He was not oblivious. Wen Zhiyu's demeanor since his enrollment had hardly resembled that of an ordinary student from Huaxia, whether it was the talisman papers he employed or that sword. However, Wen Zhiyu displayed an excessive degree of compliance in his presence, rendering even the slightest criticism impossible. Moreover, the boy's health was deteriorating day by day, and his recent thoughts had been devoted to the study of potions. Will he interfere with your plans? Snape inquired. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before deciding to divulge his findings. I intercepted his correspondence, which was directed to Nurmengard, but he is merely a student from China. Yet he is now in England. Dumbledore's subsequent words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the faint warmth in Snape's heart. He is also quite close to Harry and the others, even participating in numerous activities. Snape wished to say more, But Dumbledore continued, I spoke with Harry about last night, and I believe it is not as simple as he suggested. Do you suspect he has manipulated their memories? Snape scoffed. Dumbledore did not dismiss this possibility. The plan has already commenced. Our time is limited, and we cannot afford significant alterations. The significance of Severus's identity was self-evident. If that boy truly posed a variable, their plan would likely face immediate failure. Snape understood the implications of his words, yet the boy's current condition remained a concern. Are you even listening, Severus? Dumbledore did not wish to pressure him. I will keep my distance. I will not allow him to hinder your plans. Snape suppressed his rising emotions and hollowly acquiesced to Dumbledore's statement. I am truly sorry, Severus, I know. He understood that after years of service at Hogwarts, Snape had never so openly acknowledged a student. Almost everyone at the school was aware of Snape's satisfaction with Wen Zhiyu's talents, even taking him under his wing for personal guidance. While he had previously viewed Snape merely as a means to an end, through their years of interaction, he had come to see the man more clearly. Were it not for Wen Zhiyu's unique identity, he would not wish to place Snape in such a predicament. Snape did not wait for him to finish his comforting words, but instead turned away in frustration. As Snape made his way back to the dungeon, he pondered extensively. As Dumbledore had stated, his current identity prohibited him from forming a close relationship with anyone, even if that person was merely a student. Wen Zhiyu hailed from China. He remained unaware that his teacher was a Death Eater, someone whom many sought to avoid. Perhaps it was simply because he was the head of Slytherin that he felt a peculiar closeness to him. His life was one of atonement, and he embraced the darkness with a resolve of inevitable demise, while the boy was different. He was still young, unlike himself, with a long future ahead. He could not afford to be mired in the same quagmire. Upon entering the dungeon, Snape found no one in his office, only the potion room illuminated with light. The boy had recently taken to spending time in the potion room, where various potion ingredients were meticulously organized in their rightful places. Snape stepped into the room and indeed found the boy in a corner, working on the materials. Judging by the bucket nearby, he had clearly been at it for some time. If your mind is still functioning properly, you should realize that the processed materials are sufficient for years to come. Snape remarked as he approached to inspect the potions still brewing. The boy paused momentarily before resuming his task. Better safe than sorry, he replied. Snape added an ingredient to the cauldron, his mind racing with considerations. Should he remove this giant from the dungeon? No, with the holidays approaching. He also wished to avoid witnessing the giant bloodied and lifeless in some corner again. Should he send him back home? Given the boy's current state, who knew whether his so-called father would care? What if he simply, after much contemplation, Snape dismissed several ideas, ultimately forced to consider the boy's summer arrangements. Continuing to live with him was out of the question. Dumbledore was right. They needed some distance, and he did not wish to draw the boy into his troubles. McGonagall? Pomona? Inconvenient. Dumbledore? Absolutely not. As Snape stirred the potion, he ruminated on who else could provide shelter and protection for the boy over the summer, eventually arriving at a reluctant conclusion. On the day of the holiday, Wen Zhiyu found himself at a loss before the two individuals before him. Professor, what do you mean? He asked hesitantly. Hey kid, Severus asked me to take care of you for the summer. Flitwick exclaimed. Snape nodded without meeting Wen Zhiyu's gaze. Wen Zhiyu was bewildered, unsure of what he had done to displease the professor, but his current emotional state could not withstand any drastic fluctuations. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to accept the situation. Upon hearing the boy's acquiescence, Snape felt an inexplicable tightening of his lips. Ahem, shall we be off, then, child? You don't appear to be in any condition to apparate, Professor Flitwick observed, noting the boy's frail appearance and deciding to take him by train instead. Wen Zhiyu coughed lightly and smiled at Professor Flitwick, expressing his gratitude. It's no trouble at all. I often find myself rather bored alone, Flitwick replied, taking a liking to the young wizard. Wen Zhiyu nodded and bid farewell to Snape. Then, Professor, see you at the start of term. Snape turned and departed. Chapter 130, The Paper. It was only after Wen Zhiyu vacated the space beside him and seated himself at the desk that Snape realized what had transpired. Although it was not quite what he had anticipated, the boy's actions undeniably stirred a sense of vexation within him. With his ears flushed, he shot a fierce glare at the boy and picked up a book, pretending to read, unfazed by the Master of Potions' glare. Wen Zhiyu chuckled lightly and picked up a nearby quill to begin grading papers. The desk was cluttered with an abundance of papers, stacked in piles that filled his immediate vicinity. Wen Zhiyu glanced through a few, noting that even last week's backlog had not been addressed. Professor, how long has it been since you've graded any papers? Since returning, Wen Zhiyu had not only assisted Snape with grading the lower year students' assignments, but had also taken on a portion of the upper year papers. Otherwise, the Master of Potions would have long since expelled him from the dungeon. There was no way he would allow him to linger there daily. However, this subtle act of retribution was oddly endearing. prompting an amused smile from Wen Zhiyu as he set to work on the towering stack of papers. Snape caught a glimpse of Wen Zhiyu's earnestness as he graded, and gradually, his irritation dissipated. Yet soon, a frown returned as he realized that while Wen Zhiyu held the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, he had seemingly never seen him grade any papers in that subject. Do you not have any defense against the Dark Arts papers to grade? Snape's deep voice broke the silence. Wen Zhiyu paused his movements, looking up at Snape with a glint of mischief in his eyes. I never assigned them any papers. Snape seized upon the fleeting emotion, clearing his throat to inquire, why not? Because I believe if practical experience can resolve an issue, why necessitate a written assignment? It seems excessive, Wen Zhiyu replied with a smile. Snape opened his mouth, at a loss for a rebuttal, but soon shifted the focus. Are you implying that I have been assigning papers incorrectly? That I should not engage in such actions? When had he ever said such a thing? A massive burden bore down upon him, rendering him momentarily dazed. He halted his grading, softly accusing the professor. You are misinterpreting my meaning. Snape remained silent, turning away with a cold huff. Wen Zhiyu found himself unable to continue, rising and leisurely strolling to the sofa, kneeling beside Snape with one knee. The potion book was abruptly snatched from his hands by a pair of alabaster fingers, flipped upside down on the table. Snape's gaze met Wen Zhiyu's, which bore an expression of mild grievance. I truly did not mean it. Professor, please do not be angry. Snape scrutinized him for several moments. Sensing that perhaps he had overstepped, his intention had merely been to provoke a reaction, to vent his earlier frustration. Yet, Wen Zhiyu seemed to take it to heart, naturally pulling back the hand that had grasped the book to clasp Snape's, attempting to convey that he genuinely did not mean to offend. As the pads of their fingers began to be gently caressed by another hand, the Master of Potions felt an uncomfortable twitch, yet paused just before withdrawing. Noticing Snape's hesitation, Wen Zhiyu crossed his arms, and for a moment, the potion master fancied he saw a flicker of triumph in the other's eyes. However, this fleeting expression was quickly overshadowed by the redness at the corners of Wen Zhiyu's eyes as he plaintively reiterated, Professor, please don't be upset. The remnants of Snape's morality pricked at his conscience, and he swiftly cast aside his earlier musings, unable to bear the thought of meeting Wen Zhiyu's gaze. If you manage to revise the entire paper today, I might consider it. Oh dear. Wen Zhiyu lowered his eyes, still unable to escape the burden of the paper. He shrugged, maintaining his position while surreptitiously taking advantage of the moment until he discerned Snape's growing impatience and decided to withdraw. Returning to his own space, he began to tackle the pile of papers on the desk, noting the myriad of critiques, inadequate expression, P, subpar explanation, D, illegible handwriting, T. The revisions came rapidly, with papers that would normally earn high marks being reduced significantly, the speed at which he worked catching even Snape's attention. As he observed the quill moving with fervor, Snape began to contemplate how he might respond if he discovered that Wen Zhiyu had hastily altered the papers merely to meet the deadline. This line of thought proved effective. As the Master of Potions began to approach the desk, picking up 2 revised papers, Snape scrutinized the annotations. Surprisingly detailed? Setting aside the grades, he noted the flamboyant English comments scattered across several mistakes. Wen Zhiyu's handwriting had evolved dramatically. It now bore a more human touch. With no incriminating evidence in hand, Snape returned the papers to their place and sauntered into the potion room. Wen Zhiyu watched as Snape entered, feeling a mix of frustration and urgency, hastening his own actions to the point that he nearly created an afterimage with his speed. Yet, even after Snape had brewed several potions, Wen Zhiyu had barely managed to complete half of the revisions. Glancing at the time with his wand, Snape pressed his lips together, his gaze sweeping over Wen Zhiyu, who was still fervently revising papers. In truth, these papers were not solely his responsibility. Wen Zhiyu had promised to come earlier, yet had only appeared in the afternoon. Considering the effort he was exerting on the revisions, Snape finally uttered, "Let us eat first." At the mention of food, Wen Zhiyu perked up, abandoning the half-revised paper and springing from his seat. "What would you like to eat, Professor? I'll prepare it. Chinese cuisine? It has indeed been a while since I last enjoyed it." With that thought, Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. "Very well." Wen Zhiyu cheerfully dove into his little world, rummaging through the cupboard for ingredients, skillfully chopping vegetables, and once the oil in the pan was heated, he began to stir-fry the ingredients in succession. Snape observed the sudden disappearance of the other, leaning against his desk as he quietly reviewed the corrected papers. The air soon filled with the enticing aroma of the meal, prompting Snape to glance at Wen Zhiyu, who was busily flitting between reality and his little world. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were plated. Wen Zhiyu placed the last dish on the dining table, looking expectantly at Snape. Setting down his papers, Snape approached, and upon seeing the array of visually appealing and fragrant dishes, he felt an unexpected stir of emotion. As he sat down, Wen Zhiyu eagerly handed him a knife and fork. Snape hesitated briefly before picking up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, the rich flavor instantly overwhelming his palate. Wen Zhiyu remained silent while eating, yet his gaze incessantly darted to Snape's hands, which deftly wielded the chopsticks. When did the professor learn to use chopsticks so proficiently? Chapter 131, Hibernation. Deliberately ignoring the openly scrutinizing gaze directed at him, Snape took his time to satiate his hunger, directing Wen Zhiyu to tidy the table. Once the cleanup was nearing completion, Snape retrieved the freshly brewed potion from the cabinet and handed it to Wen Zhiyu. 3 times a day, applied externally. The potion was transparent, and as Wen Zhiyu accepted it, he instinctively raised his hand to touch his neck, his fingers brushing against the scar, which caused him to flinch slightly. Is the professor concerned about this? Wen Zhiyu bit his lip and tentatively queried, Professor, I cannot see it. Could you assist me? Snape, oblivious to his expression, instinctively rejected the notion, stating that there was a mirror in the bathroom. After his attempt at probing failed, Wen Zhiyu despondently entered the bathroom and locked the door, thoroughly inspecting the potion in the mirror. He raised his hand to undo the collar button, revealing a long, narrow scar on his otherwise fair skin, his expression turning cold. Red mist began to rise from his hand, and as it made contact with the skin on his neck, it rapidly corroded, flesh churning, only to regenerate moments later. Yet, when the skin healed, the scar reappeared once more. Unable to resist, he scratched at it, several red marks appearing around it, igniting a visceral impulse to sever it away. This was not the first time. Ever since he discovered the scar on his neck, he had attempted numerous remedies, yet none had proven effective. It seemed as though this scar was bound to him. Even if he excised the flesh, it would inevitably grow back. After a perfunctory application, Wen Zhiyu fastened his collar, deliberately tugging it higher to conceal the scar, and stowed the potion into his ring before emerging from the bathroom. Upon exiting, he found the sofa empty, and instead spotted Snape at the desk, engrossed in correcting papers. Suppressing the emotions lurking beneath the surface, Wen Zhiyu forced a smile and settled back into his seat. The pile of papers had indeed grown quite substantial, and after a short while of marking, Snape felt his hand growing weary. He glanced at the relentlessly scribbling figure beside him, and, after a moment's thought, interrupted. How is your animagus transformation progressing? Wen Zhiyu continued writing, explaining, I feel it's going well. It might be related to my bloodline, but I have already resolved it. Bloodline? Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise. He recalled that the views on blood purity in the East diverged significantly from those in the West, where such matters were not particularly emphasized. Yes, Wen Zhiyu nodded, finishing the paper beneath his hands before picking up another and continuing to revise. It's a family curse, passed down through generations. At the mention of a curse, Snape's complexion paled, and he hesitated, glancing at Wen Zhiyu. What is it? Noticing the sudden silence, Wen Zhiyu looked up, inquiring. Realizing the adverse reaction on Snape's face, he quickly added, bloodlines and curses are different. This is a positive direction. Snape frowned, and in the earnest and resolute expression of Wen Zhiyu, he opted to grant a modicum of trust. However, reality would soon prove that his relief was premature. Even with the utilization of his magical prowess, Wen Zhiyu was unable to complete the pile of papers on that very day. Instead, he was forcibly pulled away from his desk by Snape, who insisted on him taking a rest. In the subsequent days, Wen Zhiyu found himself bustling around the estate and the cellar, seldom remaining in the latter for an extended period. Once again, upon witnessing someone slumped over the desk in slumber, Snape paused his writing, approaching the figure with measured steps. Wen Zhiyu lay sideways against the table, the ink-stained quill listlessly resting atop a paper belonging to some unfortunate soul, droplets of ink cascading from the tip and spreading into a dark blot. His face was pressed against the table, the ink speckling one side of his cheek, contrasting sharply against his fair skin. The man's breathing was faint. If it weren't for Snape's keen hearing and proximity, one might have thought he was already. The description faltered abruptly as Snape, compelled by a strange impulse, lifted a finger to poke Wen Zhiyu's face. It was soft, yet somewhat cool, and a gentle touch left a red imprint. Wen Zhiyu's disheveled hair suggested he had succumbed to sleep without a moment to tidy himself, his sleeping visage radiating an even gentler warmth than usual, increasingly resembling a rabbit. Snape concluded that he could never comprehend why the other was a dragon when the former seemed far more fitting. He raised his hand to tuck the stray strands behind Wen Zhiyu's ear and gently nudged his shoulder, lowering his voice. Awaken, you ought to return to your slumber. Recently, Wen Zhiyu had been dozing off increasingly in the cellar. The best scenario was dozing off while revising papers, and the worst was collapsing onto him the moment he entered. This familiar scene stirred memories within Snape, reminiscent of 2 years prior, when he had learned under duress that it might be symptoms arising from an animagus and bloodline fusion. Twice had the master of potions let his guard down. Wen Zhiyu, groggily opening his eyes, caught sight of Snape's hand mere inches away and instinctively grasped it, rubbing his face against it. Did I fall asleep? The Master of Potions withdrew his hand, now smeared with ink, and cleared his throat. You might want to take a look in the mirror. Still not fully cognizant. Wen Zhiyu did not grasp his meaning but obediently rose, his steps unsteady as he made his way to the bathroom. One step after another, Snape quietly observed his movements. As anticipated, upon reaching the doorway, Wen Zhiyu tripped, his left foot catching on his right, and he stumbled forward. Snape, ever prepared, swiftly caught him. With Wen Zhiyu leaning against the Master of Potions, his eyes half closed, cognition gradually returning. Maintaining this position for some time, Wen Zhiyu, now recovering from his stupor, chose to remain against Snape rather than the Serpent King. Are you feeling better? Snape supported him, but after a prolonged silence and the steady rhythm of Wen Zhiyu's breathing, he finally pushed him away with a hint of annoyance. I thought all your intelligence was being fed to a troll. Wen Zhiyu stumbled back a couple of steps, leaning against the wall, tilting his head to observe Snape, who was exuding irritation. Snape cursed under his breath, receiving no reaction, only to find Wen Zhiyu leaning against the side, a smile illuminating his face as he watched him speak, leaving Snape feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton. Unable to inflict harm or vent his frustration, the Master of Potions scowled, contemplating expelling the other from the cellar. Yet before he could issue the dismissal, Medusa's voice echoed from the entrance. Headmaster, someone is looking for you. Snape nodded slightly, and Medusa quickly added, they are seeking Professor One. Before Snape could fathom why Wen Zhiyu would be found in the cellar, a familiar voice came from beyond the door. Young master, there is something. Chapter 132. New Year greetings. Well, it seemed Nanyu indeed knew where someone was. But if memory served him correctly, Nanyu would not have come looking for anyone over trivial matters. After all, compared to the nominal defense against the dark arts professor, Nanyu was evidently far more reliable. Exchanging a glance with Wen Zhiyu, Snape decided to momentarily let the matter go, using the opportunity to ponder how to take revenge for earlier events. After delivering his message, Nanyu fell silent, patiently awaiting Wen Zhiyu's response. What is it? Without opening the door, Wen Zhiyu called out loudly. It's those branch heads. They seem to have come to offer New Year greetings, Nanyu articulated clearly. Do you need me to? No need. Wen Zhiyu interrupted, swiftly cutting off his hazardous thoughts. Wait for me a moment. Understood. The footsteps faded, disappearing after a few seconds, likely waiting around the corner of the corridor. Hearing the decision made, Snape turned, maintaining his stoic expression as he prepared to fetch items from the potions classroom. He had a potions advanced class that afternoon, and he had awakened Wen Zhiyu due to the approaching class time, fearing he might catch a chill from sleeping in the cellar. Wen Zhiyu had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, he followed Snape into the potions room to assist in gathering the necessary ingredients for the lesson. The two of them organized the scattered potions until they had nearly finished. Only then did Snape halt Wen Zhiyu, who was preparing to carry the potion box out. Stay still. Lacking the habit of carrying a handkerchief, he rummaged through Wen Zhiyu's pocket and, unsurprisingly, retrieved a white handkerchief. He took the handkerchief and roughly wiped the ink from Wen Zhiyu's face, successfully leaving a red mark. After wiping his own hands, Snape tossed the handkerchief back to Wen Zhiyu and picked up the potion box, proceeding out. The two parted ways at the cellar door. Before leaving, Snape specifically reminded him of his hibernation state, ensuring he wouldn't doze off indiscriminately outside the cellar. Nanyu made a concerted effort to avert his gaze from Wen Zhiyu's face, gripping his knife tightly. And only after the two had finished speaking did he follow Wen Zhiyu out. After parting ways, Snape carried the potion box towards the potions classroom. The advanced potions classroom was not nearby, and Snape walked for quite some time before arriving, feeling relieved at the unusual tranquility of the classroom, only to find, upon opening the door, that the entire classroom was utterly empty. Instinctively checking the schedule to confirm he hadn't misremembered the class, the Master of Potions' expression darkened. Teeth clenched in frustration. If he didn't berate these trolls who dared to stand him up until they questioned their very existence, he would not bear the name Snape. This was the first time in his teaching career that a group of students had collectively skipped class. Fuming, Professor Snape slammed the potion box onto the desk and stormed out in search of the absentees. The consequence of encountering such a master of potions along the way was that all students from houses other than Slytherin were inexplicably stripped of their scattered house points. It wasn't until he had deducted points from the other three houses nearly to the brink that Snape's fury subsided. Preparing to seek out Dumbledore to report the situation, passing by the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, he cast a discreet glance inside and halted. It wasn't that he spotted Wen Zhiyu, but rather that he observed the entire Office for Defense Against the Dark Arts was on the verge of becoming a storeroom. What was that fellow up to? Though Wen Zhiyu spent most of his time in the cellar, Snape was acutely aware that he possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness and would never allow his office to descend into such chaos. As he pondered this, Individuals continued to enter and exit the office, carrying and pushing items inside, only to emerge empty-handed and dash back in the direction they came. Observing the towering stacks of various boxes and exquisitely carved jade and coral, he even caught sight of several nearly extinct rare potions among them. The term New Year greetings suddenly sprang to Severus Snape's mind, recalling what he had overheard in the cellar moments earlier. He remembered that there was such a tradition in the East, akin to their own Christmas, involving the exchange of gifts. However, he had not anticipated the lavishness of the gifts received by Wen Zhiyu. He had never encountered such grand red coral, even at Malfoy Manor. The title deliberately ignored by Snape resurfaced at this moment. He had never paid heed to why that Hufflepuff referred to Wen Zhiyu as young master. Yet upon Wen Zhiyu's return, it seemed that everyone from the East addressed him in this manner. Even the somewhat peculiar young man brought in by Dumbledore referred to Wen Zhiyu as young Master Wen. Snape, not born into a pureblood family and having never experienced familial strife, had nonetheless witnessed the internal conflicts of other aristocrats during his time beside Voldemort, extreme and chilling in nature. Though he had long ceased to care about the appearance of Wen Zhiyu's ineffectual father, he could never forget the indifferent, even somewhat frigid gaze directed at him. That attitude of indifference, as if treating a stranger, was enough to prove that Wen Zhiyu was not favored. It led him to question their familial relationship on multiple occasions. With a slight frown, Snape pressed his lips together, his gaze flitting between the path leading to the headmaster's office and the playground. Ultimately, driven by an inexplicable emotion, he chose to take the left-hand path. This route was bustling with pedestrians. Dozens of students from the East, clad in black, were steadily making their way toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, carrying various items in their hands. Snape veered aside, swishing his black robes as he headed toward the playground. Before he even approached, he could hear a loud voice echoing, 132 jars of frosted jade essence. Thunderwood heart in a box. Go, place it over there. 73 jars of radiant light. What is this? Do not take it away. Drag it off. My lord, wait. There's more, down below. Drag it off. You're wasting my time. Tang He, having recently emerged from the hospital wing, found himself once more oppressed into becoming a laborious scribe under the hands of disciples more skilled than himself. As one gift after another was swiftly carried away, his tone grew increasingly irritable. What kind of rubbish dares to be offered to the young master? Why don't you keep it for yourself? A certain distraught steward of a subsidiary sect, on the verge of tears, wished to rub the other's head against the box in frustration. Look, does that even make sense? This kind of thing, if given to him, could serve as a family heirloom. How can it be deemed rubbish in his eyes? Though he was being scolded by a young lad who was several ranks below him in both cultivation and age, the steward did not dare to retort. In fact, his smile became even more obsequious. My lord, please take a closer look. This is no ordinary item. Observe the year. It was laughable. If the head of his sect discovered that he had failed to give the gift, returning home would be out of the question. Chapter 133, New Year Greetings 2. The line continued to stream out of the Hogwarts playground, so long that only the head was visible, with various boxes being lifted, dragged, pushed, and even a few bizarre creatures carrying some as they marched in. Snape frowned, irritated by the commotion. His gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, soon locating a flash of red amidst the sea of black garb. Wen Zhiyu was adorned in a burgundy suit jacket, standing out conspicuously among the somber hues. Snape's eyes were drawn to Wen Zhiyu's direction, observing him conversing amiably with several unfamiliar faces. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from approaching directly. Meanwhile, a few heads of subsidiary sects nervously reported recent activities to Wen Zhiyu, occasionally glancing to gauge his expression. Upon catching a glimpse of Wen Zhiyu's deepening smile, they swallowed nervously and posed their final query. Young master, what are the plans for tomorrow night? The schedule remains unchanged. Someone will take my place. You need only attend to your own matters, Wen Zhiyu replied, glancing at the lengthy queue with a furrowed brow. Who leaked this information? A collective tension surged through the group, all eyes converging on one individual. The steward, betrayed by his colleagues, froze, trembling as he extended the parchment he held. Feeling an urge to kneel on the spot, Wen Zhiyu took it, glanced over it, and was unsurprised to see the name of the Shantian sect. Young master, shall we get lost? With a swift motion, Wen Zhiyu incinerated the parchment, cutting off the steward's words succinctly. Not having them executed is already quite courteous. The heads of the sects hurriedly departed, though they did not get far before witnessing their young master stride directly toward a foreigner with a dark expression, seemingly in high spirits. The ingrained gossip-seeking nature of the Easterners prompted many to halt their departure, feigning nonchalance around the gifts. Severus, what brings you here? Snape, having just caught several students who should have been in potions class among a group of curious young wizards, was about to reprimand them when he heard a familiar voice. After delivering his final scolding with a stern face, he dismissed the despondent little wizard beside him and turned, slightly displeased, to face Wen Zhiyu. Mr. Wen, what a grand affair. It seems a group of trolls would rather skip their pitiful potions class to witness your display of power. Wen Zhiyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating to advance further. Was it his fault? Observing the potion's master with his arms crossed, Wen Zhiyu felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him. Having successfully stalled Snape, his mood lightened slightly, and he chose not to dwell on the earlier joviality displayed with others. Professor. Snape cast a glance at him, disregarding the feigned look of grievance on his face, and raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the ongoing influx of gifts. What does your family do? As he regarded the considerable value of each gift, Snape suddenly felt compelled to inquire. The tactic having failed, Wen Zhiyu, somewhat regretful, took a few steps forward to stand alongside Snape, following the latter's gaze. Nothing much, just engaged in some business. Just engaged in some business? If mere business could reach such heights, wouldn't the East be paved with gold? This response felt overly dismissive, causing Snape's fleeting good mood to plummet once more. He opened his mouth, instinctively yearning to mock the other for insulting his intelligence. Yet, oddly, the words wouldn't come forth. After all, what right did he have to pry into someone else's private affairs, especially when he himself harbored secrets? A sense of negativity began to fester within him. Snape closed his eyes, refraining from pursuing the subject further. Surprisingly, Wen Zhiyu, expecting no response from the potion's master, lifted his gaze only to find Snape with his eyes shut, his expression not particularly pleasant. It's not merely about doing business. We usually also. Shut up. Severus Snape, in a fit of impatience, abruptly interrupted Wen Zhiyu's attempt to elucidate further, and, as if scalded, he turned on his heel and departed. What could have prompted this? Unbeknownst to Wen Zhiyu, he failed to perceive Snape's agitation and disarray. He merely assumed that the other was dissatisfied with his previous response, and, daunted by the prospect of further vexation, chose to silently follow in his wake. The two made their way back to the cellar. As their figures faded from view, a group of onlookers, who had long been watching with keen interest, swiftly coalesced, engaging in spirited speculation. Who was that, daring enough to confront the young master? Moreover, the young master did not retaliate on the spot. Does anyone know him? Lee, you maintain close ties with the West. Do you recognize him? Who? Me? Don't feign ignorance. Keep it up, and I might just strike you down. Hey, such rudeness. A man in his 30s found himself firmly restrained by several others, who pressed him for the identity of the intruder. After receiving yet another jab, Lee clutched his abdomen, surrendering with raised hands. All right, I will tell you. The others eased their grip slightly, but still delivered a sharp slap on his shoulder as a prompt. Actually, it's not much. This individual is a master of potion making. Lee paused to steady himself, standing tall, and also a professor at Hogwarts. By all accounts, he is likely one of the young Master's instructors, so respect is due. His words plunged the surrounding crowd into a profound silence, their expressions twisted with incredulity as they stared at Lee. Respect is due? Do you truly believe the words you utter? Reflecting on the young Master's prior teachers, none had survived the surpassing of their prowess, all rendered to dust. Even the young Master's father, the esteemed leader, would have likely been overthrown had he not been unable to contend with him. How could you even suggest respect in the context of the young master? The air grew thick with the unspoken sentiments of those around, prompting Lee to instinctively retreat a step, aware that his assertions rang hollow. Yet, was it not the truth? Or should we surmise that the young master has taken a liking to this person? Another utterance sent ripples of shock through the assembly, causing many to hurriedly cover his mouth. Are you trying to court death? You dare to spread such rumors. If you perish, do not involve us. Begone, you scoundrel. Feel my fist. Before long, Lee was overwhelmed by a flurry of punches and kicks, his muffled protests echoing from the ground. Do not permit him to speak. Stuff his mouth with socks. Can he still utter a word? Brothers, strike harder. Let him perish. Chapter 134, New Year's Dinner. Snape, his dark robes billowing, strode swiftly ahead, the contrasting figures of black and red slicing through the corridor like a gust of wind past the small wizards of Hogwarts. The young witches and wizards had long since acclimatized to this sight. Their new defense against the dark arts professor was rarely seen apart from the potions master. While the former consistently wore a grim expression and moved with remarkable speed, the latter possessed a cheerful demeanor, effortlessly keeping pace, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with them. As Snape walked, his thoughts drifted, eventually prompting him to slow his pace at a corner. Wen Zhiyu, who had been silently trailing behind, felt a surge of delight upon noticing Snape's gradual deceleration and quickened his step to walk alongside him. The potion's master cast a sidelong glance at him, receiving a radiant smile in return. Pressing his lips together, Snape gradually quelled his irritation, even pondering the absurdity of his earlier emotions. What was there to inquire about, really? In truth, their time together was limited. The incidents of the past few years, along with the frequent activations of the dark mark on his arm, all heralded the impending return of that individual. And with this return, it signified that he would inevitably have to rejoin the ranks of the Death Eaters. When that time arrived, would he and Wen Zhiyu still be able to coexist as they did now? Voldemort was not a forgiving master. He was brutal, mad, and would stop at nothing in his quest for immortality. Even Snape, having honed his mind-sealing techniques to such an extent, was compelled to tread carefully in the presence of such a being, fearing even the slightest misstep. Moreover, he had made promises to Dumbledore. Snape diverted his gaze from Wen Zhiyu, refocusing on the act of walking. There was no future for him. His destiny was irrevocably an abyss. And he should never have drawn Wen Zhiyu into it, nor should he have entertained these feelings. The previous incident had presented a perfect excuse to sever ties with Wen Zhiyu entirely, which would have been the wisest course of action. He had contemplated this without a trace of sentimentality. Yet, that night, as the man approached through the snowstorm, step by step, he had been utterly undone. The other had merely smiled and uttered a single phrase, and he found himself unwilling to let go. Subsequently, he selfishly kept the man close, neither responding nor rejecting him. Neither spoke. They simply continued on their way, until the entrance to the cellar came into view. At which point Wen Zhiyu finally exhaled with relief at Snape's gradually softening expression. The tautness in his body began to dissipate, and the innate drowsiness surged from his mind to his limbs. In a blink, before he could utter a word, he stumbled forward as the potion's master opened the door. This scenario had become all too familiar of late. Before Snape's mind could register the situation, his hand instinctively reached out, securely catching the man. Then, with a deft motion of his right hand, as his mind finally grasped the circumstances, he found himself cradling Wen Zhiyu in his arms. Snape! This confounded muscle memory. Glancing down at the man who had once again succumbed to slumber, his long eyelashes veiling eyes typically brimming with affection, Snape unconsciously held his breath. His heart racing. Despite having embraced him countless times before, each occasion sent his heart into a fervent flutter. Pausing at the threshold, Snape suddenly recalled that they were still outside the cellar and hastily lifted Wen Zhiyu, quickly carrying him inside and into the bedroom. When the young man finally awoke from his prolonged slumber, it was already the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst the familiar yet strange green decor. Falling into silence, he was in the cellar? The memory of the potion's master's chamber perfectly aligned with the room he now occupied, and the adjacent space was conspicuously empty, indicating that the professor had not returned to the bedroom the previous night. After tidying himself up, Wen Zhiyu dutifully arranged the bed, smoothing out the wrinkles. He even contemplated changing the sheets for Snape directly. Now the professor should not take issue with it. Having completed his preparations, Wen Zhiyu stepped outside, only to be taken aback by the absence of Snape. It was the weekend, and logically, the potion's master should have had no classes. Why was he not in the cellar? Pondering fruitlessly, he meandered toward the desk, attempting to occupy himself by grading papers, only to discover the surface was cluttered with books, devoid of any essays. Wen Zhiyu had he completed them so swiftly? Frustrated, he crumpled the corner of one book, and with a flash of inspiration, he darted into the potions room, commencing the search for unprocessed ingredients. Fortune favored the diligent. He found them and began humming a tune as he set to work. When Snape returned from the headmaster's office, Wen Zhiyu had already processed most of the potion ingredients at hand, nearly finishing the task. Snape gazed in silence at the recently acquired herbs, now meticulously arranged by someone who had taken it upon themselves to attend to them. Upon noticing Snape's arrival, that person even straightened their back, presenting a facade of seriousness. Well done, but refrain from doing it again next time, Snape begrudgingly complimented, his voice strained. Wen Zhiyu, sensing the half-hearted praise, completed the final touches before joining Snape for breakfast outside. Professor Wen Zhiyu hesitated, seated on the sofa while tugging at Snape's clothing playfully. Snape leaned back slightly, allowing himself to peruse the book in his hands without overtly discouraging Wen Zhiyu's antics. Taking a deep breath, Wen Zhiyu attempted a more indirect approach. Professor, have you explored the nuances of Chinese culture? Snape's hand froze mid-turn of the page. Yet he feigned nonchalance as he replied, a little. Oh, just a little. Wen Zhiyu's heart, initially buoyed by anticipation, sank slightly, but he pressed on. What about the customs? Or perhaps some renowned aspects? Upon realizing that the conversation was not veering in the direction he had anticipated, Snape's expression softened for a fleeting moment as he interjected, if you wish to avoid being dismissed, refrain from these convoluted inquiries. All right then. Wen Zhiyu quickly halted his probing, but was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Professor, would you accompany me for a New Year's Eve dinner tonight? A New Year's Eve dinner? Snape paused, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Zhiyu. Fearing rejection, Wen Zhiyu quickly squeezed out a couple of tears, looking pitifully at the master of potions. Severus, I've never had a New Year's Eve dinner since childhood, my father. Without needing Wen Zhiyu to finish, Snape surmised that the man who appeared far from amiable must have been difficult to deal with. However, to think that he had not even shared a single New Year's Eve dinner with his own child? What sort of father was that? Snape's face darkened, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, he inadvertently punctured the corner of the page he was turning. The sound of tearing paper drew Wen Zhiyu's gaze from Snape to the book, where he observed the hollow left by Snape's knuckles. He ceased his earlier antics, closing his mouth in silence. Snape, noticing the intensity of his stare, abruptly closed the book and tossed it aside. He instinctively considered acquiescing to Wen Zhiyu's request, but was abruptly reminded of Dumbledore's earlier words. He had no classes today. Yet Dumbledore had summoned him to the headmaster's office early in the morning, insisting he accompany him to a banquet that evening, which might impact their plans. Contemplating the evening's lack of engagements, Snape had coldly acquiesced. Now, reflecting on this, Snape's expression shifted from cold to grim. It's quite all right if you don't want to eat. In truth, I'm not particularly keen either. Wen Zhiyu noted the change in the master's demeanor and quickly abandoned his previous decision, attempting to provide an escape. After all these years, I've grown accustomed to it. I was merely being whimsical. You needn't concern yourself with it, Professor. Needn't concern myself? Hearing Wen Zhiyu's evident attempt to console him, Snape felt a bitterness swell within. He was incapable of fulfilling even such a modest request. Did he truly possess the right to keep someone by his side? Without a response, Wen Zhiyu continued to reassure him. Honestly, I'd prefer to spend time with you in the cellar, reading, revising papers, or brewing potions, whatever suits. A sharp pang pierced Snape's heart, laden with guilt and self-recrimination. After a prolonged silence, he finally heard his voice, hoarse and dry. Tonight, I am unavailable. With that, Snape pressed his lips tightly together, turning pale from the effort. Wen Zhiyu, not met with derision or rejection, instead sensed an undertone of self-reproach in Snape's murmured words, causing a sharp ache in his heart. There was no outright refusal. He merely stated he had no time tonight. Wen Zhiyu had not anticipated that Snape's tolerance had reached such depths. Traditionally, New Year's Eve dinners were celebrated with family, a custom well known even beyond China. Although the dark arts community did not indulge in such traditions, he had not participated in one for over a decade. Yet, the significance of the tradition was widely recognized. He had assumed that his invitation might have seemed presumptuous, considering their current rapport as merely colleagues. The fact that the professor did not refuse, but rather cited a lack of time, left Wen Zhiyu feeling like a rainbow appearing amid a storm, an unexpected surge of joy coursing through him. It's all right. We have ample time, Wen Zhiyu said, gently grasping Snape's hand, his smile soft and comforting. We have plenty of time together. If this year isn't feasible, then next year, and if that doesn't work, the year after. In every year to come, I shall be by your side. His voice was earnest and tender, akin to a gentle spring breeze, effortlessly soothing Snape's weary heart. Snape's hand, held by Wen Zhiyu, twitched slightly, yet he did not pull away. Instead, he intertwined their fingers, contrary to his initial instincts. I understand. This murmured phrase escaped Snape's lips lightly, a response to Wen Zhiyu and a means of self-soothing. The momentary interlude passed quickly, and Snape returned to his potion book, occasionally exchanging words with Wen Zhiyu as time flowed steadily in the cellar. Today, Wen Zhiyu slept longer than the previous day, and when Snape emerged from changing his clothes, he found him once again asleep on the sofa. Skillfully, Snape carried him back to the bedroom, contemplating the feasibility of clearing out the storeroom. Seizing the opportunity while Wen Zhiyu was asleep, Snape resolved to act swiftly and made his way to the headmaster's office. Half an hour later, standing before the grand gates of the estate, Snape ground his teeth in frustration. The banquet you mentioned is held in this place? He had been foolish enough to heed the old man's misleading words, leading him to decline Wen Zhiyu's invitation in favor of attending this engagement. The estate before him was neither wholly familiar nor entirely strange. Huchuan, the place he had brought the young man to for the auction previously. Dumbledore, oblivious to the suppressed ire in Snape's tone, redirected the conversation to Snape's attire. Honestly, Severus, you ought to wear something other than black. It's hard to make a striking impression when you always don such drab colors. I believe I am merely accompanying you to a banquet. There's no necessity for me to command the attention of everyone present, is there? Snape shot a glare at Dumbledore, his tone sharp. Do you consider my colorful sleepwear insufficient to stand out at this gathering? After speaking, he had no intention of waiting for Dumbledore, hastily striding into the estate. Why does he never wait for the old man? Dumbledore clicked his tongue, but did not dare raise his voice, hastening to catch up. The banquet venue was the same as last time, in the estate's hall. filled with music and dance, while the air was fragrant with blooming flowers. Red roses adorned the estate's walls, a variety that typically blossomed between May and June. Yet here they were, blooming for the first time amidst the cold of winter. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Severus Snape seemed to detect a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood as he entered the manor. Taking a moment to steady himself, he discerned that the odor wafted from the backyard. Observing Snape's sudden pause, Dumbledore's expression grew markedly serious, and he refrained from his usual banter, inquiring instead if Severus had made a discovery. The wand concealed within his sleeve slid into his palm as Snape nodded slightly, lowering his voice to alert Dumbledore. Something was amiss here. They needed to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore, sensing the gravity of the situation, followed Snape's gaze towards the backyard, his brow furrowing in concern. As guests, it would be impolite to linger at the entrance, and after a brief pause, the two men resumed their steps into the banquet hall. Almost instantaneously upon crossing the threshold, their eyes were met by another pair of crimson orbs. The red gaze was deep and penetrating, akin to shards of ice, devoid of any discernible emotion. The eyes held a menacing intensity, fixated on the newly arrived duo, emanating a dangerous aura from the head table. The surrounding music seemed to fade into a hush, and Snape averted his gaze, maintaining an impassive expression. Shortly thereafter, a deep, emotionless male voice echoed through the hall. Welcome to the Yule Ball. Chapter 136. The Yule Ball. Part 2. Wen Zhiyu was decidedly displeased. This was evident from the servant beside him, whose attempts to pour wine resulted in a veritable sieve. Very well, indeed. His gaze remained fixed on the master of potions, an undercurrent of perilous emotion swirling within the room like an invisible tempest. It appeared that his earlier proclamation of being pressed for time was merely an excuse to accompany Dumbledore to the Yule Ball. This trivial gathering, which he had no intention of attending, had only become a last-minute venture due to his irritation at Snape's rejection. Yet, how fortuitous it was that he encountered Snape here. Perhaps he had indeed overestimated his worth in the other man's eyes. While a storm brewed on one side, Dumbledore had already led the potions master to a secluded corner, preparing to take their seats. Why sit so far apart? The figure at the head table suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of those around them. Both Dumbledore and Snape froze in their tracks, redirecting their gaze towards the man clad in black robes at the head table. Despite attending the ball, Wen Zhiyu had not made a particular effort to dress up. His attire was a simple black robe, adorned with a green braided belt and embellished with intricate embroidery depicting serpents with silver edges. The most striking aspect was his black hair tied in a ponytail and a mask obscuring his visage, revealing only a pair of dangerously red eyes. Their gazes locked the moment Snape glanced his way, a flicker of ominous light dancing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. Why not sit closer? It would be delightful to engage in casual conversation with our most esteemed white wizard. The invited pair exchanged frowns, their eyes scanning the occupied seats beneath the head table, each one filled to capacity. Wen Zhiyu appeared to notice this as well, his gaze shifting from Snape to the first seat in the leftmost row, occupied by a pure-blood aristocrat who had arrived early and claimed the spot. Upon receiving the curious stares of those around him, the aristocrat showed no intention of yielding his seat, sitting rigidly in defiance. He couldn't fathom that his stubbornness would be challenged. Yet, the rules of Yule Ball did not bend to his will. After a brief pause of 2 seconds without any movement from him, for chains suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. In less than half a second, the pureblood was ensnared by the black chains, struggling futilely as they tightened around him. Once he was secured, the chains began retracting, and with a swift motion, he was yanked through the window, a drop of blood trailing in his wake and landing on the table. A scream echoed from outside, followed by the sound of flesh being torn asunder. The onlookers watched in horror as the chains mercilessly shredded the aristocrat into countless pieces, blood cascading down onto the roses below. Each drop of crimson served as a stark reminder of why the roses here bloomed perpetually. A chill coursed through Snape, and with a composed visage, he followed Dumbledore to the first row, taking a seat. A bloodstain marred the table before him, and furrowing his brow. Snape was about to dismiss it from his mind. In the next moment, however, the blood began to morph into a red mist, dissipating into the air. Pondering, he redirected his gaze towards the man at the head table. This was someone he recognized. 2 years prior, he had provided him with a potion for study. But since then, their paths had diverged. Even from a distance, Snape could sense the faint chill emanating from him. Retracting his gaze, Snape began to observe the attendees of the banquet. A cursory glance revealed a congregation of renowned pure-blood aristocrats, with Lucius Malfoy amongst them. Catching his friend's eye, Lucius greeted him with a smile. The glass in Wen Zhiyu's hand developed a slight crack, the transparent liquid seeping through the fissure and trickling down onto the table. Lucius instinctively sensed a surge of hostility and glanced around, yet saw nothing amiss. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Yule Ball. I am Feng Yang, the current steward of Yule. In an effort to prevent a bloodbath before the festivities commenced, the steward hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Compared to the man at the head table, the assembled aristocrats had far more dealings with Feng Yang, believing themselves to have some rapport with him. Soon, under Feng Yang's deft mediation, the guests selectively chose to forget the earlier incident, raising their glasses in convivial exchanges. Dumbledore's reputation resonated loudly throughout Britain, naturally positioning him as a focal point of the gathering. Snape, disliking the attention, signaled to Dumbledore and retreated to a more isolated corner to observe. Several nobles, smiling, stood opposite Wen Zhiyu, engaging in mutual flattery and subtle probing. The expressions hidden behind their masks remained a mystery, yet their gazes occasionally strayed to monitor Snape's movements. On the other side, having just concluded a conversation with another head of house, Lucius swaggered over to Snape, his glass swaying in hand. He was one of the few friends of the potions master, and out of respect for Lucius's status and their superficial acquaintance, Snape did not resist the clinking of their glasses. The two goblets met with a crisp chime, the liquid flowing into their mouths, the movement causing Snape's throat to shift as he swallowed. Severus, it has been weeks since you last provided me with potions, Lucius remarked, his smile unwavering as he struck up a conversation. I assumed you were aware of my busy schedule, Snape replied coolly, subtly distancing himself from Lucius. Nonetheless, Lucius leaned in closer, relishing the sharp glare from Snape. As long as you are still willing to oblige. Observing Severus Snape's growing impatience, Lucius Malfoy resolved to divert the conversation. Ah, by the way, Severus, what of your student? I recall his name was Wen Zhiyu, wasn't it? He suddenly remembered the youth he had seen here last time, only to soon hear from Draco that the boy had passed away. This revelation left him at a loss for words each time he encountered the sullen-faced potions master, unable to offer counsel or solace. Fortunately, not long after the commencement of the new term, Draco wrote to inform him that the boy had miraculously returned from the dead. Consequently, Snape's demeanor visibly softened during their subsequent potion exchanges, revealing a genuine concern for the lad. However, upon hearing Wen Zhiyu's name from Lucius's lips, Snape's expression darkened further. He had been expected to share a New Year's feast with Wen Zhiyu, yet he had declined the invitation, opting instead for this gathering. This act of forsaking one choice for another weighed heavily on the potions master, as if a great mountain had settled upon his chest. Chapter 137, Vines. Lucius found himself dismissed after a series of sardonic exchanges. Following this, Snape's spirits lifted somewhat, his gaze discreetly flicking to Albus Dumbledore, who was subtly beckoning him. Before he stormed away from the table, that meddlesome old bee, Dumbledore, ever the center of attention, flitted about, unable to devote any time to scrutinizing the estate, effectively drawing the majority of gazes toward himself, thus affording Snape a measure of privacy to investigate. Yet, in his fervent desire to conclude matters swiftly and return to the cellar, Snape failed to notice the crimson eyes gleaming ominously in the distance. Upon leaving the banquet hall, Snape cast a charm upon himself, donning a disillusionment charm as he began his search throughout the manor. The night was hazy, the courtyard tranquil, with the breeze stirring the walls of blooming roses, their leaves rustling gently. This estate was markedly different from Malfoy Manor, with an Eastern aesthetic, and the wooden structures flanking the corridors exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. Snape inhaled deeply, his gaze drawn to the depths of the hallway. The metallic scent of blood emanated from within. Contemplating this, he retrieved a jade pendant from his robes, delicately tracing its intricate patterns with his fingertips before placing it upon the window ledge. The milky jade stood out strikingly against the wooden sill. After casting a concealment charm to ensure it remained undetected, he proceeded further. Whether due to the banquet or not, the front hall was bustling with attendants and guards. Yet as he ventured deeper, the patrols grew increasingly sparse. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, the absence of guards was complete. The heavy door ahead was firmly shut, a pungent aroma of blood seeping through, assaulting the potion's master's acute sense of smell. This degree of stench suggested at least a dozen victims. The nauseating scent heightened his alertness, every minute sound in the stillness of the night resonating with unsettling clarity. With Dumbledore capturing the attention in the front hall, Snape suppressed his rising emotions and gently pushed the wooden door before him. Creaking softly, he exerted only enough force to create an opening sufficient for one person. Slipping inside with caution, after closing the door behind him, the moonlight streaming through cast a faint outline of the hall. The overwhelming stench of blood, intensified 100-fold, surged toward him like a tide, prompting Snape to instinctively cover his mouth and nose, retreating a step. In the dim light, it appeared as though several black banners were fluttering at the far end of the hall. Further ahead, the floor suddenly dipped, the liquid pool below shimmering in the darkness. Standing too far away, Snape decided to advance for a clearer view of the situation inside. However, as he took a step forward, several tendrils emerging from the ground ensnared him, abruptly halting his progress. Before he could struggle, the vines swiftly ascended, binding his legs in an instant. This brief moment was sufficient for the potion's master to grasp his wand tightly, preparing to cast a spell against the encroaching vines. Yet, the moment he was about to release the incantation, the tendrils extended to his wrist, tightening with sudden force, dislodging his wand which clattered to the ground. Immediately ensnared by more vines. In mere breaths, Snape found his limbs and waist thoroughly bound by the dark crimson vines. Long time no see, Severus. Wen Zhiyu emerged from the shadows, a sinister mask accentuating his danger in the night. Watching the struggling potion's master, Wen Zhiyu's eyes narrowed dangerously. His voice low and tinged with a sickly madness. Why can you never learn? He approached his prey unhurriedly, his high ponytail swaying slightly, causing Snape's heart to seize. His fingers instinctively clenching. As the distance closed, Snape barked, "Stop!" The potion's master, accustomed to commanding authority, instinctively adopted a tone of command. Yet he forgot that the individual before him was not one of the easily subdued wizards he was used to. Wen Zhiyu did not pause at his words, swiftly closing the gap to stand mere steps away from Snape. This proximity allowed Snape to catch a clear glimpse of the eyes beneath the mask in the moonlight. They were strikingly beautiful, with lashes as distinct as raven feathers, the corners slightly upturned yet devoid of mirth, their dangerous crimson hue sending shivers down his spine. In an instant, Snape was reminded of another pair of eyes. They resembled these, yet were gentle and enchanting, filled with an overwhelming affection whenever they met his gaze. In stark contrast, the eyes before him were devoid of warmth, glinting coldly with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. He would not regard himself in such a manner. Snape shook his head, casting aside the untimely thoughts, and met the man's gaze with fierce determination. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Wen Zhiyu echoed, a mocking smile curving his lips. "What do you think I wish to do to you?" Before Snape could respond, Wen Zhiyu's hand slowly rose, fingertips brushing against Snape's cheek. Infuriated by the sudden intrusion, Snape turned his head, attempting to evade the contact. But Wen Zhiyu was resolute, the vines rapidly extending to grasp Snape's forehead, forcing his head to remain still. With no escape, Wen Zhiyu's right hand finally settled on Snape's cheek. The touch of this unfamiliar and dangerous individual sent a chill coursing through Snape, and venom surged forth from him without restraint. "What is it that I desire?" Wen Zhiyu seemed unfazed by Snape's vitriol, his fingers delicately pinching Snape's earlobe until it blushed. Then his fingertips glided downward, deftly unfastening the top button of Snape's collar. The surge of cold air pouring in from the opened collar halted Snape's venomous outburst, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Wen Zhiyu's fingers began to dance around Snape's Adam's apple, his gaze deep and glinting with malice. The softness against his neck made Snape involuntarily swallow hard. Realizing the murderous intent emanating from his captor, his thoughts flickered back to the jade pendant he had left outside. A flicker of emotion flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth, intending to buy time. The slender neck was suddenly grasped, and his voice was forcibly interrupted. Snape sought to resist, but his limbs were firmly bound by tendrils, rendering him immobile. "How about your life?" The sensation of a vibrant pulse under his grip ignited primal, unmasked malevolence deep within him, as if it were whispering temptations. Wen Zhiyu's grip tightened abruptly, a crimson hue flickering in his eyes as he relished the distorted expressions of Snape as he struggled. Once lifeless, he could imprison him, transforming him into more than just a puppet. He had countless methods to ensnare Snape's very soul. "Just stay by my side." Chapter 138, Together in Slumber. The enemy's grasp constricted around a vital point, muscles taut, veins bulging, breath stifled. The sensation of suffocation caused Snape's mind to grow increasingly blank in the face of oxygen deprivation. His thoughts drifted away, and in a moment of disorientation, he felt as if he were being drawn into a familiar scene. A boy clad in Slytherin robes stood at the train door, extending a hand toward him with a radiant smile, his pale pink eyes shimmering. Snape felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. Death suddenly seemed less daunting. Compelled by some unseen force, he reached out to the boy. As the boy's struggles began to wane, Wen Zhiyu suddenly perceived a glimmer of relief reflected in Snape's bloodshot eyes. A wave of horror washed over him. As if scalded, Wen Zhiyu swiftly released his grip, stepping back into the shadows. The constrictive force around Snape's neck vanished, and fresh air surged into his nostrils, his lungs rapidly expanding as he gasped. A fit of coughing erupted from the potion's master, clarity gradually returning to his gaze. In the darkness, Wen Zhiyu's eyes instinctively fell upon the reddened skin of Snape's neck, marked by 5 conspicuous fingerprints. He bit his lip and averted his gaze, the crimson hue in his eyes receding to reveal a hint of gold. Reflecting on his recent actions, Wen Zhiyu's fingers trembled uncontrollably, a delayed panic consuming him. It seems not so terrible, he said dryly. Snape's conduct earlier had indeed angered him, particularly the way he had laughed and conversed with Malfoy. There were no attempts to evade, the clinking of glasses, the relaxed posture. Each detail represented what he could never possess. He could accept his prey escaping his grasp in pursuit of freedom, but he could not tolerate the covetousness of others. He instinctively sought to ensnare the prey. Yet in the next moment, as the prey began to dissipate, he abruptly regained his senses and loosened his grip. This is not a place for you. As the words faded with his master's retreat, the tendrils swiftly pulled Snape out the door. In the open space, Snape collapsed helplessly from the air, caught unexpectedly by the gentle embrace of the tendrils as they cushioned his fall. Once the tendrils had fully receded, he grasped his wand tightly in hand. After a moment's pause, he steadied himself with one hand on the ground and rose slowly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired. The only reminder of the recent ordeal was the burning ache still lingering on his neck. 2 years had passed, and this person remained a madman. The moon hung solitary above the manor, its silvery light cascading upon the earth, while dark red roses swayed, droplets of blood trickling down their veins into the soil. Hidden in the night, Wen Zhiyu observed as Snape rose from the ground, having consumed a potion and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Even as the dark figure vanished from sight, Wen Zhiyu lingered. He had watched him for quite some time. Only when the second breath began to fade did the man turn away in silent despondence. Snape first retrieved the jade pendant resting on the windowsill. Its exquisite white jade warmed to the touch, inexplicably providing him with a sense of solace. Upon returning to the Great Hall, he had already used a spell to erase the red marks on his neck, thus avoiding attracting undue attention. Noticing the absence of a particular figure, he furrowed his brow slightly. Dumbledore, having concluded his conversation, immediately approached the potion's master upon spotting him. "How are you, Severus?" As Dumbledore drew near, he eagerly inquired in a hushed tone. Snape shot him an irritated glance, but refrained from any further protest, merely concealing the details of his encounter with the 3-7 and summarizing his findings. The two engaged in discussion in a corner for a while before the potion's master resolutely decided to leave early. Exiting the manor, Snape utilized apparitions several times to reach Hogwarts, swiftly returning to the cellar via the flue network of Spinner's End. As soon as he landed, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. For the highly vigilant double agent, such an act was decidedly intrusive. His wand slipped swiftly into his palm, a red spark flickering at the tip. "Severus." The familiar and gentle voice caused Snape to freeze, the red light at the wand's tip dimming before fading into stillness. He turned his head to find Wen Zhiyu's gentle profile before him. Relieved. He exhaled softly, gently pushing Wen Zhiyu away, his tone unconsciously softening. "Do not startle me like that next time. It is dangerous." Wen Zhiyu did not resist, allowing Snape to push him away, a smile gracing his face as he languidly acquiesced. "I understand." The bedroom door stood ajar, and Snape observed the slightly disheveled state of Wen Zhiyu's shirt, surmising that he had just risen from the bed upon hearing the commotion. Raising his hand, he smoothed the creases of Wen Zhiyu's shirt and proposed the idea of residing in the cellar during the winter hibernation. Upon seeing Wen Zhiyu's eyes brighten, he quickly added, "But you must organize the storage room yourself." At these words, Wen Zhiyu's ears drooped slightly, and, constrained by the need to maintain decorum, he reluctantly agreed to the proposal. Snape found amusement in his tone, removing his formal jacket and leisurely watching him shuffle towards the storage room. After a while, Snape set down his wand and took Wen Zhiyu's hand, leading him into the bedroom. "Let us not tidy up tonight. Let us sleep here." With that, he turned to leave, intending to make do on the sofa as he had the previous night. Wen Zhiyu would not allow this. He grasped Snape's hand, drawing him closer. Noticing that Snape did not refuse, he seized the opportunity to nuzzle against the back of his hand. "Where's the professor going?" he inquired, lifting his gaze. "Assuming Mr. Wen does not mind, you may sleep on the sofa outside, while I remain in the bedroom." Wen Zhiyu did not comprehend his intention, glancing around the room until his gaze landed on the bed, ample enough to accommodate two. He tilted his head and asked, "Why sleep on the sofa?" To ensure Snape understood him, Wen Zhiyu spoke more plainly, "We can sleep together." "Together?" Snape recoiled in shock at his audacious statement, his face flushing. "Do you not hear what you are saying?" Clearly, Wen Zhiyu perceived no issue with his words, as he proceeded to articulate the pros and cons to Snape. "It is very cold outside. You might catch a chill." He gently tugged at Snape's clothing. "My space is small. I won't crowd the professor." With pleading eyes, Wen Zhiyu blinked at him. Chapter 139, The White Shirt. "Is it a matter of crowding?" "No, it is not permissible," he resolutely declared. mercilessly tugging at the hem of his garment. Leave, or stay. Choose one. Wen Zhiyu did not dare to firmly grasp the edge of the fabric. The supple black material slipped through his fingers, his knuckles curling slightly, as he ultimately chose to relinquish it. Then I shall sleep outside, he stated, rising from the bed. His gaze lowered to conceal the tumult of emotions within. Snape stood at the threshold, and to exit, he would have to brush past him. The black inner garment and white shirt crumpled against one another, and with a resigned gesture, Snape grasped Wen Zhiyu's arm, halting him. It's cold outside. Having spent the night in the chill, he had shivered through 2 potions that morning, barely avoiding a cold. In contrast, Wen Zhiyu's delicate skin would surely suffer from a night in such frigid conditions. It appeared that even the professor was aware of the cold. Wen Zhiyu inquired further. Then why can't we share the bedroom? No. Snape attempted to articulate a response, but the words lodged in his throat. The bashful potions master found himself unable to voice his thoughts. The shameful words caused his face to flush. As Wen Zhiyu awaited Snape's reply, he shifted slightly and caught sight of the potions master's crimson visage. Assuming that he had indeed made Snape feel cold last night, he reached out to check the temperature of Snape's face. The pads of his fingers grazed the side, and the familiar touch prompted Snape to swiftly seize Wen Zhiyu's wrist, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with him. Those golden eyes, with their upward-turned corners, exuded a beguiling allure, so strikingly similar to. Apart from the color of the irises, they mirrored the very pair he had encountered that evening. Snape instinctively tightened his grip, but, upon perceiving the emotions reflected in Wen Zhiyu's eyes, abruptly released him. Wen Zhiyu's hand instinctively moved to Snape's forehead, finding it not feverishly hot, but rather slightly cool. What are you doing? Snape queried as he took hold of Wen Zhiyu's hand again, drawing it away from his forehead. His unwavering gaze fixed on the other's expression. Severus, I thought you had a fever, Wen Zhiyu remarked, using the opportunity of Snape's grip to enact a tender embrace. The warmth of his breath brushed against Snape's neck as Wen Zhiyu nestled his head against Snape's shoulder. Stay, let us sleep together, shall we? Under the night sky. The two embraced at the foot of the bed, the soft timbre of Wen Zhiyu's voice mingling with words steeped in intimate ambiguity, swiftly ensnaring the potion's master's thoughts. Please, Severus, he coaxed, sensing the stirrings of emotion within Snape, and even ventured to adopt a more affectionate address. As he spoke, he leaned closer, his head repeatedly brushing against Snape's shoulder and neck. He recalled that when he was still the little black dragon, every nudge against Severus had softened the latter's heart. Moreover, he believed his charm to be far greater than that of a mere dragon. Thus, in this scenario, there was no possibility that Snape would refuse. Oh, how to articulate this? In truth, he had only guessed half correctly. Severus indulged the black dragon largely due to the latter's lack of intelligence. He found it tedious to engage in disputes and chose to acquiesce instead. And indeed, as Wen Zhiyu had suggested, his allure was considerably stronger, and vastly so. At the very least, Snape would not feel such a mortifying emotion towards a foolish dragon. Both were clad in inner garments, with Wen Zhiyu's shirt being quite thin. As they rubbed against one another, Snape could distinctly feel the firm muscles beneath the fabric. The tingling sensation produced by the friction coursed through his body. A flush creeping up to his ears, desire rising unbidden, striking a certain region beneath him. Don't move. Snape suddenly felt something amiss. Swiftly pushing away the person who had been incessantly rubbing against him, turning his back to Wen Zhiyu. Caught off guard, Wen Zhiyu stumbled and fell onto the bed, the soft mattress providing a gentle rebound. What's the matter, Professor? He inquired, having assumed that his strategy had faltered. Can we not sleep together? We can. Fearing that Wen Zhiyu might once again approach him, Snape tugged at his collar, eager to conclude the topic. Oh yes, I was right. Elated by the affirmative response, Wen Zhiyu quickly leapt onto the bed, flopping onto one side. Not until he retrieved a pillow from his storage ring and settled it did Snape remain motionless at the threshold. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Zhiyu patted the empty space beside him, his gentle voice laced with a hint of urgency. Come here, Severus. Such a blatant invitation sent Snape, already fraught with turmoil, into a complete frenzy. Clinging desperately to his dwindling rationality, he muttered, I shall take a shower first, before swiftly exiting the room and darting into the bathroom. Observing the figure clad in black vanish into the bathroom, Wen Zhiyu continued his previous actions, assuming that Snape was merely unaccustomed to the scent of alcohol from the banquet. He had indulged in quite a bit himself that evening. Otherwise, his typically clear-headed mind would not have permitted him to act in such a manner towards Snape. Naturally, a part of him may indeed have entertained the notion of keeping Snape close, having felt that temptation more than once. However, the price of such a desire was too steep, and he did not wish to witness the resentment in Snape's eyes. It seemed he would need to avoid alcohol in the future. Having cleared his thoughts, Wen Zhiyu happily nestled into the covers. akin to a beauty awaiting the affections of a serpent king, eagerly toying with his long hair. Regrettably, the potion's master's shower proved unusually lengthy. By the time Snape emerged, hair dried and night clothes fastened, Wen Zhiyu had already succumbed to slumber once more. With a sigh, Snape approached the bedside, weighing his options before finally lying down. He did not wish to be roused early by someone rolling around in a fit of excitement. Lifting a corner of the blanket, he lay on his side, positioned perfectly to see Wen Zhiyu, who was also turned away, peacefully sleeping. His gaze, like a delicate veil, traced the contours of the man before him through the darkness. As the body's functions during hibernation remained in a weakened state, Snape edged closer to Wen Zhiyu, and upon finally hearing the soft cadence of his breathing, the weight in his heart lifted, as if everything within him had found tranquility. A silent smile graced his lips as he reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Wen Zhiyu's ear. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the outer corner of the other's eye, he hesitated, slowly retracting his hand to rest gently on Wen Zhiyu's waist. What am I to do with you, Wen Luo? What can I offer in exchange for you? Chapter 140, Shoulder Strap. As the first light of dawn broke, shadows in the room gradually receded. Long eyelashes fluttered gently, and as he stretched his arms, the warmth he felt prompted the potion's master to slowly open his eyes. He sat up gradually, shaking his hair lightly, resembling a cat awakening from slumber. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and Snape glanced curiously at the empty space beside him, recalling that someone had indeed occupied that spot. As if in response to his thoughts, a sound wafted from outside the bedroom. Snape furrowed his brow and pulled back the covers to step outside. The doors to the bedroom and bathroom opened simultaneously, and he found himself standing there, staring straight at Wen Zhiyu emerging from the bathroom. "Good morning, Professor," Wen Zhiyu greeted with a smile. However, he could not fathom the tumultuous emotions stirring within Severus Snape at that moment. The fiery agitation that had finally quelled the previous night reignited upon witnessing Wen Zhiyu's current visage. Emerging from the bath with naught but a towel draped around his waist, Wen Zhiyu's well-defined chest and abdominal muscles were prominently displayed, with the alluring lines of his physique tapering enticingly downward. His form exuded a perfect blend of strength and casual grace as he ambled out, nonchalantly drying his hair with a towel. After exchanging mere pleasantries, Wen Zhiyu found Snape abruptly slamming the door shut. What could possibly be the matter with the professor? The door, forcefully closed, trembled but remained steadfast. To avoid incurring the wrath of the potion's master, who might hurl an Avada Kedavra in his direction, Wen Zhiyu retreated to the storage room, hastily organizing the space. Subsequently, he rummaged through his ring in search of attire. Considering the likelihood of engaging in physical activity that day, he deliberately chose a white shirt that would not hinder his movements, fastening it with shoulder straps. Maintaining decorum in public demanded the inclusion of a tie. Moments later, from the shirt to the tie and suit, each element radiated a sense of comfort, presenting an overall appearance that was both relaxed and elegant. The shoulder straps accentuated his muscular proportions, inadvertently evoking an enticing sense of restraint. The loosely draped black suit jacket rested upon his shoulders, and as Wen Zhiyu gazed into the mirror, a lingering sense of incompleteness nagged at him. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a pair of slender-framed glasses from the ring, elegantly placing them upon his nose, at last feeling satisfied as he exited the room. "Are you heading out?" The potion's master, having just emerged from the bedroom, caught sight of Wen Zhiyu in all his finery. His gaze lingered on the taut shoulder straps for several seconds before shifting elsewhere. Soon, his attention was drawn to the silver-framed glasses perched on Wen Zhiyu's nose. A flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes, but swiftly suppressed. "Dressed so exquisitely. Do you have plans to meet someone?" Just going to see someone." Wen Zhiyu replied with a smile as he approached Snape. "I left breakfast on the table. Did you see it, Professor?" Snape, though not entirely pleased with this response, reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement of the mention of breakfast. "Who is this person?" "Considered a friend, I suppose," Wen Zhiyu replied, but then felt the need to clarify. "If he is willing to cooperate." "Friend? Cooperate?" Despite the vagueness of Wen Zhiyu's words, Snape showed no inclination to press further, though a hint of displeasure brewed within him. What manner of friend warranted such a meticulous presentation, complete with silver-framed glasses as an accessory? And that damned shoulder strap, tied so tightly. Was he so eager for others to notice the firmness of his muscles? Why were the jackets so carelessly? Observing Snape's increasingly frosty demeanor, Wen Zhiyu sensed the professor's mood darkening. He began to reconsider his words. Well, not entirely a friend, at least he shouldn't think so. Wen Zhiyu hesitated to add, "He sounds like a man." Snape's internal vigilance lessened slightly, and without hesitation, he seated himself at the dining table to partake of his breakfast. After a couple of bites, he felt something was amiss. His gaze darted to Wen Zhiyu's waist, where he discerned a black object. A firearm. Is the person you intend to meet dangerous? Snape's penetrating stare bore into him. Wen Zhiyu had not anticipated being discovered and decided to be forthright. I think he is not that dangerous. His threat level is quite low. I trust you don't need me to remind you. Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm, that your wand might serve you better than that contraption. With that, he set down his knife and fork and moved closer to Wen Zhiyu, searching his sleeves and pockets. You've tossed your wand aside again to prop up the table. Haven to you? He swore he had never seen this individual make proper use of a wand. The proximity of Snape brought with it a faint, bitter scent of potions. Wen Zhiyu instinctively inhaled. No, I've placed it in the ring, he replied, a smile gracing his lips. Snape's expression softened slightly at this response. But he was not about to let him off easily. What rational thought led you to believe that a muggle-made item could rival your wand? But I made this. Wen Zhiyu replied, casting a glance at Snape, his face tinged with regret. Oh, Snape's irritation subsided, and he muttered, well, it seems you're quite capable. His words fell flat, and Snape quickly returned to the table, picking up his knife and fork once more. After consuming his breakfast at an almost glacial pace, Wen Zhiyu showed no signs of departing. Are you going to leave or not? Snape finally inquired, unable to contain his frustration. If you're not leaving, don't just stand there. Perhaps a stone at Dumbledore's door is needed more than in the cellar. Shaking his head, Wen Zhiyu opened his arms. I was just wondering, Professor, are you really not considering giving me a farewell hug? With a smile gracing his features, his expression was earnest and focused. His lashes fluttering softly, reflecting the light in a gentle golden brown hue, exuding an air of charming mischief. Snape instinctively wanted to refuse, though words failed him. His expression conveyed his reluctance. Left with no choice, Wen Zhiyu resorted to a compromise. A handshake will suffice. The potion's master remained silent. All right, Wen Zhiyu relented, retracting his hand with a soft sigh. As he brushed past Snape at the dining table, the latter suddenly seized his arm and, with surprising swiftness, enveloped him in an embrace. Stay safe, came the deep, cello-like voice as it slipped into his ear. Then, he was propelled out of the cellar. Chapter 141, A First Encounter. A veil of mist cloaked the distant mountains and nearby waters in a shroud of obscurity. The air was perfumed with a faint scent of flora, mingled with an undertone of decay, while the surrounding branches stood bare, resembling the gnarled arms of an elderly man. As the sun dipped lower, Wen Zhiyu led the way into a dilapidated house. The instant he pushed the door open, a burst of green light surged forth. With a swift motion, Wen Zhiyu raised his hand, and a golden sigil promptly engulfed the light. Such grand gestures are unnecessary for a first meeting. The house lay in ruins, its walls crumbling, and cobwebs densely festooned the corners. Remnants of rain streaks marred the inner walls. A chill breeze swept through, causing the cobwebs to sway, while the waning sunlight illuminated the two figures within. One stood shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, concealing both body and head. In his arms, he cradled a similarly cloaked infant. Actually, calling it an infant may not be entirely accurate. If Wen Zhiyu were to describe it, he could only liken it to the ghostly children nurtured by the second elder, emaciated, misshapen, and utterly grotesque. It was hard to believe that the handsome youth encountered in the secret chamber had now transformed into this ghastly apparition. Stop what you're doing. The Death Eater, clutching his burden, raised his wand in threat. Yet this intimidation seemed less than effective. The tremor in his voice betrayed the fear lurking behind the cloak. He had been relentlessly pursued by this group for several days, during which several colleagues had been caught in the crossfire and reduced to mere fragments. The sleepless nights had left his nerves taut, as if they were on the verge of snapping. It seems we have frightened you, Wen Zhiyu remarked, halting his advance. A hooded follower, seemingly conjuring a chair from thin air, seated himself leisurely, observing the other's demeanor with a sense of detached amusement. Voldemort, cradled in someone's arms, cast a furtive glance at the man who had rendered him so utterly vulnerable. Through the relentless pursuit of the past few days, Voldemort had concluded that the attacks were directed at him. Otherwise, how could every strike land squarely upon his visage? Yet, in his current condition, he could scarcely wield his wand, let alone utter a word. I do not know you, Voldemort murmured slowly, scouring his memory for some semblance of recognition, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. In response, Wen Zhiyu smiled nonchalantly, but I know you, Mr. Riddle. So, it was indeed aimed at him. A wave of inexplicable fear and resentment surged within Voldemort, a feeling he had not experienced in years. His grand design was on the brink of fruition. How could it be interrupted at such a critical juncture? Even if he could resort to alternative means of resurrection. The abruptness of this interference felt akin to a slap across the face. What do you want? Voldemort suppressed his fury, contemplating every possible means of extricating himself from this predicament. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he was determined to take this man down with him. Wen Zhiyu, fully aware of Voldemort's intentions, allowed a deeper smile to blossom in his eyes as he extended his right hand toward him, feigning an invitation. Do you desire immortality? I can assist you. This singular statement shattered all the conclusions Voldemort had painstakingly constructed, leaving confusion and disbelief flickering in his eyes. What was this man insinuating? Immortality? Assistance in achieving it? He had been away for too long. Had the world gone utterly mad in his absence? Wen Zhiyu did not press him, reclining languidly against the armrest, patiently awaiting his decision. Should it align with his desires, all plans would proceed smoothly. Conversely, if it were contrary to his wishes, the plans would unfold regardless, merely leading to a few additional complications. And the dark arts cult was no stranger to resolving complications. In fact, it was quite customary to eliminate a few troublemakers in the process. Voldemort turned slightly, scrutinizing the strikingly handsome man from Huaxia. In the presence of someone who had previously chosen to pledge allegiance to Severus, Wen Zhiyu graciously displayed his most perfect demeanor, allowing Voldemort's gaze to linger upon him. After a moment, Voldemort slightly raised his pale, withered arm, tugging at the black robe of the Death Eater before him, signaling him to steady himself. Why should I trust you? This indicated a willingness to negotiate. Wen Zhiyu, still smiling, leaned back further, beckoning several hooded followers from behind him. Understanding the implication, Voldemort cast a knowing glance at his subordinates, and soon, several probing spells were cast upon the cultists. The feedback left Voldemort gaping in astonishment. Hogwarts dungeons. Severus Snape stared at the jade pendant in his hand, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, as he remained as still as a statue. 2 days had elapsed. It had been 2 days since Wen Zhiyu had left the dungeons claiming to meet someone. Were it not for South Yu's forced presence at the school to reassure him once, he would have almost believed that someone had taken his muggle firearm, an utterly useless item, and abducted him. Who requires 2 days to meet someone? Snape's gaze flickered momentarily as he stowed away the pendant, returning to his papers for further revisions. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and after checking his watch for the 5th time, his expression darkened as he strode into the potions classroom. With a clatter, he retrieved several potion vials from the cabinet, organizing them meticulously before heading directly to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. The night breeze rustled through the shadows as Snape returned from his office, his face a mask of disappointment, gripping his wand as he hurried along, his dark robes blending seamlessly with the night. What Wen Zhiyu beheld upon his return was precisely this scene. Not wishing to return to the unkempt dungeons, he opted instead to change his attire in the office. However, merely turning a corner, he collided head-on with the formidable potions master. Like him, Snape had not anticipated encountering him en route, and upon seeing his face, he instinctively shoved Wen Zhiyu aside. You actually know how to come back. Wen Zhiyu, unable to retaliate, stumbled against the wall to steady himself. The words that slipped from his lips caused Snape to taste a strange flavor of embarrassment. The tone was reminiscent of a long-suffering wife lamenting her husband's tardiness, prompting Snape to quickly rephrase his earlier statement. What are you back for, then? Much better. Incensed, Snape sought to utter more words to mask his earlier blunder, his gaze falling upon Wen Zhiyu's disheveled clothing. He was dressed in the same attire from the previous day, but compared to the pristine appearance of that day, he now appeared rather disheveled. Moreover, although he wore a black overcoat, the dark red hue peeking through made Snape's heart skip a beat. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and pulled open the coat, revealing what lay concealed beneath. The once immaculate white shirt was now marred with scattered bloodstains, and the leather straps exhibited several gashes, barely supporting the now precarious weapon. You're injured. Snape raised his hand to touch the area with the most blood, but his fingers quivered and halted just before contact, refraining from making direct contact. Noticing the other's intent, Wen Zhiyu grasped his hand gently, explaining softly, "It's not mine." Chapter 142, Strange Experiences. The outstretched hand was captured, and despite hearing the explanation, Snape's gaze remained fixated on the bloodstains adorning Wen Zhiyu. He struggled to pull away, lightly pushing Wen Zhiyu back, inadvertently dislodging the already precarious strap. With a thud, the strap snapped, the weight of the firearm causing it to plummet. The weapon struck the stone floor with a dull thud. Snape paused momentarily, then disdainfully kicked the firearm aside, declaring that such an object belonged on the ground rather than serving as a substitute for his wand. Watching the gun tumble away, Wen Zhiyu, exasperated, summoned it back into his ring. What does it matter with a dead object? He chided gently, rubbing Snape's hand. What brings you out here at such a late hour? Do you care for it? Snape's expression darkened, emanating an aura that suggested he would kick Wen Zhiyu aside if he dared to respond in the affirmative. Wen Zhiyu blinked in confusion, quickly recognizing the potential danger. Of course not. I shall dismantle it piece by piece. As he spoke, he raised his hand, intent on executing his threat. As anticipated, his wrist was seized. With a silent smirk, Wen Zhiyu met Snape's gaze. Professor? The gentle tone, accompanied by the familiar address, quelled some of Snape's ire. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he refrained from allowing Wen Zhiyu to dismantle the firearm. In truth, he was far more concerned about the bloodstains on Wen Zhiyu's attire, questioning whether they were, as he claimed, truly not his. However, mere observation would not suffice. And given the circumstances, he could not directly reach out for examination. Thus, he pressed on with inquiries. Are you returning to the office? As he spoke, he reached out to adjust the suit that he had unbuttoned, ensuring that the cold night air could not seep in. Wen Zhiyu shook his head and suggested returning to the cellar. Initially, he had intended to head back to the office, primarily to avoid letting Severus see his appearance. But he had not anticipated encountering him along the way. Reflecting on this, Wen Zhiyu once again inquired of the professor why he was out so late. I recall that there are no night patrols scheduled for today. Severus certainly would not divulge that he had specifically ventured out to seek him. Without hesitation, he replied, for a stroll. A stroll? Wen Zhiyu paused, somewhat taken aback. He recalled that the professor did not possess the habit of taking late-night walks. What had piqued his interest tonight? Hesitantly, he asked, shall I return to change into something more suitable and then accompany you for a walk? Walk? What nonsense! Severus rolled his eyes in exasperation, bypassing Wen Zhiyu and making his way towards the cellar. If you wish to stroll, do so on your own. The black cloak was flung with remarkable force, delivering a sharp slap to Wen Zhiyu's face before Severus strode away. Upon returning to the cellar, Wen Zhiyu immediately retreated to the bathroom, engaging in an extensive wash. He turned on the shower, allowing hot water to cascade down from above, enveloping him in a steamy embrace as the warmth enveloped the glass around him. The lingering mist quickly transformed the bathroom into a white, ethereal haze. Although it was quite late, Severus had no intention of heading straight to the bedroom. Instead, he strolled over to the coat rack. The black suit jacket had been carelessly discarded there by Wen Zhiyu upon entering, and Severus picked it up, inspecting it closely. He noticed several neat slashes at the chest area, as if swiftly cut by a sharp object or spell, penetrating both layers of fabric. No wonder there were also tears on the shoulder strap. Severus pressed his lips together, gazing with a complicated expression towards the fog-laden bathroom. As he contemplated, preparing to hang the suit back up, he felt a slight stickiness in his hand as the fabric slipped from his grasp. Bathed in the light, Severus noticed a dark red stain on his palm. Before he could discern its nature, something fell from the freshly hung suit, landing directly in his hand. It was small and thin. Instinctively, he pinched it, and it quickly crumbled into fine powder, scattering through his fingers. Both its color and scent suggested that it was a dried blood clot, the result of liquid seeping into the coat and solidifying over time. The dark red on his hand must have been fresh blood, not yet fully congealed. How could there be so much blood? Is he truly uninjured? Just as Severus began to doubt the veracity of Wen Zhiyu's words, the bathroom door was finally pushed open. Having learned from past experiences, Wen Zhiyu had thoughtfully donned a bathrobe this time, ensuring he was not overly exposed before stepping out of the bathroom. As his bare feet touched the floor, his eyes immediately fell upon Severus standing by the coat rack. Aren't you going to sleep? He said, though his steps did not falter. As he walked, he slightly tilted his body, moving with an elegance akin to a flowing painting. Faced with such a sight, Severus' gaze fell first on Wen Zhiyu's deliberately concealed chest. As the man approached, Severus could no longer restrain himself and reached out to pull the robe open. The fabric parted to reveal a robust and well-defined torso, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, with muscle lines both alluring and taut. Fortunately, the tie around his waist kept the lower part secure, preventing Severus' sudden action from exposing him entirely. Under Severus's intense gaze, Wen Zhiyu's face flushed crimson, his voice trembling as he stammered, Professor, UI. Unlike his own relaxed state, the abrupt tearing open of his robe by Severus made Wen Zhiyu feel inexplicably bashful. After Severus had thoroughly scrutinized Wen Zhiyu's chest, he belatedly realized the impropriety of his actions. Put your clothes on. He quickly pulled the robe back together, pressing down on the protruding chest with one hand, turning his face away as he quietly admonished. Feeling both exposed and unceremoniously scrutinized, Wen Zhiyu found himself at a loss for words. Severus loosened the top button of his own collar, allowing the cold air to rush in and dissipate some of the heat, internally berating himself for his earlier impulsive behavior. Severus tugged at the robe, lifting it slightly to stabilize it before swiftly retracting his hand. It's not as if I haven't seen it before. Severus scorned himself for his lack of composure around Wen Zhiyu, despite having seen his body on numerous occasions, yet each time he felt distinctly flustered. Wen Zhiyu remained motionless, his mind overwhelmed as he struggled to comprehend Severus's recent actions. Not wishing to disturb him, Severus averted his gaze, opting instead to close his eyes in an attempt to calm himself. An extended silence enveloped them. Blinking, Wen Zhiyu's eyes landed on the suit jacket hanging on the rack, and he finally processed the situation, his face still flushed as he quietly attempted to explain, Severus. I'm going to bed. Before Wen Zhiyu could finish his sentence, Severus swiftly pushed past him, darting into the room and slamming the bedroom door behind him. For the second time that day, Wen Zhiyu found himself shoved aside. This time, he managed to step back steadily, demonstrating newfound experience. Chapter 143, Fishing. The chill of deep winter lingered, with incessant spring rains falling in unending waves, enveloping Hogwarts in a shroud of springtime cold, while willow trees sprouted new buds. Outside, the rain pattered softly, and Wen Zhiyu had set up a tent by the Black Lake, leisurely settled in a deck chair while fishing. After preparing a full fish banquet for Nanyu, who had once remarked on the exquisite taste of a particular fish, Wen Zhiyu decided to catch a couple for Severus to sample. By the time he hooked the fifth oddly shaped fish, Harry burst into the tent, braving the rain. Wen Zhiyu, holding a cup of tea, glanced at him with a smile. Good morning. Interested in fishing? The rain outside was neither heavy nor light, but Harry was certainly drenched. He removed his glasses and shook his wet hair, which, now soaked, appeared much more appealing than before. Finally found you, Harry exclaimed, drying his glasses before placing them back on his nose. I've been looking for you in the office for ages. Looking for me. Wen Zhiyu reached into a nearby basket and retrieved a small orange. With no other seat available, Harry was left standing. The second task is about to begin. I've heard we're supposed to enter the Black Lake? Yes. Wen Zhiyu popped a piece of fruit into his mouth, not overly surprised by Harry's arrival. Since Moody had been sent to meet Merlin, the narrative needed to find another direction without its previous compelling force. Hermione and the others had researched and discovered that a herb called gillyweed could allow for underwater breathing. So you intend to find this herb? Wen Zhiyu's gaze met Harry's, his tone resolute. The boy nodded, voicing his concern. Originally, we intended to borrow some from Professor Snape, but you know. Harry hesitated, then continued. Professor Snape might not be too willing. Not just unwilling. The professor might very well gift them a detention package instead. The thought of Severus's possible expressions and scathing remarks made Wen Zhiyu's smile widen even further. Harry gazed at him in silence, yet the expression of incredulity on his face betrayed him. He understood that to the other party, it seemed he had been entirely forgotten, as if he were but a name. Had Professor Snape administered some peculiar potion to him, one akin to a love potion? Harry looked at him with concern. Wen Zhiyu cleared his throat softly, retracting his smile, and with utmost seriousness declared, I happen to have some gilwort, but I would advise against using this substance. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a small pouch of gilwort from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Harry accepted it, his face a mask of confusion. Herbs do have a limited efficacy. What if time is insufficient? Do you intend to simply fall asleep? As Wen Zhiyu spoke, scenes from the original text flashed through his mind, and he instinctively shook his head. If you truly plan to do so, please do not attribute this to me. I fear the embarrassment. Wen Zhiyu's meaning was crystal clear, and Harry lowered his gaze at the object in his hand, hesitating to speak. A gentle rain suddenly fell upon the shed, forming a curtain of droplets that gradually intensified. Harry watched as Wen Zhiyu reeled in a strangely shaped fish and tossed it into a bucket, then cast his line once more. You are right. Harry tightened his grip on the pouch, but isn't there a better way? He caught the resolute look in Wen Zhiyu's eyes, considering his own image. Wen Zhiyu refrained from mocking him directly. Instead, he produced a bead the size of a fingertip from his ring and handed it over. Use this. If you keep it in your mouth without spitting it out, it will suffice for you to live underwater for a lifetime. Harry stared at him in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to take the object. Wen Zhiyu did not indulge him. He tossed the bead towards Harry, where it lightly struck his forehead before rolling to the ground with a soft clatter. The pain brought Harry back to attention, and he quickly dashed after the bead, scooping it up. When he returned, Harry wiped the bead on his clothing before holding it up for closer inspection. What is this? Wen Zhiyu sipped his tea and explained. An aquatic bead. For its efficacy, you may directly inquire with Nanyu. Were it not for the desire to hasten the progression of events, Wen Zhiyu would have preferred to ignore the troubles Harry faced, perhaps even choosing to watch the spectacle. After hearing the explanation, Harry still intended to leave, standing there like a piece of wood. Just as he was about to usher Wen Zhiyu away, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind, prompting him to silence himself and take a sip of tea with renewed cheer. Mr. Potter intends to act as a sentinel by the Black Lake? Half a second later, the potion master's venomous words erupted. If you have that time, I suggest you first resolve your nonsensical paper that has been sent back countless times. Snape's voice appeared so abruptly that Harry jumped, instinctively scrambling to hide what he held. Professor Snape. Harry swallowed hard, taking a step back. The cold gaze of the Serpent King pierced through Harry. You miscalled the professor's name. 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry dared not retort. Lowering his head to gaze at Wen Zhiyu, who wore a smile, hoping for a modicum of assistance. But soon, his hopes were dashed. Not only did Wen Zhiyu remain silent, but he also quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be wholly engrossed in his fishing rod. It seems Mr. Potter still possesses a penchant for being helpful. What? Do you require me to fetch you a fishing rod as well? Snape's expression remained impassive as he stowed his umbrella and stepped into the shed, suggesting, why not assist your friend by writing the 4 papers that are rightfully his as well? They are due tomorrow night in the cellar. The handle of the umbrella clenched in Snape's grip. Harry had no doubt that if he lingered any longer, the next moment the umbrella's point would descend upon his head. Reluctantly accepting the deduction of points and the additional papers, Harry fled through the rain. Severus. Once the young man departed, Wen Zhiyu turned his attention away from the fishing rod and, reclining on a chair, playfully offered a peeled orange. After a moment's thought, Snape extended his hand to accept the orange but did not consume it immediately. Instead, he inquired, what did you discuss with him? He had arrived shortly after class, standing in the corridor, watching Potter converse with Wen Zhiyu for quite some time. Wen Zhiyu had mastered the art of etiquette, presenting a smiling face to all. And coupled with his superior appearance, it was difficult for anyone to remain unmoved. Snape was not one to dwell on insecurities, yet in the presence of Wen Zhiyu, he found himself unable to resist such thoughts. This sensation was one he detested. Thus, when Potter lingered, even deliberately inching closer to Wen Zhiyu, he could not help but approach. Chapter 144, Spring Rain. Today, Wen Zhiyu donned a deep teal robe, not of Western fashion, but a traditional Han Chinese long shirt. Thus, as he leaned over, meticulously peeling an orange for Snape, the wide sleeves slipped down, revealing his fair arms. His slender fingers deftly peeled the orange skin, extracting slice after slice of succulent fruit. Even amidst the chill of the rain, Snape found himself somewhat parched. Swallowing hard, he placed a piece of fruit in his mouth, the flavor a delightful balance of tartness and sweetness. Surprisingly, it suited his palate perfectly. We didn't discuss much. He asked for some items. Wen Zhiyu peeled another segment and offered it to Snape. Skillfully, Snape accepted it and continued, what items? Gilwort. Wen Zhiyu had no intention of concealing anything from Snape. Assisting the savior was no grand deed, especially when it involved merely a bit of herb. Is it cold? A cup of hot tea was presented to the potion master, intended to warm him. Snape did not take it. He quietly regarded Wen Zhiyu, a flicker of disapproval crossing his eyes. You are under no obligation to assist him. Understanding the potion master's concerns, Wen Zhiyu replied amiably, it's not assistance, merely a small investment. Investment? Indeed, an investment in a future savior. Who knows what unexpected returns may arise? Upon hearing this, Snape's expression grew complex. Wen Zhiyu leaned forward, gently prying Snape's fingers open to insert the teacup. The warm sensation from the cup radiated through his fingers. Gazing into Wen Zhiyu's smiling eyes, Snape reluctantly brought the cup to his lips. The mild flavor of the tea was akin to a spring breeze, neither overly rich nor insipid, leaving an inexplicable aftertaste. Much like this person, Snape, for once, allowed his furrowed brow, which had been tightened by the frustrations of students during class, to relax, popping another piece of fruit into his mouth. Thus, the two of them, one seated and the other standing, engaged in a leisurely conversation by the edge of the Black Lake. Drip, drop, patter, patter, the rain continued to fall, at times heavy, at times light, at times blank. Wen Zhiyu reeled in his 30th catch of the day, finally landing the fish he desired, hastily bending down to tend to it. Observing the intensifying rain, Snape finished the last sip of his hot tea and suggested, shall we leave? Yes. Using a grass string to secure the fish's mouth, Wen Zhiyu lifted the not unpleasing catch and waved it in front of Snape. Let us head back to cook. As he spoke, he rose from the chair, waving his right hand to stow away the excess tools into his ring, leaving only a shelter from the rain. The man's features were exquisite. Adorned in a blue robe, a simple light-colored belt tied around his waist, and his long hair, unbound, cascaded lazily behind him. With each motion, the robe flowed seamlessly, dancing in the gentle breeze, accentuating the fine contours of his waist. Snape opened his eyes, swiftly unfurling the black umbrella. He glanced at the hand holding the umbrella, and with subtle finesse, he transferred the fish he was carrying to his left hand. With a light step, he slipped beneath the shelter of the umbrella. The ring on his fingertip emitted a faint glimmer, and the seemingly useless canopy was retracted by its owner, almost simultaneously with the raindrops beginning to fall. The tip of the black umbrella tilted toward Wen Zhiyu, effectively shielding him from the imminent downpour. A smile involuntarily crept onto the corners of Wen Zhiyu's lips, as he conjured a transparent shield of magic above Snape's shoulder. As they walked and conversed, Wen Zhiyu listened to Snape recount the foolish antics of students in class, occasionally chiming in with a few words, which delighted the potion's master immensely. It seemed that Wen Zhiyu particularly relished the rain. With no classes in the afternoon, he accompanied Snape on a trip back to Spinner's End. While the potions master busied himself with his work, Wen Zhiyu took a chair outside, quietly listening to the sound of the rain as he indulged in a brief slumber. When Snape emerged, having finished his tasks, he found that Wen Zhiyu had already been asleep for some time. Concerned for the other's health, Snape rummaged through a cupboard and retrieved a blanket to cover him, then moved a chair beside him. "Why would you like me?" Snape's voice was barely above a whisper, so faint that he could hardly hear it himself, let alone the sleeping figure beside him. To be frank, he considered himself rather unlikable. Due to his childhood experiences, he had grown accustomed to facing the world with a veneer of resistance and coldness. Throughout his student years and into his tenure as a professor, the opinions of all who had encountered him were invariably tinged with disdain. Even Lucius, the only one he could consider a friend, would remark that he was difficult to be around. Contemplating this, Snape couldn't help but reach out to touch Wen Zhiyu's cheek. Just as his hand was about to make contact, he halted the movement, ultimately choosing not to disturb this precious tranquility. It was only Wen Zhiyu, throughout the years, who had walked toward him amidst a crowd of those who diverged from his path. The love in the man's eyes swirled and cascaded, as if they had known each other for far longer than a mere 3 years. Snape did not wish to uncover the secrets Wen Zhiyu kept from him, nor did he want to ascertain the truth of his suspicions. If it were possible, he would desire time to remain suspended in that moment, allowing him to cherish the other in his heart for just a while longer. On that dim afternoon, the potions master kept vigil beside Wen Zhiyu as he indulged in a long slumber, only to awaken as the moon began to rise and the sound of rain gradually ceased. Almost instantaneously with the rain's cessation, Wen Zhiyu groggily opened his eyes, instinctively nuzzling against something at his side. Snape felt a soft and warm object brush against his hand, its texture smooth. Upon regaining consciousness, he met a pair of golden eyes. "Professor?" Wen Zhiyu brushed back his tousled hair and smiled, revealing a hint of his canines. "You're awake?" Snape snapped back to reality, straightening his posture as he observed Wen Zhiyu casually draping a leg over the arm of the chair, gently swaying it. He appeared to be in excellent spirits. Had he done something to warrant such joy? Bewildered, Snape chose not to speculate, instead rising to drag his chair back. Wen Zhiyu, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, hastily followed suit, pulling his own chair back as well. Without the need for words, they seamlessly traversed the flue network back to the cellar. Although neither had a habit of late-night snacks, Wen Zhiyu, concerned that the professor might suffer from hunger pangs, resolutely prepared a bowl of porridge for Snape. By the time Snape finished his porridge, Wen Zhiyu had just completed his personal grooming and immediately set about tidying up the table. Upon noticing a plate of untouched side dishes, he couldn't help but inquire, "Professor, do you not enjoy fish?" This was not the first time. During lunch, the dish he had prepared featuring fish had also gone untouched. Snape initially prepared to nod, but then recalled that the fish had been caught specifically by Wen Zhiyu, and thus, he altered his response. "Too many bones. I dislike the hassle." "Oh, is that really the reason?" Observing Snape's serious demeanor, Wen Zhiyu let out a subtle sigh of relief, nodding to indicate his understanding. "Then next time, I'll help you pick out the bones." Chapter 145, The Second Match. As February ushered in the early days of spring, during the absence of the Black Yule Ball, Wen Zhiyu found himself busier than ever. After being forced to leave the cellar at an ungodly hour for what felt like the umpteenth time, he was compelled to temporarily relocate back to his office. Since departing from the cellar, the time he spent with Snape had been drastically reduced, and it had become a rare occurrence for them to cross paths. On the day of the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, Snape, upon arrival, indeed did not see Wen Zhiyu seated at the professor's table. He chose a random spot, settling into the second position of the row. The participants had arrived earlier than anyone else, gathered in clusters, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Snape's gaze swept over Harry, who was engaged in dialogue with Cedric, and he discreetly rolled his eyes. During this time, several professors passed by, attempting to take a seat in the empty spot, only to be met with Snape's icy glare, which caused them to awkwardly retreat. Professor Sprout, observing the situation, contemplated for a brief moment before striding towards Snape. Unfortunately, just as she was nearing, a figure confidently settled into the very spot she intended to occupy. Snape, lost in thought about the properties of the herbs he had studied the previous day, was jolted back to attention by the sudden appearance of a black cloak beside him. With an irritated expression, Snape prepared to dismiss the oblivious individual beside him. He parted his lips to speak, only to find himself caught in the depths of the other's radiant golden eyes. "Good morning, Professor." Aside from his school days, Wen Zhiyu rarely donned wizarding attire, leading Snape to dismiss him upon first sight. Yet today, for reasons unknown, Wen Zhiyu had donned a rare black robe. However, it was not like any ordinary robe, it bore embellishments. The front was devoid of buttons, instead fastened together by 3 delicate silver chains, while the shoulders featured designed epaulets adorned with fine pearls. Underneath, he wore a simple dark red garment, which accentuated the man's already fair complexion. Before Snape could utter a word, Wen Zhiyu leaned closer. In the presence of so many, Snape was unaccustomed to such close proximity, and even with Wen Zhiyu, he instinctively raised his hand to push him away. Unexpectedly, Wen Zhiyu did not encroach further, but instead, at the moment Snape lifted his hand, removed something from his shoulder. The motion froze mid-action as Snape feigned reaching for the black robe, his gaze landing on Wen Zhiyu's hand. He held a red beetle, his fingertips gently tapping against the insect's shell. Snape recognized it as an animagus. In this tournament, Dumbledore had permitted reporters to enter for interviews. And Rita Skeeter's animagus was indeed a beetle. He anticipated that this person would dare to involve him in the pursuit of news. The thought that this beetle was a person soured Snape's expression, and he opened his mouth, intending to tell Wen Zhiyu to dispose of the filthy creature. Get rid of her. As his words hung in the air, Snape found himself at a loss. Gazing incredulously at the blue flames that had consumed the beetle in Wen Zhiyu's hand, leaving no trace behind. Words caught in his throat, refusing to escape. With an elegant flourish, Wen Zhiyu took a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and only then did he notice the potion master's indecisive expression. His face turned slightly away as he let out a soft chuckle. What is it? The handkerchief, having touched his fingers, was similarly engulfed by flames, vanishing into ashes that danced away on the breeze. Observing Wen Zhiyu's unwavering smile and the pristine state of his fingers, Snape fell silent. Professor, is there something you wish to convey? Wen Zhiyu's voice was disarmingly gentle, as serene as ever. After a pause, Snape refrained from mentioning the recent incident involving the beetle. His lips pressed tightly together as he subtly shifted his gaze to the competition grounds. It's nothing. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had begun explaining the rules of the competition to the gathered audience. As had been inquired, Harry and his companions were required to plunge underwater, retrieve their respective treasures, and bring them back to the surface. The judges would then score each brave participant based on their performance. The rules appeared straightforward. Yet an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over Harry. He buried his hands in his pockets, clutching the water-repelling charm tightly in his palm, hoping it would bolster his confidence. As the champions took turns diving into the water, Professor Sprout finally decided to change her seating position. Casting a glance around, she settled beside Flitwick and McGonagall, her gaze inadvertently drifting back toward her previous spot. She swore she had truly tried to contain herself, but ultimately, she could no longer resist nudging the engrossed McGonagall. Caught off guard by her friend's sudden gesture, McGonagall glanced over, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Do you not find something peculiar about the dynamic between Severus and Wen Zhiyu? Sprout lowered her voice conspiratorially. Unlike in England, since Wen Zhiyu's appointment at Hogwarts, their relationship had transitioned from professor and student to colleagues, leading everyone to adopt a more casual form of address. McGonagall, listening intently to Sprout's words, failed to grasp her meaning. She turned her gaze towards Snape, seeking clarification. What do you mean? What seems amiss? Sprout scratched her head, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It's just that. Have you noticed how Severus seems to treat Wen Zhiyu differently than he does with us? McGonagall paused, recalling the recent incident involving the animagus. The black snake, seemingly indifferent to everyone else, had exclusively sought refuge with Snape. Strangely, Snape appeared unperturbed, even somewhat anxious. Reflecting on the aftermath of the black snake's sudden appearance, which had left Fawkes in a state of malaise for several weeks, McGonagall conceded. There does seem to be something off. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought, crafting a seemingly perfect excuse for Snape. After all, he is a Slytherin student and has been learning from Severus for quite some time. McGonagall continued, so their closeness is hardly surprising. He is quite the exceptional student. As she spoke, a twinge of envy crept in, and she lamented, why do I not have such students? Sprout, harboring exceptional students yet feeling overshadowed by Snape, felt her spirits dampen. Noticing her friend's mood, McGonagall hastily attempted to console her, regretting the unintended offense. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu, who had been keenly aware of their conversation, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his gaze softening as it fell upon Snape. Chapter 146, Reach Out. Considering Snape's temperament, Wen Zhiyu refrained from making any grand gestures in the public eye. Instead, he redirected his attention from Snape to the placid surface of the Black Lake. Snape, unaccustomed to seeing him so tranquil, stole a glance. As always, Wen Zhiyu wore a smile, exuding warmth and politeness. Yet, Snape's gaze lingered on those radiant golden eyes. For reasons unknown, from this angle, Wen Zhiyu's pupils appeared to have shifted. Snape involuntarily recalled the pair of eyes he had seen in the water mirror, similar in hue to his father's. However, unlike his father, Wen Zhiyu's eyes were not slitted like a serpent's. Bewildered by the sudden shift in his thoughts, Snape found himself ruminating on the earlier incident. Wen Zhiyu was also an animagus. He should possess a deeper understanding of the connection between animagi and the human form. Did he truly not perceive the implications? Or did he recognize them, but choose to disregard them? This notion flickered briefly in Snape's mind before the potion master swiftly dispelled it. A sudden splash drew Snape's attention back to the competition. Two champions burst through the surface, shivering as they emerged with their treasures in hand. Spectators offered blankets, which Hermione draped over her shoulders, anxiously clutching Crum's sleeve as she gazed worriedly at the still water. Is Harry not out yet? Noticing Hermione's concern, Crum tenderly adjusted her damp hair, offering reassurance. Do not fret, he said, enveloping her in his own blanket. He is bound to be fine. Yet Hermione remained restless, leaning closer to the water's edge, with Crum ready to catch her should she slip. Nearby, Ron observed their actions. His own worry for Harry reflected in his gaze. Time passed slowly, the water undisturbed. The gillweed could not sustain this silence for long. Even Snape, typically disdainful of Potter, furrowed his brow. His eyes shifted to Dumbledore, who shared a similar expression of concern. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a firm grip on his left hand. Turning to see a familiar smile, Wen Zhiyu offered no words, but the clarity in his eyes conveyed everything. Snape halted his movement, withdrawing his hand to conceal it within the folds of his dark robe. Before long, the surface of the lake erupted once more as Harry emerged, cradling a figure in his arms. Gabrielle. Fleur was the first to react, rushing to the shore to pull her sister from Harry's grasp. Ron and Hermione, having been vigilant, quickly aided in rescuing the two still submerged. As soon as they reached the shore, Harry eagerly patted the pale, waterlogged face of Draco. Draco, wake up. We've made it. Draco, roused from his stupor by Harry's shaking, opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a damp embrace. Seeing him awake, Harry instinctively tightened his hold. Moments ago, submerged beneath the water, he effortlessly located Draco, whose leg was ensnared by a rope, thanks to the protective water bubble. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of those peculiar creatures, Harry would have long since broken the surface with Draco in tow. There was no reason for them to be entangled for so long. Observing Draco's tightly shut eyes and increasingly pallid complexion, Harry disregarded the presence of another individual nearby and instinctively sought to extricate them both. Yet, just as they were about to leave, Draco, jolted awake by the violent movement, grasped Harry's arm. Witnessing Draco, who managed only a single utterance before slipping back into unconsciousness, Harry reluctantly took hold of Gabrielle as well. Let go. After being cradled by Harry for a brief moment, Draco, his ears tinged with crimson, pushed Harry away slightly and draped the blanket around himself. How utterly mortifying. As Draco wiped his hair dry with the blanket, he cast a fierce glare at Harry, who had similarly taken up a blanket. Why must this foolish lion's treasure be himself? The esteemed Malfoy had never found himself in such a disheveled state. Cursed that wretched Gryffindor. He would ensure the other would pay for this indignity. Having endured countless piercing glares from Snape, Harry remained oblivious to the danger emanating from Draco's seemingly harmless gaze. Misinterpreting the other's intent, Harry extended his hand forward. Do you want the blanket? I want you to be quiet. Draco, incensed, turned away, not wishing to lay eyes on this brainless lion any longer. Their commotion did not escape the keen observation of Professor Snape, who, upon casting a glance at Harry, furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain briefly crossing his features before he retracted a scornful look upon meeting Harry's gaze. Snape's expression was so vivid that it caused Wen Zhiyu to tighten his fingers slightly. The warmth lingering in his right hand from their earlier contact dimmed Wen Zhiyu's gaze as he endeavored to ignore the emotions reflected in Snape's eyes. The farcical scene did not last long. After a brief consultation with Dumbledore and the two other headmasters, it was announced that Harry would proceed in the competition with a score of 45. The ensuing cheer drowned the arena, with all three schools erupting in enthusiastic applause. The only students from Huaxiao reluctant to join the ovation remained silent for a considerable time before finally offering a sparse round of applause. Once the clamor subsided, Dumbledore began to announce the remaining warriors' scores, along with the news of Fleur's elimination. After the scores were revealed, the subsequent remarks held little substance, leading to a gradual exodus from the professor's table. Snape reached out, intending to pull Wen Zhiyu aside, but as his hand approached, Wen Zhiyu deftly evaded it. His outstretched hand hovered in midair for a second time. Snape looked at Wen Zhiyu with surprise. Wen Zhiyu, stepping back 2 paces in the direction of his evasion, flashed Snape a smile. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't accompany the professor back. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened. Withdrawing his hand, he brushed past Wen Zhiyu, muttering, Who needs your company? The 2 black robes brushed against one another in their fleeting encounter, one lingering while the other drifted away. Keeping his head down, Wen Zhiyu controlled the urge to glance at the resolute figure retreating, directing his steps towards the forbidden forest. At that instant, Snape turned back to glance over his shoulder. He beheld Wen Zhiyu's silhouette. Chapter 147, Go Pursue. Watching the receding figure, Snape felt as though a sharp claw had pierced his heart, a pang of bittersweetness coursing through him. He had seldom seen Wen Zhiyu's back. Each time the other departed, it was always with lingering glances and smiles cast in his direction, never like this, until the figure vanished around the corner. There was no glance back. Strangely compelled, Snape followed suit. Both moved swiftly, weaving through the bustling crowd, maintaining a distance of several individuals apart on the narrow path. Soon, Snape spotted Nanu stationed at the entrance to the forbidden forest, swiftly casting a disillusionment charm on himself. In truth, it was not just Nanu. Several figures clad in black stood guard at the entrance. One of them, sensing something amiss, glanced in this direction before approaching Wen Zhiyu and reporting something quietly. Snape then saw Wen Zhiyu shake his head, leading a group deeper into the forbidden forest. Without pause, Wen Zhiyu guided his companions onward, and after about an hour, they arrived at a clearing. Surrounded by towering trees, the previously oppressive shade finally gave way to scattered sunlight that eagerly spilled onto the ground. Snape concealed himself behind a tree, observing as Wen Zhiyu approached a gathering of people in the clearing. Some stood, while others knelt, all clad in black and brandishing swords. Bowing in unison as Wen Zhiyu drew near. Young master. The speaker was an elderly man, his demeanor imposing as he held a silver staff, yet as he bowed, the ferocity in his gaze was entirely masked. Snape recognized this individual from the beginning of the term, the one who had criticized the Huaxia students. Was his name Du Heng? Du Heng performed a proper greeting towards Wen Zhiyu, directly addressing the matter without his usual reluctance to elaborate. The people have been brought. With that, Du Heng stepped aside slightly. Snape, already displeased with Du Heng, soon witnessed one of the kneeling individuals suddenly surge forward. No one intervened as Snape observed the person kneeling on the ground, desperately reaching for Wen Zhiyu's leg, just as he was about to grasp it. Wen Zhiyu lifted his foot and gave him a gentle kick, sending him staggering back. Young master. Young master. Even after being kicked, the individual scrambled back, still striving to reach for Wen Zhiyu. Give me another chance. No one stopped him as the trembling supplicant continued to attempt to grasp at Wen Zhiyu's black robe. In a comical turn of events, Snape intended to cast a derisive expression toward the scene, but found himself unable to muster a smile. Wen Zhiyu looked down at the quaking supplicant, suddenly crouching down, slowly lifting the individual's chin with 2 fingers. His gesture ignited a flicker of hope within the supplicant, who instinctively resolved to speak. Young master, the decree. Yes, I can issue the decree. Wen Zhiyu remained silent, smiling as he gazed into the supplicant's eyes. The hope within the supplicant swelled further. Young master, grant me another chance. I can issue the decree. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. You know my loyalty. Just once. This time I will surely accomplish the task. The supplicant, in a humble attempt to draw closer to Wen Zhiyu, trembled as he sought a way to salvage his fate. Hearing the unvarying pleas for mercy, Wen Zhiyu smiled wider, patting the supplicant's shoulder with the hand that had lifted his chin. Yes, I know. His voice remained gentle. You are indeed very loyal. Then, the master of potions observed as Wen Zhiyu slowly rose, a smile adorning his face. Yet the words he uttered sent simultaneous shivers down Snape's and the supplicant's spines. But what shall we do? It was as if he was pondering aloud, yet also responding to the supplicant. I seem to care more for value than loyalty, and you are no longer of any value. With that single statement, the last flicker of hope within the supplicant was extinguished. He stared blankly at Wen Zhiyu, seemingly on the verge of struggling. Wen Zhiyu raised his hand, blue flames igniting in his palm, and he suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was faint, yet it inexplicably conveyed a sense of madness. Under the fearful gazes of the disciples, Wen Zhiyu lightly tapped the air with his fingers. As for your soul, he declared, I never intended to let you go. The decree of the church, such a futile thing. You might as well keep it for your next life. The moment the sparks made contact with the body, for pitch-black chains erupted from the ground, binding the struggling disciple tightly. The blue flames ignited almost instantly, swiftly enveloping the disciple's body entirely. Wen Zhiyu observed this scene with satisfaction until the screams gradually faded, and a dark, ethereal soul emerged from within. Extending his hand, Wen Zhiyu's gestures shifted as he drew the soul toward him. Shaking the vessel, he seemed to suddenly recall something, smiling as he added, I almost forgot. You have no next life. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting a mesmerizing glow upon him. The man still wore a familiar smile, yet for the first time, the brilliance in his eyes pierced with an unsettling intensity. This was the first time Severus Snape had retreated upon witnessing Wen Zhiyu's smile. much like the red beetles that left no trace behind on the ground. Once more, blue flames ignited upon the other kneeling disciples, the piercing screams echoing relentlessly in Snape's ears. He stood behind a tree, terror-stricken as he gazed at the man who was starkly different from his recollections. His heart pounding furiously, his breath quickened, a chill creeping up his spine to the nape of his neck. Snape stifled the urge to retch and all but fled the forbidden forest. The sounds behind him did not escape Wen Zhiyu's ears. His dispersed consciousness clearly revealed all of Snape's movements. "Young master, he has left," Nanyu remarked, glancing in the direction Snape had departed. "Collect the remaining souls," he added, noticing the slight tremor in Wen Zhiyu's eyelashes and the dryness in his voice. "Understood. Shall we pursue him?" Nanyu inquired. "Pursue?" Wen Zhiyu felt a smile tugging at his lips, yet he dared not lift his gaze towards the direction Snape had vanished. With the man gone, what was there to pursue? From the moment he decided to let Snape witness it, he had anticipated this outcome. Inevitably, he admitted to himself that there was an element of gamble involved. Yet now, it seemed evident that in this one-sided wager, he had lost. He had presented his other self to the professor, only to find himself utterly defeated the instant Snape chose to turn away. To pursue him? What right did he have to do so? Indeed, a wretched impersonator had no claim to plead for that ill-gotten love. Wen Zhiyu murmured, "It's beyond my reach now." Chapter 148, Evening Breeze. The evening breeze wafted gently, as the world gradually fell silent, welcoming the onset of night. Snape sat at his desk, the space beside him empty. The papers he had been grading pushed aside in disarray. Since returning from the Forbidden Forest that morning, he had remained in this place. His stomach, long deprived of sustenance, began to signal its distress, gradually transforming into a cramp under his master's deliberate neglect. The silent potions master slightly hunched over, attempting to alleviate the pain through this motion. As he bent, his gaze inadvertently swept over the empty chair nearby, causing him to pause. A wave of bile rising in his stomach once more. The scene he had witnessed earlier had struck him with such force that upon returning to the cellar, he had involuntarily expelled the meager remnants of his last meal. Subsequently, after failing to bring forth anything else, he had begun to retch repeatedly, ultimately collapsing against the bathroom wall, trembling with exhaustion. Merely taking a life should not elicit such a reaction from the potions master. He had committed similar acts countless times during his tenure as a Death Eater, losing count of how many lives he had extinguished. It should not have been a significant matter. He had long since endured it. Yet, when he clearly witnessed Wen Zhiyu take a life, a torrent of overwhelming emotion surged through his mind, and his body instinctively rebelled. His rationality teetered on the brink of collapse, and through the mental barriers he had constructed, he barely managed to retreat to the cellar. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks pulled the Serpent King's thoughts back to the present. At the door, Medusa stood petrified, staring incredulously at the intruder. "Professor." A familiar voice on the other side made Snape's clenched fists tighten even further as he raised his gaze toward the stone door. "May I come in?" After several hours, hearing Wen Zhiyu's voice again evoked a sensation as though they had been separated by eons. His heart felt as if it had been sealed with tape, immobile, while his mind resembled a clock with a broken spring, ceasing to function. After uttering this phrase, Wen Zhiyu did not knock again, nor did he speak further. He simply stood quietly at the door, waiting for Snape to make a choice. The spring night was not warm. The cool breeze carried the moisture of impending rain, gently caressing the ground, where fresh green grass swayed. Just as Wen Zhiyu was prepared to wait indefinitely, Snape too was wrestling with his decision as he fixed his gaze upon the stone door. After a long pause, he heard his own not-so-melodious voice, "Come in." Having spoken, he diverted his gaze from the door, lowering his eyes to observe his hands. From the corner of his eye, he watched as the door opened and closed again, followed by footsteps approaching his desk. Wen Zhiyu settled beside him. A simple gesture made Snape aware that his left hand was trembling in proximity to the other. Instinctively, he grasped it with his right hand, attempting to steady it. Creak. Another sound echoed as Wen Zhiyu shifted his chair, distancing himself slightly. Then, he heard the other's unhurried voice. "Haven't you finished grading the papers yet?" Unsure of how to respond, Snape swallowed hard, nodding slightly. After this exchange, silence enveloped the air once more. Wen Zhiyu forced a smile, lifted a few papers from the desk, and deftly picked up a quill. The sound of writing resonated beside him, causing Snape to freeze, neither moving nor intervening. Wen Zhiyu worked with remarkable speed, picking up and laying down paper after paper, neatly stacking them into a pile. Although the actions mirrored their usual pace, this time Snape felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety wash over him. It was as if he were on the verge of losing something. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he found himself unable to restrain the urge to speak first. "Today," he began, his voice hoarse, surprising even himself. "That beetle from this morning, it was an animagus." As he spoke, Snape still dared not look at the other's expression, evasively hoping to hear a different answer. Yet when Zhiyu replied, "Yes, I know," an expected response. Snape instinctively tightened his grip. The joints in his left hand creaked from the pressure, veins standing out on the back of his hand. He hoarsely repeated, "It's an animagus. Deceive him, just deceive him once more. As long as you say it, I will believe it." No longer wishing to contemplate anything, Snape now craved to hear another answer from the other's lips. "She is an animagus," he struggled to articulate once more. When Zhiyu halted his grating, his gaze settling on Snape's hand, which had turned pale and blue from exertion. "Yes," he replied in a measured tone, "I know, she is an animagus." Upon hearing this answer, Snape fell silent once again. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly released the hand that had grown somewhat numb from his grip, and, exuding a sense of resignation, continued his inquiries. "Why, knowing what you know, why would you still resort to burning it? Why, when taking a life? Do you wear that expression? Why the smile? Why do I see no trace of reverence for life in your gaze?" As he posed these questions, Snape seemed to be transported back to a scene in the Forbidden Forest. The man's hand raised, signifying the extinguishing of a life. Yet from the golden depths of his eyes, he perceived only a tranquil indifference towards existence. He was dismissive of life. Wen Zhiyu was well aware of the nature of his questions, yet neither party would openly acknowledge them. With a determined resolve, he lowered his voice and explained, "There is no reason. She transgressed my taboo, and thus, I ended her life." Snape could not suppress a sidelong glance at him. Unlike the morning, when Zhiyu had changed into a different attire, having discarded the costly black robe, he donned a rare white suit for the evening. The inner layer was also white, featuring the recently fashionable folded collar shirt, accompanied by a tie, and topped with a loose-fitting white blazer. Coupled with his exquisitely refined features, he would undoubtedly draw admiration from any passerby for his saintly elegance. Yet, to Snape, the color white was a painful assault on his eyes. Perplexed by the nonchalance with which the other spoke of killing, he furrowed his brow, questioning if such triviality was all there was to it. "Just that?" When Zhiyu maintained his smile, "Isn't that reason sufficient for her demise? I do not possess a penchant for tolerance, and that reason alone is enough to warrant her death." At this juncture, when Zhiyu set aside his quill and met Snape's ink-dark gaze. "Or perhaps, Professor, you have always believed me to be a compassionate person?" When Zhiyu's words ignited an impulse within Snape to strike him. It was as though his thoughts had been laid bare. The Master of Potions suddenly felt an urge to kick him out of the cellar without a backward glance. Yet, when Zhiyu continued, "If that were the case, it would undoubtedly disappoint you, Professor." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am not a good person. He states that if one were to choose tolerance in every instance, perhaps you would not be here to witness me." Upon hearing this, Snape's heart tightened. And before he could inquire further, when Zhiyu continued, "Perhaps it need not wait until the curse takes effect. A single act of tolerance could easily claim my life. To arrive here has been the result of countless refusals to be tolerant." He gazed intently into Snape's eyes. "Therefore, I do not regret what follows," he concluded with a tone of earnest conviction. In that moment, Snape was transported back to the day he first encountered the youth in Nocturne Alley. They had been cornered at the alley's mouth, besieged by a throng of dark-clad figures relentlessly attacking them. Even with his support, the boy had inevitably sustained injuries amidst the life-threatening clashes. Subsequently, it was again in Nocturne Alley where he had witnessed Wen Zhiyu's struggles. He was unaware of the trials Wen Zhiyu had faced then. Upon recognizing him, the blood that gushed forth had drenched the boy's form. Even a year later, upon returning, he had witnessed Wen Zhiyu in peril more than once. While it was evident in the open, the hidden implications remained unspoken. Snape dared not delve deeper into those thoughts. Shifting his gaze from the other's eyes to the scar on his neck, he had provided the potion. Why, after all this time, did that scar show no signs of healing? Was it due to the ineffectiveness of the potion he administered, or had the other simply failed to apply it as instructed? Observing Snape's averted gaze, when Zhiyu softened his tone, "There is something I have always wanted to ask you, Professor." "What?" The day had been rife with revelations, and Snape instinctively followed up with the question, "Professor, do you?" He hesitated, his smile nearly faltering. After clearing his throat, when Zhiyu forced himself to continue, "Do you truly dislike fish, or is it merely that you dislike me? Or perhaps both?" During this period, he had noticed that since he first began preparing fish for the professor, despite claiming it a nuisance, Snape had yet to offer a single taste of the perfectly deboned dish. Perhaps the professor simply did not enjoy fish. Wen Zhiyu rationalized to himself, gradually reducing the frequency of fish at their meals. However, the emotions he had detected in Snape's eyes that morning compelled him to reevaluate. Was it truly just a distaste for fish, or was it the person who prepared it that he found unpalatable? A profound ache tore at his heart, the chill of the wind piercing through him. When Zhiyu labored to maintain his smile, striving to conceal his growing concern. Noticing Snape's continued frown and silence, he offered a resigned smile, breaking the stillness. Perhaps I was being overly inquisitive. He glanced at the papers scattered across the table, estimating that the professor could manage to finish them without needing to pull an all-nighter. I will take my leave. Grant me some time. His voice trembled slightly. Tomorrow, I shall submit my resignation. Within 3 days, I will resolve everything. After 3 days, you will no longer have to see me. He stood, smoothing his attire, signaling a finality to their association. Do not say that. Snape abruptly interrupted, a hint of panic surging within him. Mistaking the urgency in his tone as a concern over the time left, Wen Zhiyu felt a bitter pang of compromise, retreating once more. Very well, 2 days. At the very least, 2 days, I can move out immediately. I told you to stop speaking. Even the incomplete words of parting, which Wen Zhiyu had not finished, ignited a surge of anger and distress within Snape. He shouted, rising to seize the other's arm, drawing him into an embrace. He held him tightly, as though fearing he might dissipate like mist. The suddenness of the embrace caught Wen Zhiyu off guard, his voice stuttering in his throat. Caught in a moment of stunned silence. This was the first instance of the Master of Potions revealing such intense emotion to him. Inexplicably, an astonishing realization spiraled through Wen Zhiyu's mind. Tentatively, he whispered, Severus. In response, Snape tightened his grip once more. From the moment Wen Zhiyu had uttered his intention to depart, all previous struggles had been shattered in an instant. Even though this person did not embody the perfection he had imagined, and perhaps was even broken, he could not bear the thought of losing him. He could not accept the notion of this person leaving his life. It was akin to a child with an abundance of toys suddenly losing them all. The inevitable despair was insufferable. Moreover, the word death should never have graced Wen Zhiyu's lips. He spoke of it so casually, glossing over his past experiences, and then cautiously questioned him. Is it that you do not like me? Reflecting on the bittersweet smile Wen Zhiyu had displayed earlier, Snape felt a tremor in his heart, gradually loosening his grip. He reached out to gently caress the side of Wen Zhiyu's face, his fingertips resting on the corner of the other's habitually upturned smile. The Master of Potions furrowed his brow and, with a muted voice, implored him not to laugh. As he spoke, his fingers, accustomed to handling countless potions, awkwardly grazed the soft flesh near the corner of his mouth. The slightly calloused pads of his fingers left a faint pink mark on Wen Zhiyu's fair skin, rendering him somewhat comical. In response, Snape stiffly attempted to retract his hand. But almost immediately, his retreating hand was seized by the other party's grasp. It's all right. The corner of his mouth, recently manipulated, was once again coaxed upwards by its master. This time, Snape beheld a sincere smile radiating from the other. Do you not wish for me to leave, Professor? Wen Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he posed this question. Before Snape could finish his thought, Wen Zhiyu decisively interrupted. Then I shall not depart. He drew Snape's hand closer to his chest. As long as you do not disdain me, I will remain. Gazing into the eyes now filled with laughter, Snape moved his fingers slightly, his right hand instinctively laying against the other's chest, feeling the still vibrant heartbeat. It appeared that this aspect of the other was not so hard to accept after all. Unlike potion making, where perfection is a constant pursuit, perhaps this flawed version of him was the most genuine. He made a decision he was unsure was correct. Snape murmured that he would not harbor disdain. Wen Luo, I shall never disdain you. Therefore, please do not leave me. Chapter 150. I am hungry. Their hands intertwined, warmth flowed through their fingertips, and their emotions melded deep within their souls. Thus, they stood before the desk for quite some time. It was only when they began to feel a slight numbness in their waists that Snape reluctantly shifted his posture, still holding onto the other's hand. Observing Snape's somewhat pallid complexion, Wen Zhiyu considered releasing his grip, but Snape held on firmly. Reluctantly, he lowered his voice to inquire, Have you had dinner? The Master of Potions remained silent, merely nodding his head slightly. But at that moment, a sudden pang of hunger twisted in his stomach, prompting him to instinctively bend over. Almost immediately, a soft sigh escaped Snape's lips as he straightened up, his gaze fixed intently on the other's eyes, his throat constricting in uncertainty. Seeing him like this, Wen Zhiyu's heart quivered. He placed his hand over their joined hands, gently stroking Snape's hand with his fingertips, his voice laced with undeniable concern. I will not leave. It is too late. Your stomach will not tolerate it. I shall prepare some kanji for you. Snape tightened his grip on Wen Zhiyu's hand, his reluctance evident. I do not wish to eat. That is not an option. Wen Zhiyu's tone compelled Snape to gaze at him in surprise, evidently unprepared to hear such words from the other. He had never, ever, been rejected by him. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Snape suddenly felt a sting in his nose, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I do not wish to eat. The two pairs of eyes locked under the warm glow of the light, and though he was the dominant party, the golden irises faltered first. Wen Zhiyu softened his tone, altering his approach. But I am hungry. Will you accompany me for dinner, Professor? Snape remained silent. Wen Zhiyu lowered his voice further, more delicately. I am truly quite hungry. Professor. No one could withstand the almost coaxing tone of Wen Zhiyu, least of all Snape. Thus, after a brief silence, he relented. Very well. Receiving a satisfactory reply, Wen Zhiyu's spirits lifted as he gently released Snape's hand. The warmth dissipated abruptly, and Snape, controlling himself, refrained from re-grasping it. His right hand limply resting on the table, his gaze averted. Wen Zhiyu departed, but before leaving, he advised Snape, you should wash up first. I will be quick. Snape abruptly lifted his head to glance at him, and upon seeing the white figure vanish in an instant, he instinctively reached out to grasp. But before he could raise his hand, he realized the other had merely entered the small world. The master of potions, caught in a state of indecision, trudged heavily into the bathroom, not even bothering to undress before turning on the shower. He allowed the liquid to envelop him, warm water cascading down his long, dark hair, soaking him thoroughly. He washed quickly, not even taking the time to dry his hair before emerging. When he stepped out, Wen Zhiyu had just arranged the hot congee, diligently setting out small side dishes. Upon noticing Snape's return, his hair still damp, Wen Zhiyu set down his chopsticks and approached Snape. With a flicker of his ring, a white towel was deftly placed on Snape's head, and his fair hands began to gently rub and dry it. Why did you come out without drying your hair? Wen Zhiyu asked, leading him toward the dining table as he wiped. Are you hungry? Please eat first. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu began to channel his energy. I will help you dry your hair. As he worked, Snape lowered his gaze to the simple supper laid out before them. As customary, it consisted of light congee accompanied by a bowl of seasoned side dishes, sufficient to warm the stomach without overwhelming it, providing comfort. How he wished such days could be perpetually sustained. Snape tightened his grip on his robe, trying to seize the fleeting moments. I will wait for you, he declared. Wen Zhiyu understood his meaning well and did not refuse. He began to dry Snape's hair with his energy. Once the dark locks regained their fluffiness, Wen Zhiyu removed his coat and draped it over Snape's shoulders to shield him from the chilly air. He then maneuvered around the corner of the table and seated himself opposite Snape. The two sat across from one another, the only sound being the clinking of utensils as they quietly consumed their bowls of hot congee. After tidying the dishes, Wen Zhiyu initially intended to bid him good night or perhaps retreat to the storeroom. However, unexpectedly, just as he finished putting away the plates, Snape once again grasped his hand, leading him directly toward the bedroom. The sudden surprise left him momentarily dazed, and even when they lay face to face on the bed, he still felt somewhat disoriented. As he watched Snape lying on his side, staring intently at him, Wen Zhiyu's heart raced with exhilaration. Indeed, he had come to the right place. The professor had not only refrained from disdaining him, but their relationship had also progressed further due to this confession. Thus, the day when the professor would truly accept him seemed to be just around the corner. Yet, as he pondered this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for Snape's reaction. Today he had pressed too hard, forcing the other to witness a side of him that was entirely different from the memories they shared, without granting him ample time to adjust or recover. Instead, pushing him further. This was a choice he, usually so composed and rational, would never have made. Why had he come? Why had he not held back? Wen Zhiyu cruelly chastised himself. Beneath the covers, Snape held on to his left hand, their prolonged contact gradually warming it, emotions coursing through their skin. Wen Zhiyu suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. He was afraid. Indeed, he feared that the professor's ultimate choice would be to abandon him. He dreaded the thought of being cast aside once more, forgotten, and resolutely thrown into the abyss, accompanied only by darkness. He could not bear to depart like this, unwilling to relinquish the light. Thus, he had come, feeling the urge to withdraw when faced with the professor's resistance, yet unable to restrain himself from inching closer upon hearing his voice. When Severus Snape uttered the revelation of his counterpart's identity as an animagus thrice, he did not entertain the thought of deceiving the other. Perhaps such deception would have rendered both of them a semblance of comfort. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. Witnessing the relentless struggle of Snape, his selfish desire compelled him to force the other into a choice between the two. He yearned for the other to perceive him, to see the unmasked essence of his being. Do not smile, he implored. Once again, Snape's hand brushed against his lips, his voice resonating with the elegance and depth of a cello as he spoke. There is no need for you to perpetually wear a smile towards others. The potion's master felt a pang of bitterness, his fingertips caressing the corner of his mouth, that self-deprecating sentiment piercing his chest like a silver needle, drawing him irresistibly closer to the other. If you do not wish to smile, then do not. Chapter 151, The Arrival of Spring. When Zhiyu blinked, the youth had grown. The once pale pink of his eyes had transformed into a resplendent gold, and the emotions within them surged forth, enveloping him in boundless affection. He halted momentarily, the moonlight illuminating the faintly concealed scar at the collar of the other. His fingers glided downward, grazing that familiar skin. And Snape finally summoned the courage to voice the question he had long refrained from asking. Does it hurt? When the boy had perished in his embrace, Snape had been too preoccupied with potion making to contemplate such matters. Later, as he transported the boy's lifeless body back to Spinner's End, he had yearned to inquire. At that time, how old was Wen Zhiyu? Not yet 14, he had endured a grievous wound to his neck, forced to feel his life's essence ebb away. In the end, he fell into Snape's arms, watching the light fade from his eyes. Snape dared not ponder whether, had he not instinctively glanced at that moment, the boy would have been stripped of his wrist by those dark wizards, robbed of his ring, and left solitary to perish in a filthy, unknown corner. The more he refrained from contemplating, the colder Snape felt. The comforting warmth of the blankets failed to provide any solace. He could only inch closer to Wen Zhiyu until merely a few fists' distance remained between them. Naturally, Wen Zhiyu did not reject the proximity of his beloved. The touch of their skin revealed the oppressive emotions emanating from Snape. It no longer hurts, he declared. To Wen Zhiyu, this minor injury was inconsequential. He had endured far worse, having experienced the pain of severed limbs. How could he possibly be affected by a mere knife wound? Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing Snape's inquiry, he felt a heaviness in his chest. No one had ever asked him this question. It seemed that from past to present, everyone around him had uniformly believed he was invulnerable. A qualified heir, a solitary spirit destined to traverse a precarious path, was not in need of such seemingly trivial comforts, for they believed these would only hinder his progress. Yet he was human, not divine. He too felt pain, fatigue, and the desire to find a place to unburden his unexpressed emotions. He cherished hearing the professor call his name, not Wen Zhiyu, but Wen Luo, the one name that signified a choice he could make. From the very beginning, the Lord of the Church had harbored no expectations for his survival, hence the casualness with which his name was chosen, as if his existence were superfluous. The name Wen Luo was one he had chosen for himself after emerging from the abyss at the age of 8, stubbornly etching those two characters onto a stone pillar against all opposition. From that day forth, he became Wen Luo, the heir of the dark arts, the young master, and most importantly, himself. As life flourished in Luoyang, I found myself bereft of spring upon my arrival. Unwilling to accept his fate, he lamented. Why, among countless fated souls, was there none willing to extricate him from the whirlpool? He was left to succumb, helplessly staining himself in darkness, descending into the abyss, ultimately to be consumed by the dawn. Does it truly not hurt? He raised his hand tentatively towards the figure beside him, and upon feeling no resistance, he lightly rested it upon Snape's waist. It no longer hurts, he reiterated. Despite enduring myriad tribulations, as long as Snape was willing to remain by his side, to inquire whether he was in pain, it felt as if everything was worthwhile. Without these experiences, without the power to alter my destiny, how could I dare to tread through the treacherous mire, step by steadfast step, resolutely moving towards you? Snape did not believe his words. He was no longer a youth in his teens or 20s, and such overtly comforting phrases could not deceive him. Yet, it was evident that Wen Zhiyu did not wish to pursue the conversation further. Half of his face was buried in the blankets, his black hair spilling across the pillow, strands intertwining with Snape's dark locks. Snape hesitated, refraining from further inquiry, instead clutching the boy's hand, hoping to offer him a modicum of solace in this manner. The two embraced in the dark, enveloped in silence, with neither closing their eyes. As the night deepened, moonlight spilled across the ground, casting mottled shadows of trees. Concerned that Snape might feel uncomfortable, Wen Zhiyu maintained his hold around his waist. However, this could not persist. The potions master had classes to attend the following day, and sleeplessness was detrimental to his health. After some contemplation, he withdrew his hand and adjusted the blankets around Snape. Are you unable to sleep? Instinctively, Snape wished to respond in the negative, but his restless mind rendered him incapable of contradicting her. Thus, he nodded gently, emitting a quiet The multitude of revelations received today, the intense emotional upheaval, and the uncontrolled use of mental occlusion had left him in a state of pulsing pain. Even after he had finally managed to quiet his thoughts, as a double agent, he had always adeptly managed his facial expressions, successfully betraying not a hint of his inner turmoil. Upon receiving an answer, Wen Zhiyu smiled and withdrew his hand from Snape's grasp, adjusting the blankets as he sat propped against the headboard. Snape was perplexed by the suddenness of his rising, yet the abrupt absence of warmth instinctively prompted him to sit beside Wen Zhiyu. However, as soon as he made a move, he was halted by Wen Zhiyu's outstretched hand. Looking into Wen Zhiyu's black eyes, confusion marred his expression. With a soft smile, Wen Zhiyu reassured him. Are you not unable to sleep? As he spoke, A ring on his hand glimmered, and a 3-inch-long 7-string guqin materialized between his knees. Adjusting the instrument's position to ensure it would not impede Snape's movements, Wen Zhiyu continued, "Allow me to play for you." "You can play the guqin?" Snape inquired. His gaze shifting from Wen Zhiyu to the ancient instrument, curiosity piqued. "How does one play this?" Wen Zhiyu's expression softened as he raised his hand to pluck the strings. The melody flowing like a babbling brook, clear and resonant. Unlike the traditional piano, the sound produced by this instrument was soothing, with the gentle touch of his fingertips imparting a vibrancy to the music. "Shall I play for you?" For the second time. The typically domineering young master of the dark arts sought Snape's consent, unable to sleep and genuinely intrigued by the sounds the instrument could produce. Snape considered briefly before nodding in agreement. Observing the potion's master's rare interest in something beyond potion making, though slightly irked, Wen Zhiyu dismissed any jealousy towards the ancient guqin. After a moment's thought, he placed his hands upon the 7-stringed instrument, his gaze deep and distant. As his fingers moved, the graceful and timeless melody flowed through the cellar. Chapter 152. The melody concludes initially. The delicate strains of music cascaded like a gentle spring from a mountain cliff, as slender fingers caressed the ancient guqin, producing a clear and melodious sound that resonated in the air. On the 7 strings, one could quietly listen to the chill of the pine wind. His fingers gracefully danced across the strings, causing them to vibrate and release a gentle flow of harmonious notes that softly rippled through the cool atmosphere. Raven black hair cascaded down, languidly draping between his waist and arms. Each note played causing silken strands to slip down to Severus Snape's half-extended hand. The dark tresses flirted with the red cord around his wrist, brushing against it before retreating. A slight itch compelled Snape to find an excuse, and he slowly twirled a lock of hair between his fingers. After a moment, the melody approached its conclusion, as the strings ceased vibrating and the singing faded. The tranquil night was left with only the lingering echoes, stirring the hearts of those who listened. As the final note faded, Wen Zhiyu eagerly turned to Snape, seeking his praise. The black strands were drawn away with his movement, causing Snape's fingertips to tremble as his gaze met Wen's eyes. Clearing his throat, Snape succinctly offered his evaluation. "Not bad." That was indeed a compliment. Upon receiving praise, Wen Zhiyu felt a renewed itch to immediately showcase his skills with a plethora of advanced pieces, but alas, before he could execute his plan, his wrist was seized once more. "If your intention is to disturb the night with your wretched guqin, you might as well take your leave," Snape stated with his characteristic lack of mercy. Wen Zhiyu had no desire to leave. Thus, the moment Snape's words fell, he decisively withdrew the guqin and burrowed back into the covers, snuggling up beside Snape and sweetly grasping his hand. "Then I shall sleep." Snape. It must be said that Wen Zhiyu had always been quite perceptive. "Severus?" Just as he tucked the blanket snugly, he heard Wen Zhiyu call him, halting his movements and turning his gaze. "Do you wish to sleep now? Or shall we engage in conversation?" he inquired. "Do not turn your back to me." In the serene silence, a soft sigh broke through. After Snape turned back, Wen Zhiyu shifted, resting his hand on Snape's waist. The two faced each other once more, and Snape raised his hand to smooth the creases of the pillow, asking, "What would you like to talk about? Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, Professor? Will you answer if I ask?" A gentle smile flickered in the golden depths of his eyes, but his tone bore an unspoken seriousness. "I shall speak without reservation, and you must respond in kind." Snape regarded him, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He longed to pose one of significance. He wished to ask, "What brought you to England?" He desired to know, "What is your connection to the abyssal spring?" He yearned to inquire, "If I were to lose my worth, would you depart without hesitation?" Yet, in the end, he found himself asking a seemingly trivial question. "Aside from playing the guqin, what else can you do?" Seemingly taken aback by the query, Wen Zhiyu stared at him for a moment, momentarily at a loss. Only after observing Snape's growing impatience did he remember to respond. "Quite a lot," he mused. "I dabble in the 6 arts of the gentleman: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and tea." "And what are they?" Snape pressed further, winking. Wen Zhiyu elaborated. "The 6 arts refer to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while poetry, wine, and tea are rather self-explanatory. The most challenging is the 6 arts of the gentleman, which encompass propriety, music, archery, horsemanship, calligraphy, and mathematics. Each requires considerable time and effort. However," he added nonchalantly, tilting his head with a smile, "to me, it's all quite simple." Simple? Snape did not forget that this young man before him, seemingly in his early 20s, was actually not yet 16. In such a brief span, he could not claim to have mastered so many disciplines. Moreover, judging by his fingerwork and musicality, it was clear he had surpassed mere beginner's knowledge. Seeing Snape frown, Wen Zhiyu gently lifted a finger, ostensibly to soothe him, adding, "I am not alone in this." Many in Huaxiao have dabbled in such things to varying degrees. When compared with others, perhaps my abilities do not appear so extraordinary. A good heir will never be overshadowed. The extent of competition in Huaxiao was something the West could hardly fathom. He recalled his previous life, where even the sound of a roommate flipping through pages at midnight would jolt him awake, leading to a tirade as he pulled out his own books in an attempt to outdo his peers. As for Snape's silent contemplation of Wen's unspoken thoughts, he remained noncommittal, yet could not suppress a twinge of sympathy. The potion master, not particularly adept at offering comfort, sifted through his limited vocabulary and, in a moment of resignation, exchanged consolation for commendation. "You are quite impressive," he remarked, hesitating momentarily before adding, "I mean, very exceptional." Just as he handled potions, Wen Zhiyu exhibited excellence in all endeavors. Truly, he was a worthy Slytherin student. For Wen Zhiyu, who had been showered with praise multiple times that night, it was destined to be an exhilarating evening. However, he had not forgotten the initial purpose of engaging Snape in conversation. So as their dialogue progressed, he gradually softened his tone, guiding the potion master towards relaxation. "Heaven rewards the diligent." In the languid cadence of Wen Zhiyu's voice, akin to that of a sloth, Snape began to feel his eyelids grow heavy. Just before surrendering to sleep, Snape grasped Wen Zhiyu's other hand and murmured a gentle goodnight. Watching the potion master, who closed his eyes yet still clung to his hand, Wen Zhiyu chuckled softly and adjusted their blankets, his voice warm and affectionate. "Good night, Severus. I apologize for pushing you today." In the silent bedroom, Wen Zhiyu utilized his magical energy to trace the contours of Snape's form in the darkness. The golden vertical pupils, for the first time, did not manifest in terror, but rather shone like luminous pearls, glimmering with brilliance. Confirming that Snape had fallen into a deep slumber, Wen Zhiyu cautiously inched closer, their breaths mingling in a shared warmth. In his half-asleep state, Snape felt a warmth akin to a furnace drawing near, a gentle pressure nudging him to the side, before being enveloped in an embrace. "Sleep well. I am delighted that you can accept me as I am," he heard someone murmur. On this tranquil night, the black dragon cradled its treasure as they both drifted into a sweet slumber, their bodies entwined, sharing warmth and comfort. The night deepened, thickening around them. Chapter 153, That Belongs to Me. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As per usual, the potion master sat at his desk, quill in hand, addressing the recent papers he had received. He was reviewing the upperclassmen's submissions, having set aside the underclassmen's work with no intention of attending to them. To his left, an empty chair, identical to his own, stood silently beside the desk. After composing a lengthy critique filled with sarcasm, Snape begrudgingly awarded APTO the somewhat acceptable paper. Setting it aside, he retrieved another sheet from the stack, laying it flat before him. He did not continue his corrections. The ever-perceptive Serpent King furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the dungeon before finally settling on the potions room. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, he felt an overpowering scent of potions wafting from the cellar today. Although he indeed possessed an affinity for potions and did not mind the lingering aroma that clung to him, the persistent bittersweet fragrance that danced at the tip of his nose rendered him quite uncomfortable. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he sensed a peculiar familiarity in this scent that he could not quite articulate. Leaning down, he inhaled deeply. The aroma comprised daffodil root powder, mugwort infusion, and valerian root, but the identities of the last two ingredients eluded him. A potion master known for his impeccable skill in potion making, he took several more whiffs, yet still could not discern the final two components. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Snape set aside the paper he had been grading, intending to scour the potion room for answers. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he beheld Wen Zhiyu, who, as usual, was clad in a black suit that tailored his athletic frame exquisitely. Unfazed by Snape's scrutinizing gaze, he approached with purpose. Snape halted his rising motion, regarding him with a detached glance before gesturing subtly towards the papers on the side. It was not until Wen Zhiyu circled the desk and settled beside him that Snape averted his gaze, resuming his meticulous grading. However, it was not long before the potion master furrowed his brow once more. Was it merely a trick of the senses? Or did the scent of potions intensify upon Wen Zhiyu's arrival? Could it be that the aroma was not emanating from the potion room, but rather from the person himself, who had perhaps indulged in some potion? Contemplating this, Snape cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Their eyes met, and he found Wen Zhiyu resting his chin on his hand, gazing at him with a gentle demeanor. Snape stared back, emotions swirling in his eyes. Yet he ultimately closed them for a moment, reopening them to divert his gaze elsewhere. "What are you looking at?" Snape inquired directly. As he spoke, the potion master began to ponder the other's intentions. Was he disinterested in the papers? Annoyed by them? After a few inquiries, Wen Zhiyu remained silent, merely maintaining his pose. watching Snape speak with unwavering focus. The impatient Serpent King grew irritable, his left hand, devoid of a quill, reaching for the nearby stack of lower-grade papers. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a sudden movement. To his astonishment, Wen Zhiyu boldly grasped his hand, their fingers intertwining in an intimate manner. "What are you doing?" This somewhat ambiguous gesture caused Snape's ears to flush crimson, and instinctively, he attempted to retract his hand. While it was common for them to hold hands or clasp one another, this interlocking of fingers was unprecedented. Snape struggled, yet found himself unable to break free, and was even pulled up from his chair by the force of it. As they drew closer, the scent of potions grew more pronounced. The astute potion master quickly identified another ingredient, the soporific bean. This realization darkened his expression. The combination of daffodil root powder, mugwort infusion, valerian root, and soporific beans was so familiar that he instinctively concluded the potion was the elixir of life. Having researched this potion extensively, no one understood its effects and side effects better than he. Immediately, he shot a fierce glare at the person before him, ready to question why he bore the scent of the elixir of life. Severus. His name interrupted him, and he held his breath, eager to hear what the other had to say. If it was not what he wished to hear, he would certainly kick him out of the cellar without a second thought. Soon, he noticed Wen Zhiyu raising the hand that was still intertwined with his gaze settling on the red string adorning his wrist. He heard the other say, "Could you give that to me?" "Give you what?" "The red string." Snape frowned, reluctant. Yet, he was faced with the owner of the red string, so despite his unwillingness, he removed it. As he placed the string into Wen Zhiyu's hand, he couldn't help but add with a hint of sarcasm, "I never imagined that Mr. Wen would request the return of a gift he had given." Venom never affected Wen Zhiyu, and as he lowered his gaze, he tightly gripped the red string in his hand, leaning in to embrace the potion master. Snape was baffled by this sudden display of affection, but felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. It was this very anxiety that prevented him from pushing the other away, allowing himself to accept the embrace saturated with the scent of potions. Then, he heard Wen Zhiyu say, "Go back, Severus, do not return again." "Go back where?" "What do you mean, do not return?" The nonsensical words prompted Snape to pull away from the embrace, yet his left hand remained firmly intertwined with Wen Zhiyu's. He adopted a serious expression. "What are you talking about?" Wen Zhiyu did not respond, and the cellar fell into a silence punctuated only by his breaths. Snape watched the other, who continued to smile at him, and his heart raced with an unsettling sensation. He nearly trembled as he asked once more, "What are you saying?" This time, Wen Zhiyu broke his silence. He lifted his left hand, gently caressing Snape's cheek in a manner that left him bewildered. "I said," their eyes met, and Wen Zhiyu's tone softened further. "Go back, forget me, do not return." He declared, "Severus, forget me, it is time for you to awaken." Absurd. Utterly absurd. The preposterous words compelled Snape to instinctively grasp at the collar of the other's attire, to pry open his mouth, to inquire what sort of mind conceived such ridiculous statements. But it was too late. He could not execute any action in time. In his line of sight, as Wen Zhiyu's words faded, his form flickered violently, and then Snape beheld a scattering of starlight. His eyes widened in astonishment as he watched Wen Zhiyu's figure begin to dissolve, and within mere seconds, he could no longer feel the warmth of the other's hand. In an instant, his reason shattered, and Snape began to reach out. "No, don't." His fingertips passed through the ethereal form, grasping nothing but a sky filled with stars. Along with the vanishing figure, the red thread entwined with his dark locks also disappeared. The vivid crimson hue sparked a flicker of consciousness within Snape, prompting him to desperately attempt to seize the red thread from Wen Zhiyu's grasp. "Give it back, return it to me." Again and again, he reached out, only to find emptiness. "Return it to me," until the vast expanse of starlight faded away, until the cellar fell silent once more. The potion master finally collapsed to the ground, his hands covering his eyes as tears streamed down his fingers, dripping onto the cold floor. "Return it to me. Return it to me," he murmured. "That is mine." The familiar scent of potions lingered at the tip of his nose, gradually fading with the night breeze, growing ever more distant. He could neither grasp it nor hold on to it. Chapter 154, Different. His heart felt as though it were ensnared by a great hand, rendering him breathless and in anguish, and he suddenly opened his eyes, terror still lingering in their depths. Awakening from the sorrowful darkness, Snape instinctively grasped at his wrist. The familiar sensation and the touch of crimson pulled his shattered thoughts back to reality, his chest rising and falling violently. His gaze fixated on the red string at his wrist, swirling in a daze. The cellar was engulfed in darkness, and the previous feelings of terror and helpless sorrow gradually settled with his hurried breaths. The potion master, who had just settled into tranquility, was suddenly startled by a muffled groan emanating from beside him. He raised his gaze, and in the shadows cast by the night, the man's features were obscured. Yet, Severus Snape recognized him instantly, and unable to contain himself, he instinctively embraced the figure beside him. The warmth enveloping him was intense, and as he pressed his cheek against the other's warm chest, he could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which sent Snape's own heart into a disarray of erratic beats. The terror and despair that had haunted his dreams found a momentary reprieve in that instant. He clutched the man tightly, tightening his embrace as if he wished to fuse them together. What's wrong? The unrestrained motion roused the man from his slumber. Half awake, he instinctively pulled Snape closer, his eyes fluttering open in confusion. Upon recognizing the identity of the one beside him, he peacefully closed his eyes once more. Hearing the familiar voice, the King of Serpents finally realized he was securely enveloping the other. The return of lucidity prompted him to ease his grip, leaning back slightly. "I've awakened you," he rasped, his voice hoarse and dry, shattering the stillness of the deep night. The ever-light sleeper beside the potion master found an unusual sense of relaxation in his presence. The actions and inquiries did not disturb his drowsiness, yet, in deference to the Serpent King, he gently shook his head amidst overwhelming fatigue, silently answering the question posed. Soon, he succumbed to slumber once more. Eyes shut in a haze of dreams, Snape gazed vacantly at the man who had drifted back into sleep, his disordered breaths gradually calming in sync with the tranquility surrounding them. Drawing upon his mental fortitude, the potion master closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts, and gently pulled the arm that rested on his waist to his front, clasping it softly in his hand. Their fingers intertwined. The left hand adorned with a red string firmly held the other. After a while, Snape observed the man's serene expression, a hint of a smile gracing his lips even in slumber. Suddenly, memories of the day and the dreams he had endured flooded his mind. A tumult of heartache mixed with sorrow surged within him, uncontrollable, compelling him to lean closer to the sleeping figure. In that moment, he did what he had longed to do throughout the day but had never dared to attempt. He leaned in, tilting his head slightly, and pressed his cool nose against the other's, a gentle kiss landing softly on the corner of his lips. He lowered his head to kiss him fully. And in the stillness of the midnight cellar, with only the stars as witnesses, the kiss was both profound and tender. Withdrawing after a brief moment, devoid of excessive passion, their foreheads rested against one another, warm breaths mingling, as if narrating a tale of fervent yet restrained affection. "I cherish you differently, yet you remain oblivious," Snape murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "Have I ever told you? I too hold feelings for you." The whispered confession intertwined with their breaths, enveloped in soft blankets. The warmth of their embrace gradually raised the temperature within the room, as their heartbeats resonated in harmony with the tranquility of the night. On a misty morning, the air was damp and cool, and the distant eastern horizon revealed a brilliant dawn, painting the sky in vibrant hues. Having dreamt beautifully the night before, Wen Zhiyu fluttered his eyelashes and cheerfully opened his eyes, squinting gently as his gaze tenderly roamed over the potion master, who lay only a few fists away. Tidying his tousled hair, he cautiously attempted to remove Snape's arm from his waist. Yet, with the slightest movement, the potion master, who had merely been dozing lightly, furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. As the other's features came into focus, Snape had no time to react before he was met with the gentle greeting. "Good morning, Professor," Wen Zhiyu smiled warmly, lying on his side. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Snape's dark eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, echoing the sentiment with a curt morning. Despite the simplicity of the response, it delighted Wen Zhiyu, who shifted closer, attempting to indulge in the comforts of lingering in bed. The proximity of their bodies, coupled with the light fabric of their sleepwear, brought forth a wave of warmth that coursed through them. The sensation of skin against fabric sent shivers racing to Snape's brain, prompting an almost immediate reaction. He pushed the young man away with one hand and pulled the covers tightly over himself, a flush of crimson spreading across his cheeks, embarrassment flooding him as he blurted, "Are you still nursing?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them and added, "Get out." The Serpent King was known for his decisiveness, and without hesitation, Wen Zhiyu found himself expelled from the bedroom. The young man, clad in his nightclothes, scratched his head, perplexed as to why the professor reacted so dramatically each morning. After pondering for a while, he reluctantly attributed it to morning grumpiness and comfortably proceeded to the bathroom to shower. It wasn't until he had prepared breakfast and selected his clothes that the bedroom door creaked open once more. Snape emerged, impeccably dressed, and upon seeing the food laid out on the table, instinctively took a seat to eat. After finishing his meal, Snape began to gather the potion ingredients he would need for class. Wen Zhiyu watched the potion master, clad in his dark robes and donning a serious expression, and quickly assisted him in tidying up. Once the potion box was secured, Snape intended to exit, but was halted when his wrist was grasped. struggling to break free to see what the other desired. He froze as familiar movements rendered him motionless. Wen Zhiyu gently caressed Snape's face, his fingertip resting beneath his eye. And in the midst of Snape's flustered expression, he inquired, "Your eyes look heavy, Professor. Did you not rest well last night?" Was it possible that his playing had truly been so off-key? Or perhaps he lacked the ability to engage in conversation, and yesterday, the professor had merely feigned sleep? The thought was somewhat disheartening. The rabbit-like ears of Wen Zhiyu drooped in an instant, and his expression of disappointment and despair softened Snape's demeanor. Letting out a sigh, he brushed Wen Zhiyu's hand away, stating, "No, it's not that. Not that." Wen Zhiyu's eyes widened, on the verge of tears. Seeing the other's expression, as though he were about to hang himself in the cellar, Snape rubbed his forehead. "I mean, it's not your concern." "Very well," Wen Zhiyu declared, finding a rope that seemed particularly suitable. "No, I mean, it's my own issue." "Unrelated to you," Snape countered, but Wen Zhiyu had already pulled a stool over, measuring the distance between the floor and the beam. "Don't be unreasonable. I didn't mean to blame you." Grabbing Wen Zhiyu, who had already swung a leg over the stool, Snape relented. "Fine. I didn't rest well. Is that satisfactory?" The two remained locked in a silent stalemate until, ultimately, Wen Zhiyu yielded to Snape's slightly threatening gaze and lowered his leg from the stool. "Why didn't you sleep well?" he pressed on relentlessly. Snape didn't wish to confess that he had spent the night gazing at the other like a lovesick fool, only realizing the need for sleep at dawn. The potion master fell silent once more. Wen Zhiyu quietly edged closer to the stool, feigning innocence to continue the inquiry. With class time approaching, Snape grew weary of the back and forth and swiftly pulled the young man beside him, offering a vague response. "It's too cold." "Cold," stopping his movements. Wen Zhiyu scrutinized Snape's black robe, noting its thinness. "Then I shall fetch something for the cellar." After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. "Very well." Snape displayed a hint of exasperation, feigning compliance as he grasped the potion box and attempted to leave. However, just after taking a couple of steps, his robe was seized yet again. The potion master's patience wore thin. "Do not compel me to strike you." With a soft cough, Wen Zhiyu timidly tugged at his black robe, stating, "Perhaps I could take over the class today." Snape turned to look at Wen Zhiyu, incredulous. "You would teach in my stead? What about your own classes?" He regarded him with amusement. "Has our esteemed young master entirely forgotten his nominal title as a professor?" "Oh dear," Wen Zhiyu admitted, "I seem to have indeed forgotten." "How could that be?" Snape responded, clearly skeptical. "Surely, you don't doubt my word, do you, Severus?" "Trusting you would be quite the aberration," Snape replied, rolling his eyes as he attempted to pull his robe away from Wen Zhiyu, preparing to depart. This time, Wen Zhiyu did not hinder him. Rather, he followed directly after. "Truly, Severus, I need not attend every lesson," he asserted. "Non-you can manage everything on his own." "Humph." The potions master rolled his eyes for the second time that day. "Following you is quite the trial in itself." At this, Wen Zhiyu shook his head in disagreement. "Do you think Severus finds it burdensome to accompany me? Who is following you?" Wen Zhiyu received a sharp elbow from the potions master. Observing the man clutching his chest and gasping for breath, Snape admonished, "Such disrespect." The two exited the dungeon, gradually disappearing from Miss Medusa's mournful gaze. Watching the pair vanish around the corner, the petrified Medusa ground her teeth in frustration, declaring, "That wretched one, he shall never again set foot in the dungeon. I shall not permit it." For Harry, seeing his friends was a source of joy, yet at times, witnessing them in class did not evoke the same sentiment. Who could elucidate why Wen Zhiyu, a professor of defense against the dark arts, would be teaching their potions class? Furthermore, if he was to substitute, why bring Professor Snape along? This only served to underscore their inseparable bond. Harry's expression was one of exasperation, sweeping his gaze across the classroom to where Snape sat on the sofa, predictably casting him a glare. He then feigned sympathy as he looked towards the lectern where Wen Zhiyu spoke eloquently. Surely, managing a relationship with Professor Snape must be quite challenging for him. Silently mourning for his friend for a brief moment, Harry began jotting down notes as he felt the weight of Snape's dagger-like glares directed his way. Wen Zhiyu, of course, noticed Harry's glance. He was aware that during their last encounter at the dungeon's entrance, Harry had likely perceived something unusual. However, it was of little consequence. Prior to his departure from Hogwarts, he had placed a charm on Harry, ensuring that any words he spoke that were inappropriate would be magically transformed into something else, much like the Sorting Hat incident. Thinking this, Wen Zhiyu offered Harry a sly smile, before continuing his explanation of potions. What does he see? Snape, seated on the sofa with a book, glanced at Wen Zhiyu after glaring at Harry. This was precisely when he caught sight of Wen's radiant smile directed at a certain direction. Following that gaze, Snape's expression darkened. "Of course, it's you again, Potter." In his mind, Snape meticulously criticized Harry, scrutinizing every detail, even his unruly hair reminiscent of James. Apart from his eyes, Harry was thoroughly excoriated in Snape's thoughts. Halfway through his reprimanding, Snape halted. Hesitating, he ran his hand through his own hair, which was dark and, having been washed just yesterday, not excessively oily. But what about on other days? Suddenly, Snape recalled the senseless giant's remarks he had overheard. The old bat with greasy black hair, wasn't he that how they described him? Contemplating this, he turned to look at Wen Zhiyu, clad in a stylish coat, with flowing hair and striking features, and fell silent, his face darkening. Indeed, some individuals are destined to bask in the limelight, while others are fated to remain in the shadows. Growing increasingly agitated, he found himself unable to focus on the book in his hands. Snape placed the book on the armrest of the sofa and began to patrol the classroom. Meanwhile, although Wen Zhiyu was lecturing, he was primarily focused on observing Snape's behavior, and thus he did not miss any of the potion's master's expressions or actions. Noticing Snape, who was fervently searching for reasons to deduct points from Gryffindor, Wen Zhiyu quickened his pace, swiftly transitioning to the practical segment of the class. In this part, Wen Zhiyu could not intervene, leaving Snape to take charge. After distributing all the materials, Wen Zhiyu confidently approached Snape and quietly inquired, "What are you thinking? Does your mind, filled with nonsense, not inform you not to pry into others' private matters?" Snape retorted sharply. Wen Zhiyu opened his mouth to respond, but, feeling unjustly scolded, swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Harry, still holding on to a glimmer of hope, withdrew his gaze and shook his head with regret. It appeared that even in the presence of his beloved, Professor Snape would not display any gentleness. Regrettably, he shook his head too vigorously, and Snape, who had been watching him closely, seized upon the opportunity. Harry Potter. Showing disrespect to a professor during class. Gryffindor loses 20 points. Harry instinctively wanted to protest. "I didn't mean to. I was just arguing with a professor." Gryffindor loses another 10 points. Harry knew, without a doubt, that in potions class, he would never receive a single point in favor from Snape. Fearing further deductions, Harry wisely fell silent and began to quietly sort through the materials before him. Little did he expect that Snape today seemed to have ignited a powder keg, even without any outrageous behavior. Gryffindor would still suffer a deduction of over 70 points by the end of the lesson. Hermione was exasperated. She had entirely lost hope for this year's House Cup. How long would it take to recover from such a deficit? Chapter 156, The Tale. Indeed, the potions master was not in a particularly good mood. Throughout the entire potions lesson, it was not just Harry. The other Gryffindors were also caught in the crossfire of point deductions. He even caught one student who nearly caused an explosion due to misplaced ingredients. "Mr. Burstead, does your notebook not inform you of the correct order for adding ingredients?" Snape said sharply, tossing aside the misplaced materials. "Or has the change in professors failed to rectify your already meager intellect?" The student, chastised, lowered his head and dared not respond. Failing to pay attention in class. "Congratulations, Mr. Burstead. You've earned yourself 3 days of detention." With a stern expression, Snape's gaze drifted toward Wen Zhiyu, who was tidying up at the lectern, before he abruptly shifted his attention to another student. Upon hearing that it was not a trip to the dungeon, the student's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. After addressing that matter, Snape continued to patrol the room, allowing his frustration to dissipate before slowly returning to the lectern. There, Wen Zhiyu was methodically organizing the materials he had used during the lesson. Upon hearing Snape's footsteps, he looked up and offered a smile. Having calmed down, the potions master did not pursue any further grievances and instead turned toward the sofa to continue reading. The oppressive aura emanating from the potions master was so intense that as soon as the class bell rang, some students eagerly rushed to hand in their assignments to Wen Zhiyu. Subsequently, a throng of young wizards fled in disarray. As he passed the podium, Harry could not help but lean towards Wen Zhiyu and offer a word of comfort. "If you truly cannot get along, do not feel obliged to endure." Wen Zhiyu paused, turning to cast a puzzled glance, yet Harry was too close, and their eyes were about to collide. In the next moment, Harry felt a tightness in his throat as he was unceremoniously seized by the collar and tossed aside. "Is this how Dumbledore teaches you manners?" Snape's face darkened as he nearly ground his teeth while uttering the subsequent words. "Haven't you learned to maintain a social distance?" Harry stumbled back several paces, and Hermione, who had been vigilantly watching him, caught him just before he fell. Without giving Harry a chance to react, she swiftly pulled him away, seemingly fearful that the potions master might deduct more points from Gryffindor. While Harry escaped, Wen Zhiyu found himself unable to flee. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take the initiative. "You seem to have a rather good relationship with Potter," he mused. "If my proactive approach fails, the potions master will strike first. Shall I suggest to the headmaster that your office be moved to Gryffindor Tower? Professor, do you no longer require me?" The moment those words slipped from his lips, not only did the potions master freeze, But even the few young wizards who had yet to exit the classroom halted in their tracks. They gaped, their eyes darting towards the podium, incredulous at what Professor Wen had just uttered. By Merlin's trousers. What did they just hear? The young wizards were caught in a mix of astonishment and fear, unwilling to take a step away. For a brief moment, the entire classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. Snape's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions before settling into an abyssal glare. What did you say? A chilling aura radiated from Snape, swiftly enveloping every individual in the classroom, including Wen Zhiyu. Overcome with trepidation, the young wizards turned in unison to look at Wen Zhiyu, swallowing hard in apprehension. Is he courting death by teasing the headmaster and the professor? Upon witnessing Snape's stormy visage, Wen Zhiyu finally comprehended the gravity of his earlier words. He attempted to salvage the situation. I meant, Professor, do you not need my assistance with the potion ingredients? I am quite adept. As he spoke, he began to disorder the neatly arranged ingredients once more. Just take a look. Snape, enraged, felt his blood pressure rise. His fists clenched tightly, involuntarily recalling the previous incident involving the black dragon in the classroom. The combination of these two embarrassing moments forced the potion's master into a fury. In a fit of ironic laughter, Snape hurled the book he held at Wen Zhiyu. With a steady hand, Wen Zhiyu caught it effortlessly. Then you may spend your entire life organizing. With that, Snape turned on his heel and departed. Before leaving, he also ensured that the onlooking young wizards were penalized and had points deducted. In the midst of Snape's rage, Wen Zhiyu dared not pursue him, merely pressing his lips together as he observed the small wizards giving him a thumbs up. Apart from Harry, he was the second person capable of provoking such a reaction from their usually composed headmaster. In the ensuing days, Wen Zhiyu found himself repeatedly denied entry to the basement, while Medusa cackled wickedly. Exhausted from circling the basement door after finishing his work at the manor, Wen Zhiyu leaned against the door, letting out a sigh. Why not find another place to lean against? Medusa inquired, attempting to snap at him. Wen Zhiyu raised a hand to grasp her jaw, despondently expressing his woes. It has been so long. Why hasn't the professor returned? You should be careful. If you sit on that, it might bite you, Medusa retorted, unrelenting even while being restrained. Cut it out, you are just jealous. Wen Zhiyu dismissed Medusa's jealousy. What do you know? The professor is merely busy with my two sides. Then why does he not allow you entry? Medusa wriggled away. Stop making excuses. Wen Zhiyu scoffed, unwilling to waste time arguing with the snake. Yet, this situation was untenable. With a reluctant sigh, he decided to leave the basement and head straight back to his office. Inside the office, Nanyu was diligently attending to some correspondence. Upon seeing Wen Zhiyu enter, his eyes lit up. Young master, he began, retrieving a stack of letters from the drawer. Help me find something. Nanyu's hand paused mid-air as he observed Wen Zhiyu closing his eyes and leaning against the sofa. After a moment of silence, he retracted the letters. Asking what? To alleviate the young master's burdens was his duty as a sword servant. With this thought, Nanyu picked up a nearby dagger and began to inventory the contents of the rings. Help me find 2 romance novels. Nanyu almost dropped the long knife in shock. Momentarily stunned. Excuse me, what? Wen Zhiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa. 2 classic books, preferably about love. But they shouldn't be too explicit, something a bit more subtle. Nanyu. He would have preferred to engage in a more vigorous endeavor. Chapter 157. Applying what one has learned. It is said that reading requires frame-by-frame analysis. The typically retentive young master of the dark arts was surprisingly compliant, spending 2 days in the office absorbed in reading. As he reached the final page of a thick tome, Wen Zhiyu began to ponder, resting his chin on his hand. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt that the contents of the book were not entirely credible and did not quite align with his own values. Furrowing his brow, Wen Zhiyu once again inquired of Nanyu, Are you certain this book is useful? Without lifting his head, Nanyu continued his task. Yes, it has a 99 approval rating. The remaining 1% is due to the ending? No, it's because they couldn't comprehend it. Nanyu answered honestly, It might be too sophisticated. Wen Zhiyu believed Nanyu. Yet he did not think that this book, which he had previously skimmed, would aid him in pursuing the professor. At least they are very much in love. Which aligns with your subtle requirements, Nanyu added. Subtle indeed. Wen Zhiyu deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to give it a try. If it did not work, he could always switch to another book. After all, he had plenty of time. Resolute, Wen Zhiyu tossed the book onto the sofa, offered a half-hearted greeting to Nanyu, and began his journey toward the astronomical tower. He had just used his spiritual energy to sense that the professor was indeed in the tower. Meanwhile, Nanyu, who had been occupied with correspondence, raised his hand to close the door that Wen Zhiyu had forgotten to shut and resumed his work. The moon hung bright and full, casting a silvery glow. As the unevenly scattered clouds floated restlessly, shadows danced on the ground, flickering in and out of light. As Wen Zhiyu ascended the tower bathed in moonlight, he finally spotted a solitary figure cloaked in black within the night. The moonlight spilled upon him, revealing the potion's master standing in the shadows, his cold profile visible when he occasionally glanced upwards. Just one glance, and Wen Zhiyu could not contain the smile that spread across his face. He dared to assert that if the potion's master were the only one standing in the astronomical tower at that moment, he would undoubtedly leap towards him without hesitation. Regrettably, the other party did not afford him this opportunity. The master of potions was not alone in the astronomer's tower. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in a coat, Karkaroff. Wen Zhiyu recognized this individual as the current headmaster of Durmstrang, a former colleague of the potions master during their time as Death Eaters. Snape's countenance was far from pleasant. While Karkaroff was fervently discussing the disturbances of the Dark Mark with him, completely oblivious to the presence of someone descending the stairs. He rolled up his sleeve to show Snape the mark upon his arm, chattering incessantly. The sudden demise of Barty had instilled a sense of unease within him, leading him to seek out the potion's master, who had once been favored by Voldemort, in hopes of gleaning some information. In truth, Snape had sensed the agitation of the Dark Mark as well. His recent decision to keep Wen Zhiyu at bay was largely influenced by this. During class that day, he had not intended to leave abruptly. Had it not been for the sudden searing pain in his arm during a moment of anger, he might have chosen a different method to rebuke Wen Zhiyu. Severus, are you even listening? Karkaroff felt as though he were being dismissed, interrupted in his thoughts. Snape cast him an impatient glare. I assumed you were aware that this is Hogwarts. With that, he raised his wand and prodded Karkaroff's arm. Do not display that insignia carelessly. Like a fool. Though Snape refrained from verbalizing his disdain, it was almost inscribed upon his expression. Their conversation persisted. And after waiting for some time without seeing any sign of conclusion, Wen Zhiyu furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself upon observing Snape preparing to roll up his sleeve. He swallowed a potion and struck his chest with a fist. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and his violent cough interrupted the discourse above. They both simultaneously lowered their sleeves and glanced toward the staircase. Wen Zhiyu stumbled a few steps, and Karkaroff and Snape exchanged a glance. Wands drawn as they approached the vicinity. With heightened alertness, the two aimed their wands at the staircase. Upon catching sight of a figure in black robes, Karkaroff's wand suddenly emitted a burst of red light, shooting forth. The red beam was abruptly interrupted by another spell, leaving Karkaroff astonished as he looked at Snape, who had thwarted his incantation, unable to grasp the other's intent. Immediately afterward, he witnessed Snape racing down the stairs. The potion's master's robes billowed magnificently as he rushed to assist the coughing man, gently patting his back. What is it? Are you all right? Snape's voice bore a hint of urgency. The man, clad in a black coat, had long hair tousled by the night breeze, his pale visage sharply defined in the moonlight. Even with Snape's support, Wen Zhiyu could not suppress his inclination to collapse. As he faltered, he continued to cough, his palms surreptitiously revealing traces of blood, deliberately allowing Snape to see. As expected, upon seeing the crimson hue, Snape's heart raced, and he quickly steadied the man further. Karkaroff, observing the two at the staircase, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to lower his wand or keep it raised. Severus, he silenced. Snape was far too preoccupied to engage with him, wholly focused on the ailing Wen Zhiyu. Several diagnostic spells were cast upon the latter, and the feedback caused Snape's temple to throb with tension. What happened? How did you end up in this state? He questioned while continuing to support the man. It had only been a few days since they last met. How had he managed to reduce himself to such a condition? Understanding that he could not overplay his hand, Wen Zhiyu's coughs gradually subsided under Snape's ministrations. After a brief moment of labored breathing, he lifted his gaze to Snape, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he swiftly masked it. Professor. What are you doing here? Wen Zhiyu's voice trembled faintly, gradually losing strength as he gently pushed against Snape, trying to steady himself against the wall. I'm fine, truly. He then raised his eyes to Karkaroff at the staircase, swiftly withdrawing his hand from Snape's grasp. I apologize for interrupting you both, he said, attempting to descend the stairs. Snape halted his movement abruptly, casting a fierce glare at Karkaroff as he supported Wen Zhiyu down the corridor. Karkaroff felt utterly bewildered. Who is this? What did I do? Why are you glaring at me? Snape guided Wen Zhiyu into the corridor, and in the moonlight, he noticed the cold sweat glistening on Wen Zhiyu's forehead. Instinctively, he reached out to wipe it away. Remembering the earlier feedback, Snape's expression darkened, his pace unrelenting as he pressed for answers. What did you do? Why are you poisoned? Upon hearing Snape's voice, Wen Zhiyu momentarily withdrew his weight from Snape, struggling to maintain his composure. With pale lips, he managed a weak smile, shaking his head. I'm fine, just a minor poison. I'll be all right once I take the antidote. And where is this antidote? Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously. The antidote. Wen Zhiyu paused deliberately, as if contemplating, where could it be? Snape's forehead throbbed once more. Ah, I remember. At Snape's expectant gaze, Wen Zhiyu feigned distress, appearing somewhat hesitant. I think I may have left it in the cellar, among the clutter. Valentine's Day extra. Snape seldom donned formal attire. Yet certain occasions necessitated the wearing of suits and gowns. The International Potions Masters Conference, held every 5 years, was taking place that very evening at Malfoy Manor. Snape had received the invitation long ago. He was indifferent to it, but Wen Zhiyu, who had never attended, was quite invested. The last time it was held, he had been unable to accompany Snape due to his own studies, and the regret of missing out had lingered with him. Thus, when Snape received the invitation, Wen Zhiyu began to persistently plead to accompany him to the gala. Snape, who could never endure Wen Zhiyu's various antics, eventually relented one morning, his back aching from the incessant persuasion. From that moment on, Wen Zhiyu embarked on his meticulous planning for the event. On the afternoon of the gala, after finishing lunch, he began to select from the array of custom-tailored suits and gowns he had prepared for Snape. Garment after garment appeared and vanished before the potions master. Finally, with a scowl, Snape closed his eyes and selected a rather ordinary suit that was acceptable at best. Must we choose this one? Wen Zhiyu inquired while fastening Snape's shirt collar, still attempting to negotiate. Severus, might you consider another option? This suit was the most simplistic of all he had prepared, featuring a common black and white color scheme, with its only notable aspect being the quality of fabric and craftsmanship. Observing Snape's reluctance, he narrowed his eyes. What? Do you believe I would embarrass you by wearing this? A perilous question. Sensing danger, Wen Zhiyu hastily secured the last button, swiftly turning to retrieve a waistcoat. How could you think such a thing? With a firm grip on the waistcoat, Wen Zhiyu gestured. I must say, you look utterly stunning in this attire. I fear I may lose my composure, hence I suggest you consider alternatives. Severus, were you just questioning my integrity? Do you doubt me? At this, Snape rolled his eyes. It would be a miracle if I could trust you. Feeling a twinge of guilt, someone anxious to avoid a barrage of probing questions remained as silent as a mouse, focusing intently on the ensemble. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that this was indeed an outfit meticulously prepared by Wen Zhiyu. Even amidst a plethora of exquisitely designed suits and gowns, this piece, though relatively simple, outshone the average suit by a considerable margin. A crisp white shirt was complemented by a plush black waistcoat, the straps at the back accentuating the potion master's slender waist, fastened neatly up to his chest. The tie, also black and devoid of stripes, glimmered with iridescent hues in the play of light, reminiscent of a crow's feathers. To facilitate Snape's movements, Wen Zhiyu thoughtfully adorned both arms with 2 cuffs. Adjusting them to the perfect fit, he joyfully retrieved a nearby blazer to drape over his companion. The jacket, also black, seemed rather monotonous to Wen Zhiyu, prompting him to retrieve a silver brooch from his ring, which he carefully pinned on his Snape's lapel. Snape remained non-committal regarding Wen Zhiyu's little touches. In matters of attire, he had grown accustomed to indulging this self-proclaimed artist. Clapping his hands together, Wen Zhiyu beamed at his creation. The potion master, tall and lithe, appeared particularly suited to the black ensemble. Though understated, the suit exuded elegance, especially when paired with Snape's inherent grace and poise, enhancing his mature charm. This was, after all, the first time Wen Zhiyu beheld Snape in a suit, his own design at that. Lost in thought, he gazed at Snape, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to leap forward. With an unabashed gaze sweeping across Snape, who felt a flicker of danger, he took a cautious step back. Soon after, Snape hastily exited the changing room, closing the door behind him. I thought you were aware that we have pressing matters at hand. Indeed, Wen Zhiyu was well aware. Watching the potion master retreat swiftly from view, he nodded regretfully and began searching for his own attire within the changing room. Since Snape donned black, Wen Zhiyu chose not to deviate to other colors, opting for a suit he had specifically coordinated to match Severus. Unbeknownst to many, he had designed each ensemble in pairs. Regardless of which one Snape selected, he had a complementary outfit ready. The clever little rabbit, now changed, made his way with a light step to join the potion master, who sat on the sofa sipping tea. Severus, it is time for us to depart. Setting down his bright Earl Grey, Snape raised his gaze to assess his companion, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Without lingering, the two utilized the manor's location enchantment to teleport to a clearing beside the Mosey Manor. As it was an international potion exchange conference, the turnout was substantial, with participants arriving for both social and educational purposes. However, it was universally observable that nearly every potion master was accompanied by 1 or even 3 apprentices. In comparison, Snape's presence with Wen Zhiyu hardly stood out. Yet, thanks to Wen's striking looks, the two swiftly garnered attention from all directions upon their arrival. As they walked into the conference hall, Snape's expression grew more somber. The International Potion Exchange Conference, held once every 5 years, showcased the finest potion masters from various nations. Gathering together, they engaged in discussions while their apprentices sought to assimilate into different circles. As the youngest potion master in Britain and the vice president of the Potion Association, Snape's reputation was notably prominent within the international potion community. Barely 2 minutes into the hall, he found himself encircled by enthusiastic potion masters from around the globe. Recognizing that Snape preferred to remain unobtrusive, Wen Zhiyu discreetly retreated to a corner, yielding space. In contrast, Snape's focus remained undiminished. Even as Wen Zhiyu found himself the center of attention, having stepped back, he was soon inundated with the gaze of curious individuals, unable to resist approaching. Out of courtesy and a desire not to disrupt the atmosphere of his first potion exchange conference with Snape, Wen Zhiyu ultimately chose to engage with the newcomers politely. Snape, typically taciturn, contributed only sporadically to discussions centered around potion making, dedicating most of his time to listening. After a while, having gathered some fresh insights, Snape finally set his sights on locating his suddenly absent partner. Alas, scanning the vicinity, he only found clusters of individuals conversing over glasses of wine. With no sign of Wen Zhiyu, furrowing his brow, he directed his attention towards the areas bustling with activity. Sure enough, in a far corner of the hall, the potion master's keen gaze pierced through the throng, finally landing on the radiant figure of Wen Zhiyu, who was laughing amidst a crowd. Tightening his grip on his wine glass, Snape pressed his lips together, instinctively ready to march over and extricate him. However, before he could act, a few potion masters intercepted him, eager for conversation. Reluctantly, Snape halted his advance, diverting his attention back to the discussion at hand, though a significant portion of his focus remained fixed on the striking figure amidst the throng. Unlike the older potion masters, whose apprentices were primarily in their teens or early 20s, there were hardly any over 40 among them. Thus, Snape watched, his countenance dark, as Wen Zhiyu found himself encircled by a group of youthful admirers, sipping red wine with a scowl. Valentine's Day Extra 2. In the opulent banquet hall, crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling glow, as high society mingled amidst laughter and clinking glasses, all exuding an air of luxury. Mosey Manor certainly embodied the elegance of German high society, boasting lavish decor, and even the employed servants displayed extraordinary grace and courtesy. During the course of their conversation, Snape had already consumed several glasses of red wine. Meanwhile, after successfully dispatching a few apprentices, Wen Zhiyu finally found himself with fewer obligations. Unfortunately, those who remained appeared to be the elite. Mr. Wen, do you have any romantic intentions? Caught off guard, Wen Zhiyu fell into an unusual silence. He glanced toward Snape, who was coldly engaged in discussing potion insights not far away. Lowering his gaze, he delicately took a sip of the red wine beside him and finally replied with a smile, I have a partner. Oh, the apprentice expressed regret upon receiving the answer. But upon noticing Wen Zhiyu's bare ring finger, a glimmer of hope reignited. This man was undeniably stunning, with a captivating voice and a gentle demeanor. He was indeed a prime candidate for a lover or a husband. Not only did she think so, but the surrounding witches and wizards shared similar sentiments. While the witches fantasized about claiming him as a partner, the nearby wizards admired Wen Zhiyu's soft features and flowing hair. A peculiar sensation of being pricked at the heart stirred within him upon hearing that Wen Zhiyu was now residing in the United Kingdom, igniting a spark of intrigue. Though they were lovers, their relationship had yet to reach the stage of discussing marriage, yet hope lingered in the air. With this thought, they chose to overlook the fact that Wen Zhiyu had a partner and began to inquire about his preferences. Not far off, Severus Snape, eavesdropping with a magical charm, clenched his glass so tightly that it threatened to shatter. The surrounding potion masters shivered under the palpable chill that seemed to solidify the atmosphere. As the banquet progressed and the moon ascended to its zenith, guests began to depart, bidding their farewells. This potion exchange conference was set to last 3 days, with Mosey Manor providing accommodations for every potion master and apprentice nearby. Unlike the distant potion masters, the two with the location array had no intention of staying. After finally dispersing the few lingering admirers, Wen Zhiyu made his way towards Snape, who had also seen off his own interlocutor. The interaction between a potion master and his apprentice was sacred, and those with discernment would refrain from interrupting. Rarely did the two find a moment alone amidst the festivities. Severus, have you been drinking? Upon approaching, Wen Zhiyu noticed Snape tightly gripping a glass of red wine, his complexion appearing somewhat off. Whether it was the alcohol or something else that had riled him, a faint flush had crept onto Snape's face, and his expression was far from amiable. As Wen Zhiyu approached, Snape's gaze inadvertently fixated on the swaying belt around his waist. Hearing the inquiry, Snape averted his gaze, muttering a low affirmative. In the public setting, Wen Zhiyu felt it inappropriate to see Snape's hand without permission, so he cautiously ventured, Are you finished? Are you leaving? His voice was as gentle as ever. Yet Snape, for reasons unknown, found himself irked, especially recalling how Wen Zhiyu had spoken to those apprentices with the same tone, his demeanor bright with laughter. This only added to Snape's irritation. That foolish dragon, so carelessly exuding his own pheromones. In a fit of pique, he raised the glass and downed its contents in one gulp, placing it down before striding out. Wen Zhiyu, perplexed, nonetheless followed him with delight. Upon exiting the venue, the oppressive gaze of onlookers diminished significantly, and Snape, maintaining a stern countenance, slowed his pace. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Zhiyu matched his stride beside him. They walked in silence, and soon, they traversed the array back to the manor. The moment they landed, Wen Zhiyu felt himself yanked by the collar and pressed against the door. Almost immediately, Snape's lips captured his, forcefully invading his mouth with a fervent kiss that was anything but gentle. This kiss, starkly contrasting with their usual tender affection, was intensely aggressive. The hand that had grasped his collar slid down to the nape of his neck, ensuring that there was no chance of retreat. Gradually, he fed Wen Zhiyu his scorching breath, the aroma of red wine lingering on the potion master's lips, each kiss imbued with a primal fervor. It felt as though he intended to consume Wen Zhiyu entirely, with the sounds of swallowing echoing softly in the quiet room, creating a profoundly intimate atmosphere. Wen Zhiyu was bewildered by Snape's sudden assertiveness, but relished the unreciprocated delight. Aside from the initial shock, he quickly adapted to Snape's unexpected advance. With his eyes closed, he began to respond in kind. Snape held Wen Zhiyu's neck with one hand while the other found its way to his slender waist, their kiss evolving into a passionate entanglement. Gradually, Snape became unsatisfied with merely kissing. His lips began to explore Wen Zhiyu's chin and neck. A soft nibble on his Adam's apple elicited a muffled moan from Wen Zhiyu. It was only after marking his neck with a fierce kiss that Snape finally relented. Pulling back slightly, he licked his lips and began to unfasten his disheveled collar. Wen Zhiyu, breathless from the forceful kiss, glanced at the potion master, whose expression seemed to harbor a hint of irritation. Tentatively, he asked, "What's wrong, Professor?" "Do not call me Professor." Snape's voice boomed, and seeing Wen Zhiyu's bewildered expression, he vented his frustration by tearing off his neatly tied tie and tossing it carelessly onto the table. As Wen Zhiyu took off his coat, he observed Snape seated on the sofa, legs crossed. Leaning against the sofa, Snape attempted to compose himself, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Zhiyu, who had also removed his outerwear and hung it on a nearby rack. Then, he approached Snape with a deliberate grace, gently shifting Snape's crossed legs. Wen Zhiyu boldly straddled him, instinctively wrapping his arms around Snape's neck. "Severus, are you angry?" With their faces so close, their breaths mingled, allowing Snape to see the pouting expression on Wen Zhiyu's face all the more clearly. Faced with such a visage, Snape found it impossible to maintain his anger. With a sigh, he grasped Wen Zhiyu's waist, refusing to acknowledge that his earlier actions had any significance. "Oh, it seems the potion master is clearly lying." Wen Zhiyu smiled slyly. "Is Severus feeling jealous?" "Stop with the wild conjectures," Snape retorted, pinching Wen Zhiyu's side. "I will not admit to anything. Get down." Raising an eyebrow, Wen Zhiyu flashed a mischievous smile. "Really not jealous?" "Not at all. Now get down." Wen Zhiyu had no intention of complying. As he watched Snape prepare to physically remove him, he inched closer again. "But I am feeling jealous him?" Snape, now even more inclined to evict him, had spent the evening engaged in discussions about potions with a group of elderly men, unlike some individuals who were lost in their own tender moments. And now, Wen Zhiyu claimed to be jealous? "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you're not off me by then, you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight." In a moment of defeat, Wen Zhiyu reluctantly slid off Snape's lap, kneeling between his legs. Although he could surmise the reason behind Snape's anger, discussing anyone else in this delicate moment was clearly unwise. After a moment's consideration, he reached up to straighten the disheveled tie, his eyes shimmering as they met Snape's. "Severus, please don't be angry, all right?" Snape stole a glance at him, his expression unchanging. Wen Zhiyu's haphazard attempts only made the tie worse, and the remnants of his earlier passionate marks lingered on his pale neck. This sight, combined with the effects of alcohol, ignited a fire within Snape. However, the usually self-controlled potion master managed to suppress his inner turmoil, letting out a soft huff. "I thought you heard what I said earlier." "Not angry." Wen Zhiyu pressed, clearly unconvinced. It seemed he needed a different approach. With determination, he swiftly untied the tie and attempted to lean in closer to Snape. "What are you doing?" Faced with Wen Zhiyu's sudden proximity, Snape instinctively raised his foot to block him, his shoe pressing against Wen Zhiyu's white shirt. In the process, 2 or 3 buttons popped open. Wen Zhiyu was unexpectedly thrust backward, his lower back colliding with the coffee table, causing his head to tilt back, revealing an alluring Adam's apple. The man, restrained by the leather shoe, had his chest partially exposed, with his collarbone and neck unmistakably visible. Snape stiffened, uncertain whether to retract or maintain his raised foot. During his contemplation, Wen Zhiyu remained firmly pressed against him, unable to advance an inch. The Adam's apple bobbed as Wen Zhiyu propped himself up with his left elbow against the coffee table, while his other hand grasped Snape's ankle, gently caressing the prominent bone. So, this is what Severus enjoys. Observing the Serpent King deep in thought, Wen Zhiyu licked his lips and offered a suggestive smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Snape was jolted by the other's daring action, the tingling sensation in his ankle prompting him to abandon the thought of kicking and quickly retract his leg. Wen Zhiyu felt a twinge of regret, yet it was evident that Snape's anger had considerably lessened. It seemed this was a rather effective approach. With that in mind, Wen Zhiyu casually grabbed a recently discarded tie and presented it to Snape. If Severus truly felt vexed, perhaps he should explore other methods? Snape was well aware of what he was implying, his previous ire still simmering. The thought of this individual obstinately insisting on accompanying him out, only to frolic amidst a sea of flowers at the banquet, stirred a mix of anger and jealousy that swiftly dispelled any notions of restraint. Very well. Reaching out to accept the item offered, Snape seized Wen Zhiyu and drew him closer, flipping him over. The Master of Potions held both of Wen Zhiyu's wrists above his head with one hand, and with the other, securely bound them together with the tie. Under the other's consent and actions, the black tie wound around the pale wrists, culminating in a firm knot at the front. Snape pressed his lips together, admiring his handiwork, his breath slightly ragged. As if struck by a new thought, Snape removed a cufflink from his arm, trailing it along Wen Zhiyu's chest to hook under his chin. Wen Zhiyu tilted his chin, and as the potion master leaned in, he captured the soft flesh of his lips. In the midst of the kiss, the cufflink was nimbly fastened around Wen Zhiyu's neck. The unusual sensation compelled Wen Zhiyu to involuntarily roll his Adam's apple, his gaze toward the potion master tinged with confusion. It was an unprecedented feeling. Snape sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from Wen Zhiyu, despite his own habitual lack of resistance toward him. Yet, the thrill of being in a dominant position, effortlessly toying with another, was undeniably intoxicating. No wonder the pursuit of power was so fervent among people. By some strange compulsion, Snape raised his hand to caress Wen Zhiyu's neck, gazing into those golden eyes brimming with affection. He felt as though he had indulged a bit too much in the wine tonight. Otherwise, why would he feel a heat coursing through him? An urge to devour the man before him? The sensation of something constricting his neck was somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Wen Zhiyu to twist and attempt to remove it. Do not move, came the smooth voice from the Master of Potions, his fingertips tightening as he leaned down to kiss the scar on Wen Zhiyu's neck. After leaving a gentle mark, he gradually descended. His moist lips traversed the side of Wen Zhiyu's neck, deftly unbuttoning the shirt until he reached the enticing collarbone. With his hands bound, Wen Zhiyu was unable to exert any strength, merely trembling as he felt Snape's continuous kisses igniting sensations across his skin. The tingling pleasure brought a faint blush to the corners of his eyes. Soon, Wen Zhiyu's upper body was fully exposed, his shirt hanging precariously as he trembled. His physique was remarkable, with a slender waist and defined abdominal muscles, exuding both firmness and strength. In stark contrast to the disheveled Wen Zhiyu, Snape maintained a composed appearance. His black waistcoat remained intact, with only 2 buttons undone from when he had loosened his tie, while the rest was untouched since the banquet. Observing their respective states, Wen Zhiyu felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He wished to flip Snape over, yet was thwarted in his attempt. To admit fault requires a certain attitude, Snape declared, unfastening his belt as he settled squarely atop Wen Zhiyu, pushing him back. When I say do not move, you must not move.